In 1978, Xiangjiang was kicked out of the door by his family as a waste. What he took over was a mess of the Ye family that was about to go bankrupt. Everyone is waiting to see a joke, waiting for him to kneel down and beg for mercy, waiting for the Ye family to completely disappear. But at this moment, the strongest family system is activated. Full loyalty of the tribe members, comprehensive reorganization of resources. The first step is for him to directly reclaim the land, and the second step is for the capital market to start a bloodbath and counterattack. From this moment on, he is no longer an abandoned child, but the starting point of the entire Xiangjiang capital storm. When the flag of the Ye family was raised again, the entire Xiangjiang realized something. What they provoked was not one person, but an era. Chapter 1. The Beginning of Hell. 78 years. The villas in Repulse Bay stand quietly in the sea breeze. The bedroom on the second floor is in a mess. Empty wine bottles are scattered everywhere, curtains are tightly closed, and the air is filled with alcohol and a dull atmosphere. A young man in his early 20s was lying on the floor, with messy hair and a pale face. He slowly opened his eyes, with a look of confusion in his eyes. Where is this? Before he could finish speaking, a severe headache suddenly hit him. He curled up, hugged his head with both hands, and broke into a cold sweat. After a few seconds, the pain gradually subsided, and he sat up panting, looking around. Have I really come to another world? His real name is Ye Kun, and he comes from Earth. He works as an analyst at a securities company, accompanying K-line charts and financial reports all day long. Last night, the team building was so drunk that when he opened his eyes again, his soul was no longer in its original form. Now the owner of this body is also called Ye Kun, a word difference, but fate is connected. From today on, I am Ye Kun, he whispered to himself, with a hint of determination in his voice. This body comes from an extraordinary background, and the Ye group left by his father was once a star in the Hong Kong business world. Unfortunately, a car accident took the lives of both parents last month. The accident was caused by a drunk truck driver turning right and losing control, causing the vehicle to overturn and crush their sedan. 2 people died on the spot, and although the driver survived, he was also seriously injured and hospitalized. The backbone collapsed, and the company immediately fell into crisis. Banks are urging loans, suppliers are blocking doors and demanding accounts, and the funding chain is on the verge of breaking. Uncle Air and Uncle San barely managed to hold on to the situation, but if they were unable to repay the soon-to-be-due loan, the company would have to be sealed off to offset the debt. What's even more worrying is that there is a younger brother at home, Ye Xiu, who is studying at the Chinese university and has to face the reality of a broken family at a young age. Thinking of this, Ye Kun stood up and patted the dust on his clothes. Are you going to take over the mess before you start enjoying yourself? But he wasn't flustered. In the past decade, I honed my skills and focused on studying global capital market trends, with a thorough understanding of major financial events. Now in 1978, it is the starting point of the ever-changing situation. The Ship King's acquisition of Nine Dragon Warehouse. He murmured, his memory as clear as if it had been reproduced yesterday. Not only these big events, but also the details of stealing apricots from the neighbor's house during childhood are vividly remembered. Especially regarding the data and logic of stock market, futures, and exchange rate fluctuations, it seems to be ingrained in our bones. Perhaps it's because 2 souls merge and complement each other, or perhaps people's obsession is too deep, and time travel cannot take away that memory. What about it? Since you're here, don't go back. Ye cannot collapse. He was about to enter the bathroom to tidy up when suddenly a cold and clear voice sounded in his ear. Ding. The strongest family system has detected the host. Is it bound? Ye Kun recognized the situation in front of him at a glance, and countless familiar plots flashed through his mind. Isn't this exactly the scene in the novels he had read before? Bind now. Ye Kun blurted out. Ding. The strongest family system has been successfully bound. Oh, ding. First binding reward distribution, 1 million family development fund. Explanation. Funds are only used for purposes related to family growth. The funds have been deposited into the host's HSBC bank account. What can you do? Ye Kun asked in a low voice. Ding. This system aims to assist hosts in establishing the world's most powerful family power. Ding. The task will be randomly triggered, and completing it will earn corresponding rewards. The system panel has been activated and can be opened at any time. He finally understood that this path is not to climb alone, but to rise together with the entire family. No matter how strong it is to fight alone, it cannot change the pattern of destiny. Thinking about the recent difficulties faced by the company, various figures come to mind. Second uncle, third uncle, sister-in-law, and cousins. They did not choose to watch from the sidelines, nor did they take advantage of the situation to seize power, but instead did their utmost to support the group. Uncle Air even sold his villa, and the whole family moved into a small house of less than 90 square meters. Others also took out their savings or personally stepped forward to help. There is no scheming or watching from afar, only a sense of responsibility connected by blood. Such a family made Ye Kun's heart boil. This is the meaning of home, and it is what family members should look like. He made a vow in his heart. One day, the Ye family will stand at the top of the world, and no one dares to underestimate them. Immediately, Ye Kun called up the system panel. Host, Ye Kun. 3D attributes, strength 8, spirit 12, speed 7, reference value, 10 for ordinary adult males. Family, Ye family, title, small family. Family aura, loyalty to the family. Influence, 1150/10,000. Number of clan members, 20. Loyalty can be viewed, and those over 90 are willing to sacrifice everything for the family and never betray for life. Industry, Ye Group, main barracks real estate. Total assets, $1 million US, 3 million Hong Kong dollars. System space, 1,000 cubic meters. Upgrade conditions, family assets reach 100 million. Influence exceeds 10,000 points. New features will be opened after the upgrade. Has the spiritual value reached 12? Ye Kun trembled slightly, and the soul's strength after the fusion of the two souls far exceeded expectations. After browsing, he stood up, tidied up his clothes, and took a hot bath. After changing into clean clothes and walking up to the mirror, the whole person was refreshed and finally had the vitality that a 20-year-old youth should have. Ye Kun nodded gently in front of the mirror. Pushing open the door, he shouted, "Uncle Fu. Young master, you're coming out now. If you don't come out soon, I'll really call second master." An elderly man in his 60s walked briskly, dressed simply but neatly, with traces of time engraved on his face, and clear and lively eyes, exuding warmth and wisdom. Lao Yi refers to Ye Hanwen, who is Ye Kun's second uncle. I have loved Ye Kun since childhood, but my discipline has been extremely strict. When he was a child, any mistake could scare him away from speaking with just one glance. At this moment, facing Fu Bo's concern, Ye Kun could only respond with a bitter smile. "I'm fine, it's just that the company is a bit troublesome. I had a few more drinks. Could you please arrange for someone to tidy up the room?" "Young master, I'll take care of it right away," Fu Bo said as he turned around and left. Breakfast has been arranged downstairs. A bowl of salty soybean milk and several tsung yubing were prepared according to the taste of the previous one. On weekdays, wealthy families mainly serve Hong Kong-style morning tea, but this meal is specially arranged as a light meal. Ye Kun sat down and took a few bites, then looked up and asked the servant beside him, "Has Xiaoxiu gone out?" "Back to the young master. Second young master went to school early in the morning," the servant replied with a lowered head. After the parents left, the family business suffered consecutive setbacks and the company was in a precarious situation. During that time, Ye Kun ran around, humbly seeking someone to turn over funds. Ye Xiao immersed himself in studying finance and was determined to contribute to his family's business in the future. Now that Ye Kun has returned with memories and special abilities from his past life, making money is just a small gesture. The stock market is like an ATM, it only depends on who reaches out first. As long as it operates properly, it can not only revive the Ye family, but also take them to the next level. He called the driver and said, "Drive the car to the door." Today, he is going to the company to take a look. His car is a Rolls-Royce Business Edition, purchased after taking office as chairman. Even though the company is currently in turmoil, the facade cannot collapse. The Ye Group, once worth 50 million Hong Kong dollars, was enough to squeeze into the top 30 of the Hong Kong stock market in 1978. Among the office buildings in West Kowloon, this building is particularly prominent. It is located on the west coast of Kowloon Peninsula, second only to the core area of Central, and is one of the top office landmarks in Hong Kong. The Ye Group occupies the top 3 floors with a grand momentum. Ye Kun walked into the lobby and headed straight to the office. When the front desk saw him come in, they immediately stood up and bowed. "Good morning, Chairman." He nodded slightly and pushed the door open to enter. In the office, a woman wearing black stockings, high heels, and a professional dress is organizing documents. She is Ye Kun's cousin and Ye Su-ching's daughter, Ye Meng, a genius girl who skipped several levels and graduated from the Department of Financial Management at Hong Kong University at the age of 20. After graduation, I directly joined the Ye family and served as the secretary of the chairman. This is already the second year. "Brother, you're here." She saw Ye Kun with a smile on her face. "Xiaoming, could you please invite Auntie and Uncle to come over?" Ye Kun said. "Okay, I'll go right away." Ye Meng put down the documents and quickly left. Finance Minister Ye Su-ching is in charge of all the accounts of the group. Although only one real estate company is still in operation, she still sticks to her post. General Manager Ye Hanwen relied on selling villas to maintain the operation of the company and prevented Ye from collapsing. After a moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Ye Kun said. The door was pushed open, and Ye Hanwen and Ye Su-ching walked in side by side. "Xiao Kun, do you need us for something?" The two sat down on the sofa and asked at the same time. "I want to know how much money we still owe the bank," Ye Kun said calmly as he looked at them. Ye Su whispered softly, "Xiao Kun, the 5 million loan from Standard Chartered Bank is almost due, but we only have 3 million in our account now." Ye Kun took out an HSBC card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, Annie, this card has 1 million US dollars. You can withdraw 500,000 US dollars first and repay the loan first. Once this money is repaid, we will completely sever ties with Standard Chartered Bank and have no further dealings in the future, Ye Kun said firmly. Ye Suching took the card, her eyes somewhat dazed. These days she has been running around raising funds, and no financial institution is willing to lend to companies on the brink of bankruptcy. Xiaoquan, where did you get this money from? She couldn't help but ask. Andy, you don't have to worry about the source, just settle the loan first. I have other arrangements for the remaining money. In the coming period, I will gradually inject funds into the company, Ye Kun responded calmly. Upon hearing this, Ye Suching stopped asking further. Then he turned to look at Ye Hanwen and asked, Uncle, how is the development progress of the land in Yutian Garden? Sai, the project is about to stop again. The construction team is already urging for the second installment payment, Ye Hanwen sighed. What's even more infuriating is that the Chun Group has come again and wants to buy our land for 10 million. They spent 15 million to get it back then. When it comes to the Chun Group, his gaze immediately turns cold. Since Ye Kun's parents passed away, the Ye Group has been in trouble, and Chun has pounced like a jackal smelling blood. Originally, the Ye family's industry was not so passive, but Chen's joint venture with Standard Chartered Bank, citing the risk of bankruptcy, forcibly withdrew the loan in advance, directly leading to the collapse of the capital chain. Several subsidiaries under the group were forced to use it to offset debts. Except for the real estate company, the total market value of the remaining assets was originally 30 million yuan, but after being disposed of at a low price by the bank, only 20 million yuan of debt was repaid. The court was also secretly manipulated, causing Yi to lose the lawsuit. In the end, Standard Chartered sold all its equity to the Chun Group in a bundled manner. On the day the news came, Ye Kun's third uncle Ye Jiaheng was furious and rushed to the hospital, vomiting blood on the spot. He is still recuperating at home. Ye Kun stared at the table, clenching his fists tightly. Uncle, let's stop the project for now. Give me half a month, and I will help the company regain financial support. As for that piece of land, even if it is abandoned there, it must not fall into the hands of the Chin family. His voice was low but ruthless. Ye Hanwen nodded helplessly. He has already sold his house to fill the hole. There is really no way out, and now he can only rely on Ye Kun for hope. After completing the affairs in the morning, Ye Kun drove to HSBC Bank in the afternoon. As soon as he got off the Rolls-Royce, the lobby manager immediately approached him. Hello, sir. May I ask what service you need? Said a young female manager in her early 20s with delicate makeup. Ye Kun walked into the hall and said straightforwardly, Open a securities account. I want to invest in stocks. Here are 500,000 US dollars, all converted into Hong Kong dollars and transferred to my stock account, he said as he handed out a card. Ye Kun never talks too much. Every sentence goes straight to the point. Time is more precious than gold in his eyes. Chapter 2. Significant Purposes. The female manager, Li Xiner, behind the counter, revealed a gentle smile. Sir, please take a moment in the VIP lounge on the second floor. I shall attend to your needs immediately. Ye Kun nodded and ascended the staircase without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiner entered, announcing, Your funds have been credited, after conversion. It amounts to 3.8 million Hong Kong dollars. I am Li Xiner, and I will be at your service henceforth. Her voice was as soothing as a spring breeze. Take me to the trading hall, Ye Kun said as he rose. Upon entering the hall, he swiftly scanned the market trends displayed on the screens. After a brief moment, he spoke. Purchase 1 million Hong Kong dollars worth of Tsuwei shares, 1 million each of Haiqing Pharmaceutical and Jinghong Technology, and 800,000 of Jixiang shares. Within 3 minutes, all transactions were executed flawlessly. Li Xiner was momentarily taken aback. Such audacity in trading was rare, executed without a hint of hesitation. Mr. Yi, Jinghong Technology has recently shown a weak trend, and the others have not exhibited significant movement. Should you reconsider? She gently suggested. Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smile. Last night, I dreamt they were all soaring. Today, I come to verify. Li Xiner chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. Before long, the previously lackluster Jinghong Technology suddenly surged, with its stock price leaping from 49 to 54, continuing its ascent. She could not help but murmur, Mr. Yi, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Ye Kun merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the screen. Around 3 in the afternoon, Jixiang and Tsuwei shares began to rise in tandem. Jixiang climbed from 145 to 170, showing a significant increase. Tsuwei surged even higher, skyrocketing from 108 to 150, exhibiting formidable momentum. Only Haiqing Pharmaceutical remained stagnant, neither declining nor breaking through. Ye Kun remained unperturbed. He understood that the time for this stock's breakout would come tomorrow. At 10 minutes past 4, the closing bell rang. Jinghong Technology concluded at 88 Hong Kong dollars. Tsuwei shares settled at 206, and Jixiang shares reported 194. On this day, the initial capital of 3. 8 million netted over 2 million in profit. Li Xiner's gaze towards Ye Kun shifted, as if the man before her was not merely mortal, but a prophet wielding the wheel of fate. An asset appreciation of 70% in a single day. Who could remain unmoved by such prowess? I shall return tomorrow afternoon, Ye Kun stated calmly as he stood. Li Xiner respectfully saw him off, watching until the black Rolls-Royce vanished around the corner. P.S. The plot is purely fictional and serves the narrative's progression. Please do not take it literally. Thank you in advance. The next day, Ye Kun returned to the company to tend to business affairs. As he was engrossed in reviewing documents, a commotion echoed from the corridor. The office door was flung open with vigor. A well-dressed young man strode into the hall, flanked by 2 burly bodyguards. He cast a disdainful glance at Ye Kun. This was none other than Chen Jie, the heir of the Chen group. Ye Kun furrowed his brow. What brings you here? Chen Jie sneered, tossing a document onto the desk. Sign this. A company on the brink of collapse. What use is it to cling to the land? His tone dripped with derision. Ye Kun picked up the contract, flipping it open to reveal a transfer agreement for the Yutian Garden plot, marked at 8 million. His expression darkened instantly. Security. Remove him at once. Ye Kun barked. Chen Jie smirked. Don't be ungrateful. Today I can offer 8 million, but next time it might not even be worth a penny. You have 2 days. Don't think about increasing the price or attempting to sell to someone else, or you know the consequences. With that, he turned on his heel, his bodyguards trailing closely behind. Ye Kun remained silent for a moment, then seized the contract, tearing it into shreds and casting the pieces into the trash. The Chen family name was etched firmly in his memory. Should he rise one day, they would be the first to face his wrath. In the afternoon, Ye Kun stepped once more into the HSBC Securities Exchange. Upon seeing him, Li Xiner rushed to greet him. Mr. Ye, you are truly remarkable. The Haiqing Pharmaceutical shares you purchased yesterday announced successful new drug development this morning, targeting cardiovascular diseases, and the stock price skyrocketed. Ye Kun smiled indifferently. Everything is under control. What of the other 3? He inquired. Jinghong Technology has surged to 12 Hong Kong dollars. Suiwei shares have soared even higher, reaching 24 Hong Kong dollars. And although Jixiang shares have increased less, they have still risen by $3, Li Xiner responded, her voice brimming with excitement, as if she had personally reaped a fortune. Ye Kun maintained a calm demeanor. These movements were well within his predictions. Before the market closes today, liquidate all holdings of Jinghong and Suiwei. By noon tomorrow, sell all of Haiqing and Jixiang as well, he instructed, his tone resolute. Though Li Xiner felt a twinge of confusion, she refrained from questioning him further at this moment. Her faith in Ye Kun was nearly absolute. After confirming the details, Ye Kun was about to depart when a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A new task has been issued. Please utilize your current funds to achieve maximum profit within 10 days. The higher the yield at settlement, the greater the reward. Ding! The minimum target for this task is to earn $10 million. Failure to meet this will be deemed a failure. What are the consequences of failing the task? Ye Kun pondered internally. Ding! Failure will result in a deduction of 100 points from your family's influence. He contemplated briefly, suppressing any overt concern. It seems I must make a significant move soon. Otherwise, achieving the target will be challenging. The following afternoon, Ye Kun once again graced the trading hall with his presence. Li Xiner approached briskly. Mr. Ye, as per your instructions, all stocks have been sold. The total funds amount to 9.2 million Hong Kong dollars, which have been fully transferred to your account. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. You are the most formidable investor I have ever encountered. Ye Kun nodded slightly, his gaze profound, as he had already formulated his next plan. With a slight smile, Ye Kun turned to Li Xiner and asked, Today, I intend to venture into the futures market. What leverage ratio can HSBC offer? After a moment of thought, Li Xiner replied, Mr. Ye, may I ask how much capital you plan to invest as your principal? I will initially allocate 9 million Hong Kong dollars, to be converted entirely into US dollars, Ye Kun stated. Your amount exceeds the 5 million Hong Kong dollar threshold. We can currently offer a leverage of 5 times, Li Xiner explained. If you require a higher ratio, it must be reported for approval. After a brief deliberation, Ye Kun deemed this ratio sufficient for the time being and nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with that. Complete the financing swiftly, as I wish to enter the market today. Approximately an hour later, Li Xiner entered the room holding a document. Mr. Ye, the funds are ready. Here is the contract for your leverage application. Please review and sign. Ye Kun quickly scanned the contents, finding no discrepancies, and promptly affixed his signature. Let us head to the trading room, he commanded, and followed Li Xiner to the designated futures trading area. Inside, 2 traders awaited him. Mr. Ye, your account has been credited. The total amount is 5.9 million US dollars. Li Xiner displayed the system interface for him. Ye Kun nodded subtly, his tone calm. For the next few days, you shall only be responsible for providing meals. Do Do not enter this room at any other time. He then turned to the two traders. From this moment on, you are not to step outside this room. Is that understood? Your compensation will be doubled. Such arrangements are not uncommon in large transactions, ensuring that information remains confidential. Upon hearing of the doubled commission, the two immediately complied, willingly surrendering their communication devices. Ye Kun then addressed Li Xiner. I appreciate your hard work over the next few days. Once this matter concludes, I shall treat you to a fine meal. Li Xiner responded with a smile. I shall hold you to that. I look forward to Mr. Ye honoring his promise. With that, she turned and left. Subsequently, Ye Kun called home to inform Fu Bo that he would be unable to visit in the coming days. He also contacted his second uncle, explaining that he would not be at the company for the short term and reminding him to oversee daily affairs in his absence. At precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, trading in crude oil futures commenced. Ye Kun issued a command. Commence building positions immediately. Allocate all funds to purchase crude oil contracts. Two traders promptly executed the directive. At that moment, the price of oil stood at 146 per barrel, with a single contract valued at 16,400. Within an hour, a total of 5.9 million was fully allocated, resulting in the acquisition of 404 contracts. What followed was a period of anticipation. He understood that a significant market movement would erupt in 2 days, heralding a dramatic surge in oil prices. As long as the market remained stable over these 2 days, the plan would proceed smoothly. However, by 11 o'clock that night, the oil price had not only failed to rise but had instead dropped by $1. Ye Kun maintained his composure, instructing the traders to rest in the lounge to recalibrate their focus. The following day, the oil price dipped again by $1. The two traders felt a tightening in their chests, yet Ye Kun remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of distress. On the third day, as trading commenced, the price of oil suddenly surged, swiftly returning to previous levels. Soon after, the figures on the screen fluctuated wildly, 154, 162, 180, within a mere 2 hours. The price soared by 34, causing beads of sweat to form on the palms of the two traders. Ye Kun was acutely aware that a calamity had unfolded that very day, an explosion at the North Sea oil field, referencing the real-life 1977 North Sea incident, had unleashed a torrent of crude oil, amounting to a staggering 7.5 million gallons, which would take a full 8 days to contain. The day's price increase was merely a prelude. The real surge lay ahead. When trading opened on the fourth day, the oil price instantaneously jumped by 2, marking just the beginning. The market spiraled into frenzy, reaching 216, 223, 254, and 272, soaring relentlessly. By the time trading concluded at 2 in the morning, the price had settled at 328 per barrel. At this moment, the two traders gazed at Ye Kun with the same awe and reverence that Li Xiner had once shown him. Ye Kun understood that the oil prices would continue to rise over the next few days, albeit at a less frantic pace. It would not be until several European nations officially announced that the incident had been contained that market sentiments would gradually stabilize. This oil field was the 9th largest globally, co-owned by countries such as Great Britain, Holland, and Norway. The tremors caused by this disaster were indeed profound. Starting from the 5th day, the rate of increase began to decelerate, with a total rise of 7 throughout the day, concluding at 352 per barrel. At this juncture, Ye Kun's account had already multiplied several times. On the 6th day, prices continued their ascent, 366, 378, 412, 428, with each barrel of crude reaching 428. His profits had soared to 28 times the initial investment. In the following 2 days, oil prices persisted in their slow climb. Even a mere 1 cent increase would yield substantial returns. As he contemplated this, Ye Kun felt a surge of joy within. He was aware that on the 9th day, the governments of 3 European countries would jointly issue a statement confirming the complete extinguishment of the fire, at which point oil prices would stabilize. Consequently, as the 8th day approached its close, he ordered the two traders to liquidate all their crude oil futures holdings. At that time, the market was extremely buoyant, with numerous buyers, and the contracts were swiftly sold at 56 each. After settlement, Ye Kun reviewed his account balance, which stood at 42 million. The two traders could hardly believe their eyes. In just 9 days, their capital had multiplied 38 times. Immediately proceed with settlement and withdraw all funds from the futures market, Ye Kun instructed, emphasizing the importance of securing their gains. 30 minutes later, all operations were complete. The mission has been accomplished successfully. You both should take a well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, in addition to doubling your commissions, I shall reward each of you with an extra 100,000. Ye Kun informed the two. Upon hearing of the generous reward, they expressed their excitement and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Ye Kun waved them off lightly, turned, and retreated to his quarters to rest. The following morning, He summoned Li Xin to arrange the repayment of the borrowed funds and associated fees to HSBC. When Li Xin beheld the account balance, she was left in a state of shock. In merely 9 days, it had transformed into over 20 million. Standing there in a daze, Li Xin was jolted from her reverie by Ye Kun's impatient tone. What are you daydreaming about? Get the accounts settled at once. Ah, yes. Please wait a moment. Master, I will handle it right away. Li Xin hurriedly attended to the matter, her address towards him now tinged with near worship. Moments later, the funds were cleared. After deducting the leveraged portion provided by HSBC and the related fees, Ye Kun netted 16.5 million. He instructed Li Xin to convert all of this into Hong Kong dollars. At present, the U.S. dollar was of no use to him, while the Hong Kong dollar would serve an important purpose soon. Chapter 3. I will do my utmost to persuade him. When the account balance displayed 125 Hong Kong dollars, 54 million. A smile crept across Ye Kun's lips, and he nodded slightly. He then summoned the system within his mind and opted to conclude the current task early. The short-term market conditions had been mediocre. It would be wise to settle and claim the reward sooner. Ding. Task settled. Post profit of 16.5 million. Rating B. Ye Kun inwardly seethed. Are you serious? A profit that multiplied several times over, and I receive only a B? Ding. The system's assessment is accurate. In the future, you shall oversee the most powerful family. Without sufficient capital accumulation, how can you support the rise of the entire family? Ye Kun was momentarily taken aback, unable to refute this reasoning. It was indeed rather compelling. And what are the rewards? He inquired. Ding. The first reward dispensed, 10 million allocated to the family fund, strictly for family development use. Second reward, 5 attribute points. Third reward, 2 exclusive bodyguards equipped with 1 handgun and 1 sniper rifle each. Note, as the head of the strongest family, you must possess your own armed forces. Rewards have been issued. Ye Kun's heart raced, and his eyes gleamed with fervor. If he were to be rated an A, or even an S, that would be monumental. While he was still in a state of astonishment, Li Xin, noticing his prolonged silence, presumed he was overwhelmed by the immense profits, and gently nudged him. Ye Kun finally regained his composure, realizing he was still in the bank lobby. He chuckled awkwardly, and said to Li Xin, withdraw 500,000. Each of the 2 traders will receive 100,000, and you will take 300,000 as a token of appreciation for your hard work during this period. The 2 traders hastily expressed their gratitude and quickly departed with their bonuses. Li Xin, taken aback to find she too would receive a share, an impressive 300,000, was so elated that she deeply bowed to Ye Kun. In the moment of her bow, her attire shifted slightly, causing a minor wardrobe malfunction, and as she rose, she noticed Ye Kun's gaze lingering on her. Her cheeks flushed as she adjusted her collar, secretly reveling in her own allure, which was indeed not lacking. Ye Kun cleared his throat a few times to mask his embarrassment. Transfer 50 million Hong Kong dollars to my stock account. Begin quietly acquiring shares of Wharf Holdings and Technology Huangpu. Keep the operation discreet to avoid alerting anyone. He added. Additionally, 10 million will arrive this afternoon, all to be converted into Hong Kong dollars. Li Xin nodded earnestly, taking note. As for that dinner I promised you, once I'm done with my current tasks, I shall fulfill it. You may choose any restaurant in Hong Kong. Ye Kun's tone softened. Li Xin smiled in agreement. But as she lowered her head for a moment, seemingly recalling something, her face blushed again. Once the immediate tasks were handled, Chu Tian dialed Ji's number, instructing him to come pick them up. He then settled into a sofa at HSBC, beginning to review the system rewards as the interface gradually unfolded. Host, Ye Kun. 3-dimensional attributes, strength 8, spirit 12, speed 7, baseline value is 10. Family, Ye family, titled as a minor family. Family aura, loyal to the family. Influence, 1,150 points 10,000 points. Number of family members, 20, with loyalty ratings available for review. Those above 90 are willing to sacrifice for the family, never to betray. Industry, Ye's Group. With its subsidiary Ye's Real Estate Company. Assets, 10 million US dollars, 74.9 million Hong Kong dollars. Available attribute points, 5 points, can be bestowed upon others. Family guards, 2 individuals. Elite warriors, gender selectable, with all 3 attributes at 15, possessing a built-in storage space of 10 cubic meters, and having potential for upgrades, awaiting extraction. System space, 1,000 cubic meters. System upgrade conditions. Family assets must reach 100 million US dollars, and influence must attain 10,000 points. Upon upgrade, new functionalities will be unlocked. Ye Kun has allocated the 5 attribute points, adding 2 to strength and 3 to speed. In an instant, a warm sensation coursed through his body. As his physical condition finally aligned with the standard of an ordinary person, noticing that attribute points could be used for others. He felt a stir within and inquired, how can these points be applied to others? Ding. The system will generate a genetic potion, with each vial containing 3 points, enhancing each attribute by 1 point. Understanding the mechanism, he commanded, extract the 2 male guards. Ding. Extraction successful, with a countdown of 1 minute. In no time, 2 middle-aged men clad in black suits and wearing sunglasses approached steadily, standing before him in unison, saying, Boss, what are your names? Ye Kun asked. We have yet to receive names. Please bestow us with one. The 2 responded respectfully. Then let us name you Ye and Ye Air. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for my travel and safety. Understood, boss, they replied in unison. Shortly thereafter, the driver arrived. Once in the car, Ye Kun addressed him. Xiao Lu? You need not drive anymore. Xiao Lu felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he had made a mistake, about to explain himself. However, Ye Kun continued. You will be transferred to the company's driver team as the leader. Xiao Lu was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. He bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Upon arriving at the company, Ye Kun entered his office, where a thick stack of documents awaited him. He sighed softly. Although his second uncle managed some affairs, many matters still required his personal signature to take effect. At that moment, Yi Ming burst in, her face aglow with delight. Brother, you're finally back. Yet, before she could finish, a hint of grievance surfaced in her eyes. Ye Kun stepped closer, gently stroking her hair. What is the matter, brother? While you were away these past few days, Chen Jia has been coming to the company daily to harass us, and we can't seem to drive him away. Recently, some suppliers have caught wind of rumors, claiming our company is on the verge of collapse, and they are constantly blocking the entrance demanding debts. Ye Kun gently patted Yi Ming's shoulder. Do not worry, I have brought back ample funds this time, enough to support the company's forthcoming development. Yi S will not falter. Upon mentioning Chen Jia, his tone turned icy, his gaze sharp. This person must be dealt with. After comforting Yi Ming, he returned to his work, not finishing the pile of documents until 4:30 in the afternoon. He stood to stretch his limbs and then dialed the phone of his third uncle, Yi Jiahong. Moments later, a young man answered. Hello, who is this? The other party inquired. Recognizing the voice, Ye Kun replied, Brother Yuan, it's me, a Kun. How is my uncle's health? This person was Yi Jiahong's eldest son, Yi Yuan, a graduate of the Hong Kong Police Academy, serving as the deputy leader in the Kowloon District's anti-gang unit. A Kun, father has fully recovered. He just mentioned wanting to return to the company tomorrow to help out. Yi Yuan responded. That is wonderful. The company's affairs will soon become more demanding. We truly can't do without my uncle's presence. Ye Kun smiled. Would you like to speak directly with him? Yi Yuan asked. No need. Please tell him to come to my villa this weekend. We shall pay respects to our ancestors together. Bring Xiaoji along as well. Xiaoji refers to Yiji, Yi Jiahong's youngest son, who is 19 and studying law at the University of Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan's expression turned serious. All right, a Kun. I will convey your message. You may continue with your tasks. After hanging up, Yi Kun contacted the secretary's office, instructing Yi Ming to come upstairs. Once Yi Ming entered, he said, Xiao Ming, put your current tasks on hold. Notify all family members aged 18 and above residing in Hong Kong to gather at my home this Sunday. We will conduct ancestral rites and discuss the future path of our family. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming understood the gravity of the matter and immediately prepared to act. As she reached the door, Ye Kun added, Remember to invite Uncle Gu, he is one of us from the Yi family. This remark landed like a stone in a serene pond. Yi Ming trembled slightly, turning to Ye Kun and deeply bowing. Her father, Chu Xian, was an adopted son-in-law. Although he had never faced overt discrimination and his marriage was harmonious, he was invariably excluded from ancestral rites. She had witnessed the unmasked sorrow in her father's eyes. After Yi Ming left, Ye Kun sat alone in his office, contemplating the future of the family. He spread out a sheet of paper and meticulously pinned down his plans. Engrossed until past 9 in the evening, the entire building had fallen silent, leaving him as the sole occupant. Once he organized the document filled with his visions, he drove home. The following morning, upon arriving at the company, he spotted Yi Jiahong already in the lobby. He approached him. Uncle San, you look well. Yi Jiahong waved with a smile. I've been well for a while now. Your Aunt San insisted I rest, but I simply couldn't stay idle. So I came to see if I could lend a hand. Ha! Ye Kun beamed. Uncle San, the company matters have been resolved. Our lives will only get smoother from here on out. Really resolved? Has the bank agreed to release the funds? Yi Jiahong asked, puzzled. Ye Kun chuckled lightly. Patience. Let us go to my office for a moment, and I'll explain everything once Uncle Air and Aunt Xiao arrive. He instructed the front desk to summon Yi Hanwen and Yi Suqing. After a while, the two entered the office in succession, and once seated, Ye Kun began. Uncle Air, Uncle San, Aunt Xiao, the crisis has passed. We can now proceed with our endeavors without restraint. The three exchanged glances, and Ye Jiaheng furrowed his brow. Which bank has relented? Ye Kun recounted his recent experiences in stock trading and futures, leaving the three of them astonished, as if they were listening to a legendary tale. Ye Jiaheng abruptly stood up. You made over 100 million in just over 10 days? Ye Kun nodded, his expression serious. He refrained from mentioning the system's reward of $10 million, only attributing the gains to high leverage. Once their emotions settled and the office fell quiet, Ye Kun turned to Ye Hanwen. Uncle Air, how much more funding is needed to complete the Yutian Garden? Ye Hanwen pondered briefly. Approximately 8 million HKD. Considering its high-end positioning, the materials must be of quality. Next, Ye Kun turned to Ye Suqing. Aunt Xiao, how much do we owe the suppliers for materials? Around 2 million, primarily for cement and steel, as we are only sourcing the best, naturally driving up the price, she responded. After hearing this, Ye Kun stated decisively, all right. I will transfer 80 million to the company account shortly. You allocate 25 million to Uncle Air to settle the final payment for Yutian Garden. The remaining funds should be used to clear all debts with suppliers, and then blacklist them. We shall no longer engage in business with them. He then addressed Ye Hanwen. Uncle Air, aside from completing Yutian Garden, utilize the remaining funds to acquire the land in Butterfly Bay. Purchase as much as possible. Ye Hanwen looked puzzled. A Kun, that place is merely a fishing village. Why buy that land? Ye Kun smiled slightly. Trust me, it's a rare opportunity. A port will soon be constructed there, and the land prices are currently low. Ye Hanwen, though uncertain, trusted Ye Kun's judgment and did not press further. Ye Kun then patted Ye Jiaheng's shoulder. Uncle San, let the past remain in the past. We shall start anew, and I assure you, we will be stronger than before. Ye Jiaheng lowered his head and sighed, expressing his dissatisfaction. I simply cannot accept that after so many years of hard work, the company has vanished just like that. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Ye Kun replied with unwavering determination. I have a new task for you, to acquire a newspaper. We must establish our own voice and cannot allow ourselves to be tarnished any longer. If funds are insufficient, seek assistance from your aunt. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Ye Jiaheng's eyes. All right, let us start anew. Ye Kun then turned to Ye Suqing, speaking softly. Aunt, inform uncle that it is time he ceases idling at home and begins to contribute. One day, we shall ensure the Chun family is completely eradicated. Chu Xian was originally Ye Suqing's husband, overseeing the chain of supermarkets under the Ye Group's banner. Due to the Chun family's covert schemes, numerous stores were found to be selling expired food, leading to closures by the food safety authorities and the confiscation of all goods. Feeling he had betrayed the trust of the Ye family and failed in his managerial duties, he withdrew from the world, isolating himself at home. Ye Suqing smiled gently, understanding that with his temperament, he would heed no one's counsel. Have him come to the company tomorrow. I will speak with him personally. If he refuses, I shall make it clear before our ancestors on the day of the memorial, and we shall see if he has the face to stand there for his first ancestral worship. Ye Suqing nodded. Very well. I will do my utmost to persuade him tonight. Chapter 4. The Report. After the three departed, the office fell silent once more. He immediately immersed himself in work, reviewing documents page by page, not finishing until noon. Following a brief respite after lunch, he became absorbed in revising the family's development blueprint, only returning home around 8 or 9 in the evening. As he lay in bed, Ye Kun could not help but sigh. Financial resources always seemed painfully insufficient. He began to sift through memories in his mind, pondering what opportunities, apart from Kowloon Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa, could yield substantial profits. Suddenly, he was struck with an idea. Xingye Group. How could he have almost forgotten this enterprise? In his previous life, it had been notorious, a minefield where countless investors lost everything. Yet, while it was a disaster for others, it might present an opportunity for him. Short selling could yield significant profits, and surely some investment firms would be willing to collaborate. Years ago, a manager surnamed Zong had fabricated financial statements and inflated revenue to drive up stock prices. Once the news broke, the stock price surged dramatically, skyrocketing from 54 to 32 yuan in just 7 days. Alas, the good times did not last. The fraudulent activities were exposed, and he was promptly taken away by economic investigation officers. The stock price plummeted, collapsing to the 1 yuan mark. This was indeed an opportune moment. If managed correctly, it could net tens of millions. Tomorrow, I shall visit the HSBC Securities Trading Hall to gauge the market. The following morning, Ye Kun rose early, intending to finish company matters before heading to HSBC to investigate the situation regarding Xingye's stock. After about 5 minutes on the road, Yi, in the driver's seat, suddenly became alert. Boss, we are being followed, he whispered, casting a furtive glance at Ye Air. Ye Air promptly retrieved a silver handgun from his personal space. Ye Kun's heart tensed. After all, He had never encountered such a scene before. Just as the two fixated on the pursuing vehicle, a heavy truck sped towards them, showing no signs of slowing down. As a collision seemed imminent, pedestrians and vehicles alike scrambled to evade the oncoming threat. Ye, with a grave expression, shouted, "Boss, hold on tight." With a deft maneuver, he executed a perfect drift, narrowly avoiding a head-on collision with the truck, though the rear of the Rolls-Royce was still violently struck, leaving the three inside momentarily disoriented. Before they could collect their thoughts, the pursuing vehicle had stopped, and two men in trench coats emerged, brandishing handguns, and began firing at the luxury car. Ye swiftly drew his weapon and turned to Ye Kun, whispering, "Boss, stay in the car and do not move. I will return shortly." He then looked at Ye, "You keep an eye on the boss." Before he could finish, the car door was violently pushed open, and Ye leaped out, agilely taking cover behind a white van. In the next instant, gunfire erupted, bang. One of the assailants had his right hand blown apart, collapsing to the ground in agony. The second assailant, caught off guard, suffered the same fate, bang. His right hand was similarly destroyed by the explosion of gunfire, and he slumped down helplessly. A brief silence enveloped the surroundings. Ye Kun opened the car door and stepped out slowly, with Ye following closely, scanning the area with vigilance. The two men on the ground writhed in pain, their cries echoing. Ye Kun looked down at them, his voice icy as he declared, "Only one of you can live. I want to know what I need to know, and you are aware of it." The two assassins exchanged glances, almost simultaneously screaming, "It was Ye who sent us to kill you." Ye Kun's gaze darkened slightly, yet a cold smile played on his lips. "What about the truck driver? Was he involved as well?" One of them hurriedly replied, "He arranged it. The driver is also his man, cooperating with us." Ye Kun ceased his inquiries, simply stating, "Ye, take care of them." Ye nodded, raising his silver-gray handgun. Bang, bang. With two shots, the assassins' heads were obliterated, and silence reigned once more. Ye Kun approached, staring at the gun for a moment. "Is this a Desert Eagle?" he asked, looking up at Ye. Ye scratched his head, a hint of shyness in his demeanor as he replied, "Yes, boss. This is our standard issue equipment." Ding. System task triggered. Uncover the truth behind the deaths of the host's parents. Avenge the parents. Task successful. Reward of 5 elite bodyguards, 10 attribute points, and a small military production base. Task failure. System will automatically unbind. If one cannot even clear the enmity of close relatives, they are unworthy of this system. Ye Kun's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart feeling as though it had been struck. So, the death of his parents was indeed no accident. Had it not been for Ye and Ye's protection today, he too might have perished in a car accident. He slowly raised his head to look at Ye beside him. "Follow orders." "Boss, please give your instructions." Ye stood at attention. "Investigate whether the incident involving my parents years ago is related to the Chin family. Also, find out everything about the driver who caused the accident, as well as the driver of today's truck. Leave no stone unturned." "Yes, boss." Ye replied and swiftly departed, his figure soon disappearing around the street corner. Ye Kun remained in place, his fingertips trembling slightly. He made a silent vow. Ye must die without exception, and no one could save him. If it turned out that his parents' deaths were indeed linked to the Chin family, he would ensure that the entire Chin clan would be wiped out. As for the two drivers, regardless of their underlying motives, having dared to act, they had already stepped into a trap. Exterminate the entire family. Countless stories he had read in his previous life taught him one thing: if one does not uproot the weeds, they shall regrow with the spring breeze. As the morning progressed, the streets became busier, and passers-by began dialing emergency services. Ye Kun had no intention of lingering, let alone facing police inquiries. So he turned to leave. He pulled out his phone and called Ye Yuan, briefly explaining the circumstances. On the other end, Ye Yuan anxiously questioned, "Kun, are you all right? Are you injured?" "The situation here is stable. My security personnel have subdued the assailants on the spot, but I am concerned about potential aftershocks. Please come by when you can." Ye Kun provided a brief address. "I'm not far away. I'll head over immediately," Ye Yuan replied. Before long, the wailing of police sirens sliced through the air, and the first to arrive was a 3-member team from the local precinct, led by a competent-looking female officer, followed by 2 young police officers. Ye Kun stood still, gesturing for Ye to approach and engage with them. After a moment, the female officer stepped forward, her tone steady. "Mr. Ye, I am Zhang Qianwen. You may call me Officer Zhang. We need you to cooperate with us and come to the police station to complete the necessary records." Ye Kun furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his apologies, stating that a legal representative would handle this matter with you, as his personal schedule was inconvenient for arrangements. Just as Zhang Qianwen was about to speak, a voice emerged from the side. "Junior sister, let me take care of this case." The speaker was Ye Yuan, who approached them. His gaze swept over the 2 bodies on the ground, their heads severely disfigured, rendering their identities nearly unrecognizable. When he turned to look at Ye Kun, the latter had finally grasped the situation at the scene and awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. "An informant has been tracking them and notified me immediately after the incident." His words came out somewhat hastily, as he had not closely examined the condition of the bodies upon his arrival. Zhang Qianwen remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. "All right, senior brother, I will hand this over to your anti-crime team." She then turned to Ye Kun and quietly inquired, "Have you had any recent conflicts with anyone? Or do you have any suspects in mind?" Ye Kun gently shook his head, indicating there were no leads. Zhang Qianwen retrieved a business card from her pocket, stating, "Please contact me as soon as you encounter similar situations." Ye Kun accepted it, tucked it into his pocket, and softly expressed his gratitude. After her figure vanished around the corner, Ye Kun quietly asked, "Do you have any idea?" Ye Kun slowly nodded. "It's Chunjia. There is also a truck driver who escaped. I now suspect that my parents' incident may also involve the Chen family. Brother Yuan, please help me investigate the driver who caused my parents' accident. I want to verify his background personally." Ye Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. "I have been closely following Uncle's case. The driver at that time had no apparent abnormalities upon investigation. However, considering that Chunjia dares to send someone to kill you, it is indeed worth reevaluating whether that accident was truly an accident." He paused. "In a couple of days, I will bring him out under the pretext of involvement in organized crime for you to handle." His subordinates transported the bodies away, and Ye Kun classified the case on the spot as a gang-related armed robbery, with the perpetrators shot dead by the police during their attempt to flee. Once the aftermath was settled, Ye Kun and Ye left the scene, returned home to switch cars, and headed straight for HSBC Bank. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the Chun Group's executive office, Chunjia lounged in the boss's chair, his legs crossed, gazing at the vacant seat, gently swaying his body. He silently mused, "Ye Kun, I have already given you a chance. If you do not appreciate it, do not blame me for being ruthless. Since the old man could not swallow the remaining assets of your Ye family, let me shatter this hardest bone." He intended to show him that what he could not accomplish, he could. Suddenly, the office door was flung open, and Chun Jiahao strode in, slamming the door shut with a bang. Chun Jia jumped in fright. "Dad, what's wrong?" Chun Jiahao approached him with a dark expression, his voice low. "Where are the Sun brothers?" Chun Jia's eyes darted, responding quietly, I'm not sure." Before he finished speaking, Chun Jiahao slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Speak." This outburst sent Chun Jia into a panic, stammering, "I sent them to handle something. They will be back soon." "What matter?" Chun Jiahao pressed on. "That kid Ye Kun has been fixated on the land of Yutian Garden. I just wanted to see how long they could hold out by changing the head of the Ye family." Chun Jia gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chun Jiahao was nearly beside himself with rage, almost wanting to slap him across the face. "Do you think I am unaware of the methods? If we could act against him, would we need to wait for you to act on your own?" "Huh." Chun Jia was taken aback, confusion written all over his face. The last time we acted against his parents, we had already crossed a red line in the business world. The Chen family can turn a blind eye. But those top-tier families are beginning to distance themselves from us. We have been too ruthless. Others are not fools. How could they not guess? Even if Ye Kun himself does not suspect, his second and third uncles will certainly not be oblivious. It's just that we acted too quickly for them to react. By the time they consider counterattacks, the situation will have already been set. But now, with your actions, you are pushing our Chun family towards a dead end. The real circle will no longer cooperate with us." Chun Jiahao's tone was grave. Upon hearing this, Chun Jia finally realized how foolish he had been. He had thought his father was too soft-hearted to act, but it turned out he simply could not act. "What do we do now?" he asked softly. "From today onward, abandon the contention for the land of Yutian Garden and completely sever ties with the Ye family. Erase all traces," Chun Jiahao ordered coldly. "Understood, father." Chun Jia lowered his head in compliance, no longer daring to speak further. On the other side, Ye Kun entered HSBC Bank and headed directly to the stock trading hall, requesting for Li Xiner to be summoned. "Mr. Ye, you've arrived." Li Xiner greeted him with a smile. "Xiner," Ye Kun began. "What is the progress on the acquisitions of Wharf Holdings and Shengkong?" Upon hearing the address, her ears flushed slightly as she earnestly replied, "Currently, the stock price of Wharf Holdings is 186 Hong Kong dollars. We have purchased approximately 1 million shares, costing over 18 million. As for Shengkong, the current price is 153 Hong Kong dollars, and we have acquired around 1.5 million shares, costing approximately 22.9 million. After listening to her report, Ye Kun nodded slightly. "Next, concentrate funds and focus on Wharf Holdings until the money runs out," he calmly instructed. "Got it, Mr. Ye," Li Xiner responded briskly. Ye Kun then inquired about the market performance of Xingye Group today. Xingye has been climbing since a few days ago, surging by 8 Hong Kong dollars yesterday alone. And today it has reached 35 Hong Kong dollars, continuing to rise. I heard they just announced their annual financial report, with profits exceeding last year by over 30. Li Xiner reported while flipping through the data. Chapter 5. I beg you to spare my life. Ye Kun raised an eyebrow. 35 Hong Kong dollars already? Quickly short sell. Borrow as many shares as you can from the market, and act swiftly. His tone was urgent. Li Xiner froze, standing still in shock. She had initially thought Ye Kun would take the opportunity to buy in, only to find him opting for a reverse strategy. However, given the stock's current momentum, she couldn't help but remind him. Follow my instructions. If you delay, it will be too late. Ye Kun's gaze was resolute as he transferred 20 million into his account. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiner turned to process the paperwork. You may want to relax in the VIP room for a while, she suggested. Ye Kun smiled. Today I happen to have some free time. I promised to treat you to dinner, so once you're done, we can head out. This statement made Li Xiner's heart flutter, her cheeks flushing slightly. And her heartbeat quickened. I'll go handle things first, she murmured before hurriedly departing. Due to the soaring stock price of Xingye, the chips held by various institutions were in high demand, but the robust demand facilitated smooth borrowing. In less than an hour, all the required shares were secured. Ye Kun gazed at the holdings on the screen, a smile curling at his lips. Once the news breaks tomorrow, this stock is bound to plummet. He turned to Li Xiner, saying, You carry on with your tasks. I will wait for you here. We'll set off on time after work. Li Xiner nodded and left. About an hour later, she reappeared at the VIP room entrance, dressed in a form-fitting light blue gown. With her long black hair gently tied back with a matching ribbon, she looked as radiant as the shimmering surface of a lake. Ye Kun was momentarily entranced. His gaze fixated on her, completely forgetting to respond. Li Xiner noticed his stare, her heart sweet as honey, yet she feigned calmness. I'm leaving now, brother Ye. The address jolted him back to reality. Huh? Oh, let us go. The two exited HSBC Tower, where Ye had already parked the Bentley business car at the entrance. The Rolls-Royce was under maintenance and unavailable for use. Inside the car, Ye Kun smiled and asked, What do you want to eat? Tonight, you call the shots. Mr. Ye. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted. Mr. is too formal. Just call me Ye Gu. Li Xiner's ears turned slightly red, and she replied, Ye Gu is just fine. Then let us head to the Peninsula Hotel, he suggested. You've worked hard these days. Let us enjoy a sumptuous meal tonight. The private dining room at the Peninsula was exquisite and tranquil, adorned with gold leaf carvings and velvet curtains that exuded understated luxury. Ye Kun ordered slow-cooked butter chicken, roasted broccoli sprouts, and a seafood platter, and he also opened a bottle of Romani Conti. The moment the wine label was revealed, the waitstaff stole a couple of glances at the bottle, which was priced at a staggering 300 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Li Xiner was taken aback by this unexpected display. Her hand trembled, and she hesitated to lift her glass. Seeing her shy demeanor, Ye Kun couldn't help but chuckle. Order whatever you want and drink whatever you desire. Even if you indulge in red wine for 30 days here, it wouldn't cost me what I earn in a single day. With that, his tone was lighthearted. Li Xiner's eyes sparkled at his words, and she mischievously winked at him. Then I shall feast upon you today. The dishes on the table remained largely untouched, save for the nearly empty bottle of red wine. As the wine seeped into her heart, transforming her melancholy into tenderness, Li Xiner's cheeks flushed, her body swayed lightly, and her speech became fragmented, as if she were drifting like willow fluff in the wind. Ye Kun initially intended to escort her home, but she stammered, unable to articulate even her address. With no other option, he reserved a room at the Peninsula Hotel, gently assisted her onto the bed, and then retreated to the bathroom for a quick wash. When he emerged, Li Xiner had slightly regained her composure, her gaze fixed on him, her cheeks warming and her eyes evasive. You should wash up too, Ye Kun said softly, with her head bowed and her face flushed. She responded with a shy acknowledgement before wrapping herself in a bath towel and heading to the bathroom. Approximately half an hour later, she emerged, draped in a white towel. Her skin as pale as snow, tinged with a delicate blush, reminiscent of blossoming petals in spring or the dew-kissed magnolia, pure, tender, and breathtakingly beautiful. Ye Kun stared at her, his heart racing and throat tightening. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands folded on her lap, her head lowered, as if unsure of how to place her emotions. In that moment, Ye Kun could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward and embraced her, and as their lips met, all rationality dissipated like leaves in the wind. They held each other tightly, the towel slipping away unnoticed, the night silently enveloping them. The roles of hunter and prey having long since blurred, with no one able to discern who controlled this game. It was not until noon the next day that sunlight streamed through the curtain slits, waking them from their slumber. Ye Kun ordered lunch, and they dined together in a serene and gentle atmosphere. He said to her, Xiner, don't go to the office today. I happen to have business at HSBC and can help you take a day off. A faint blush appeared on her face as she nodded slightly. After a brief tidy-up, Ye Kun departed the hotel, instructing Yi to bring the car, heading straight for HSBC. After he left, Li Shiner summoned a waitress, requested a pair of scissors, and carefully cut out the bright red mark from the bedsheet, tucking it into her bag. She then replaced the bedsheets with new ones, her movements slow and deliberate, as if preserving a secret she wished to keep hidden. Upon reaching HSBC, Ye Kun sought out a service manager to discuss Li Shiner's leave. The manager scrutinized him for a long while, his gaze laden with unspoken implications, making Ye Kun feel somewhat uneasy. After hastily dismissing him, he entered the stock trading hall and called over a male manager in his 30s to manage his account. Just then, a shout erupted from the crowd. Financial fraud at Ye Group has been exposed. Sell quickly. If you don't sell now, it will be too late. Instantly, the hall erupted into chaos. Many turned pale, frantically checking their accounts, witnessing Ye's stock price plummet to 25 Hong Kong dollars, with scant transactions and sell orders piling up. Ye Kun stood calmly at the center of the crowd, observing the pandemonium around him, a slight smile gracing his lips. People rushed to sell, yet no one was there to buy, plunging the entire hall into disarray. Remarkable, Mr. Ye. Your move is truly masterful, the male manager exclaimed, admiration evident as he gave Ye Kun a thumbs up. He then extended his hand, introducing himself as Shun Jiannan, the branch manager of HSBC in Causeway Bay. Ye Kun was not unfamiliar with this name. In his previous life, Shun Jiannan had risen through the ranks to become an executive director at HSBC, a paragon of corporate success. Such a figure was worth cultivating a friendship with. Ye Kun smiled in response, shaking his hand. Ye Kun, chairman of Ye Group. Shun Jiannan raised an eyebrow slightly, although he had not heard of Ye Kun's name before. Ye Group had recently become a topic of heated discussion within Hong Kong's elite circles. Rumors circulated regarding its financial troubles and impending bankruptcy. Yet here stood a composed and extraordinary individual, clearly harboring deeper secrets. After exchanging pleasantries and finding common ground in conversation, they found themselves increasingly in sync. Just then, Shun Jiannan suddenly shifted the topic. Mr. Ye, have you considered transferring your company's accounts to us? Ye Kun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Since Manager Shun has made the proposal, it shall be done. However, I hope that should difficulties arise in the future, you will not stand idly by. Of course. Shun Jiannan replied with a smile. Now that we are friends, how could we not stand up for each other? Come, let us see how far Ye has fallen now. Ye Kun said, rising to approach the trading hall's large screen, with Shun Jiannan following closely behind. In just a moment, the numbers on the screen had plummeted from their peak to 15 Hong Kong dollars, a staggering drop of over $10 in a short time. Brother Ye, it seems you are destined to return with a full bounty today, Shun Jiannan remarked, unable to suppress his laughter as he gazed at the data. All thanks to your good words, Brother Shun, Ye Kun replied, his smile deepening. The rate of decline accelerated further, panic spreading throughout the market. What was a disaster for others was a feast for Ye Kun. With prices of 125, 108, and 98, Ye Kun estimated the bottom to be around 5 Hong Kong dollars. Sure enough, it soon dipped to 6 Hong Kong dollars. Ye Kun turned to Shun Jiannan and said, that should suffice. Kindly arrange for someone to wrap things up. All right. Shun Jiannan replied decisively, summoning a young man in his 20s. Manager Shun, the young man nodded respectfully. Xiao Chu. This client is shorting Xingye and is now closing their position. Please handle the paperwork and return the stocks to the institution. Xiao Chu's heart raced, though his expression remained composed. To be able to withdraw unscathed in the midst of a complete rout while also making a significant profit. This person was certainly no ordinary character. Half an hour later, the final transaction was completed, with the repurchase price fixed at 49 Hong Kong dollars. With an initial capital of 20 million, it transformed into 1 billion in revenue, yielding nearly 6 times the profit. Shun Jiannan witnessed this entire scene, his heart filled with astonishment and genuine admiration. Brother Shun, I must take my leave now. I will send someone tomorrow to coordinate the account opening matters with your bank. Ye Kun said, shaking hands to bid farewell. All right, Brother Ye, take care. Shun Jiannan personally escorted him out of the bank. After returning to the Peninsula Hotel, Ye Kun shared dinner with Li Shiner before retiring to his room for rest. Ye Er followed the trail to Chun Jia's villa, quietly slipping in through a side window. As soon as he landed, he noticed 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance, their expressions alert. He refrained from acting recklessly and instead stealthily approached a vase in the hall, taking cover behind it while swiftly retrieving a Desert Eagle. With the gun slightly raised, 2 muffled shots shattered the silence. Bang, bang, the bullets accurately pierced the chests of the 2 guards. They had barely registered what was happening before collapsing, blood quickly soaking into the carpet. The gunfire startled the other guards, several of whom rushed out, attempting to surround the intruder. However, Ye Er moved like lightning, evading, aiming, and shooting in one fluid motion. In less than 3 minutes, All the bodyguards lay incapacitated, none able to rise. He strolled toward the master bedroom. And upon pushing the door open, he found Chun Jie awakened, his complexion ashen, the woman beside him curled up and trembling, gasping for breath. Were those 2 assassins you dispatched today? Ye Er's voice was low, yet it resonated with a chilling undertone. Chun Jie feigned composure. Elder brother, what are you saying? I truly do not know. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Er raised his hand and fired a shot. The woman on the bed collapsed. The sheets instantly soaked in blood, not a single cry escaping her lips. Chun Jie lost control, urine dripping from the edge of the bed. The air thick with a pungent odor. Ye Er frowned and waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, "This is your final opportunity." Having never encountered such a scene, the wealthy scion was utterly shattered. It was my father. He orchestrated it. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. He unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto his father. Ye Er's gaze remained unflinching as he continued to press. Who was responsible for the deaths of Ye Kun's parents? It was also my father. He did it all. If you seek vengeance, go after him. If he dies, I will surrender the Chun group to you. Just spare my life. Is there anyone else involved? Ye Er inquired, his tone calm, yet laden with pressure. No. Truly no one else. It was all my father's doing. I even advised him, but he refused to listen. I beg you, grant me a chance to live. Unable to ascertain the truth or whether there were deeper secrets, Ye Er raised his gun and fired a bullet into Chun Jie's left leg. Chun Jie screamed in agony. Rolling on the floor, cold sweat pouring down as he clutched his bleeding thigh, howling incessantly. Relate the entire matter from the beginning, Ye Er commanded, looking down at him. If your account deviates from what I know, your right leg will share the same fate. If it holds true, I might consider sparing your life. Trembling, Chun Jie began. My father and Chairman Yi Bolai were in contention over the land of the Imperial Garden, and he ultimately lost. Unable to swallow this humiliation, he resorted to murdering Chairman Yi, intending to consume the entirety of the Yi group. Now, only the piece of land held by the real estate company remains. And Ye Kun refuses to sell. My father sent someone to kill him today. It is all the truth. I am not involved. I implore you, spare my life. I will offer everything from the Chun group. Chapter 6. A Genuine Repentance. Ye Er fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "How did you find that driver today?" His son is afflicted with leukemia and urgently needs money for treatment. My father provided him with 500,000, and he agreed to it. The driver who killed Chairman Yi was also bribed with 500,000 by my father, as his wife was gravely ill. They are both receiving treatment at Mary Hospital in Xiangjiang. It should not be difficult to investigate. Brother, what I say is the truth. I beg you, spare my life. I will offer all the funds of the company. Before he could finish, Chun Jie's pupils constricted, a spray of blood erupted from his chest, and he collapsed to the ground. Ye Er retrieved gasoline from his personal space, dousing every corner of the villa before striking a match. The flames swiftly engulfed the wooden structure, thick smoke billowing upward. Gunshots had already prompted bystanders to call the police, and upon their arrival, they discovered the fire spiraling out of control and immediately contacted the fire department for assistance. The inferno raged throughout the night, extinguished only as dawn broke. The following morning, Ye Kun and Li Xiner exited the Peninsula Hotel, where Ye Er had already been waiting in a black sedan. Boss, we have uncovered the truth. The mastermind is Chun Jiahao. Both truck drivers had registered at Mary Hospital, their families suffering from serious illnesses and unable to afford medical expenses, thus accepting bribes from Chun Jiahao and Chun Jie to partake in the murder. Ye Kun's gaze was icy, his voice deep. Not a single member of the Chun family shall be spared. I remember Chun Jie has siblings. Bring them all in and execute them in front of Chun Jiahao. But those 2 drivers killed for the sake of saving their loved ones, did they not? Then let them witness their parents, wives, and children perish one by one before their eyes. Let them experience utter despair before they meet their end. Do you understand? Understood. Boss, I will ensure their demise is excruciatingly slow. Go do it. Ye Kun waved dismissively. He first took Li Xiner to HSBC Tower before heading to the company alone. Upon entering, he encountered his uncle Chu Xian, who was also Yi Suqing's husband. Uncle, you've arrived? Ye Kun greeted. Xiao Kun, Chu Xian acknowledged with a slight bow. His tone heavy, Ye Kun said little, directly inviting him into the office. Inside, Yi Meng was organizing documents and prepared to leave upon noticing them. Sister Meng, please step outside for a moment, Ye Kun instructed. He understood that his father always wished to maintain some dignity in front of his daughter. Let us not dwell on past matters, Ye Kun slowly began after sitting down. There has been a situation within the company. Someone set a trap. And it is not your fault. I am currently short-staffed. Would you be willing to return and assist me? Xiao Kun. Chu Xian hesitated. Enough. I ask only one question. Will you or will you not? Do you expect me to shoulder this burden alone until collapse? Ye Kun chuckled lightly. Chu Xian raised his gaze, his resolve firm. All right. Since you trust me and grant me this opportunity, I will exert all my efforts this time. Should there be any missteps, I shall accept your judgment. I recall you studied finance. Ye Kun suddenly inquired. Yes, I majored in finance at university. Chu Xian nodded in response. Chu Xian, register a securities company. I will arrange the funding. I will provide a stock list. Simply purchase according to it. Once the reputation is established, we will launch a high-yield fund specifically for government officials to invest in. Start by securing 10 million from your wife. Once the company is established, notify me immediately, and I will handle the stock selection. Ye Kun's tone remained calm. Understood, Xiao Kun, I will get right on it. Chu Xian replied, nodding. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned to leave and began preparing the necessary arrangements. Ye Kun still needed to refine the overall layout of the family. The family meeting was just 2 days away and must not be mishandled. Regarding the media, his third uncle had already acquired a newspaper, planning to leverage financial content as a breakthrough to make the first strike. He closed his eyes, recalling the stocks poised to rise or fall from Monday to Friday next week. Analyzing the logic behind each fluctuation based on the financial theories he possessed, which stocks would strengthen due to favorable policies, and which would plummet due to dismal earnings reports. He aimed to transform this newspaper into a profit, stirring up waves in Xiangjiang, and eventually establishing a voice in the global financial arena. Once the newspaper spoke, the market would have to listen. By evening, he finally completed all the written documents. Summoning Yi Meng, he instructed her to invite Yi Jiahing over. A Kun. What is the matter? Yi Jiahing inquired as he entered. Ye Kun handed him a stack of papers. Third uncle, the content for next week's newspaper is all here. Publish it as is. From now on, our media will be called the Yi Group newspaper, and this publication will be titled The Financial Report. Yi Jiahing perused the documents. His expression stirred, yet he refrained from further comment. Ye Kun's past performance had been sufficient to earn trust. He silently collected the materials and turned to leave. Night enveloped the Chun family villa. Chun Jiahao stood in front of his son's urn. Beside him a well-dressed woman, his wife. Behind them stood a man and a woman, Chun Jia's siblings. Chun Jiahao's eyes reddened, fists clenched. It must have been Ye Kun. It has to be him. Chun Jia just dispatched someone to act, and now he is dead. Hatred blazed in his eyes. The woman collapsed to the ground, crying out incessantly, Master, you must avenge Jia. Enough. I know who did this. I will contact the syndicate tomorrow. Just as the words left his mouth, a low voice resonated from the shadows. I'm afraid you won't have that tomorrow. The group turned abruptly to see a man dressed in black slowly emerging. A desert eagle gripped in his hand. As they recognized the firearm, their faces turned pale. Bodyguards. Someone. Qin Jiahao shouted. No need to call. I've already sent them to meet the king of hell, the man sneered coldly. That was Ye, moving with a steady gait and a cold, piercing gaze. The boss forbade them from dying too swiftly, hence he would not pull the trigger. Chun Jia's sister trembled all over, nearly collapsing. As Ye approached, Chun Jiahao's heart raced wildly, his eyes fixed on the gun, terror penetrating his very bones. In a swift motion, Ye kicked Chun Jiahao in the chest with such force that he was sent sprawling to the ground, unable to move for a long moment. Seeing their father in distress, his children instinctively moved forward to assist, but Chun Jiahao laboriously raised his hand, signaling them not to come closer. I concede. Do as you wish with me. I can offer you another 10 million, just spare my wife and children. He gasped for breath, his voice trembling. How much did Ye Kun give you? I'll pay double, no, 5 times. Even 10 times if necessary. You must understand, I am far wealthier than he is. Ye let out a cold laugh. Can your wealth buy back my boss's parents' lives? He explicitly instructed me to make this enjoyable for you. As he watched the retreating figures of the wife and children, Ye stepped forward, raising his desert eagle and striking Chun Jiahao's wife on the head with the butt of the gun. Blood gushed forth instantly, and she fell to the ground, silent. Chen Tian and Chen Jing screamed in terror. Ye, expressionless, advanced, and the gunstock came down repeatedly, causing the two to collapse as well. Stop! Don't touch them. Chun Jiahao's eyes turned crimson, nearly tearing apart from rage. Yet Ye remained unresponsive, retrieving rope from his bag and swiftly binding all 4 of them tightly, tearing strips of cloth to gag them. He wanted to avoid any unforeseen complications, fearing that noise might attract outsiders. Only Chun Jiahao remained conscious, continuously pleading, please, let them go. Ye, uninterested, silenced him as well. He turned and entered the kitchen, emerging with a basin of cold water, which he splashed over the 3. They jolted awake, their eyes filled with dread. Ye looked down upon them, chuckling lightly. Do not gaze at me with such fear. All of this is a result of your dear father and brother. Before his words faded, he drew out a dagger, ignoring Chun Jiahao's desperate struggles, and began to stab each body repeatedly. Minutes later, every individual bore wounds of varying depths, blood flowing profusely, yet they still clung to life. Ye stood, coldly observing as they gradually lost their strength, their blood slowly saturating the floor. As their breaths grew faint and heartbeats nearly ceased, he whispered, "Reflect well after you descend." He then produced gasoline, evenly dousing the four of them. With a flick of a lighter, flames erupted, illuminating the entire room in a fiery glow. Ye turned away from the villa, his figure merging into the night. But this was not the end, it was merely the beginning. He soon arrived at Mary Hospital, seeking the driver of the truck that had killed Ye Kun's parents. The man had just been released by the police, sitting in a hospital room, bewildered while visiting his child. The hospital was bustling with activity, making it inconvenient for a commotion. Ye stealthily entered, covering the man's mouth with his hand, whispering in his ear, "Is 500,000 secure enough for you?" Upon finishing his words, he aimed the gun at the child in the hospital bed and pulled the trigger. Brain matter splattered, and the cries abruptly ceased. The woman, startled awake by the gunfire, had no time to react before a bullet pierced through her skull. The man struggled desperately, but Ye held him firmly, immobilizing him. Chaos erupted around them, screams filling the air as someone dialed the police. Ye hesitated no longer, raising his hand and ending the man's life with a single shot. The corridor fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of approaching police sirens. He concealed his weapon and vanished into the depths of the hospital shadows. The night was thick, and at the end of the hospital corridor, a room door was gently pushed open. A man stepped into the room, only to lose consciousness swiftly. The entire ordeal taking less than 3 minutes. A faint light flickered by the window as Ye leaped out, blending into the night mist. Ye Kun lay asleep in his bed when suddenly, a cold and clear notification rang in his ears. Ding. Task completed, rewards dispatched, 5 bodyguards, 10 attribute points. In a small military factory, he rubbed his temples, silently reciting, "System, allocate the attribute points. Increase strength by 4, mental acuity and speed by 3 each." Ding. Attribute allocation complete. A familiar panel interface emerged before him. Host, Ye Kun. 3-dimensional attributes, strength, 14, mental acuity, 15, speed, 13, baseline value is 10. Family, Ye clan, title, minor clan. Family aura, loyal to the clan. Influence, 3,000 10,000. Clan members, 20, loyalty can be checked. Those above 90 are willing to die for the clan, never to betray. Assets, 45, 76 million US dollars, including company valuation and liquid funds. Attribute points, 0. Can be used for others. Clan bodyguards, 7. Elite warriors, gender selectable, all attributes 15, equipped with 10 cubic meters of space, upgradable, 5 remaining to be extracted. System space, 1,000 cubic meters. Upgrade condition, clan assets reach 100 million US dollars, influence 10,000 points, unlocking new functions at that time. The next morning, major newspapers in Xinjiang exploded with headlines. The Oriental Daily front page reported, "Last night, local tycoon Chen Jiahao's entire family was exterminated, his mansion reduced to ruins. Flames burning until dawn. Who was the mastermind behind this?" Phoenix Television issued an urgent broadcast. A shooting incident erupted at Mary Hospital, 6 casualties, including 2 critically ill children, causing societal upheaval and public panic. The South China Morning Post revealed after in-depth investigation, the bullet types used in the Chen family murder and the hospital shooting were identical. Both custom ammunition, likely originating from the same hand. What deep-seated enmity exists between the Chen family and the perpetrator? When Ye Kun awoke, the sun was already bright. It was Saturday, and he need not go to the company. With a thought, he summoned 5 male bodyguards from the system. Moments later, 5 tall figures entered the villa's hall, their strides synchronized, breathing steady. "Good day, boss," they greeted in unison. Ye Kun scrutinized them, speaking calmly, "From now on, your name shall be Yi San, Yi Si, Yi Wu, Yi Lu, and Yi Qi." "Understood, boss," the 5 responded in thunderous unison. He turned to 2 of them. "Yi Lu, Yi Qi, register a security company next Monday, recruiting retired military personnel from the mainland, establishing a training system. I want to see an elite team. Can you achieve that?" Chapter 7. The evidence chain is severed. "Yes," the 2 replied, their voices resolute as steel, leaving no room for doubt. "Yi San, Yi Si, Yi Wu, you 3 find a discreet location and wait for me. Once I release the military factory, Yi San, you will oversee military production. Yi and Yi Wu will handle sales, targeting the global market." He paused and waved his hand. "Go." No sooner had he finished speaking than the 3 departed swiftly. Meanwhile, a report from the South China Morning Post quietly caught the police's attention. Inspector Zhang Qianwen was assigned to take over the case. As a prominent figure within the police force, she immediately began sorting through the clues. She started with the 6 deceased from the hospital, investigating their backgrounds one by one. Two of the men piqued her interest. They were both truck drivers, with family members suffering from severe illnesses, facing immense financial pressure. Curiously, both had managed to pay their exorbitant medical bills in full at the same time. Where did the money come from? This thread quickly led to the wealthy Chun Jiahao's name. Why would Chun Jiahao choose to subsidize these two? Following this line of inquiry, the truth began to surface. One of the drivers was, in fact, the perpetrator responsible for the tragic accident that claimed the lives of the former chairman of the Ye Group and his wife. Upon hearing the name Ye Group, Zhang Qianwen could not help but conjure the image of Ye Kun in her mind. What a distraction. She reprimanded herself, urging to focus on the case at hand. If Chun Jiahao had indeed paid someone to cause the death of Ye Kun's parents, then the motive became clear. Coincidentally, her deduction aligned with the facts. Yet she understood that conjecture did not equate to evidence. What role did the other driver play? Suddenly, she recalled that on the day of the shooting, a truck had forcefully burst onto the scene, colliding with a Rolls-Royce with such impact that it had been severely deformed, something ordinary vehicles could not achieve. It all clicked into place, she murmured to herself. She now needed to verify several key points. First, after the chairman's death, who became the greatest beneficiary? Second, did the two drivers pay the medical fees precisely around the time of the Ye family's tragedy? Third, did the truck involved in the collision bear any signs of impact? Fourth, did the bullets found in the drivers' bodies match the ammunition used by the assailants targeting Ye Kun? If these points could be confirmed, the case's outline would become clear. Unfortunately, she lacked tangible evidence. Immediately, she called the Kowloon Police's Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, hoping to obtain the autopsy reports of the two assailants. To her dismay, she was informed that the bodies had already been cremated and no bullets had been preserved. Unbelievable. She stomped her foot in frustration. Suddenly, names like Ye Kun and Ye Yuan flashed through her mind. Could it be? Her eyes widened as if a beam of light had cleaved through the fog. Was the entire scheme orchestrated by him? She felt she was on the cusp of the truth. Excitement mingled with anxiety. Without evidence, everything would revert to square one. She tugged at her hair in frustration and decided to pay a personal visit. At noon, with the sun casting slanted rays, Zhang Qianwen stood before Ye Kun's villa and pressed the doorbell. Uncle Fu opened the door to find a strikingly confident female officer, his brow slightly furrowed. "Officer, what brings you here? Please inform Mr. Ye Kun," she replied with a serious demeanor. "I am Zhang Qianwen from the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, and I require his assistance with a significant investigation." When the doorbell rang, Uncle Fu did not immediately open the door. Instead, he spoke through the gap. "Please wait a moment while I notify the young master." With that, he turned and walked towards the inner courtyard. Zhang Qianwen stood outside, her expression calm. She was accustomed to such formalities. The threshold of her own home was not much lower than this one. Inside the study, Ye Kun was perusing an original English edition of an economic theory book, with sunlight streaming in at an angle, illuminating a corner of the page. Uncle Fu lightly knocked twice on the door, speaking softly. "Young master, Officer Zhang is here." Ye Kun nodded, closed the book, and said, "Please ask her to come in." Moments later, Zhang Qianwen entered the study. She surveyed the room's decor before her gaze settled on Ye Kun, who had stood up with a smile, his tone natural. "Welcome. Officer Zhang, what brings you here?" "I wish to inquire about certain details related to a case," she replied, maintaining steady eye contact with him. "Oh." Ye Kun raised an eyebrow slightly. "Which matter are you referring to? Are you aware of the incident that befell the Chun family last night, as well as the shooting that occurred at Mary Hospital?" The moment she posed the question, her gaze locked onto his eyes, seeking any flicker of emotion. Yet, Ye Kun merely shook his head lightly, stating that he had only learned of it from the morning newspaper, expressing genuine shock. "Mr. Chun and my father had business dealings back in their day. I never expected such a tragic conclusion." He paused, lowering his voice. "As for the hospital incident, I heard that a child was injured, which is truly heartbreaking. The police must be under significant pressure." After speaking, he furrowed his brow, appearing sincerely remorseful. Zhang Qianwen couldn't help but smirk inwardly. His acting was quite convincing. She responded nonchalantly, "Rest assured, the perpetrator will be brought to justice." Ye Kun then inquired, "Officer Zhang, what brings you here today? Is there anything I can assist you with? I would like to examine the bullet samples used by your bodyguards at that time, if I may," she suddenly asked, her gaze once again piercing. The air seemed to still for a moment. Ye Kun displayed a look of confusion. "Officer Zhang, the assailant was taken down by your organized crime unit, wasn't it? I recall the news reporting it as such." He paused, his tone shifting to one of gratitude. "Had it not been for the police's timely arrival, I might not be here today. I have always remembered that kindness." Zhang Qianwen felt a tightening in her chest, nearly gritting her teeth. Once those words were out, all responsibility would fall upon the police, and he would emerge as the victim. However, she chose not to dwell on that point. Since he had brought it up, it indicated that a conclusion had already been reached behind the scenes, making further inquiries pointless. She pivoted the conversation. Regarding your father's accident, I express my deepest condolences. If you have any doubts about the investigation's outcome, I can offer my assistance. Ye Kun lowered his head, his fingers gently grazing the tabletop, his voice slightly hoarse. Thank you, Officer Zhang, for your kindness. I have reviewed the scene documentation, and it was indeed an accident. One can only say that fate is capricious. If, she began slowly, your father's death was not an accident? Ye Kun suddenly froze, rising abruptly with a slight tremor in his voice. Officer Zhang, what did you just say? My parents did not pass away due to a car accident, did they? What secrets lie behind this? He grasped Zhang Qianwen's shoulders, his expression urgent. Zhang Qianwen's gaze flickered, a hint of hesitation crossing her mind. Could her deductions be erroneous? Was this individual not the target? She gently stepped back, her tone soothing. Mr. Yi, please do not be alarmed. This is merely my hypothesis and may not be accurate. Ye Kun slowly resumed his seat, his breathing somewhat labored. Officer Zhang, I implore you to thoroughly investigate this matter. I do not wish for my parents' souls to suffer injustice. Chapter 8. Can military secrets be hidden? Zhang Qianwen's expression turned grave as she spoke deliberately. Rest assured, I will meticulously sort through the clues and will certainly provide you with the truth. We never overlook any suspicious individual, nor do we wrong the innocent. Ye Kun stood once more, gripping her hands tightly. Thank you so much, Officer Zhang. Zhang Qianwen felt her cheeks flush slightly, quickly withdrawing her hands and murmuring. I shall not disturb you further. You have your matters to attend to. Before she had finished speaking, she had already turned to leave. Ye Kun summoned Uncle Fu to see her off. At the moment the door closed, both of their faces broke into knowing smiles, laden with meaning. This performance had been nothing short of brilliant. You played your role before me, and I played mine before you. You were aware of my act, and I understood yours. Yet we continued our charade without flaw. This young female officer was quick-witted, meticulous, and possessed an attractive appearance. Ye Kun nodded to himself in approval. In the afternoon, Yi San returned, bringing news of a secret location in the Wanchai district known as the Yin Mountain. Nestled halfway up the mountain was a natural cave. Vast and deep, comparable in size to 2 football fields, more than sufficient to accommodate a small-scale military factory. Ye Kun followed Yi San into the cave, surveying the surroundings and nodding in satisfaction. Once the three had retreated to a safe area, he quietly commanded, System, extract the military factory. Ding. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Note, this factory possesses characteristics that reduce raw material consumption by 60 and enhance product quality threefold. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, dust swirling in the air. In an instant, countless advanced devices materialized, precision machine tools, automated production lines, weapon assembly platforms, everything one could imagine. Handguns, rifles, grenades, bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, energy shields, and even high-sensitivity listening devices were all present. Ye Kun gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. This was no mere small-scale military factory. It could rival the defense bases of certain countries. He turned to Yi San and the others, his tone steady. Tomorrow, I will transfer 20 million yuan. Immediately commence the recruitment process. It is imperative to ensure reliability, with a priority given to hiring relatives who have settled in Hong Kong, accompanied by a doubled salary. Procure the necessary materials and initiate production without delay. The initial products will be exclusively supplied for the use of security companies, followed by a gradual expansion into international markets, emphasizing quality to establish a reputable brand. Furthermore, acquire several second-hand cargo ships. While the cost is modest, they will effectively address transportation issues. Ye Kun systematically delineated the tasks. Yi San silently nodded, his eyes glimmering with excitement and admiration. With the military factory properly arranged, Ye Kun set forth to return home. Tomorrow marks the weekend, and the family ancestral rites are imminent, necessitating early preparations. Upon his return to the villa, Ye Kun instructed Uncle Fu to gather the items required for the next day's ceremony. Among the items is a specific incantation, 6 cups of wine, 6 bowls of rice, and 6 pairs of chopsticks arranged on 3 sides, along with 3 dishes of meat, 6 dishes of vegetables, and 6 varieties of fruit. Uncle Fu, having served the Ye family for many years, was already well versed in these customs and immediately set about making arrangements upon hearing the instructions. Once everyone had dispersed, Ye Kun walked alone to a particular vase on the first floor, gently twisting the vase, which caused the ground to slowly crack open, revealing a hidden staircase. This place serves as the Ye family's exclusive site for ancestral worship and discussions, accessible solely to direct descendants, with outsiders forbidden entry, including Uncle Fu, who had no authority to step foot inside. The basement lights flickered to life, illuminating a spacious hall. The walls were lined with neatly arranged ancestral tablets of generations past, and in the center stood a long table capable of seating 30. Ye Kun brought over clean water and meticulously wiped down the table and offering platform. His movements precise and focused. After more than an hour, he had completed the thorough cleaning of the entire space. He then lit 3 incense sticks and respectfully placed them in the incense burner, bowing to his ancestors. After completing the rites, he exited the secret room, returned the vase to its original position, and the floor silently sealed itself, as if it had never been opened. Having accomplished all of this, Ye Kun ascended the stairs and retired to his room for rest. The following morning, as the weekend dawned, sunlight streamed through the window, and the clock pointed to just past 8. Ye Xiao did not venture out today, since the upheaval in the family. He had devoted his weekdays to school and his weekends to the library, almost exclusively in the company of books, remaining diligent. However, starting today, having received the news, he might finally be able to slightly relieve the burden on his shoulders. Members of the Ye family arrived one after another at Ye Kun's villa. The first to arrive was his third uncle, Ye Jiahong, accompanied by his sons, Ye Yuan and Ye Ji. Ye Kun approached to welcome them, inviting the 3 to take their seats and asking Uncle Fu to serve breakfast. Third uncle, Yuan Gu, Xiaoji, please enjoy your meal, Ye Kun said. Kun, you need not concern yourself with us. Go about your own business, his third uncle replied with a smile. Ye Kun shook his head, saying, everything that needs to be prepared is already in place. Shortly thereafter, his second uncle, Ye Han Wan, arrived with his eldest son, Ye Jian, and daughter, Ye Qi. Second uncle, a Jian, Xiao Qi, come join us for breakfast, Ye Kun warmly invited. The second uncle had 2 sons and 2 daughters, and today he only brought along his eldest son and daughter. Ye Qi, the second uncle's eldest daughter, was 19 years old and had been close to Ye Kun since childhood. Upon entering, she rushed over to hug him. Ye Kun was both amused and exasperated, quickly supporting her down, saying, you little girl, still being so playful at your age? Hee hee, I just want to hug my big brother, she cheekily winked. Moments later, his aunt, uncle-in-law Chu Xian, and their children, Yi Ming and Yi Chun, also arrived. Although Chu Xian was a son-in-law of the Yi family, he never minded the children's surname. In his eyes, as long as they shared blood, the surname was of little consequence. By around 9 o'clock, most of the family had gathered. After finishing breakfast, close to 10 o'clock, Ye Kun signaled Uncle Fu to tidy up the hall. Ye Kun gently clapped his hands and addressed everyone. Dear uncles, brothers, and sisters, please prepare yourselves. We will depart at 10:30 to pay our respects to our ancestors and update them on the family's recent circumstances. All right, everyone responded in unison. When the time arrived, at 20 past 10, Ye Kun led the entire family into the underground secret hall. Once everyone had entered, he slowly closed the concealed door behind them. Deep within the hall, hundreds of ancestral tablets were enshrined, with the tablets of Ye Kun's parents occupying the foremost positions. He advanced steadily, with Ye Xiao closely following him. Slightly stepping back, the others, whether second uncle, third uncle, or aunt, all lined up behind them in order. Today was different from usual before their ancestors. Age distinctions were irrelevant, with only the family head taking precedence. The Ye family had flourished for hundreds of years, adhering to strict traditions. While everyday conduct might allow for some leniency, at this moment, no one dared to overstep their bounds. Ye Kun took out 2 long incense sticks, lit them, and firmly placed them in the incense burner, subsequently arranging the prepared offerings in an orderly manner. Today, the 45th generation head of the Ye family leads the clan in worshipping their ancestors, earnestly requesting the blessings of their forebears to help restore the former glory of the Ye clan. After speaking, he bowed deeply. The others followed suit, bowing their heads in unison, saying, we humbly beseech our ancestors for their protection. Ye Kun continued, may our ancestors safeguard us, and may lost relatives return to the family fold, allowing the Ye lineage to reunite and flourish once more. In times of war and chaos, Ye Kun's grandfather had lost contact with his father, second uncle, third uncle, aunt, and some distant relatives. Eventually, they made their way to Hong Kong, establishing the Ye group with their scant remaining wealth. Over the years, both grandfather and father had sought out lost kin but had never received any word. Chapter 9. Where did the 10 billion come from? After bowing once more, the others again bowed in respect. The Ye family has been passed down for over 400 years, steadfast in our traditions, due to the adherence of generations to ancestral teachings. Although the world has changed and the rules have been slightly adjusted, the core spirit has never wavered. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Kun bowed once more. The others also knelt in reverence. After the 3 bows, Ye Kun straightened up and solemnly declared, recite the clan regulations, so that the principles may be inscribed within our blood. To venerate our ancestors is to never forget our roots. He began reciting loudly. The others immediately joined in, their voices harmonizing perfectly. These clan regulations had been etched into their hearts since childhood, and none dared to forget them. To venerate our ancestors is to never forget our roots. Rituals must be observed. Sincerity is paramount. During Qingming, we honor the graves, offering food before the tombs. On the 15th day of the month, we burn paper money, adhering to the traditions passed down. We respect and honor our parents, cherishing joy in their presence. When illness strikes, we provide care and sustenance. Striving for excellence, we seek not to bring shame. Our words must be gentle, and our filial piety sincere. Unity brings strength, while division invites contempt. A harmonious family thrives in all endeavors, and good neighborly relations are essential for cohabitation. Sisters-in-law must live in harmony, and brothers must trust one another. We respect our elders and cherish the young, ensuring joy within the clan. Education can dispel ignorance, and nurturing talent is paramount. Gender should not divide us. Everyone must pursue learning. Parents toil diligently, while children must strive earnestly. Talent is cultivated, and a thriving clan relies on knowledge. Diligence can create wealth, while laziness leads to ruin. Hard work of hands and feet, along with a dedicated heart, is essential for entrepreneurship. Frugality is a virtue in managing a household, while extravagance squanders wealth. A dam's collapse begins with an ant. Every small accumulation ultimately leads to wealth. The Ye family's customs have evolved over time, yet the core remains unchanged, rooted in the foundation laid by their ancestors. As the ceremony concluded, family members took their seats in turn, with Ye Kun firmly positioned in the central seat. Today, he was the helm of the family, a position that belonged solely to him. System, Ye Kun softly called. You mentioned the ability to check loyalty. Can that be activated now? The content he was about to reveal involved serious crimes, and although he held trust in those present, verification was essential. Ding, activated. No sooner had he spoken than a series of numbers appeared above each person's head. 98, 95, 97, 99, 93, 94. All exceeding the 90-point threshold. No one fell below 90. This signified that each individual present was unwaveringly loyal to the family. Today, those gathered here are the pillars of the Ye family, having reached the age of responsibility, and should collaboratively plan for the future. Ye Kun surveyed the room before slowly speaking. The first matter I must clarify is that my father did not die by accident. Upon uttering these words, all but the second uncle, third uncle, aunt, and uncle-in-law were left in shock. Ye Yuan immediately inquired, "A Kun, is what you say true?" Ye Kun nodded. Ye Yuan bowed his head in silence. "A Kun, I apologize. I did investigate at the time, but found nothing. Brother Yuan, there is no need for you to blame yourself. It was merely someone's deliberate concealment." Suddenly, second uncle raised his head. "Was it the Chen family's doing?" Ye Kun nodded once more. "Indeed. It was the Chen family." Third uncle interjected. "At that time, both I and your second uncle, as well as your aunt, harbored suspicions. However, without evidence. Coupled with the Chen family's sudden assault on the company, the situation became tumultuous, and we could only stabilize our assets. We had planned to conduct a thorough investigation afterward, but unexpectedly, you have acted first." Ye Yuan inquired further. "And the annihilation of the Chen family? That was my doing." Ye Kun replied calmly. "I secretly assembled a team. The incident at Mary Hospital was also orchestrated by me. 2 truck drivers, one killed my parents, while the other attempted to run me over recently. They acted to save their kin, but what of it? In this world, the law is clear, blood for blood. Debts must be repaid." Upon his words, a wave of fury surged through the room. "Well done. Are we, the Ye family, to be trampled upon?" Second uncle rose. "If they dare take the life of our kin, then let their entire clan pay the price. Little Kun's actions are justified. We must make it known that the Ye family is not to be trifled with. Harm one of us, and we shall annihilate their entire lineage. Indeed, whoever lays a hand on a member of the Ye family will face the wrath of our ancestral hall. However, from this day forth, let our business disputes be resolved through commerce. If the opposing side plays fair, we shall not overstep. Should anyone employ underhanded tactics, you need not show mercy. I will support you from behind." "Well said." Second uncle was the first to applaud. The room erupted in a chorus of applause, the sound crisp and resonant. The remaining clan members echoed the sentiment, the hall reverberating with their approval. Ye Kun gently raised his hand, signaling for silence. "What we must discuss next concerns the Ye family's strategy for the next decade. I have prepared a plan. I shall present it, and if anyone has thoughts afterward, we can deliberate on adjustments. Second uncle, you will take charge of the real estate sector moving forward. You need to establish a brand new real estate group, incorporating the plots of Yutian Garden and Butterfly Bay under its umbrella." "Understood, little Kun. I will commence preparations immediately," Ye Hanwen responded. "Do not rush," Ye Kun smiled. "Since it is a group, we cannot rely solely on one project. You will also need to establish a construction company and a subsidiary dedicated to supplying building materials. What I mean is, we must create a complete industrial chain in the real estate sector. No one should think they can exploit us for materials or construction in the future. Ye Hanwen's brow furrowed slightly. Ye Kun, can we sustain the funding? You need not worry about finances. I will allocate 10 billion Hong Kong dollars to you each year, for you to spend as you see fit. If that is insufficient, just ask. I can manage 20 billion or 30 billion. You only need to focus on developing the business, advancing steadily without taking reckless risks or leaving vulnerabilities. Ye Kun's tone was calm, as if that substantial sum were merely a routine expense. Ye Hanwen gazed intently at him. Ye Kun, do you truly possess such wealth? The surrounding individuals cast puzzled looks his way. Ye Kun smiled faintly, not at present, but by the 10th of next month. The funds will undoubtedly be in the company's account. He felt assured. Only a week remained until the outbreak of that war, and he understood it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Furthermore, second uncle, do not limit your vision to Hong Kong. Broaden your gaze to the international market and understand global real estate trends. Once we establish a firm footing here, we shall venture outward. The mainland possesses immense potential. In a few years, we must secure our place there, but there is no rush at this moment. In summary, let us first construct the framework. I will handle the funding. After the 10th of next month, we shall initiate everything, Ye Kun declared. Excellent. Little Kun, I have faith in you. I will ensure this endeavor is successful, Ye Hanwen solemnly promised. Third uncle, Ye Kun turned to Ye Jiaheng. It is your turn now. Speak. I am listening. Ye Jiaheng took out a notebook, poised to take notes. You will promptly register a media company and begin acquiring newspapers in Hong Kong. If you can secure the top 3, I will support any expenditure. Television stations must not be overlooked either. Live television is currently seeking buyers. You can initiate contact, negotiate down the price, and once the funds arrive next month, make your move. Just like you, I will provide 10 billion Hong Kong dollars annually. First, dominate the local market, aiming for at least 50 to 60% of the share before expanding overseas. Chapter 10, Establishing a Decadal Plan. Let us set a goal. Within 10 years, we must capture at least 30% of the global media landscape. I want the voice of the Ye family to resonate throughout the world. You need not fret about finances. If 10 billion is insufficient, then 20 billion. So long as you charge ahead, I will cover the costs, Ye Kun stated resolutely. Little Kun, as long as you possess this drive, I would expend half my life to pave a path for you in the media industry, Ye Jiaheng responded, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Third uncle, the foundation of the Ye family's public opinion relies on your shoulders, Ye Kun nodded. And he turned and called softly. Chu Xian immediately replied, Little Kun, speak. I will take note of every word. Your primary battlefield is finance and securities. You need not involve yourself in every detail. With me here, your support will always be steadfast. What you must do is construct a complete financial system. The 3 pillars, banking, insurance, and securities, will all be under your command. This month, I will allocate 30 billion Hong Kong dollars to you, with a clear objective, acquire a bank and an insurance company. And finance is the lifeblood of our entire family. It must succeed without fail. I believe in you. Do you believe in yourself? Chu Xian was taken aback, a surge of determination rushing to his head. This trust was not merely a responsibility, but a profound belief. He inhaled deeply, straightened his back. Little Kun, if there is a mistake, I alone shall bear the consequences. Ye Kun pulled a cord attached to the wall, the clear sound of a bell resonating throughout the room. He surveyed the crowd. His voice steady. Everyone present today is part of the Ye family's core. There are some matters you ought to be aware of, which will instill greater confidence in your future endeavors. Moments later, the ground slowly opened, and 7 men clad in black suits entered the hall. Their steps were synchronized, their expressions solemn. They were Ye Yi to Ye Chi. After Ye Kun invited them to sit, he began to introduce them one by one. This is Ye Yi and Ye Er, my personal bodyguards. During the previous ambush set by the Chen family, I was in grave danger, and they were the ones who rescued me. The 2 men from the Chen family, along with the 2 drivers, were personally dealt with by Ye Er. As his words fell, Ye Yi and Ye Er exchanged shy smiles with the crowd, appearing unpretentious. However, the others were taken aback, especially in their gazes toward Ye Er, filled with disbelief. Such a person dared to sever the lifeblood of opposing forces? Ye Kun did not pause, continuing his introduction. This is Ye San, Ye Si, and Ye Wu. The 3 stood to greet the assembly, their movements succinct and forceful. Then, Ye Kun threw out a shocking statement. These 3 manage a military factory. The room erupted in an instant. Little Kun, what did you say? A military factory? How could this be? Aunt Ye Su exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Little Kun. This is too reckless. Second uncle's brow furrowed, his tone laced with apprehension. Though the younger generation remained silent, their eyes sparkled with astonishment and excitement. The legendary behind-the-scenes figure of arms was actually their own kin? They felt no fear, only a sense of connection and pride stemming from their bloodline. Ye Kun's lips curled slightly. He had already assessed each person's loyalty through the system. None scored below 90. This was why he dared to reveal this card. His disclosure today was not for the sake of boasting, but to make everyone understand that the Ye family possessed a foundation capable of intimidating all. Second uncle, aunt. Please refrain from further inquiries. I must retain some matters for myself. Upon hearing this, they ceased their questioning. Just as they had never pried into how Ye Kun managed to amass a fortune within a mere month. They trusted Ye Kun because he was the backbone of the clan, the helm of the family's enterprises. A chapter of significant content will be presented shortly. Ye Kun continued. Ye-san is in charge of manufacturing. Should he require materials in the future, do assist him as best as you can. For certain military supplies are exceedingly rare. The crowd nodded in agreement and exchanged greetings with Ye-san. Yi-chi and Yi-wu are responsible for external sales. Targeting overseas markets, it's time for you to become acquainted. The few exchanged glances, their expressions serious. This is Yi-lu and Yi-chi. They have co-founded a security enterprise, with all employees being retired veterans. Their future business will encompass personal protection for celebrities and wealthy individuals, secure transportation of valuable goods, and management of order at large events. He turned to the two, his tone steady. This time, I will allocate another 10 billion to you, in addition to continuing recruitment and training. I want to establish an intelligence agency, initially covering the Hong Kong region. I must grasp every subtle movement here. Understood, boss. Yi-lu and Yi-chi responded in unison. He added, during recruitment, foreign veterans may also be included. By next year or the year after, we can expand overseas, even venture into the realm of mercenaries. He was acutely aware that, akin to the later Blackwater Company, which ostensibly provided security but essentially engaged in combat operations for the state. His ambition was to ensure this security firm surpasses any historical counterpart in strength and influence. After conveying these thoughts, he turned to the younger generation of the family. Being born into the Ye family, the paths in life are few. Either engage in business or enter politics. It is time to make a choice. Regardless of the path chosen, the family will offer unwavering support to help you ascend to great heights. Yuan Gu is destined for a political career, while Xiao Ming will venture into business. What about you? Ye Kun's gaze fell upon his younger brothers. Yishio spoke first. Brother, I am studying finance and wish to intern at a securities firm. Very well. Balance both your internship and studies. Ye Kun nodded in agreement. Observing the others in silence, he encouraged, whatever you study, pursue it. With the family backing you, what is there to worry about? Yi-chi then stood up. Brother, I am studying law, and I wish to gain experience at the legal office. Approved. I will arrange for you to enter the legal system, with the goal of reaching the Supreme Court from there. However, there is no rush. Yi-lu and Yi-chi will pave the way for you. He turned to the two. Establish connections at all levels, striving to have Yi-chi in the Supreme Court within a year and as a presiding judge within 10 years. If the court route proves unfeasible, approach the governor's office to seek a legislator. There is always a way. Leave this to us, they replied dutifully. Yi-chi, work hard. Perhaps in 10 years, you may even find yourself vying for the position of governor. Yi-chi was taken aback, exclaiming, brother, I would be grateful to serve as an ordinary judge in the Supreme Court. I dare not aspire to more. Ye Kun smiled faintly. Uttering a few words, everything is possible. He turned his attention to the others. Yi Jian, Yi Chun, Yi Ji, what are your plans? Yi Jian spoke first. Brother, I wish to pursue a career in business. So do I. Doing business is far more interesting than engaging in politics. Yi Chun chimed in with a hint of nonchalance. Yi Ji nodded. Brother, I too aspire to start my own venture. Which industry do you each wish to enter? Ye Kun leaned back in his chair, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three. Chapter 11. Without money, all is mere talk. I am studying marine transportation, which I am familiar with. Coincidentally, when Yi Si and Yi Wu are running arms, I can lend a hand. Yi Jian articulated methodically. Agreed, Yi Kun nodded. I will provide you with 10 billion Hong Kong dollars as startup capital. However, before you receive the funds, you must first spend a month learning how to conduct business from our second uncle. He will test you. If you pass, you may start the company. If not, continue learning until you are qualified. Yi Jian readily accepted, his face glowing. Being a top scholar, he was confident about this challenge. Ye Kun then turned to the other two. You both are the same. Go learn from our third uncle and aunt. Upon passing the assessment, return to me for 10 billion each. He looked at Yi Ji. What exactly do you wish to do? Brother, I am studying coal geology and exploration. I wish to enter the energy business. Yi Kun raised an eyebrow. Energy? Quite ambitious. Very well, start with coal and iron mines, collaborating with Yi San and the others. I will not interfere with your professional matters, but you must study for 2 months with our third uncle, given your honest nature. Do not let anyone take advantage of you without your knowledge. If you successfully pass the assessment, I will grant you 20 billion. Ye Ji stood tall. Brother, I will not disappoint you. Ye Kun waved his hand. Ye Lu, Ye Qi, ensure you send ample manpower when the time comes. The energy sector is fraught with complexities and unscrupulous individuals. Understood, boss, the two responded quietly. Standing nearby, their third uncle Ye Jiaheng observed the children each finding their direction. A look of pride evident on his face. Ye Kun finally turned to Ye Chen. What about you? Heavy industry? Yes, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled. Heavy industry is the backbone of a nation. Once the foundation is solid, everything else will follow. Ye Kun chuckled. A grand ambition indeed. Begin with automobile manufacturing. Progressing step by step. Remember, the core of heavy industry lies in precision instrument development. If you can pass the assessment, I will also grant you 20 billion. Brother, wait and see as I dominate the global heavy industry. Ye Chen grinned, exuding confidence. Ye Kun patted his shoulder. Very well, I shall remember your words. All right. Your paths are now set. He rose, turning to Ye Yuan. Yuan Gu, I have a task for you as well. A Kun, just speak, anything I can do. I will not hesitate, Ye Yuan stated, thumping his chest. Yuan Gu, can you attain the highest position of a Chinese police officer in Hong Kong within 5 years? Can you run for a legislative seat within 8 years? In 10 years. You and Ye Qi can compare to see who is more qualified to contend for the position of governor. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Yuan was taken aback, his mouth agape. A Kun, are you joking? Ye Kun smiled faintly. With enough money, anything is possible. The others were equally stunned. They had previously thought he was merely jesting when he mentioned it in conversation with Ye Qi, but now they realized he was serious. They exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Ye Kun turned to his aunt. Aunt, we must initiate a change. Establish a Ye family foundation, which will manage all family enterprises henceforth. The presidency will rotate every 5 years, with you serving as the first. Ye Su furrowed her brow. And what about you? What will you do? Ye Kun laughed heartily. I will focus on finance, responsible for generating profits. Every cent earned will be entrusted to you for equitable distribution. For the next decade, all profits from the enterprises will be reinvested for expansion. We will not take a single cent. After 10 years, we will begin contributing to the foundation. Each company will retain 10% of its shares, with the remainder transferred to the foundation. This applies equally to younger siblings who are not present today and are still studying. Any member of the Ye family may apply for foundation support for entrepreneurship. The family will provide full backing, ensuring your endeavors are supported. If success proves elusive, a stipend of 2 million will be allocated annually to ensure your comfort. Upon concluding this address, silence enveloped the room, followed by a resounding applause. The audience clapped vigorously until their hands grew warm and gradually subsided. Ye Kun then looked at his second uncle, third uncle, and aunt. The presidency of the foundation will rotate among the 4 of you, 1 term each. Once your terms conclude, the next generation will take over. Whoever excels in managing the enterprise within 5 years will assume leadership, but each individual can only serve once. From now on, I hold only 1 title within the family, patriarch. As his words settled, the crowd erupted into applause once more. When the clapping subsided, Ye Kun surveyed everyone. Perhaps you do not believe me yet, but I must say, the foundation of all this rests upon a single word, money. Without money, everything I have just stated is mere talk. By the 10th of next month, I shall procure an immense sum of money, beyond your wildest imaginings. Sufficient for any company to exhaust over 3 or 4 years. Therefore, do not falter in your endeavors. The fate of the Ye family rests in the hands of each and every one of us. With that, all stood, approaching the ancestral tablets, bowing deeply 3 times. Finally, Ye Kun stepped forward alone, gazing directly at the tablets, his voice steady and resolute. Ancestors, I, Ye Kun, the 45th patriarch of the Ye clan, vow today to elevate the Ye family to the pinnacle of the world. Please bear witness, for the Ye bloodline shall endure through the ages. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Ye Kun set forth to HSBC to meet Li Xiner. With only 3 or 4 days remaining until the agreed-upon time, he had to seize every moment. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding! The host is about to enter the futures market. Triggering an exclusive task. Grow the principal by 5 times to unlock C-level rewards. Reach 20 times for B-level privileges. Attain 40 times for an A-level gift. Surpass 80 times to activate S-level accolades. And should a 100-fold leap be achieved, an SS-level mysterious gift shall be bestowed. As for 200 times, TSK. Don't be overly ambitious. What the hell, is the system mocking me? This is absurd. Ye Kun was incensed. Demanding clarity from the system. What exactly lies at 200 times? Ding. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged, only comprehended. The soul revelation is the ultimate surprise gift. Ding. Task deadline, 30 days. It was now mid-April, with the critical battle expected to conclude on May 10th. Perfectly aligning with the timeline. Xiner, please arrange a meeting with your chairman. I wish to apply for high leverage, Ye Kun stated firmly. A Kun? What multiple are you referring to? And what is the principal? Li Xiner needed to clarify the details for a proper report. The principal is $15 million. And I require 100-fold leverage. Upon hearing this, Li Xiner's expression shifted slightly. You mustn't act recklessly. I would disregard anyone else, but since it is you, Ye Kun, I will inquire further. Rest assured, I have it all under control, Ye Kun replied with unwavering composure. Seeing his determination, Li Xiner ceased her objections. Very well. She then turned and proceeded to the executive office. In the top-floor conference room, a 50-year-old Caucasian man was intently reviewing documents. This man was Shun Bai, the executive chairman of HSBC, a native Briton. Chapter 12, 3 Nights of Reckless Spending, 7, 5 billion. A series of knocks resounded, 3 sharp, authoritative raps. Enter. Shun Bai called without lifting his head. As the door swung open, Li Xiner stepped into the room. Good day, chairman. Ah, Li, what brings you here? Shun Bai inquired. Putting down his pen. A client has requested extraordinarily high leverage, and I believe it necessitates your approval, she responded. Oh, how much capital are we discussing? And what leverage are they considering? Shun Bai's interest was piqued. $15 million, requesting 100-fold leverage, Li Xiner reported candidly. Has this client previously engaged in stock or futures trading with us? Shun Bai probed cautiously. Yes, he has been trading stocks with us for an extended period. And he previously utilized 5-fold leverage in a round of futures trading. Here are all his investment records with us. She presented the documents. Shun Bai took the materials and began to peruse them, his brow furrowing gradually. Are you certain there are no omissions? Everything is included, chairman. Has he never incurred a loss? Shun Bai reiterated his inquiry. Not once. Since opening his account, every transaction has been handled by me, with profits consistently soaring. Li Xiner assured him confidently. After a moment of silence, Shun Bai spoke. 100-fold risk is too great. I will approve 50-fold instead. All funds must be under our supervision, and should losses exceed 8%, we reserve the right to execute an immediate liquidation. Having concluded, Shun Bai signed the document indicating 50-fold leverage. Understood, chairman. Li Xiner accepted the document and exited the office. She walked into the hall and found Ye Kun. The chairman has approved 50-fold leverage for you. However, be aware that all funds will be monitored by us, and should losses surpass 8%, the system will automatically enforce liquidation. Ye Kun's brow twitched slightly. 50-fold leverage meant nearly having the profit potential. But at this moment, there was no choice but to proceed. As for losses, that thought had never crossed his mind. He looked at Li Xiner and instructed. Transfer all funds to my futures account. It must be completed today. I shall enter the market tonight. Additionally, arrange for your top trading room and provide me with 5 traders. Understood, Li Xiner acknowledged and quickly set about her tasks. Ye Kun turned to Yi and Ye, saying, You two will accompany me into the trading room. We may need to remain for over 20 days. You will take turns bringing meals while the other keeps a watchful eye on those 5 traders. No mistakes are to be made. Yes, boss, they replied in unison. As night fell, everything was in place. Ye Kun retrieved a contract from his bag and presented it to the 5 traders. This is a confidentiality agreement. Once signed, you are forbidden to disclose anything that occurs over the next 20 days. The consequences of breach are dire. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. The 5 exchanged glances, and after a moment, Wang Dong was the first to sign, followed by the others. Excellent. Ye Kun collected the signed contracts, declaring, Upon completion of the task, your bonuses will be doubled. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The excitement was palpable on their faces. What were they after? Was it not merely the allure of wealth? Just the prospect of doubled bonuses was enough to spur them to give their utmost. At exactly 9 o'clock that night, Ye Kun commanded, Let us commence trading in the international crude oil futures market. What is the current price of crude oil? He inquired. Boss. It stands at $152 per barrel, Wang Dong replied, designated as the coordinator among the 5. Commence buying, maintain the rhythm, and avoid stirring the market. $75 billion must be fully invested by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. With the directive given, the 5 immediately plunged into action. As the night passed, hundreds of millions of dollars flooded into the vast oil market, sinking without a ripple. Initially, they believed $75 billion would elicit some reaction, yet the market remained surprisingly calm. At 2 o'clock in the morning, trading concluded. They had purchased $5 billion worth. Still too conservative, Ye Kun assessed. Tomorrow, we shall accelerate the pace. Aiming for $3 billion. At 9 o'clock the next evening, Ye Kun queried once more, What is the current oil price? $158 per barrel, Wang Dong reported. Good. Let today's tasks commence. Everyone, give it your all. The sound of keyboards filled the room as all 5 operated at full throttle. By the time the market closed in the early morning, Wang Dong approached to report, Today's transaction volume reached $2 billion. We must expend all funds by tomorrow night. Ye Kun nodded at those nearby, his tone resolute. On the third night, just as 9 o'clock struck, he asked, "What is the current price of crude oil?" $162 per barrel, Wang Dong responded swiftly. "Continue monitoring the market," Ye Kun instructed softly. Moments later, Wang Dong reported again. "It has risen to $168. It has reached $172. After a brief interval, his voice rang out once more. Ye Kun's brow furrowed slightly, understanding that the major players had begun to sense the opportunity and were now entering the fray. "Accelerate the pace. Invest all remaining funds tonight," he commanded. Wang Dong and the others immediately intensified their efforts, continuing to buy. The price of oil gradually ascended. $175, $178, $180. As the closing approached, the final transaction was completed and all funds were fully deployed into the market. Ye Kun stood, surveying the group. "This time, you all performed excellently. Bonuses will not only be doubled, each of you will receive an additional 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. As the words fell, the 5 traders erupted in exuberant cheers, their eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. The following dawn, Ye Kun prepared to depart. With the capital fully allocated, there was no need for him to remain in the trading room. He instructed Ye Air to oversee the operations and dialed Ye Lu's number, reminding him to deliver meals punctually each day. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Xiner, he set off for home accompanied by Ye Yi. Now, all that remained was to await news of the impending conflict. As the vehicle traversed the main thoroughfare of Kowloon City, gunfire suddenly erupted ahead. Ye Yi immediately became alert, swiftly drawing his weapon in defense. Bang! Bang! The gunshots grew increasingly closer. He decisively pulled the car over to the roadside. This modified Bentley was armored, capable of withstanding unexpected threats. At that moment, Ye Kun's gaze sharpened as he recognized a figure. Was that Zhang Qianwen? She was being pursued by several armed men. Her left arm pressed tightly against her right shoulder, blood seeping steadily. Her complexion pale and steps unsteady, yet she was desperately sprinting towards them. "Go save her," Ye Kun commanded. "Yes, boss," Ye Yi replied, gripping his gun as he exited the vehicle, raising his hand to aim at the 2 pursuers. 2 bullets flew through the air. Bang! Bang! The heads of the assailants exploded instantaneously, collapsing to the ground. His actions were swift and decisive, a testament to his past as a soldier, the power of the Desert Eagle on full display. Ye Yi approached Zhang Qianwen, quickly assessing her injury. The bullet was lodged in the bone, not having penetrated through, so there was no immediate threat to her life. Upon recognizing him, she nodded slightly, making no attempt to struggle. At that moment, Ye Kun stepped forward and asked, "Can you hold on?" "I'm fine, thank you." She managed to force a weak smile, her voice barely a whisper. "I'll take you to the hospital," Ye Kun said, reaching out to assist her. "No," she immediately rejected. "We can't go there. They'll trace it back to me. They won't let me go. You need to leave quickly. They'll send more people soon," she urged, her eyes filled with fear and desperation. Ye Kun's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with urgency. "Come to my house. I'll have someone perform surgery right away. Just go. Don't worry about me. If you stay, you'll get into trouble," Zhang Qianwen whispered. Before she could finish, Ye Kun had grasped her uninjured hand firmly, his motion decisive and unyielding, swiftly leading her to the car. "I really will drag you down with me," Zhang Qianwen protested, her voice laced with concern as she struggled to retract her hand. Once the vehicle started, Ye Kun instructed the driver, "Head home." He then dialed the phone at home, and the steady voice of Uncle Fu answered. "Uncle Fu, prepare 2 surgeons to come home for an operation immediately." "Understood, young master." The response was succinct and resolute. After ensuring everything was in order, Ye Kun turned to the passenger seat where Zhang Qianwen sat. "Why didn't you notify the police?" She scoffed. "When the higher-ups have issues, the traitors are among them. Otherwise, how would I have ended up in this predicament? What exactly happened? Why are so many people after you?" Ye Kun pressed. She turned her face towards him, locking her gaze with his. "Do you truly wish to know? But once you do, you'll find it impossible to extricate yourself." Ye Kun shot her a sidelong glance. "You're currently in my car. If others see us, they'll assume I have nothing to do with you, regardless of whether you tell me or not. I'm already entangled in this. At the very least, I deserve to understand the situation." Zhang Qianwen let out a soft huff. "Didn't you just say to leave you out of it? Now you're asking so many questions. Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Am I the one to be afraid?" After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "It's something left behind by a group of islanders, stolen from the mainland and Hong Kong during wartime, reportedly nearly 100 tons of gold, along with a plethora of ancient artifacts, hidden in a mountain in Hong Kong. The treasure map was drawn by a Japanese soldier during their retreat. Originally, it was in the hands of the Wolf Gang's leader, I was undercover investigating their drug trafficking when I accidentally discovered this map and managed to bring out both the evidence and the map. Ye Kun couldn't help but chuckle. Impressive. But have you considered that if this map truly existed, the Wolf gang would have already struck it rich, rather than waiting for you to take it? I heard they are close to finding it, but the location might be slightly off. They need to cross-reference the treasure map for confirmation. Once this batch of goods is traded, the leader plans to set off in search of treasure. Do you actually believe this? Ye Kun shook his head. If there were truly treasure, would a gang be the one to dig it up? Ding. Mission released. A treasure map with a billion-level error exists. The cartographer deliberately altered the mountain name to mislead. The host must identify the true location and retrieve the treasure to strengthen the family's foundation. Ding. Mission completion reward. Mysterious gift pack. Ye Kun's heart jolted. Was there really treasure? If only the mountain name was changed, then the other routes should be accurate? But there are over 300 mountains of various sizes in Hong Kong. How long would it take to inspect them all? Never mind. Let us set that aside for now. The immediate priority is to make a copy of the treasure map. He turned to Zhang Qianwen, a smile gracing his face. Officer Zhang, I saved you. How do you intend to thank me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianwen immediately tensed, guarding her chest with her uninjured hand. Don't come any closer. I'm a police officer, and I have a gun. Ye Kun sighed, his brow furrowing. Did he really resemble a villain that much? His tone cooled slightly. Making a copy of the treasure map for me shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Zhang Qianwen blinked, suddenly chuckling. Didn't you just say you didn't believe in this stuff? Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Ye Kun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Who knows if luck might suddenly change. Though he spoke lightly, a hint of awkwardness crossed his face. I can give you a copy, but don't expect to actually find the treasure. She leaned against the wall. The Wolf gang's leader has been searching for a whole year, and they haven't even caught a glimpse of it. Recently, they caught wind that the mountain had a landslide back then, and the entrance might be buried. So they plan to dig it up again. They've even spread the word that whoever finds it will share in the spoils. Now the entire gang is frantically rushing there. Ye Kun scoffed, fully aware that there was no treasure buried in that location. Digging until the end of time would yield nothing. Fine, once I have the copy ready, I'll return it to you. Zhang Qianwen shook her head. I'd rather believe it exists. I also want a copy to take back to show my family. This kind of lead might reveal something useful. I need to take the original back to the police station for filing. Given the commotion this caused, there must be an explanation. As they spoke, the car came to a halt before the villa. Uncle Fu and two doctors had been waiting for some time. Ye Kun helped Zhang Qianwen out of the car, quietly instructing, tend to her wounds, remove the bullet. Understood. Zhang Qianwen retrieved the treasure map from her bag and handed it to Ye Kun. Please make a copy for me. After speaking, she was assisted by the doctors into the house. Ye Kun turned to Uncle Fu, requesting a high-definition camera. He snapped several clear photos of the treasure map, the developed images remarkably vivid. He then called Yi Lu to inquire about the training progress. Boss, the first batch of 100 has completed their training. They are all veterans, exceptionally capable. The second batch will begin training tomorrow. Yi Lu's voice was steady. Send 20 men to the villa on standby, then head to Yi San's place to retrieve some heavy equipment. There may be trouble tonight, Ye Kun stated calmly, fully aware that the Wolf gang would not relent. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately, Yi Lu responded promptly. Approximately an hour later, Zhang Qianwen emerged from the treatment room. The bullet had lodged in the bone, and the surgery had taken some effort, but thankfully, they had used local anesthesia, and the procedure had gone relatively smoothly. Ye Kun handed her the original and the photos. Get some rest. Don't push yourself after just having surgery. She accepted the materials, gently nodding. Thank you, Ye Kun. Ye Kun merely smiled in response, turning to instruct Uncle Fu to prepare a guest room for her. As dusk descended, twilight bathed the courtyard in a soft glow. Yi Lu led 30 elite soldiers, meticulously trained, to Ye Kun's villa, accompanied by heaps of weaponry, all transported by a pickup truck. Initially, he had intended to bring only 20 men, but out of concern for Ye Kun's safety, he decided to augment the team by an additional 10, comprising the most outstanding members from the first training phase. The heavy equipment was directly unloaded in the courtyard, and Ye Kun gazed at the scene before him, momentarily speechless. Before giving Yi Lu a thumbs up, signaling him to arrange for security, as tonight promised to be anything but peaceful, he calmly instructed, understood, boss, Yi Lu replied crisply, saluting before turning to execute the deployment. Meanwhile, within the lair of the Wolf gang, a man with a grotesque visage lounged on the main sofa, a long scar running diagonally from his brow to the corner of his lip. He was the gang leader, known as the Wolf. Chapter 14. Will Ye Kun escape unscathed? His cold gaze fixated on the subordinate standing to his right. Have you ascertained who made the move? The underling trembled as he responded, boss. The car that took the woman is registered under the chairman of the Ye Group. Before he could finish, The wolf abruptly hurled a teacup at the subordinate's forehead, blood gushing forth instantly. Who cares about the chairman? What is the address? Have you found it? The subordinate pressed a hand to his wound, stammering, yes. It's Longwan Villa District, number 16. The wolf sprang to his feet, rallying everyone. Grab your weapons. Tonight, I'm going to tear that damn chairman's house apart and make him understand the cost of crossing me. Beside him, a bespectacled middle-aged man frowned, cautioning, boss. Longwan is an area where the powerful reside. If we force our way in, we might find it difficult to operate in Xiangjiang in the future. Wouldn't it be better to wait until he leaves? The wolf whirled around, glaring at him. Zhilang, has your brain been eaten by a dog? We've studied the treasure map. As long as we follow the route down, the treasure is right before us. And you want me to wait? What if someone else has their eyes on it? If you're afraid, then don't expect a share of the spoils. Compared to mountains of gold and silver, offending a few wealthy individuals is insignificant. Zhilang gritted his teeth and muttered, let us gamble. If we truly find the treasure, we can always start anew elsewhere. The wolf threw his head back and laughed heartily. Now that's the spirit of my brother. He immediately summoned his trusted aides, issuing orders for a full assembly. Tonight, we act. Anyone who follows me will enjoy a life of luxury in the future. When it came to promises, the wolf was never vague. Within an hour, over 100 thugs armed with machetes and iron rods had gathered at the hideout, while 8 or 9 of the wolf's closest confidants were all armed with handguns. With a single command, a roar erupted from the throng, as if the wealth was already within their grasp. At 10 o'clock that night, Zhang Qianwen stepped out of her room. Having just undergone a minor surgical procedure, her complexion was slightly pale, yet she had regained her spirit. After a simple dinner, she descended the stairs to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the heavy fortifications and the array of firearms outside the villa, she was momentarily stunned and turned to Ye Kun. You're not involved in arms smuggling, are you? Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes deep and inscrutable. What do you think? Leaving behind a light chuckle, he turned away, leaving her standing there in stunned silence. Zhang Qianwen remained rooted to the spot, her mind racing with one thought. I'm finished. As midnight approached, Ye Lu suddenly whistled sharply, causing everyone to tense. Ye Kun and Zhang Qianwen emerged from the house. She gazed at the shadowy figures outside and whispered, the wolf gang is truly insane. They dare to invade a place like this. Those who reside in this area are either affluent or influential. Ye Kun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. In his view, no amount of power could rival a single mark on the treasure map. A shout erupted from the entrance. Brothers, that bastard inside has stolen our treasure. Charge in and take him down. The wolf gang's leader incited his men, yet he himself cowered at the back, unwilling to advance. After all, this was a haven for the wealthy, who knew how many guns might be hidden inside. Let the underlings test the waters first. Their survival was not his concern. Ye Lu coldly surveyed the crowd of over 100, quietly issuing orders. Anyone who steps within 50 meters, break their legs. Anyone who crosses the 30-meter line, shoot to kill. The security team responded promptly, and gunfire erupted suddenly. The first few charging forward fell instantly, bullets piercing their skulls. The remaining thugs were thrown into disarray, none daring to advance further. Yet, retreating did not equate to safety. Bullets continued to whistle through the air. Those who came too close were taken down immediately, while others were struck in the legs, collapsing to the ground in agony. In mere moments, over 20 thugs lay sprawled across the front of Ye Kun's villa. The remaining members were utterly terrified, turning to flee. Ye Lu raised his hand, signaling for a ceasefire. After all, Ye Kun had given the order, no unnecessary killings. Hiding in the shadows, the wolf and Zhilang were pallid with fear. They had anticipated some resistance, but they hadn't expected the homeowner's armament to rival that of a battlefield army. This fellow couldn't possibly have amassed wealth through arms smuggling, could he? They exchanged glances, contemplating retreat, but Ye Lu had already pinpointed their location. He raised his sniper rifle, and with a muffled crack, the wolf's head exploded, splattering Zhilang with gore. Zhilang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yet Ye Lu showed no hesitation. Ye Kun had instructed that no survivors were to be left. Another shot rang out, and Zhilang's skull shattered, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The remaining thugs, seeing their leaders drop dead, scattered in panic, their fighting spirit shattered. Ye Kun stood at the entrance, not even blinking. They were merely a rabble. The gunfire had already attracted the neighbors' attention, prompting a call to the police. Nevertheless, Ye Kun still dialed Ye Yuan's number, succinctly explaining the situation. Upon hearing that more than 10 had died and several were injured, Ye Yuan leaped from his bed, immediately gathering his people and heading straight to Ye Kun's residence. At that moment, Zhang Qianwen stepped outside, and the sight before her churned her stomach. She bent over, gagging uncontrollably. Though she hailed from a police background, this scene resembled anything but a mere brawl. It was unmistakably a small-scale battle, with blood flowing like a river and the cries of the injured echoing in the air. Ye Kun approached her, gently patting her back before handing her a glass of water. Drink some water, rinse your mouth, don't look at this. The police will be here shortly to handle it. Fu Bo and the servants cowered behind the door, their faces pale and shaken. Meanwhile, the security personnel remained expressionless. They had seen battlefields and rivers of blood before. This level of violence was merely a minor interlude before dinner. As the night deepened, the wail of police sirens grew louder, and red and blue lights flashed incessantly outside the villa. The scene was one of utter chaos, blood streaming down the steps. As several young officers approached, only to be overwhelmed by the grisly sight, forcing them to lean against the wall, retching. The older officers turned their heads away, pressing their hands against their hats. A clearly marked officer stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the fallen figures, his brow furrowed. What happened here? How could there be so many casualties? Ye Kun leaned against the doorframe, his pajama sleeves rolled up to his elbows, shrugging. Sir, I was just sleeping. My bodyguard said that someone with a knife broke in to attack me. One must protect oneself, right? They may have been numerous, but their skills were lacking. Hence this is the outcome. His tone was nonchalant, the corners of his mouth slightly downturned. The officer pressed his lips together, ultimately stating, Sir, please accompany us back to the station for a statement. Of course, Ye Kun replied, slipping his hands into his pockets. My lawyer will be in touch with you. This was purely self-defense. The weapons are all lying on the ground, and my bodyguards are licensed, with all the necessary permits for the firearms. Before he could finish, a figure approached from outside. It was Ye Yuan. He nodded at the leading officer. Officer Huang, thank you for your hard work. Ye Kun then smiled. Officer Huang. It's indeed a pleasure to see you here personally. Chapter 15. The anti-black team arrives just in time. Officer Huang glanced at Ye Yuan, lowering his voice. The anti-black team is quite prompt. How did you end up here? Ye Yuan smiled gently, his tone calm. Officer Huang, this group belongs to the Wild Wolf gang. I have been keeping an eye on them for quite some time. Intelligence reports indicate that they have gathered over 100 thugs tonight to cause trouble. So I hurried over to assess the situation. Officer Huang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him for a moment before nodding. Since this is a matter under your anti-crime unit's jurisdiction, I shall refrain from intervening. That cannot be said, Ye Yuan quickly replied. Had it not been for your timely arrival with your team to intimidate the scene, Mr. Yi and I might have been injured. He added, you will need to handle the aftermath. I arrived a bit late. A smile emerged on Officer Huang's face, as he understood the implicit acknowledgement of shared credit in those words. Very well, he said cheerfully, let us handle the follow-up together. At that moment, Ye Kun stepped forward with a warm smile. You two officers are indeed a timely rein. Had you arrived 10 minutes later, I might have found myself in a hospital bed. As a token of gratitude, I would like to donate 1 million to the police department. Upon finishing, he took out his checkbook and swiftly wrote 2 checks, handing them over. Officer Huang hesitated momentarily upon seeing the checks. The air grew tense for an instant. But Ye Yuan naturally accepted one and tucked it into his suit pocket, gently pushing the other into Officer Huang's hands. At this, Officer Huang accepted it with good grace, his smile blossoming like spring thawing the frost. The following morning, major media outlets in Xiangjiang quickly followed up with reports. Longwan Villa, a well-known gathering place for the elite, usually inaccessible to the common folk, had suddenly become the focus of the news. The front page of the Oriental Daily read, a fierce conflict erupted last night at Longwan Villa as the Wild Wolf gang attempted to rob Ye Kun, chairman of Ye Group, only to be met with a strong counterattack from his security team, leaving nearly 30 injured on the scene. The Sing Tao Daily questioned, when did gang forces become so rampant? They dared to collectively storm a top residential area. What lies behind this? In an unprecedented move, the Ye Financial Report, which typically only published financial data, omitted stock market updates today, prominently featuring the incident involving Ye Kun on its front page. The headline striking and the tone resolute, as if proclaiming a certain stance. Ye Financial Report, citizens of Xiangjiang are asking, why do street forces dare to openly gather in hundreds to plot ill intentions? Where are our tax dollars being allocated? Must we live in constant unrest? Numerous media reporters flocked to Ye Kun's residence in the mid-levels, eager to learn the details of last night's incident. Initially, he did not intend to make an appearance, but upon reconsideration, he realized it was a splendid opportunity to showcase his security prowess. He walked slowly out through the iron gate, where a throng of reporters with microphones and cameras had already gathered. Upon his arrival, the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, cameras clicking in unison. Were it not for the bodyguards maintaining order, he might have been overwhelmed the moment he stepped outside. Ye Kun raised his hand and lightly clapped twice, gradually quieting the scene. Thank you all for your hard work. Please ask your questions in an orderly fashion. His tone was serene as he gestured toward a reporter on his left. The individual eagerly flipped open a notepad, and the cameraman swiftly adjusted his angle. A reporter from a wireless station inquired, "Mr. Ye, how many assailants were there last night? Did you feel any fear in light of this situation?" Ye Kun smiled slightly, thinking that the question was quite apartment clearing his throat. He spoke slowly. "I have always been kind to others and truly do not understand why those individuals came after me. Last night, they gathered over 100 people, armed with sharp weapons, charging directly at my home. However, I remained unperturbed, for the 5 guards by my side were all trained by Ye Security Company. They were once elite soldiers, rigorously retrained after retiring, tasked specifically with protecting high-profile individuals. Though the odds were against them, they not only defended our home, but also subdued over 20 assailants on the spot. Each bodyguard receives a monthly salary of 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, which may sound considerable, but they protect my safety with their lives. I deem this investment exceedingly worthwhile. Here, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ye Security Company for cultivating such a professional team that saved me in my time of peril." The wireless station reporter stood dumbfounded. What had begun as a routine interview had abruptly transformed into corporate promotion. Other reporters exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether to continue questioning. Yet, Ye Kun remained unfazed, pointing to another reporter, this time a female journalist from Phoenix Television. "Hello, Mr. Ye. I am a reporter from Phoenix Television. Do you know any of the assailants? Can you speculate on their motives?" "That is a good question," Ye Kun replied with composure. "To be honest, I do not recognize any of them. I tend to live a low-profile life, treating others with kindness. Some even say that a certain poem aptly describes my character, fearing to harm the lives of ants while sweeping, cherishing moths drawn to lamps, fishing in a pond without hooks, releasing birds bought from cages, leisurely watching tigers fight behind the mountains, listening to birds sing in the woods, worry-free, without troubles, seeing the world's harshness clearly." He sighed softly after reciting the lines. Were it not for the swift response of Ye Security, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, I have decided to employ an additional 20 bodyguards. Every close family member will be assigned a personal protector. This is not a display of ostentation, but a means to establish a life-preserving barrier for my family. To my wealthy friends, if you wish to safeguard your own safety and that of your loved ones, the bodyguards from Ye Security are undoubtedly worth considering. It is a heavy responsibility and a necessary choice. The Phoenix Television crew exchanged glances. How had this interview suddenly morphed into an advertisement? They had merely come to report the news. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Ye Kun stood up. "I hardly slept last night, and my energy is waning. I believe we shall conclude today's interview here." Before he had even finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the inner hall, leaving a group of reporters stunned. What is this? He just says that and leaves? The events of that night stirred considerable waves in Xinjiang. Many top families began to reassess their security arrangements, realizing that their current defenses would crumble in the face of a similar crisis. Ye Kun's name spread rapidly, along with the resurfacing of his father's past. Though everyone was aware of it, no one wished to offend the rising new forces for the sake of a declining old family. Yet, from that day forth, the 10 great families of Xinjiang silently reached a consensus. While competition in business could be fierce, the use of violence would never be tolerated. Whoever dared to cross that line would face collective retaliation from the entire upper echelon. After all, no amount of power could shield one from a bullet. No one wished to become the next target. Eventually, details of the Chun family massacre began to surface, and many had already formed judgments that the Ye family was behind it, swift and decisive. While the Chun family may have deserved their fate, the 2 truck drivers and their young son also suffered a tragic end, which was undeniably chilling. People could only utter one word: ruthless. Chapter 16, The Traitor Cannot Escape. On that day, Yi Lu and Yi Chi were exceedingly busy, as various elite families inundated them with calls, vying for bodyguard slots. Although they understood that Ye Kun's statements in front of the media were somewhat exaggerated, the fact that he emerged unscathed amidst the assault of 100 people was an undeniable truth. 100 slots? Far too few to accommodate everyone. Some proposed to pay a premium, willing to offer exorbitant amounts to secure a slot. Yi Lu remained steadfast, insisting on distributing the slots in order of registration. However, he reserved 30 elite slots specifically for the 10 great families, as instructed personally by Ye Kun. Each family ultimately received 3 seasoned bodyguards, all elite members who had experienced last night's battle. Once the news broke, families began to place additional orders, ranging from 5 to 10. Ye Security Company rose to prominence overnight. The downfall of the Wild Wolf Gang became its defining moment, elevating the Ye Group's reputation within the underworld. Leaders of various factions issued orders: "Do not provoke the Ye Group, especially Ye Kun." The events of that night were sufficiently revealing. While the outside world buzzed with speculation, Ye Kun was enjoying lunch with Zhang Qianwen. "Your relentless pursuit of publicity for the company is truly remarkable. Your audacity is indeed rare," she remarked with a smile. Come now, you eat my food, live in my place, and I've even saved your life. Can you not spare my feelings? Ye Kun said, placing a piece of meat into her bowl. I merely speak the truth. Our Ye security is inherently capable. If they choose not to engage us, they might regret it later. What are you so pleased about? I have to report back to the precinct this afternoon. This incident has escalated far too much. I'm at a loss as to how to explain it to my superiors, Zhang Qianwen replied, her brow furrowed, her tone laced with helplessness. No leads on the mole? Ye Kun inquired. It's not so easy to unearth. The individual in question holds a significant position. Without concrete evidence, who would dare take action? She sighed. Since your wounds have yet to heal, why the rush to return? You just had surgery yesterday, and now you want to go back to work? You're being far too reckless, Ye Kun observed, concern evident in his voice as he regarded her weary appearance. First, submit the treasure map. Then you can rest easy while you recuperate. Zhang Qianwen gently shook her head. Regarding the Chen family's affair, I won't hold it against you for seeking revenge. But should I catch you acting recklessly again, I won't hesitate to be unyielding. She shot a sidelong glance at Ye Kun. Despite her stern words, there was a flicker of evasion in her gaze. She had long harbored suspicions, yet lacked evidence. However, who else in all of Xianjiang could wield such weapons as were used in last night's gunfight? Ye Kun suddenly laughed, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, Do you truly have the heart to apprehend me? Zhang Qianwen's face turned crimson, and she stumbled back, flustered. Don't think I couldn't. Then go ahead and arrest me. He smirked. As long as I've done something wrong, you're free to handcuff me anytime. Frustrated, she lifted her foot to stomp down, but her overzealousness aggravated her injury, causing her to gasp in pain. Ye Kun quickly steadied her, glancing at her bandages to ensure they hadn't torn, then breathed a sigh of relief. All right, once you've healed, you can do as you please. If you break something, it will be your own heartache. Shameless, she shot him a glare, her words laced with disdain, yet her heart softened. In the afternoon, Ye Kun arranged for a trusted bodyguard from Yilu to personally escort Zhang Qianwen to the precinct. This individual had an additional task, to discreetly investigate who within the precinct was leaking information. Were it not for his concern over her continual entanglement and danger, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. After all, in his heart, this woman had already secured her place. If that mole remained undeterred and allied with outsiders to target her, he feared he would have no time to weep. Subsequently, Ye Kun and Ye drove to the newspaper office, where they encountered Ye Jiaheng, who was busy handling documents. Little Kun, you gave us quite a scare last night. Be more cautious in your future endeavors. Ye Jiaheng approached with a face full of concern. Rest assured, Uncle San, I have 30 bodyguards on rotation. And we haven't even deployed heavy firepower. The enemy won't withstand it. Ye Kun grinned confidently. Ye Jiaheng, hearing this, refrained from further admonishment, knowing his nephew never undertook ventures without assurance. By the way, the second batch of security personnel has completed their training, 300 strong. Moving forward, I will assign 2 personal guards to each elder in the family, Ye Kun stated. Good, Ye Jiaheng nodded in agreement. He understood that following Ye Kun down this path required diligence. Should he falter, he might become a pawn for those wishing to threaten Ye Kun. Early preparations for security deployment were essential for long-term safety. Uncle San, how is the sales performance of our financial newspaper lately? Ye Kun inquired. Little Kun, the stock insights you provided previously were incredibly precise. Ye Jiaheng began, his eyes sparkling. Who in the circle isn't keeping an eye on our financial newspaper? They wouldn't dare take action without consulting it. Our sales have surged to 3rd place in all of Hong Kong, trailing only behind Ming Pao and the Oriental Daily. He spoke with conviction, confident that it was merely a matter of time before they overtook their competitors. Ye Kun smiled slightly. Uncle San, well done. I will provide you with a batch of data on American stocks and international futures, sufficient for an entire year. Release it a day in advance each day, and ensure the source remains undetected. Find a writer to polish the content, adding analysis and presenting it as his perspective. We need to elevate a stock guru within Ye's media. Ye Jiaheng was taken aback, staring at Ye Kun. A year's worth of predictions for the international market? This. Ye Kun winked at him. This is my exclusive channel, Uncle San, and only you can know about it. The writer must only recognize you. And not a whisper of this can escape. Ye Jiaheng's expression grew serious as he nodded earnestly. Rest assured, from now on, everyone will believe that writer is a genius. At most, they will think my judgment is sharp, and it will never trace back to you. Ye Kun chuckled softly, well aware that such trust was a luxury not afforded to other families. Perhaps this was the true essence of a century-old lineage. You should begin assembling the team. Once the funds arrive, we will launch the international edition of the financial report. Additionally, we shall also establish a literary newspaper. I have several novel outlines. Find someone to fill in the content and serialize it. This will surely create a sensation. Yes, Ye Kun planned to resurrect the wildly popular web literature of later generations. Ye Jiahing grew increasingly excited as he listened. If that's the case, surpassing Ming Pao is just around the corner. And we'll only have the Oriental Daily left to contend with. But with your data support, we are charting an international course. Competing with local newspapers would only diminish our stature. Ye Kun continued outlining his plans. The entertainment section must also keep pace. Invest heavily in a paparazzi team. Even if we can't secure the top position, we must not fall too far behind. And regarding the television station, Uncle San, you should initiate discussions with Li Da for the acquisition. Stall them, and once my funds are in place, we will take them over. All right, little Kun. I will follow your lead, Ye Jiahing responded. Chapter 17. The Hebei War fuels explosive growth. He remarked, if we follow this path, the literary newspaper will surely take flight. The next day, the long-awaited news finally arrived. The Hebei War had erupted, causing international crude oil futures prices to soar instantaneously. This surge was set to triple at the very least. To propel the plot forward, the war's progression had been quietly expedited last night. Ye Kun immediately set off for the trading room at HSBC. The bodyguards dispatched by Ye Er and Ye Lu were on duty, one monitoring the market while the other delivered meals, working in shifts to endure the strain. You must be tired after these days. I haven't even caught your name yet. Ye Kun addressed the bodyguard beside him, his tone calm. You can call me Xiao Lu. My surname is Lu Lei. The man stood tall, his voice steady. All right, Xiao Lu, hang in there a little longer. Once this is accomplished, you will not be neglected, Ye Kun replied with a slight smile. Thank you, boss. Lu Lei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ye Kun then turned to Wang Dong at the trading desk. What is the current oil price? Mr. Ye, it just broke 206, Wang Dong answered. Eyes glued to the screen. Stay vigilant, Ye Kun nodded. At the same time, on the top floor of HSBC, Shunbai stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her gaze fixed on the trading data displayed on her computer. She murmured to herself, this young man's judgment is a rare find. Once this round concludes, I must make an effort to strengthen our relationship. Perhaps we could collaborate in the future. Boss, it has surged to 21. The increase is too steep. Wang Dong reported again. Don't panic. Keep watching, Ye Kun reassured him. He understood that such a rapid rise would not last long. The real market momentum lay ahead. Once the war concluded on the 10th, prices would gradually decline. Although shorting after the war was an option, no one in the market would be foolish enough to lend out crude oil contracts. Oil prices continued to ascend. 212, 216, 221, 226. By the time trading closed at 2 a.m., it had ultimately settled at 258 per barrel. This signifies that the account's funds have achieved a remarkable surge. The capital is provided by Ye Kun, who has earned a substantial profit. Thus the dividends for his subordinates have naturally risen in tandem. After meticulously arranging for his team as shifts, Ye Kun entered the adjacent lounge alone, wary of becoming complacent. Even with a clear understanding of historical trends, he could not afford to fully relax. Would the variables brought about by his rebirth affect the overall situation? Who could say for certain? The following day, he awoke to find it was already noon. With the market opening later that evening, he descended to the lobby and encountered Li Xiner. They shared lunch together, during which she discerned his recent busyness but refrained from intruding. Ye Kun merely stated that once this phase concluded, he would ensure to spend quality time relaxing with her. At 9 o'clock that evening, the market reopened and oil prices surged. 268, 272, 276, an even more ferocious increase than the previous day. Ye Kun was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The subsequent days would witness an accelerated ascent, only to taper off as it approached 45. Yet it would continue to climb, ultimately reaching around 60, until the conclusion of the war halted the upward momentum. Following that would be an extended period of correction, potentially even dipping below prior levels as the fervor subsided, necessitating a cooling-off phase. By the end of that night, the oil price had soared to 305. The 7.5 billion Ye Kun held had not only doubled, but exceeded expectations significantly. The next day at noon, while dining with Li Xiner, his phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was Ye Lu. On the other end, it was relayed that the mole within the police department who had framed Zhang Qianwen had been identified. With irrefutable evidence, Ye Kun promptly instructed Ye Lu to withdraw 200,000 Hong Kong dollars from the account as a reward for the bodyguard who uncovered the lead. Qianwen. The mole within the police has been identified, and I've compiled the relevant evidence of corruption. You can directly collect the materials from Ye's security company. Ye Kun stated in a calm tone. Really? Zhang Qianwen abruptly sprang up from the sofa, her voice brimming with astonishment. A middle-aged man beside her furrowed his brow and muttered quietly. At her age, still bouncing around like a child. What a spectacle. A noble woman sitting nearby shot him a glance and retorted, if our daughter hears that, it will surely lead to chaos. The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. When have I ever deceived you? Ye Kun's lips curved upward, his tone imbued with confidence. I truly appreciate this, Ye Kun. When we next meet, I shall offer you a special reward. Zhang Qianwen's voice suddenly dropped a few notches, her ears slightly flushed. Ye Kun's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest, yearning to appear before her immediately. All right, those are your words, he replied, his voice trembling with excitement. Came her gentle affirmation from the other end before the line went dead. Li Xiner, observing Ye Kun's foolish grin as he stared at his phone, spoke flatly. What has you so elated? Ye Kun's smile instantly vanished, and he coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment. A police friend helped her with something. Oh. Li Xiner's gaze was indifferent. Just a friend? Of course, I am not the sort to be frivolous, Ye Kun hastened to clarify. Li Xiner lowered her head, her voice quivering slightly. I know you possess great capability. A person like you is destined not to belong to just one woman. But I merely hope that, even if you have others by your side in the future, you will not forget me. As she spoke, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Ye Kun's heart tightened, and he pulled her into his embrace. Do not say such things. In my heart, you have always been the most important. Really? She looked up at him. More genuine than pure gold. If you doubt it, I shall carve out my heart for you to see. He exaggeratedly placed his hand over his chest. Li Xiner broke into a smile, grasping his hand. All right, do you think I would not believe you? Seeing her smile, Ye Kun finally exhaled in relief. She was his first love, the person he was most reluctant to hurt. As the afternoon sun poured over the table, after finishing their meal, Ye Kun returned to the trading room. In the ensuing days, he remained glued to the monitoring screens. By the 5th, crude oil prices had surged to $567 per barrel. He issued orders to Wang Dong and the others. Once it hits 58, liquidate all positions. Although there remained upward potential in the market, he had already achieved his anticipated returns. The scale of funds was too vast. Delaying withdrawal could easily lead to a passive predicament. Understood, Mr. Yi. Wang Dong responded decisively. During this period, he had come to wholeheartedly trust Ye Kun's judgment. In the Futures Circle, Ye Kun had nearly become synonymous with legend. Following the directive, the team began to systematically withdraw funds. With nearly $2.9 billion in positions, the operation was executed with utmost caution. Initially, Ye Kun had invested $7.5 billion when oil prices were merely $152 per barrel. Now, the settlement price had reached $586. The funds in Ye Kun's possession had expanded to 38 times their original amount, totaling $28.5 billion, nearly grazing $30 billion. That day, he was the first to withdraw $500 million. Chapter 18, From Potential Stock to Core Player. The next day, Wang Dong and his team successfully withdrew $5.6 billion. By May 17th, all funds had been safely extracted, taking a total of 6 days. Everyone finally released a sigh of relief. Cheers erupted within the room. Ye Kun smiled, surveying the crowd. From today onward, everyone should relax. Bonuses will be distributed tomorrow. Wang Dong and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration. Finally, the hard work of countless nights would soon be rewarded with tangible profits. The following morning, Ye Kun arranged to meet Li Xiner and instructed HSBC to send financial personnel for the settlement. Soon after, the bank staff arrived on site. 10 minutes ago, the deduction for leveraged funds was completed. Mr. Ye's account balance stands at $21.3 billion, with an additional $8.08 million in fees to be paid. The financial personnel spoke respectfully, their admiration barely concealed. At that moment, a bespectacled Western man descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. All staff greeted in unison. Good day, Chairman. Ye Kun looked up, astonished to find it was Shunbai, the legendary figure of HSBC, the financial deity revered in Hong Kong's Chinese community. As he pondered this, Shunbai approached, smiling as he spoke. You must be Mr. Yi, correct? Your keen insight and decisive methods are truly commendable. Extending his hand, Ye Kun stepped forward, shaking hands with him. It is an honor that Mr. Shin knows my name. Haha, Mr. Yi, your actions have shaken the market. If I were unaware, I would be quite out of touch. He then turned to the accountant, saying, Shall Li, waive the handling fee for Mr. Yi. From now on, his leveraged rates at our bank will be permanently reduced by 20. Understood, Chairman, Shao Li recorded promptly. Ye Kun felt a stir of admiration. This man was indeed deserving of his reputation. A seemingly casual remark was imbued with both sentiment and perspective. He gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Chairman Shen, you are indeed generous. Shunbai smiled and inquired, Might I ask if Mr. Ye's funds would be willing to remain with our bank? Certainly, Ye Kun nodded. Though not at the head office, but at the Causeway Bay branch. Shunbai was taken aback momentarily, then chuckled. It appears that young Shun is quite prompt. However, as long as you remain with HSBC, that is what matters. Naturally, I cannot go back on my word to President Shun. Ye Kun's smile deepened. As soon as he finished speaking, Shunbai produced an invitation card from his pocket and handed it over. There will be a charity gala in half a month. I wonder if Mr. Ye would grace us with your presence? Ye Kun's heart leaped. Such a high-caliber event, where Shunbai would be in attendance, must attract the creme de la creme of Hong Kong society. This was a pivotal step into the core circle. How could he decline an invitation from Chairman Shin? He reached out to accept the invitation, his fingertips warming at the touch. Mr. Ye, I shall take my leave now, Shunbai said before turning to depart. Ye Kun immediately turned to the finance personnel and instructed, prepare 4 cards. The first should be loaded with $2 billion. The second with $100 million, and the remaining $30 million converted into Hong Kong dollars. Also, please bring over a checkbook. Understood, Mr. Ye. I will attend to it right away, the finance personnel responded promptly, springing into action. Moments later, they returned, presenting 4 cards and a checkbook. Mr. Ye, these 3 are your fund account cards, and this black one is an internationally recognized credit card with a limit of $100 million. Specially arranged for you by Chairman Shin. Ye Kun accepted the cards with a smile and said, please extend my gratitude to Chairman Shin. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Task completed, awarded SS level reward. 50 attribute points, 20 bodyguards, arcade manufacturing technology, and 100 arcade games have been distributed. Ye Kun felt a jolt of excitement. The reward was nothing short of astonishing. If he were to unlock the legendary mysterious gift pack, it could potentially sweep away all opposition. He temporarily dismissed the system notification, planning to examine it in detail during his leisure time. He then summoned 5 traders and wrote out 5 checks, each for 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Wang Dong and the others could hardly believe their eyes, their hands trembling with disbelief. He further issued checks of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars each to Lu Lei and Ye Er. Lu Lei's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly kneeling in gratitude. He had never encountered such a vast sum in his lifetime. Ye Er mirrored his joy, unable to conceal his elation. Although they had been summoned by the system, they possessed independent consciousness and emotions. Ye Kun treated them as equals, and this respect warmed his heart. At 5:30 in the evening, Li Xiner finished her work. She changed into a flowing blue gown and gently linked her arm with Ye Kun, fluttering her eyelashes and saying, let us go, we're off to dinner. The couple chose the Peninsula Hotel once again, ordering 3 dishes and uncorking a bottle of red wine. The candlelight flickered as they naturally proceeded to the already reserved presidential suite after their meal. In the deep of night, their long-suppressed emotions were fully unleashed, entwined until the early hours of the morning. The following morning, Ye Kun first drove Li Xiner to the HSBC building before heading to the original headquarters of the Ye Foundation. Upon reaching the top floor, he knocked on the office door. The door opened to reveal Ye Meng, who now served as Ye Suqing's secretary. It was not unusual in the Ye family for daughters to assist their mothers. Seeing Ye Kun enter, Ye Suqing stood up and walked to the water dispenser to brew a cup of tea. Xiao Kun, what brings you here today? Since the foundation was established, you have rarely shown your face. Aunt, I'm here to deliver funds, Ye Kun replied with a smile, pulling out a card from his pocket. This contains $2 billion. Ye Suqing took the card, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Kun, have you truly acquired such a large sum of money? Have I ever spoken falsely? Ye Kun smiled warmly. During the last family gathering, he had promised to contribute over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars to support various branch operations. Everyone had assumed this amount would be dispersed in stages, but they had not anticipated he would provide it all at once, even with a surplus. $2 billion converted to 152 billion Hong Kong dollars was an astronomical figure in today's Hong Kong, nearly rivaling the fortunes of the wealthiest magnates. Just 30 days ago, the Ye Group had been on the brink of collapse. Merely a month later, it now possessed the strength to vie for the title of richest. Aunt, please transfer the funds to Uncle Air, Uncle San, as well as Xiao Chun and Xiao Ji, and let them pursue their projects without hesitation. If they run out of funds, they can come to me for more. I will arrange it. Very well, Xiao Kun, I will convey your message. Ye Suqing nodded in agreement. Ye Kun then turned to Ye Meng, saying, Xiao Meng, it's time to stop being a secretary. I have a new task for you. Establish an arcade game company. I will provide you with a complete set of technical data along with 100 ready-made game contents. The goal is to open stores in every corner of the globe. Ye Meng was taken aback. Brother, I should accumulate a few more years of experience first. Look at Ye Chun and Ye Ji. Do they have experience? Yet they still ventured out with billions to start their businesses. Moreover, our Ye Foundation will provide full support. And if any issues arise, there will be someone to back you up. What is there to worry about? Ye Kun insisted firmly. Indeed, Xiao Meng. You have been a secretary for 2 years. Your qualifications far surpass those of your younger siblings, Ye Suqing encouraged from the side. Chapter 19. The target shifts to Ye Kun? Then I shall give it a try. With both of them in agreement, Ye Meng finally relented. Ye Kun smiled. The arcade industry inevitably involves interacting with complex characters. I will assign 4 female bodyguards to protect you closely. Do not fear, as long as you remain safe. I will handle everything else. Understood, brother. I will be cautious, Ye Ming replied earnestly. And, please remind everyone that as we expand our business, we should prominently mention the Ye family's name. It is time for more people to know we have returned. At that moment, Ye Kun suddenly remembered an important matter. The funds required for the system upgrade were already in place, but the family's influence had yet to meet the standard. He was eager to discover what abilities would be unlocked once the upgrade was completed. Rest assured, Xiao Kun. I will remind everyone to ensure the Ye family name spreads far and wide. Ye Suqing responded with a smile. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building within a financial center, a finance professional was reclining in a sofa chair. A middle-aged Caucasian man beside him reported in a low voice, "Boss, this transaction yielded $30 billion less than expected." The finance professional's expression turned grim. Investigate thoroughly. Who has meddled in this? Everyone in the circle knows this business is earmarked for our fund. Who dares to encroach? Yes, boss, the man acknowledged before departing. As night fell, Ye Kun returned home and summoned 20 bodyguards. He reassigned 4 female bodyguards to guard Ye Ming. 8 male bodyguards were sent to a military enterprise due to the inherent risks associated with overseas transactions. The remaining 8 were dispatched to a security company to enhance the training team. With resources now abundant, they could focus entirely on honing their combat capabilities. In the future, all enterprises under the Ye family must utilize their own trained security teams. Using their own people would bring peace of mind. Each member of the Ye family was to be accompanied by 2 personal bodyguards. After all, there had been instances where heirs of wealthy families encountered security risks, a living testament to the necessity. As the Ye family grew stronger and gained renown, it was inevitable that some desperate individuals would cast their eyes upon them. The next morning, Zhang Qianwen called. After days of maneuvering, she had finally unmasked a deeply hidden mole. Had it not been for the individual's high position and the support behind them, it would not have required such effort. Nevertheless, she succeeded in apprehending the person. On the other end of the phone, her voice was lighthearted, and though Ye Kun was miles away, he could almost envision the upward curve of her lips. "Qianwen, you handled this beautifully. How do you plan to thank me?" Ye Kun inquired with a smile. There was a brief silence on the other end, and Zhang Qianwen lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "What do you wish for me to do? Come to my place and cook dinner for me," he said casually, making the request. "Is that all?" "Indeed, just that simple. Could it be that you actually don't know how to cook?" Ye Kun raised an eyebrow playfully. "Who doesn't know how to cook? I've been in charge of the kitchen since I was 8. Zhang Qianwen retorted immediately, her tone filled with pride. This was indeed true. Her parents had always emphasized the importance of independence in their children, and culinary skills were naturally included in their teachings. "All right, then tonight, I shall witness your true skills," Ye Kun gently prodded her. At 6:30 in the evening, Zhang Qianwen stepped through the gate of Ye Kun's villa. Upon entering, her cheeks flushed instantly. Ye Kun gazed at her slightly reddened face, warmth flooding his heart as he softly said, "You must be tired. Why not take a seat for a moment? I'll go prepare dinner." Zhang Qianwen quickly tossed out, "I'll handle it," as she turned and headed towards the kitchen. An hour later, a spread of 4 dishes and a soup was meticulously arranged on the table. Ye Kun gazed at the array of dishes before him, their colors, aromas, and flavors enticingly harmonious, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Impressive. I never expected you possessed such culinary skills." "Humph. Did you underestimate me, young lady?" Zhang Qianwen raised her chin, pride gleaming in her eyes. "It was my oversight. I shall punish myself with a drink." Ye Kun chuckled and gestured for Uncle Fu to bring the wine. As the bottle was uncorked, each filled a glass. He tilted his head back and downed the contents in one swift motion. Zhang Qianwen watched the glass with a light laugh. "I've encountered many such scenes during my investigations. The notion of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk is merely an illusion, is it not?" Ye Kun was taken aback, then let out a dry laugh, feeling slightly embarrassed at having been seen through. She lifted her glass and drained it in one gulp, raising her gaze to Ye Kun with a playful arch of her brow. "Let us eat. Dining is of utmost importance." Ye Kun quickly redirected the conversation. As the dinner progressed, amidst the clinking of glasses and laughter, a bottle of red wine soon reached its end. Zhang Qianwen leaned back in her chair, her eyes sparkling. "Shall we have more?" Ye Kun narrowed his eyes, now feeling the pressure of competition. "Uncle Fu, bring 2 more bottles of red wine." Uncle Fu approached with a smile, retrieving treasured wines from the depths of the cabinet. As the cork popped, the fragrance of wine wafted through the air. Ye Kun filled her glass, pouring one for himself as well. The wine's potency gradually revealed itself in the night, and the once carefree banter between the two began to take on a languid air. Their conversation flowed freely, yet now imbued with a relaxed ease. Zhang Qianwen leaned on the sofa, recounting amusing tales from her childhood when she was reprimanded for sneaking into a uniform, leading to later mishaps during missions, including tumbling into muddy pits. Ye Kun sat beside her, occasionally chiming in, but mostly listening quietly, his gaze warm. As the night deepened and the clock struck midnight, 3 bottles of wine had been consumed. Zhang Qianwen's cheeks flushed, her speech slowed as she rose to head towards the guest room. Ye Kun was not much steadier himself, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet he extended a hand to assist her. Uncle Fu stood nearby, softly instructing the servants, "Please help them to their respective guest rooms for rest, and ensure they are well cared for." 2 servants promptly stepped forward, supporting each of them as they made their way to adjacent guest rooms, quietly retreating once they were settled. Ye Kun awoke the following day, the sun already high in the sky. Having accidentally spilled some wine on his clothing the previous night, he had changed into fresh pajamas. After washing up, he thought of Zhang Qianwen and knocked gently on the door of the adjacent guest room. "Are you awake? I've arranged for some new clothes and a hangover soup." There was a slight rustling from within, and moments later, Zhang Qianwen opened the door. Her complexion still a bit flushed, her voice hoarse from sleep. "I caused trouble last night. No worries, go wash up first. Your clothes are by the bathroom door, and the hangover soup is in the dining room." Ye Kun stepped aside to let her pass. Half an hour later, Zhang Qianwen emerged from the guest room, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets still clinging to the ends. Upon seeing her, Ye Kun handed her a dry towel. "Dry your hair. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill." "Thank you," Zhang Qianwen replied softly as she accepted the towel. Chapter 20. The Undercover Battle of Capital in Xianjiang. Ye Kun remained still, his gaze fixed on her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "The attire is of little consequence, is it not?" Before he could finish, he suddenly pulled her closer, and she gasped in surprise. Before she could fully react, her lips were sealed with his. The muffled sounds of their breaths mingled in the stillness of the room. As for what transpired next, let it be left to the imagination. The winds of change are stirring, and we shall speak no more of it. That night, they did not venture out again. Dinner was brought in by the servants. And outside, the moonlight spilled softly, both cold and gentle. Inside, the lighting was soft, and they nestled close, discussing topics ranging from humanity's exodus from Africa to the rise of agricultural civilizations, and finally to the birth of cities and the continuity of families. As if they were truly exploring a grand narrative of existence, adding a layer of hidden warmth to the world. The following morning, Ye Kun instructed a servant to procure a well-fitted outfit for a woman and deliver it. "You should rest well today," he said to Zhang Qianwen, who was curled up in the blankets. "I have to visit HSBC." She nodded, her voice barely above a whisper, like a dream. "You go ahead and busy yourself." After the door closed, she sat up slowly, requesting a pair of scissors from the servant. Quietly, she approached the bedside and carefully snipped away the dark red plum blossom stain on the sheet, folding it meticulously and hiding it beneath her pillow. Meanwhile, Ye Kun had already stepped into the HSBC lobby. He said little, merely instructing the front desk to summon Li Shiner. He understood well that the stocks of Wharf holdings were no longer about quick profits. This time, he intended to grasp them personally as the foundational cornerstone of his real estate empire. "Ah Kun, back to check on the stock market again?" Li Shiner entered, inquiring. "I'm just keeping an eye on Wharf holdings. How is it progressing?" Ye Kun raised his gaze to ask. "The price is at $12 per share. We have secured 4 of the position," Li Shiner replied. "Transfer another 50 million over and continue purchasing Wharf holdings. We can accelerate the pace a bit, but do not attract attention. Keep an eye on Chung Kong as well. Take it slow, and do not reveal our intentions. Also, arrange a meeting with Chairman Shun. I wish to discuss the shares of Wharf holdings that HSBC holds." Ye Kun instructed steadily. "Understood, I will arrange it immediately," Li Shiner replied before turning to leave. Shortly after, she returned. "Ah Kun, Chairman Shin invites you to his office for a detailed discussion. Let us go." The two took the elevator to the top floor and pushed open the door to Shunbai's office. The room was spacious and bright, exquisitely decorated, far surpassing Ye Kun's previous office. "Mr. Ye, please take a seat," Shunbai welcomed him, guiding him to the discussion area. "Shao Li, fetch a cup of tea," Shunbai instructed Li Shiner. "There's no need for trouble, Chairman Shun. I came today to discuss acquiring the shares of Wharf holdings held by your bank." Shunbai assessed him briefly before responding slowly. "Wharf holdings has a promising future. I personally hold a favorable view and originally intended to retain it long term." Ye Kun's expression remained unchanged. He knew that historically, HSBC ultimately transferred its shares to the King of Barges, the reason being simply, the price was not right. "Then, I will offer a price 10 above the market rate. How does that sound?" Ye Kun directly proposed his terms. Shunbai pondered for a moment. "If you can exceed 20, we might consider a transfer." Ye Kun felt a stir in his heart, sensing the other's considerable appetite. Yet his face showed no sign of it. 15%, I can accept." Furthermore, in the future, you will assist me in acquiring shares from other shareholders. Regardless of the cost, I will take them at a 15-point premium. As for the position in Cheung Kong, whatever you can secure, I will also acquire at this price. Shunbai's eyes flickered, seemingly intrigued. Mr. Ye, since you are so forthright, then I shall not beat around the bush. We will proceed at a 15-point premium. And HSBC will transfer its 10 stake in Wharf holdings entirely to you. Ye Kun's heart leapt. He already held 14 of the shares. If he added market acquisitions and private agreements, once he surpassed the 50% threshold, controlling interest would firmly be in his grasp. Thank you for your support, Chairman Shin. I would appreciate your assistance in consolidating the remaining shareholder stakes. Ye Kun nodded in acknowledgement. One more thing, when engaging with other shareholders, please try to avoid the King of Barges and Li Ka-shing. Once the outer circle is more or less settled, we can then approach them. After all, in the days to come, both will have their eyes set on this lucrative target and will likely act simultaneously to seize Wharf holdings. Ultimately, it was with HSBC's critical support that the King of Barges seized control. This time, Ye Kun aimed to take the initiative and cut off the old narrative. Li Ka-shing had once extended a favor to the King of Barges, and not long after, the King of Barges had assisted Li Ka-shing in acquiring Cheung Kong. But this time, Wharf holdings belonged to him, and Cheung Kong was not willing to let go. In the following days, Shunbai acted discreetly, gradually acquiring shares in Wharf holdings and Cheung Kong. In the capital market, Wharf holdings stock price quietly began to rise, creating ripples. In a residence halfway up Victoria Peak, Li Ka-shing sat on the living room sofa, his demeanor calm and composed. The eldest son, Li Zikai, approached and said, "Father, today the trading volume of Kowloon warehouse appears somewhat unusual." Li Jiaqing's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that someone is secretly orchestrating a scheme? Should we take action preemptively? Li Zikai inquired. What is our current holding? Li Jiaqing retorted. We currently possess 9%, came the reply. Let us remain still for the moment. We shall wait a few days. Once our stake reaches 15%, we will act. Engaging in bidding at this stage would only escalate costs, Li Jiaqing stated calmly. Understood. I will instruct the team to continue discreetly accumulating shares. Li Zikai nodded in agreement. On the third day, Shunbai arranged a meeting with Ye Kun. Mr. Ye, I have consolidated the previously scattered small shares for you, totaling 21%. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ye Kun's eyes. Director Shin, your efficiency is indeed reassuring. Shunbai smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. At this juncture, Shunbai had amassed a stake of 31%, with an investment of merely 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars based on market value. Historically, during the struggle for control, the stock price had soared to $67, with the shipping king ultimately spending 2.1 billion to secure it. Now, Ye Kun possessed a larger share with less than 1/10 of the funds. Coupled with the 4% he previously held and the recent 1% acquired in the last 2 days, Ye Kun now controlled 36% of Kowloon Warehouse's equity. The timing was ripe. Swift action was imperative. Any further delay might compel him to acquire shares at a premium from Li Jiaqing or the shipping king. Entering the trading hall, Ye Kun promptly transferred 200 million. From now on, let us purchase Kowloon Warehouse stocks at a 30% premium, he declared with conviction. Understood. Ah Kun, I will execute this immediately, Li Shiner responded, hastening to the operations room. That afternoon, the market in Hong Kong trembled. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse surged from $12 to over $18, gaining momentum rapidly. In a luxury residence in Shallow Water Bay, the shipping king ordered his son-in-law, Wu Guangjing, immediately acquire shares at a 30% premium. I will contact HSBC. Yes, father, I will arrange it right away. Wu Guangjing replied promptly. Chapter 21. The shipping king and Li Jiaqing both headed to HSBC. Simultaneously, similar directives were issued from a villa on Victoria Peak. Gazing out at the misty clouds, Li Jiaqing quietly instructed his son, initiate the premium acquisition immediately. HSBC still holds 10%. I will meet with Director Shun to secure that portion. Meanwhile, Ye Kun's team continued their vigorous efforts. In just one afternoon, they acquired an additional 0.5% of circulating shares. Jardine Matheson found itself in a passive position, having missed the opportunity as the news spread. Henry Kessick, upon learning that someone was quietly acquiring Kowloon Warehouse stocks, erupted with fury, reprimanding his subordinates before urgently contacting the finance department to mobilize funds. His family held 31% of Kowloon Warehouse, with the remainder spread among several allies. The immediate priority was to stabilize these allies and prevent them from wavering in their shareholdings. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that those so-called allies had quietly transferred all their stocks to HSBC. At that moment, Li Jiaqing entered the HSBC lobby and fortuitously encountered the shipping king as they both entered. Their gazes met, and Li Jiaqing took the initiative to greet him. Oh, shipping king, you are here too? Li Jiaqing inquired, internally speculating. Could he be attempting to acquire Kowloon warehouse? The shipping king, too, harbored doubts. Could it be that Li Jiaqing is the buyer behind the scenes, having dominated the seas for many years? If he could secure Kowloon warehouse and control its dock resources, he could expand his influence on land. I have a matter to discuss with Director Shun. The shipping king replied nonchalantly, then walked alongside Li Jiaqing. As they conversed, they entered Shun Bai's office together. Upon seeing the two esteemed guests, Shun Bai promptly rose to greet them, a hint of resigned amusement crossing his face as he discerned their purpose. The shipping king refrained from mentioning Kowloon warehouse due to Li Jiaqing's presence, and Li Jiaqing maintained a similar silence. The three engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere seemingly relaxed. Yet currents of tension flowed beneath the surface. After approximately 15 minutes, Shun Bai finally spoke. "Gentlemen, I am aware of your purpose for being here," he said. "It concerns Kowloon warehouse, does it not?" Li Jiaqing and the shipping king exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement. "Unfortunately, you have arrived a step too late. The shares of Kowloon warehouse held by HSBC have already changed hands." "To whom were they sold?" they both exclaimed, their tones laden with astonishment. "To a remarkably bold young man," Shun Bai smiled. "Along with the shares of other scattered shareholders, we have collectively acquired them. He now holds over 30%. Unless you join forces, it will be difficult to dislodge him." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the shipping king and Li Jiaqing shifted. Over 30% meant nearly securing victory. They exchanged wry smiles, realizing the situation was dire. "Could you introduce us to this gentleman?" the shipping king inquired cautiously. "I too am curious to know who has taken the lead," Li Jiaqing concurred. Coincidentally, Shun Bai replied, "That friend is currently in our trading hall. I will have someone bring him up." Both men nodded in agreement. Shun Bai pressed a button on his desk, and shortly after, a woman dressed in a professional suit entered. "Shaoli, please invite Mr. Ye to the trading hall and inform him that there are two guests who wish to meet him," Shun Bai instructed. "Certainly, Chairman, I will go immediately," the secretary, Shaoli, responded before exiting. In the trading hall, Ye Kun was reclining on a sofa, asking the woman beside him, "Xiner, what is the current price of Kowloon warehouse shares?" "Ah Kun, the price has risen to $33, Li Xiner reported softly. "Continue to raise the purchase price. Kowloon warehouse must change hands today," Ye Kun stated resolutely. The office door was gently pushed open as Secretary Shaoli stepped in, respectfully announcing, "Mr. Ye, Director Shun requests your presence. He says there are two esteemed guests who wish to meet you." Ye Kun nodded slightly, already aware of who was likely to arrive. It was most likely the shipping king and Li Jiaqing, both of whom he had intended to befriend. He turned to Li Xiner and instructed, "Do not halt our actions. Continue to push the price higher and intensify our efforts." "Understood, Ah Kun," Li Xiner replied. Ye Kun then rose and followed Shaoli to the top floor. Upon opening the door to Shun Bai's office, he found two individuals seated within. One was a slender middle-aged man wearing glasses, and the other was a robust figure with a composed demeanor. It required no further introduction. It was indeed the shipping king and Li Jiaqing. Shun Bai stood, smiling as he introduced, "Mr. Ye, this is the shipping king, a legendary figure in the maritime industry. I trust you have heard of him." The shipping king waved his hand dismissively. "What legend? I am merely an ordinary person making a living at sea." Shun Bai then turned to the other individual. "This is Mr. Li Jiaqing, the founder of Yangtze Properties." Li Jiaqing inclined his head slightly, nodding in greeting to Ye Kun. Ye Kun approached each in turn, offering a warm handshake. It is indeed a privilege for this junior to meet two esteemed figures who have long been renowned in Hong Kong. He then introduced himself. "I am Ye Kun, formerly the head of the Ye Group, now somewhat unbound, exploring the world." Upon hearing the name of the Ye Group, the shipping king and Li Jiaqing exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the weight of his lineage. "So you are the scion of the Ye family," the shipping king remarked with a smile. "To have transformed a near-bankrupt enterprise into such a scale, while navigating the waters so cautiously, is truly commendable. I admire that." Li Jiaqing nodded in agreement. "Recently, the Ye family has been quite active in the capital markets. I presume these are your strategies." Ye Kun responded with a nonchalant smile. "Just some minor maneuvers, nothing of great significance." He paused, fixing his gaze on the two. "I am aware of your purpose for being here. However, I must regretfully inform you that I have acted first. How about this? I am willing to acquire the Kowloon warehouse shares you hold at market price, plus an additional 30%. What say you?" Li Jiaqing remained silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. "The times have changed. This need not be spoken aloud, for it is already understood in our hearts. If that is the case, I shall withdraw." He glanced towards the shipping king, seeking his sentiments. The shipping king spoke slowly. "Mr. Ye, could you possibly show some leniency? The Kowloon warehouse holds particular significance for me." Ye Kun shook his head. "I truly apologize. I too have my sights set on the Kowloon warehouse, and my holdings are nearing 40%. Upon hearing this, The shipping king instead smiled. Well, it seems the young man possesses audacity. Since you have gained the upper hand, I shall not press further. I will relinquish my shares to you at a 70% discount based on the current price, as a gesture of goodwill. Li Jiaqing then remarked, if the shipping king has spoken in such a manner, I too shall follow suit. I will transfer all my shares at his price. Ye Kun laughed heartily. Such kindness from the elders. If I were to disregard this generosity, would I not be seen as a cold-hearted person? I shall accept all shares at a 30% premium. This is my sincerity. The shipping king's brow furrowed, his tone slightly impatient. The words have been spoken. Do you suggest I would renege on my commitments? Li Jiaqing echoed in a cool manner. Would we truly care about such a trifling amount? Do not speak as if we are at a disadvantage. Chapter 22. Breaking Years of Barriers. Ye Kun, upon hearing this, smiled slightly, his amusement evident. In that case, I shall accept. With such generous regard from both of you, I cannot return empty-handed. I shall present you with a rare opportunity. Both the shipping king and Li Jiaqing raised their eyebrows in unison. Oh? What opportunity could possibly warrant such certainty from you? Merely a chance for you to double your current fortunes, Ye Kun replied nonchalantly, as if he were discussing a matter of little consequence. The expressions of both men turned serious in an instant. Having already ascended to great heights of wealth, the prospect of further advancement seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Yet, now, a young man had casually brought it up, evoking profound emotion. At that moment, Shunbai interjected, Mr. Yi, are you perhaps planning to venture into the financial markets again? Might HSBC catch a favorable breeze? The shipping king and Li Jiaqing felt a jolt of surprise. The futures market is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Yet, Shunbai had proactively extended an invitation. Could it be that Ye Kun truly possesses extraordinary abilities? Ye Kun shook his head. This time, it is not futures. The scale is far grander. Ms. Shun, would you like to participate? Shunbai's eyes brightened. Not futures? Then what is it? I cannot disclose that at present. Ye Kun replied calmly, yet maintaining the stipulation that all funds would be held in trust by HSBC, should losses approach the threshold. You would have the right to liquidate immediately. The only requirement, grant me 100-fold leverage. The shipping king and Li Jiaqing exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by the nature of their discourse. Shunbai then softly recounted Ye Kun's past achievements. Upon hearing this, both men were left speechless in shock. The stock and futures markets had never seen him falter. His previous operations had magnified their principal by 140 times. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Ye Kun posed another question. Gentlemen, are you now willing to place your bets? The shipping king asked in a deep voice, how much are we to invest? At least $100 million to start, Ye Kun responded, and leverage can be applied. The higher, the better. All funds will be transparent. You may monitor them, but not intervene. Should losses reach the threshold, we can halt at any time. Li Jiaqing and the shipping king exchanged glances. Li Jiaqing spoke first. I will invest 100 million with 20-fold leverage. The shipping king followed suit. I shall do the same. Ye Kun turned to Shunbai. Ms. Shun, 100-fold leverage. Do you agree? Also, how much will HSBC prepare to invest? Shunbai pondered for a moment. Very well, 100-fold is acceptable. However, if losses exceed 50 million, I will immediately cut my position. HSBC will also invest $100 million. She paused, adding the same condition. Should the red line be breached, they would withdraw immediately. Ye Kun nodded. No problem, Miss Shun. Suddenly, he turned to Li Jiaqing, his tone laden with significance. Mr. Li, I suspect you have long harbored intentions towards Hutchison Whampoa. Have you not? The air grew thick with tension. Li Jiaqing's pupils constricted, his heart racing. This matter was exceedingly clandestine, and yet it had been seen through so easily. Shunbai and the shipping king were likewise taken aback, their gazes now reassessing the young man before them. Ye Kun continued. Mr. Li, shall we make an agreement? If I can bring you over $2 billion in profits from the upcoming operations, you will transfer all your shares in Hutchison Whampoa to me and withdraw from this contest. Conversely, if I fail to reach this figure, I shall transfer all my Hutchison Whampoa shares to you. Do you understand? The others listened, their expressions filled with astonishment, tinged with disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jiaqing nodded in assent. I agree. Then I thank you, Mr. Li. Ye Kun smiled slightly. Li Jiaqing merely shook his head lightly, offering no further words. Shunbai then inquired, can you now reveal a bit about the content of this plan? Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet he remained tight-lipped. As I said, I cannot disclose it. However, time will provide answers in about a month. The group exchanged some idle chatter before finalizing the stock transfer and parting ways. At this juncture, Ye Kun had secured 56% of the shares in Kowloon warehouse. The Henry Keswick family held over 30%, with the remainder scattered across the market. This meant that the actual control of Kowloon warehouse had fallen into Ye Kun's hands. He promptly notified Li Shiner to cease further acquisitions of Kowloon warehouse stocks. The shareholding had reached the threshold for control, and no further action was necessary. Following this, Ye Kun dialed Ye Hanwen's number. Once connected, he stated, "Second uncle, please come to HSBC at once. I have completed the acquisition of Kowloon warehouse, and next, I intend to merge it into our real estate group." Ye Hanwen was taken aback, realization dawning. No wonder Kowloon warehouse's stock price surged today. It was your doing. Very well, I'm on my way. He quickly organized the relevant documents and set off. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at HSBC. Upon seeing Ye Kun, Ye Hanwen took a seat. Ye Kun produced the pre-prepared share transfer agreement. Both parties signed and sealed it, completing the formalities on the spot. Thus, Kowloon Warehouse Group officially belonged to Ye's Real Estate Group. Second uncle, let us hold a press conference shortly to announce this news and share in the joy with our compatriots, Ye Kun suggested with a smile. No problem. I will arrange it right away, Ye Hanwen replied, his excitement palpable, perhaps even surpassing Ye Kun's own enthusiasm. That evening, Henry Keswick sat at home, watching the television as Ye Hanwen jubilantly announced the change of ownership of Kowloon Warehouse at the press conference. He roared in fury, seizing the remote control to hurl it at the screen, the sound of shattering glass echoing throughout the room. Meanwhile, the entire Chinese community in Hong Kong erupted in fervor. Ye's Real Estate Group became the first local Chinese company to successfully acquire a core British enterprise, shattering years of capital barriers. Discussions filled the streets, with people sharing the news and praising Ye Hanwen's actions as a triumph for the Chinese community. Days later, Ye Hanwen, accompanied by his finance team, legal advisors, and several executives, visited the headquarters of Kowloon Warehouse. Upon entering the lobby, he instructed the front desk to notify all management. The new chairman is convening an emergency meeting. The front desk staff knocked on the chairman's office door, announcing, "Chairman, representatives from Ye's Real Estate are here, requesting a meeting." Henry Keswick muttered a few curses under his breath, reluctantly rising to head towards the conference room. Upon entering, he saw his original team already seated, while Ye Hanwen sat calmly in the chairman's seat. Gritting his teeth, he could only silently take a seat at the lower end. He realized that this place no longer belonged to him. In the conference room, once all personnel had gathered, Ye Hanwen slowly retrieved a document and placed it on the table. He spoke in a steady voice. The shareholding structure of Kowloon Warehouse Group has changed. Ye's Real Estate Group now holds 62% of the shares, officially becoming the controlling shareholder. I have resolved to appoint Huang Jiwen as the executive president of the Wharf Holdings, granting him full authority over the company's operations. A bespectacled gentleman promptly rose, slightly bowing his head, understanding the chairman's intent. Chapter 23. Engaging in Underhanded Tactics? Ye Hanwen continued, stating, "From this day forward, the Wharf Holdings Group will be integrated into the Ye Real Estate Group, becoming a wholly owned subsidiary." Before his words could fully resonate, Henry Keswick abruptly stood, his countenance darkening. "I vehemently oppose this arrangement." Ye Hanwen's gaze swept over him, his tone unperturbed. "Your dissent holds no weight." He then declared, "All positions held by the former chairman, Henry Keswick, are hereby terminated." Bang! Henry slammed his palm onto the table, glaring fiercely, "Do not overstep your bounds." Yet Ye Hanwen remained unfazed, offering, "I present you with two options. I will provide 100 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase your remaining shares. Or, you may retain those stocks as keepsakes." "I will never sell to you." Henry gritted his teeth. "The land company is quite appealing as well," Ye Hanwen suggested mildly. "Why not consider selling it to me as well?" "Is this a threat?" Henry coldly inquired. "Interpret it as you wish," Ye Hanwen replied, shrugging. "I merely perceive potential in that company." Henry's heart tightened. He was devoid of liquid assets, having invested funds into multiple projects. Should Ye's company launch an offensive against the land company at this juncture, he would lack sufficient capital to counter. 200 million. He attempted to inflate the price. "Anything less is non-negotiable. 100 million is the ceiling." Ye Hanwen chuckled. "You are well aware that the current stock price is artificially inflated. If I were to spend 200 million, I might as well acquire the entire land company outright." Upon hearing the mention of the land company again, Henry finally relented. "Fine, but I demand a cash transaction." Ye Hanwen promptly produced the share transfer agreement and handed it over. After Henry affixed his signature, the finance department swiftly completed the transfer. Upon receipt, he pocketed the check and, as he turned to leave, coldly remarked, "The Keswick family's money is not so easily acquired." The door closed behind him. Ye Hanwen frowned slightly, but chose not to elaborate. He then turned to the remaining management team, stating, "Those who wish to leave are free to do so. For those willing to stay, salaries will be increased by 10%. The assembled individuals exchanged glances before collectively expressing their intent to remain. Ye Hanwen felt a measure of relief. He was indeed concerned about the potential mass departure of his core team, which would be difficult to replace in the short term. Subsequently, Huang Jiwen would lead the integration of Wharf Holdings and Ye Real Estate. Having concluded his instructions, he rose and exited the conference room. Meanwhile, Ye Kun continued to discreetly acquire shares of Hutchison Whampoa. His actions necessitated caution, and the pace had to be measured to avoid alerting the market. Li Jiaqing was also quietly buying in, but Yi Hanwen was aware of the predetermined outcome of who would ultimately reap the benefits. He was brimming with confidence regarding the impending confrontation a month later, awaiting the opportune moment to secure a resounding victory. With matters concerning his second uncle settled, it was time to visit his third uncle. He had heard that his third uncle was recently preoccupied with television station affairs and was curious about the progress. Entering the building of Ye Media Group, it was no longer the modest Ye News Agency of yore. Ye Kun proceeded directly to his third uncle's office and knocked on the door. A voice responded from within, and upon opening the door, his third uncle, initially believing it to be an ordinary employee, set aside the documents in hand and beamed upon seeing Ye Kun. "Xiao Kun, you finally arrived. I was just about to send someone to find you," Ye Jiahing exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Third uncle, is there an issue?" Ye Kun inquired. "Alas, I just acquired Li's television station, and it has turned out to be a hot potato. Viewership is dismal, and despite several changes in directors, the situation remains bleak." Ye Jiahing sighed. "Do not fret, I am here now. I shall provide you with several ideas that are bound to succeed," Ye Kun asserted confidently. "I knew you would have a solution." Ye Jiahing's eyes brightened, recalling his contemplation on whether to enlist Ye Kun's help a few days prior. Ye Kun picked up a pen and paper from the desk, beginning to jot down ideas. He penned several program concepts that were well known from his previous life, transformations, documenting the identity swap between urban youth and rural children. Boys and Girls Go Forward, a fun competitive variety show, and Happy Boys and Happy Girls, a nationwide talent show format. These projects were sufficient to inject new vitality into the station. He elaborated on the design concepts to his third uncle, explaining for a full half hour. Ye Jiahing listened intently, gradually relaxing his brow. "Xiao Kun, I believe in most of your ideas, but will transformations genuinely attract viewers?" Ye Jiahing questioned with a hint of skepticism. "Not only will it attract viewers, but it will also spark widespread discussion," Ye Kun replied with a smile. "The key lies in authenticity. You must find truly rebellious children and ensure their parents are involved throughout. No acting is permitted. As for the talent shows, we will not engage in underhanded tactics. Voting rights will be granted to the viewers of Hong Kong, 1 vote per person, ensuring transparency. Once the audience feels empowered, the viewership will naturally rise." Ye Jiahing nodded repeatedly, his expression shifting from hesitation to determination. "Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest." Ye Kun further proposed. "Let us establish a new channel in collaboration with CCTV. Every evening at 7, we will concurrently broadcast their news programs." Ye Jiahing paused momentarily. "A Kun, is that appropriate? Currently, Hong Kong is primarily under British management. What is inappropriate about it?" Ye Kun replied steadily. "The nation has changed. Issues of sovereignty cannot be provoked. Broadcasting news is reasonable and lawful, and no one can obstruct us." He was aware of the historical trajectory. In 2 years, the British Prime Minister would find himself utterly powerless at the negotiating table. "Very well," Ye Jiahing finally resolved. "I will contact Xinhua News Agency immediately and request their assistance in liaising with CCTV." The following morning, Ye Jiahing convened the director team, distributing Ye Kun's scripts one by one, emphasizing the key points: authenticity, interaction, and a common people's perspective. Filming commenced without delay. Ye Jiahing entered the Xinhua News Agency building alone, reporting his name to the duty personnel and expressing his desire to meet with President Wang. This President Wang had only recently assumed the position, as the former President Liang had served for a full 19 years before returning to the mainland. Upon hearing that a member of the Ye family from Hong Kong was present, the guard, Xiao Li, immediately heightened his vigilance. Though not the frequently media-highlighted Ye Hanwen, Ye Jiahing was nonetheless a significant figure within Ye Media and warranted attention. He quickly ushered Ye Jiahing to a seat and hurriedly made his way inside to notify. At that moment, President Wang was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man from the mainland, the atmosphere notably serious. The fact that he personally received visitors indicated the other party's distinguished status. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the office, causing President Wang to frown slightly. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, yet he still spoke in a deep voice, "Come in." The door opened, and Xiao Li entered with his head bowed, softly stating, "President Wang, Mr. Ye Jiahing from Ye Media is here to see you regarding a matter." "Is he the one making waves recently?" President Wang inquired. "Indeed," Xiao Li confirmed. "You may step outside. Please have Mr. Ye wait. Brew a cup of tea. I will be with him shortly," President Wang instructed. Then turned to the individual in the room. "Lao Xiong, please wait here. I shall step out for a moment. This matter might hold some significance." Chapter 24. Unlocking the Military Factory. "All right, you go ahead," The middle-aged man nodded. I am not in a hurry. President Wang exited the office and approached the reception area, where he found Ye Jiaheng quietly seated on the sofa, holding a warm cup of tea. He stepped forward, extending his hand. Mr. Ye, thank you for your patience. Ye Jiaheng rose to shake hands in return, and they both took their seats. Mr. Ye, your family has been quite active lately, drawing considerable attention from the public. President Wang stated directly. Ye Jiaheng smiled, a hint of concealed pride evident in his expression. He was well aware that these changes stemmed from the young yet remarkably astute head of the family, his nephew. Not at all, merely some commonplace arrangements, he replied. His tone humble, though his demeanor radiated confidence. President Wang smiled faintly and refrained from further questioning. He understood that such words need not be taken to heart. Uncertain of the purpose behind today's visit, he steered the conversation back to the main topic. To be candid, Ye Jiaheng set down his teacup. Our group has recently taken over live television and intends to establish a new channel. We plan to allocate 2 hours each evening specifically for broadcasting news content from the mainland. However, we lack the necessary channels and understanding of the actual situation, which is why we have come to consult you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in President Wang's eyes, and he leaned slightly forward. Are you saying that you truly intend to create this program? Absolutely, Ye Jiaheng replied with unwavering conviction, hoping to receive support in the form of authoritative news materials. President Wang took a deep breath, suddenly rising with an unmistakable excitement on his face. Mr. Ye, please hold on. I would like to introduce you to someone. Before he had finished speaking, he turned and called out loudly to the inner room. Lao Xiong, come out quickly. Your task has been assigned. Seeing Lao Xiong enter from outside, President Wang turned to Ye Jiaheng and said, This is Xiong Wei, a director from the mainland's publicity system. The two exchanged handshakes. President Wang then introduced Xiong Wei. This is General Ye from Ye Media. After mutual greetings, the atmosphere was naturally amiable. Once seated, President Wang spoke. Mr. Ye, should there be any news you wish to promote in the future, you can directly liaise with Lao Xiong for coordination with CCTV. He will ensure that the process is properly arranged. He then turned to Xiong Wei. Didn't you mention wanting to find a media outlet in Hong Kong to convey the voice of the mainland? This Mr. Ye happens to have the resources. He has just secured a television station and is planning to launch a channel dedicated to reporting on the mainland. Xiong Wei looked towards Ye Jiaheng. What type of content does Mr. Ye prefer to focus on? We will broadcast whatever materials you provide, Ye Jiaheng responded. This statement was not a spur-of-the-moment thought. Before coming here, Ye Kun had made it clear, the return of Hong Kong was an unstoppable tide. And establishing connections with the mainland in advance was both a strategic move and a matter of sentiment. Having been born and raised under the red flag, Ye Kun now, with the means at his disposal, naturally wished to give back to his homeland. Upon hearing this, Xiong Wei had already formed a judgment that this was not merely a collaboration, but a sincere gesture of goodwill. The ensuing conversation flowed smoothly and delved deeply, with both parties finalizing the mode of cooperation and preliminary plans, each feeling satisfied with the outcome. As they approached the conclusion, Xiong Wei earnestly remarked, Mr. Ye, we will remember your goodwill. Ye Jiaheng was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. That sentiment should be directed to my nephew, the steward of our clan, as all decisions are made by him. Xiong Wei, upon hearing this, assumed a serious demeanor. Very well, I will report the Ye family's stance accurately. This bond will not be overlooked. Ye Jiaheng smiled, knowing that Ye Kun's objective had been achieved. Furthermore, he seized the opportunity to propose. In fact, we also have a newspaper that has been performing quite well in the market. Would you like us to create a dedicated column for you? Or even establish a separate publication? Xiong Wei could hardly contain his smile. Mr. Ye, allow me to seek approval from my superiors, and we can discuss this further later. After a brief pause, he added, Might I inquire if you could facilitate an introduction to your family elder? Of course, Ye Jiaheng responded. I have now entrusted all company affairs and have ample time. Once I confirm, I will directly contact Xinhua News Agency. With the formalities completed, the three men turned to casual conversation. President Wang and Xiong Wei expressed considerable interest in the mysterious elder of the Ye family, prompting Ye Jiaheng to share more details. When discussing Ye Kun, Ye Jiaheng spared no effort in his praise, elaborating on his vision, determination, and foresight. After listening, both men formed a clear impression of the young clan leader, a figure of substantial significance. As they prepared to take their leave, Ye Jiaheng suddenly recalled an important matter and turned to Xiong Wei. Lao Xiong, I need to trouble you with a request. Speak freely. Xiong Wei replied with a generous wave of his hand. The conversation had become quite congenial, fostering a sense of kinship. Lao Xiong, there is something I must ask of you. Our Ye family was once a prominent household. Decades ago, during a time of chaos, my father led our branch to Hong Kong, and we lost contact with our other clan members, who likely remained on the mainland and have since vanished without a trace. Go on, Lao Xiong urged, gazing at him intently. I remember my ancestral home is in Ye Village, Taisher City, Guang Province, where our ancestral graves still lie. Please help keep an eye on that land. Do not allow anyone to disturb it. Lao Xiong nodded. Continue. There were about 20 people who left with us. My uncle's name is Ye Bin Hai, and my second uncle is Ye Yuxing. I cannot recall the names of the others. I will note those names, Lao Xiong said. When I return, I will arrange for someone to safeguard your ancestral land and prevent outsiders from encroaching. As for locating your relatives, I will start from Taisher City and inquire southward. Thank you very much. Ye Jiahing expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks, Lao Xiong chuckled. What you're asking is no small favor. It is I who should be grateful. Upon returning to his villa, Ye Kun entered his bedroom, only to hear a familiar voice. Ding. Detected that the host family's influence has reached 100,000 points. The system meets the upgrade conditions and is initiating the upgrade process. Ding. Upgrade complete. Ding. The next upgrade requires the family's influence to reach 1,000,000 points and total funds to accumulate to 10 billion. New features are as follows. Every 10 points of attributes can be exchanged for a vial of genetic elixir. Recruitment rights for guards are open, priced at 500,000 per individual. Unlock the military factory marketplace, where all weapons, equipment, and manufacturing devices can be procured. System space expanded to 10,000 cubic meters. Panel refreshing. Refresh complete. Ye Kun immediately accessed the interface for review. Host, Ye Kun. Three-dimensional attributes, strength 14, spirit 15, speed 13, baseline value is 10. Family, Ye family. Title, ordinary wealthy family. Family aura, loyal to the family. Influence, 10,000 points 1,000,000 points. Number of clan members, 20. Loyalty levels can be checked. Those with over 90 points are willing to die for the family and will never betray. Total assets, 22.5 billion. Including company valuation and liquid capital. Attribute points balance, 50 points. Note, 10 points can be exchanged for a vial of genetic elixir. Family guards, 27, elite level, gender selectable. All three attributes at 15, with an independent space of 10 cubic meters, supporting subsequent enhancements. Recruitment price, 500,000 per person. Military factory marketplace, fully open, covering all weapons and production equipment. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. What thrilled him most was the opening of the military factory and the tenfold expansion of space capacity. Chapter 25. Is Hongxing the true culprit? The future supply of arms will no longer be constrained to the limited production within the military factory. Large-scale output is about to become a reality. Ye Kun promptly exchanged a vial of genetic elixir from the system, holding the green vial in his hand. He twisted it open and drank it down in one go. A warm sensation spread from within, rapidly coursing through his body, as if every cell had been awakened. He could distinctly sense the changes in his body, strength significantly enhanced, and his complexion gradually becoming fair and radiant. Although he had yet to undergo professional training and could not fully unleash his potential, he had already decided to have Yi devise a comprehensive exercise regimen. The exploration plan for the treasure map could finally commence. Now that the system allowed for the recruitment of guards, he could deploy enough personnel to search for the target locations in all the mountains and forests of Hong Kong based on the map. This task did not require his direct involvement. He merely needed to issue commands. He recruited 20 guards within the system, and just a few minutes later, they appeared outside the villa. Young master, 20 middle-aged men have arrived at the house, claiming to be your people, Fu Bo reported, knocking at the door. Allow them to ascend to the lounge on the second floor. Ye Kun responded calmly. Inside the lounge, 20 individuals stood in a neat formation, their postures erect. Upon seeing Ye Kun enter, they collectively exclaimed, "Greetings, boss." Ye Kun slightly nodded and declared, "From today onward, you shall be designated as Ye Er Chi through Ye Si Chi." "Yes, boss," they replied in a resounding and unified voice. He then produced a treasure map and handed it to the leader, Ye Er Chi, instructing that 20 copies be made, one for each person. Following the route indicated on the map, conduct a thorough investigation of all the mountains and forests in Xiangjiang. Should any corresponding locations be discovered, report immediately. After a brief pause, he added, there are over 300 mountains in Xiangjiang, with fewer than 100 being large formations. You may act independently. Efficiency will not wane. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. The group accepted the maps and swiftly departed. The following day, Ye Kun visited the security company, with personnel in abundance. He intended to equip all clan members with dedicated guards. As he entered, Yi Lu approached respectfully, greeting him. "Greetings, boss." Ye Kun acknowledged. "How many trained security personnel do we have at present?" 300. All at the pinnacle of their capabilities, Ye Lu replied. Assign a portion to protect the clan members. In business, one inevitably makes enemies. It is wise to prepare for any eventuality. I will implement this immediately. Subsequently, Ye Kun commanded, the remaining personnel should gradually expand outward. Once the Xiangjiang market stabilizes, we will promptly venture overseas. Boss, I have already dispatched 4 individuals to the United States to establish a branch office. Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly pleased with this arrangement. He continued, when expanding the company overseas, we may operate with greater boldness, taking on special assignments as necessary, utilizing private armed forces, but we must remain discreet to avoid drawing attention. Should you require weapons, seek me out. We can now supply larger equipment. Understood, boss. I will relay this to the brothers, Ye Lu responded solemnly. After concluding matters at the security company, Ye Kun proceeded to the military factory. The workshop was alive with the roar of machinery, and an array of firearms rolled off the production line. The sight before him filled him with satisfaction, for this constituted the true foundation of the family. No enduring prestigious family relies solely on commerce for its standing. Wealth, power, and military might are intricately intertwined. He had long laid plans concerning finances, drawing from memories of a past life and never worrying about funding sources. As for power, as long as one possesses sufficient capital and combat capability, there will always be those willing to submit. At that moment, Yi Sen approached and saluted Ye Kun. How are our firearms selling? Ye Kun inquired. The quality is exceptional, and the pricing advantageous. The response in Southeast Asia and Africa has been very positive. This month, arms exports have exceeded $60 million. However, we currently lack heavy equipment, such as tanks and helicopters. The warlords in the Golden Triangle especially need these. But they cannot procure them. I came here to resolve that issue, Ye Kun stated. Compile a list detailing the heavy firepower needed. In a few days, I will notify you to collect the goods. Furthermore, we will introduce an expedited service for clients placing orders exceeding $50 million by paying an additional 30%. We guarantee delivery within 10 days. Why set the threshold at $50 million? Because he intended to directly source supplies from the military supply market and arrange for dedicated air transport, with global reach achievable within 2 days. Smaller orders do not warrant such resource allocation. Understood, boss. I will inform the sales team, prioritizing key clients. After arranging military matters, as evening approached, Ye Kun prepared to return. During his journey, his phone rang, and the news he received ignited his fury. The police reported that his uncle, Ye Hanwen, had been ambushed on his way home from work. The driver was killed on the spot, and his uncle was critically injured and undergoing emergency treatment at Mary Hospital. Ye Kun immediately commanded Yi to turn the vehicle around and head straight to the hospital. Upon arrival, he encountered his third uncle, second aunt, and a Jian outside the emergency building. Without delay, he urgently inquired, Third uncle, what is the current status of second uncle? Kun, do not panic. He is still in the operating room, and the outcome is yet to be determined. Have they identified who was behind this? Ye Kun's voice was low. His jaw clenched tightly. They are still investigating. A Yuan has already gone to the scene with the police. Preliminary confirmations indicate it was the work of 2 assassins. Who dares to harm my family? Ye Kun's gaze turned icy. I will ensure their entire family pays the price. He pulled out a mobile phone, dialed Ye Lu's number, and firmly commanded, activate the entire intelligence system. The security team must collaborate immediately to ensure every corner of Xiangjiang is thoroughly investigated. We must unearth the perpetrator behind the attempted assassination of my third uncle. Understood, boss. I will arrange this at once, Ye Lu promptly replied. Sensing the urgency in Ye Kun's tone, Ye Kun felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had originally planned to equip family members with personal guards soon. But the unforeseen incident had occurred with his uncle. Suddenly, the door to the emergency room swung open, and a doctor emerged. The crowd immediately surrounded him, inquiring, Doctor, what is the situation? The patient is quite fortunate. The bullet was stopped by a rib and has been successfully removed, the doctor stated calmly. Upon hearing that there was no life-threatening danger, the weight on everyone's hearts finally lifted. Shortly thereafter, Ye Hanwen was transferred to the intensive care unit, with the second aunt accompanying him. At that moment, Ye Yuan rushed into the hospital. Upon seeing him, Ye Kun quickly asked, Brother Yuan, have they apprehended anyone? They escaped. We could not catch them. However, I have some leads. It is likely that people from Hongxing were involved. Hongxing? Ye Kun scoffed. A street gang dares to target the Ye family? He dialed Ye Lu again, commanding, take people directly to Hongxing and investigate whether they were behind this. Yes, boss. Ye Lu replied succinctly before hanging up. Within the Hongxing headquarters, Jiang Tianxing sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the 12 hall leaders below. In a furious tone, he demanded, who was responsible for this incident? Step forward. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Those who act boldly lack the courage to admit their actions. Jiang Tianxing slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger. We are a gang, not mere bandits. What is the Ye family? A prestigious lineage. For a mere 1 million, there are those in Xiangjiang willing to draw their blades at their door. Now rumors circulate that it was us at Hongxing who ordered Yi Hanwen's assassination. You commit such foolishness and leave traces for others to trace. The prince coldly stood, declaring, Boss, I issued the order. What of it? Is it not the Ye family that possesses wealth? With over 60,000 brothers in Hongxing, what do we have to fear? If you feel overwhelmed, you can hand me over. Let us see what the Ye family can do to me. Jiang Tianxing trembled with rage. Do you think the Ye family relies solely on wealth? Their security system is merely for show. Have you forgotten how the wolf pack vanished? The prince scoffed. What is the wolf pack? A small group of around 100 people. I could easily send a few over. A single spit from each member could drown them. In this underworld, who does not carry a gun? 13's sister interjected. Is it really necessary to fear a single Ye family? Fatty Li and several other hall leaders chimed in. Indeed, with our 60,000 brothers, can they truly suppress us? Jiang Tianxing yelled in frustration. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? Today, it is the Ye family. Tomorrow, all the noble families in Xiangjiang will make us their targets. The Li family, the Bao family, the Zheng family. Who among them can we afford to provoke? Who instigated you from behind? If you reveal their identity, we can expose them and redirect the conflict. The prince coldly laughed. No one instigated me. I simply found him displeasing. Before he could finish, Jiang Tianxing abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the table and roaring. The prince finally showed signs of fear, whispering, It was Henry from Iha Group. He offered me 10 million. Upon saying this, a glimmer of greed flickered at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Tianxing's gaze sharpened like a blade, pointing directly at the prince. You are to leave Xiangjiang immediately and go to Singapore. Until the matter is resolved, you are not permitted to take a single step back. What? Surely it cannot come to this, boss. All my business is here. The crown prince's face was a mask of distress. Jiang Tianxing chose not to elaborate further. If you wish to perish, then remain here by all means. The crown prince shrugged, dismissing the warning with indifference. Turning to the others, Jiang Tianxing cautioned, Be on guard. The elite of Xiangjiang are watching us closely. The group, sensing the tension, nodded in agreement. Yet internally harbored a deep resentment towards the crown prince, who indulged himself while they lived in constant fear. In the hospital room, the second uncle slowly opened his eyes. His breath faint. Ye Kun inquired softly. Second uncle, have you recently provoked anyone? Ye Hanwen forced a bitter smile. With the company's expansion, it is inevitable that we have encroached upon others' interests, but these matters are merely commercial. Ye Kun furrowed his brow. Choosing not to respond further, let us wait for the investigation from Yi Lu's side. Gazing at the frail figure of his second uncle on the hospital bed, he suddenly recalled the genetic serum in the system. After consuming attribute points to exchange for a vial, he retrieved it and presented it. Second uncle, this is a traditional herbal remedy prepared from our family's secret formula, specifically for treating external injuries. Second aunt, please help him consume it. Second aunt accepted the vial, administering it without hesitation. Within 3 minutes, Yi Hanwen's eyes brightened, and his complexion rapidly regained its rosy hue. In the next moment, he astonishingly sat upright, startling those around him. Before they could react, he had torn open his shirt and began to rip away the bandages from his wound. What are you doing? Yi Jiaheng and second aunt exclaimed in unison, rushing forward to intervene. However, the bandages had already fallen to the ground. As everyone focused their attention, they were momentarily stunned. The wound that should have been festering had vanished, leaving only a patch of peeling scar, the skin glowing with renewed vitality. All eyes turned to Ye Kun. What on earth is this medicine? How can its effects be so astonishing? Ye Kun himself was taken aback by the serum's remarkable efficacy and could only deflect. It was given to me by an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. There is only this one vial. Second uncle, please lie back down. Do not let anyone discover anything unusual. We must expedite the discharge process to avoid any further complications. Despite their minds brimming with questions, the others ultimately refrained from pressing further. In the end, Yi Hanwen was forcibly discharged. The hospital initially objected, but relented under the family's insistence. Before leaving, Ye Kun whispered, Second uncle, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Results will be forthcoming soon. Regardless of who was behind this, I will ensure they pay dearly. Yi Hanwen gently nodded. Xiao Kun, you have worked hard on this matter. In the depths of night, a phone rang, and Yi Lu's voice came through the receiver. Boss, we have apprehended the perpetrator. It was the crown prince of Hongxing who orchestrated this. Ye Kun's tone remained calm. You take charge of the situation. Ascertain who is orchestrating from behind the scenes. Once accomplished, there is no need to leave the crown prince alive, and let Hongxing taste some bitterness as well. Understood, I shall act immediately. After Yi Lu responded, he hung up the phone. In a luxurious bathhouse in Simsha Sui, steam filled the air. The crown prince was enjoying a soak with several confidants. Engaged in light-hearted banter, a Biao spoke in hushed tones. "Crown prince, should we not lay low for a while?" The mountain cat chimed in. "The winds outside are harsh. Perhaps we should hide out for a few days." These two were indeed the executors tasked with assassinating Ye Kun. The crown prince sneered, raising his hand to deliver two sharp slaps. "What are you panicking about? We have many brothers. Who should we fear?" Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire shattered the tranquility as a squad of fully armed black-clad men burst through the door, their weapons gleaming ominously. The three men, startled, leapt from the water, reaching for their guns, only to be met by a barrage of bullets that splashed water everywhere. They immediately crouched down, trembling in fear. "Brothers, let us talk this over. Surely there must be some misunderstanding?" The crown prince forced himself to remain composed. Yet deep down, he understood precisely who had arrived. One of the black-clad individuals removed his mask, revealing Yi Lu's stern visage. He strode directly to the crown prince and spoke in a low voice. "Who sent you to kill Ye Kun? Where are the other two assassins?" A Biao and the mountain cat turned pale, their teeth chattering, unable to utter a word. The crown prince attempted to deny. "I truly did not do it." No sooner had he spoken than a bullet pierced his thigh. The excruciating pain brought him to his knees, wailing incessantly. Yi Lu gazed down at him, his eyes as cold as ice. "I will only ask once more, who is the mastermind behind this? And where are those two?" The crown prince finally broke down. "It was Henry from the Ye group who commanded me to do this. Those assassins are them." A Biao and the mountain cat immediately cowed out, pleading for mercy. "Please spare us. We were coerced. It was all the crown prince's orders. We dared not disobey." Yi Lu ceased speaking further, raising his pistol and aiming at the three. Three figures convulsed and collapsed amidst the hail of bullets, blood staining the water red. After leaving the bathhouse, Yi Lu led his men directly to Mongkok. In a raucous bar, Sister 13 was reveling with her subordinates. The door was violently kicked open. Shadows surged in. Just as she reached for her gun, the opposing firearms were already trained on everyone present. There were no negotiations, no warnings. Chapter 27. Do you think numbers guarantee victory? Rat-tat-tat. After a hail of gunfire, the singing ceased abruptly. Bodies lay strewn about, blood flowing like a river. Sister 13 collapsed in a corner, her eyes wide open, unable to close them. She became a casualty of this cleansing. Following this, North Point and Tuen Mun saw successive raids. That night, gunfire echoed continuously, flames flickering ominously. The 12 halls of Hongxing suffered catastrophic losses overnight. With 6 members slain on the spot, their power gravely weakened. The underworld quaked, and the tides shifted dramatically. The next day, which should have been filled with newspaper headlines and television news coverage, with the police rapidly intervening in the investigation, was oddly silent. It was as if the entire city had been muted, devoid of sound. The official police announcement merely mentioned that multiple gangs had engaged in fierce conflicts last night, resulting in numerous fatalities. For the residents of Xianjiang, such occurrences had become commonplace. Every day on the streets, there were flashes of blades and swords, with hundreds of thousands of gangsters mingling among them. A day without bloodshed had become the rarity. The true reasons lay hidden in the shadows. The Li family, the Boat King, and all of Xianjiang's elite families conspired to suppress the news. Today, if Hongxing dared to act against Ye Kun, would tomorrow see me, Li Jiaqing, targeted as well? Furthermore, would even the Boat King and Zheng Yutong be spared? The powerful silently chose sides, fully supporting Ye Kun's retaliatory actions. All media outlets in Hong Kong received warnings. Anyone daring to publish even a single word would face the reckoning of the entire upper echelons of society. Once Ye Kun confirmed that Henry was the mastermind behind the scenes, he immediately ordered Yi Lu to execute the mission, explicitly instructing, "We must eradicate the root of the problem." Upon learning of the catastrophic consequences following Ye Kun's intervention, Henry of the Ye group felt as though he had plunged into an ice pit. Was this madness or a demon? He frantically gathered his belongings, planning to flee to England under the cover of night. Just as he stepped out of the Ye building, a gunshot rang out, piercing the air. Henry collapsed on the spot, his head shattered, blood spraying everywhere. The surrounding crowd screamed and scattered in panic. Simultaneously, in a quiet villa on the outskirts, a British noblewoman was playing with her 2 young children. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Rat-tat-tat! The sound of rapid gunfire erupted. The woman and children could not escape their fate. They paid the price for Henry's sins, falling silently into a pool of blood. In the main hall of the Hongxing headquarters, the last 6 hall masters sat together with Jiang Tiansheng, the atmosphere so heavy it was nearly suffocating. Jiang Tiansheng finally spoke. "We must retaliate. Do they truly think us weak and easily bullied? Killing the crown prince is one thing, but to slaughter 5 hall masters? Will they aim for my life next? He abruptly drew his dragon-headed cane, striking it forcefully against the ground, producing a dull echo. All assembled. The group set forth this evening to pay a visit to the Ye family. The likes of Dinosaur, Shenzhen, and Bosby nodded in agreement. What alternative was there to opposition? Were they to await annihilation at the hands of their adversaries? As dusk descended, over 3,000 elite enforcers had gathered at the headquarters of Hongxing, each armed and the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Jiang Tiansheng led the charge alongside Bosby, marching resolutely towards the villa where Ye Kun resided. Before their arrival, news had already reached Ye Kun's ears. He let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A ragtag assembly deemed worthy of dominance? The king of boat charters and Li Jiaqing called in succession, inquiring if assistance was required. Ye Kun declined each offer, stipulating but one request, to seal the information, with no further interference. Initially, he had only intended to teach Hongxing a lesson, to eliminate a few hall masters as a warning. Yet, should they insist on courting death, he would not shy away from employing ruthless measures. Ye Kun dialed Yi Lu's number, prepared 200 men, bringing along all available weaponry. Subsequently, he made his way to the warehouse behind the villa, logging into a military supply store. 2 armed helicopters were swiftly acquired, each equipped with dual Gatling guns. Additionally, 5 rocket launchers were purchased, poised for immediate action. Today, he intended to demonstrate to this band of street thugs what true domination entailed. What did a few thousand men signify? What were a mere handful of guns worth? Even if each person wielded a firearm, what could they hope to achieve? Half an hour later, Yi Lu arrived with the team. Ye Kun had already issued orders to retrieve the helicopters and rocket launchers from the warehouse, ensuring they were fully armed. Upon seeing the ominous black helicopters, Yi Lu and his companions' eyes gleamed with anticipation. The security personnel adept in piloting swiftly boarded, guiding the helicopters steadily into the courtyard. Others dispersed around the villa, securing advantageous positions. Armed uniformly with automatic rifles, grenades, and handguns, a veritable wall of firepower was established. All was prepared, awaiting the enemy's entrance into the deadly trap. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Tiansheng, flanked by Boss B and over 3,000 elite subordinates, approached the villa. The very site of the previous Wild Wolf gang's demise. Jiang Tiansheng turned and bellowed. Who dares to extinguish our Hongxing? The throng of over 3,000 roared in unison. We dare not. 6 of our hall masters have been slain, and hundreds of brothers have perished. Should we not seek vengeance? Cut him down. Cut him down. Very well. Jiang Tiansheng brandished his dagger. The murderer is within. They are armed. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. The throng of 3,000 howled like a tidal wave, a palpable bloodlust in the air. Then charge in and strike down anyone you see. Jiang Tiansheng commanded with unwavering confidence. You have guns. So do I. He even deployed 30 AKs he had secretly hoarded, with a numerical advantage. These were all hardened characters forged in the crucible of blood and battle, who among them bore no scars. Inside the villa, Ye Kun listened to the thunderous roars outside, a smile creeping across his lips. How amusing that a band of street thugs could muster such a display. He addressed Yi Lu coolly. Anyone within 50 meters. Eliminate without mercy. The 2 helicopters ascended, unleashing a barrage of fire, while the rocket launchers targeted the perimeter. Casualties were to be contained within 1,000. Understood, boss. Yi Lu nodded and departed. He climbed atop the wall, observing the dark mass of thugs advancing, and raised a hand. Engage. In an instant, flames erupted, gunfire rattled. Bullets poured down like rain. Jiang Tiansheng's faction returned fire, but their aim was woefully poor. Conversely, Yi Lu's men were equipped with helmets and bulletproof vests, sustaining little to no damage. In stark contrast, within mere moments, over 100 thugs lay slain. This group, accustomed only to brawling in alleyways, began to falter, yet still gritted their teeth and pressed on. Suddenly, boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions rocked the side of the crowd, sending debris flying, blood and flesh scattered. Following this, a series of detonations ensued. The thugs were utterly shattered, their resolve wavering, hesitating to advance. Jiang Tiansheng's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. A thunderous roar tore through the sky as the 2 helicopters circled above, a relentless shower of bullets raining down. The bodies of the thugs were instantly torn apart, blood and flesh flying. The thunder of the Gatling guns echoed through the night, a metallic storm sweeping through the crowd, dismembered limbs scattering. Witnessing their companions explode into fragments, the thugs collapsed into utter despair, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in chaos. Chapter 28, A Night to Annihilate Hongxing. Jiang Tiansheng and the 6 hall masters, pallid with fear, mingled among the disarrayed ranks in a desperate attempt to escape. Yi Lu coldly observed the unfolding chaos, raising a hand. Several security personnel swiftly raised their weapons, targeting their marks, pulling the triggers. A series of sharp gunshots rang out, and 7 figures crumpled to the ground, motionless. As the thugs scattered, Ye Lu ordered a ceasefire. Ye Kun had instructed that casualties must be limited to under 1,000 to avoid excessive loss. The security personnel holstered their weapons, standing silently as the remnants fled in disarray. Within 2 minutes, only the moans of the injured and the bodies strewn about remained outside the villa. It was then that Ye Kun dialed the police, reporting the incident in a calm tone. He subsequently contacted the hospital, arranging for ambulances to transport the wounded. Once the call ended, he turned to Ye Lu, quietly instructing, "Sever the heads of Jiang Tianxing and those 6 hall masters, and display them at the entrance of Hongxing's headquarters. I wish for all of Hong Kong to understand that certain figures are not to be trifled with." Police vehicles arrived promptly, led by Officer Huang. Upon entering the scene, the sight before him made his pupils constrict and cold sweat break out upon his brow. Unlike the last time, he asked no further questions, immediately directing his subordinates to begin collecting the bodies. Orders had already been issued from above regarding the matter. No one dared to investigate. The directive came from the highest echelons of Hong Kong's elite, names capable of shaking the very foundations of the financial system. Even the governor would yield in their presence. To offend them was to destabilize the very roots of Hong Kong's society. Economic collapse was but a fleeting thought away. Moreover, Hongxing's actions had drawn the ire of many. The privileged class, too, were human. They could bleed and die. Who could guarantee that the next barrel of a gun would not be aimed at their own doorstep? Thus, all parties tacitly closed their eyes. Only a few were dispatched to clean up, while everything else was treated as though it had never happened. Ye Kun had long prepared 20 bank cards, each containing 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, discreetly handing them to Officer Huang. The officer glanced at them and, without a word, accepted them all. He understood that this money did not belong to him, but was a tribute to be passed upward. Ye Kun's thorough approach was well known. You do not reach out. Yet I will offer it to you. This favor would inevitably be remembered in due time. The exchange was silent, yet mutually understood. Soon, ambulances began to arrive in succession. Medical personnel, upon witnessing the scene of carnage, caused several young nurses to retch uncontrollably. It took a dozen vehicles making 3 trips to evacuate all the injured from the scene. The following morning, Hong Kong was as bustling as ever. Citizens going about their daily routines of work and study, laughing and chatting in the streets. The previous night's massacre, akin to a war, seemed to have never occurred. Yet, in the underworld, a tempest had been unleashed. Hongxing, once a colossal entity alongside Dongxing and Lianxing, had been obliterated overnight. The sole reason being their young master had provoked a name he should not have. Henceforth, an unspoken rule emerged in Hong Kong. Certain surnames were not to be mentioned. These gangs finally realized that some powers were simply untouchable. The wealth that brought power far exceeded ordinary comprehension, capable of dictating life and death. The leaders of Dongxing and 14K issued directives. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on those esteemed families, they would be cast into the sea to feed the fish. All subordinates were to cease their actions, act with restraint, and avoid stirring up trouble. Smaller gangs trembled in fear, their leaders instructing their subordinates to immediately evade anyone from those families, even if it meant taking a 10-kilometer detour to avoid proximity. The severed heads suspended outside the headquarters of the Hongxing gang swayed in the wind for several days, yet no one dared to remove them. The streets were enveloped in silence. The once brazen gangsters now walked with their heads bowed, even when collecting protection fees, speaking in hushed tones, as if transformed into different individuals. Citizens murmured among themselves, wondering if this group had truly been frightened into submission. Following a series of upheavals, Ye Kun resolved to relocate from his current residence. The ongoing bloodshed outside his door and the countless corpses scattered around had tarnished the feng shui. He intended to construct a private estate to gather all members of the Ye family, ensuring their unified protection. The new site must be expansive, nestled against the mountains. Not too elevated, blending seclusion with defensibility. He would communicate his requirements to Ye Heir, instructing him to swiftly seek out suitable land. On a crisp morning, Ye Jiahan called, mentioning that Director Wang from Xinhua News Agency wished to meet. Delayed by his uncle's assassination, he was now ready to notify Ye Kun. Ye Kun agreed, asking Ye Jiahan to inform the director that he would visit in 2 days. Today, he would first meet Li Xiner, having not seen her for half a month. The following day, he would accompany Zhang Qianwen. Though their relationship was complex, he felt at ease. Residing in the vibrant heart of Hong Kong and being a member of the Ye family, having multiple women around him was merely a commonplace occurrence. Laws prohibiting bigamy? Merely constraints imposed upon the common folk. In the realm of the affluent, it was an open secret that while formal marriages were avoided, clandestine affairs were rampant. As noon approached, Ye Kun arrived at HSBC. The moment Li Xiner spotted him, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. You haven't visited me in so long. Don't cry. I'll help you take a leave today and spend the entire day with you, Ye Kun said gently. Stroking her back, Li Shiner nodded, wiping her tears before heading off to arrange her time off. After lunch, the two went shopping, heading straight to an international mall. Diving into a shopping spree, Ye Kun and Ye each carried large bags filled with clothing and gifts, closely trailing the excited and jubilant Li Shiner. Finally, as evening fell, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. That night, they returned to the Peninsula Hotel. After dinner, emotions surged, and the pent-up longing and desire from nearly 10 days finally erupted within the confines of the room, settling down only around 2 in the morning. Afterward, Ye Kun softly told Li Shiner, "Tomorrow, I will arrange for 2 female bodyguards to protect you." Li Shiner immediately shook her head. "I'm just an ordinary bank employee. Why would I need bodyguards?" After much patient persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, but stipulated that the bodyguards must remain incognito, not intruding on her daily life. With her concession, Ye Kun felt reassured, and the two embraced, drifting into sleep. The following morning, Ye Kun first visited the police station to see Zhang Qianwen. The familiar routine unfolded, shopping for clothes, grabbing a bite to eat, and ultimately heading to the hotel to rest. Before parting, he broached the subject of the bodyguards again. Zhang Qianwen shot him a glance and laughed. "I'm a police officer. Have you ever seen an officer needing someone else to send bodyguards?" Yet Ye Kun remained resolute. The current situation was precarious, and he could not allow those around him to be endangered. After some back and forth, they reached an agreement. The bodyguards would be present, but only in the shadows, never revealing themselves unless in an emergency. 2 days passed in this manner. Setting aside emotional entanglements, it was time to focus on pressing matters. After dropping Zhang Qianwen back at the police station, Ye Kun turned towards the Xinhua news agency building. Upon entering, he asked the front desk to contact Director Wang. Announcing his visit, the news had evidently preceded him. The clerk swiftly ushered him into the reception room, offering hot tea before hastily fetching the director. Chapter 29, The Gathering of the 10 Great Families of Hong Kong. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered the room, a smile on his face. "You must be the head of the Ye family, right? I never expected someone so young. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." Ye Kun rose to shake hands, humbly replying, "I wouldn't say I'm accomplished. My family merely has some savings. But you, Director Wang, are to be admired for your youthful leadership at Xinhua, focusing on the nation's welfare." After exchanging pleasantries and compliments, the conversation gradually shifted to more serious matters. Director Wang initiated, "Mr. Ye, what are your thoughts on the future development direction of Hong Kong?" Ye Kun pondered for a moment before responding. Hong Kong possesses clear geographical advantages, with a robust foundation in finance and trade, qualifying it as a world-class metropolis. However, an over-reliance on real estate and insufficient investment in other sectors could jeopardize long-term stability. For sustained prosperity, support for diverse industries to develop in harmony is essential. This insight visibly moved Director Wang, who regarded him with newfound seriousness. He then delved into the core topic. If the mainland were to fully open up its commercial environment, would Mr. Ye be interested in investing? Ye Kun's heart raced. He understood that a policy shift was imminent, likely to occur in December. The individual before him was clearly on a mission. Ye Kun replied immediately. "This would be a tremendous boon for the nation and its people. If it truly opens up, the Ye family would be willing to be among the first to enter, initially investing 50 billion Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, I could lead efforts to engage a group of wealthy Chinese merchants, organizing them to explore opportunities in the mainland. The number of projects that can materialize will depend on the sincerity and planning from various regions." He added, "The specifics of what and how we invest can be discussed. Profit isn't the primary goal. The key is to respond to the nation's needs." Director Wang, unable to conceal his excitement, remarked, "Mr. Ye's vision will surely be remembered by the nation. Let us not speak of forgetfulness. This is the root, the land where our ancestors have established their roots. My family only migrated to Hong Kong from my grandfather's generation," Ye Kun said, his tone steady and gaze resolute. "Of course, Mr. Ye remains one of us. I will report your intentions faithfully. If the higher-ups learn of your sincerity, they will undoubtedly be pleased." A smile spread across Director Wang's face, his tone warm. After a brief pause, he added, "I've heard you've made quite an impact in the financial market." This inquiry was not casual. Xinhua had already discreetly investigated Ye Kun's background. With the domestic foreign exchange situation strained, totaling only around $15 billion, they were eager for solutions, which led them to turn their attention to him. Ye Kun glanced at Director Wang, understanding his intentions. It was not surprising that they sought to gauge his capabilities. "It's manageable," Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. "Is there a possibility of helping the country raise more foreign currency?" Director Wang probed cautiously. Ye Kun fell silent for a moment, a thought flashing in his mind. If he had the backing of the state, Could he take a bold step? Acting on his own to influence a nation's economy was too risky. Exposure could lead to endless repercussions. He currently lacked the capital for such grand endeavors, needing to operate on a smaller scale. Yet, if supported by a nation, the situation would be entirely different. He could unleash his potential, not only reaping substantial rewards for himself, but also allowing the backing entity to profit immensely, perhaps even excessively. Certainly, Ye Kun finally spoke. As long as the operations are executed properly, the national account could see an increase of at least $100 billion. However, this must be done in the name of the state. My name cannot appear. Director Wang's heart raced, almost in disbelief at what he had just heard. With the nation's foreign exchange reserves barely totaling 15 billion, what could 100 billion possibly signify? It was an astronomical figure. If you can achieve this, the state will assume any responsibilities, he stated firmly, without hesitation. All right, Ye Kun replied with a slight smile. Then prepare $200 million to be deposited in HSBC under the name of Huaxia Bank. We'll wait for further instructions. Approximately half a month from now, I will take action. Understood. I will report this immediately. Director Wang nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two engaged in casual conversation on various topics. As evening approached, Ye Kun rose to take his leave from the Xinhua building. Director Wang felt elated, not only due to the successful mission, but also because he had confirmed Ye Kun's stance. This individual not only cared for the mainland, but could also galvanize a group to follow suit. The following afternoon, Uncle Fu gently reminded him, the charity gala is tonight. Ye Kun made a brief preparation and dialed Li Xiner's number, inviting her to accompany him. On the other end of the line, Li Xiner could hardly conceal her delight. This occasion was not merely an event, it was a recognition of her worth. She promptly returned home, donned her most exquisite evening gown, and meticulously adorned herself in preparation for the evening. The gala was scheduled to take place at the Oriental Wenhua Hotel, commencing at 8 o'clock in the evening. Shortly after 7, Ye Kun drove to pick up Li Xiner. She appeared in a flowing white gown, the hem fluttering gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending from the clouds. Ethereal and elegant. After their reunion, the car made its way to the hotel. Upon arrival, Ye Kun presented the invitation to the attendant at the entrance, who scanned it briefly before bowing respectfully and leading the way. As they stepped into the grand hall, illuminated with brilliant lights and filled with a throng of guests, many had already arrived, mingling beneath the shimmering crystal chandeliers, engaged in cheerful conversation. Ye Kun's gaze swept across the room and landed on Shunbai, who was seated at a round table in the reception area with the likes of Bao Chuan Wang and Li Jiacheng, engaged in quiet discourse. He took Li Xiner's hand, softly encouraging her to explore, while he approached the group. Upon noticing Ye Kun, Shunbai immediately rose to greet him, saying, Mr. Ye, please have a seat. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight. Once seated, Ye Kun surveyed the table, where 10 individuals exuded composure and remarkable poise. He smiled slightly, remarking, it is indeed a rare occasion to witness all 10 prominent families of Hong Kong gathered in one place today. His demeanor was relaxed, devoid of any tension. Although he was familiar with these faces from the data, for him, most were still strangers. Shunbai turned to the others, introducing him. This is Ye Kun, the recently acclaimed leader of the Ye family. Aside from Li Jiacheng and Bao Chuan Wang, the remaining guests exhibited a hint of surprise, exchanging glances. To have someone of such youth at the helm of a family business was indeed unexpected. Following this, Shunbai introduced Ye Kun to the others. This is Guo Bingxiang, head of the Guo family. This is another leader of the Li family, Li Zhaoji, representing the Zheng family, is Zheng Yutong. And lastly, we have Hua Ingdong from the Hua family. As each name was mentioned, Ye Kun rose to shake hands, displaying impeccable manners. At this moment, Bao Chuan Wang slowly interjected. Mr. Ye, we were just discussing that although Yi has fallen, the assets it left behind ultimately belong to the people of Hong Kong. Would you be willing to step in and assist one of the families in rebuilding? Ye Kun understood the underlying motive. They were positioning themselves to share the spoils. The lucrative piece of Yi was a game he had orchestrated, and the downfall of Henry had led to the present situation. Even if he couldn't monopolize it, he needed to maintain control. With a calm smile, he replied, since everyone trusts me, I shall bear some responsibility. Leave the most challenging piece, the land company, to me. I will ensure it operates effectively once more, serving this city. Chapter 30. A nobody provokes Ye Kun? Before his words had fully settled, several faces twitched slightly. They had been plotting to take over the land company, only to have Ye Kun preemptively name it, leaving them momentarily speechless. Li Zhaoji then remarked with a smile, Mr. Ye certainly possesses great resolve. However, the land company is quite substantial. Relying solely on one person may prove difficult. Why not allow me to lend a hand? Together, we can weather the storm. Zheng Yutong chimed in. Since we are seated together, it is fate. Such a significant matter should not rest solely on the shoulders of two. I am also willing to contribute, working in unison for the benefit of the public. Ye Kun inwardly chuckled, maintaining an impassive facade. Ladies and gentlemen, this banquet has been organized by me, and it would hardly be unreasonable to tackle a tough challenge, would it? There are still many warm dishes left. Upon his utterance, the table fell into silence. Zheng Yutong and Li Zhaoji exchanged glances, ultimately left speechless. After all, this entire affair had indeed been orchestrated by him. Shun Bai suddenly suggested softly, Mr. Yi, why not allow the remaining dishes to be offered to others? Ye Kun smiled faintly, of course, aside from the land company. Let the remaining assets be allocated among you all. In matters of the world, excess leads to loss. Greed is not a sustainable strategy. Soon after, the group swiftly divided the remnants of the Yi Group's assets. The milk company, the Oriental Wenhua Hotel, and other core assets were claimed one by those present. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air, mingled with shouts and curses. The crowd turned to see a corpulent middle-aged man pinned to the ground, his right hand twisted at an unnatural angle. The assailant was a woman. Standing behind her was Li Xiner. Ye Kun approached slowly, his gaze falling upon the woman, none other than Li Xiner's personal bodyguard, Wang Bing, a former member of the mainland's special forces. What has happened? Ye Kun inquired softly. Wang Bing replied solemnly, Boss, this man was harassing Madam. And when he received no response, he attempted to forcibly drag her away. Ye Kun's brow furrowed as he raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the man's face. A sickening crack echoed as the nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. And the man's wails reverberated throughout the hall. His strength, derived from genetic enhancements, far surpassed that of an ordinary person, even without formal training. Ye Kun shielded Li Xiner beside him, gently wiping the moisture from the corner of her eye. Wang Bing, he said in a cold tone, should we encounter such scum again, do not hold back. Rendering them incapable of action is the only way to relieve the resentment. A mere hand severed is too merciful. Understood, boss, Wang Bing nodded, his expression earnest. The crowd began to encircle them, and Bao Chuan Wang frowned, asking, what transpired? This man dared to lay hands on my girlfriend and was subdued by the bodyguard. Ye Kun coldly surveyed the man on the ground. Bao Chuan Wang, do you recognize him? Bao Chuan Wang shook his head. I have never heard of such a person in Hong Kong. How could such a crude individual infiltrate this gathering? A middle-aged man wearing glasses, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, had yet to speak. The man on the ground, gritting his teeth, glared at Ye Kun and shouted, my brother-in-law is the chairman of Housen Group. You're all finished. As soon as those words left his mouth, all eyes turned sharply towards the bespectacled man. Li Jiacheng scoffed, Zhang Housen, you certainly have an impressive reputation. Who do you plan to spare? Zhang Housen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly advanced and kicked the man on the ground, exclaiming, shut up. He then turned to Ye Kun, bowing in apology, Mr. Yi. I sincerely apologize. My family has lost its way and caused you trouble. And you are? Ye Kun's tone was indifferent. Zhang Housen's face flushed with embarrassment as Bao Chuan Wang explained quietly. This individual owns a real estate company valued at around 200 million. But he holds no significant standing in Hong Kong. Ye Kun snorted lightly, his eyes filled with derision. I have crippled him. Do you have any objections? Ye Kun fixed his gaze on him. Zhang Housen's throat bobbed as he barely managed to utter, could Mr. Yi show some leniency? Severing his hands would suffice as punishment. Ye Kun's gaze remained impassive, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. This is not a request, it is a decree. With that, he nodded slightly at Wang Bing, signaling him to take the man away, lest he disturb the atmosphere. He then wrapped an arm around Li Xiner and turned to leave, their figures merging with the night. As the guests witnessed this, they gradually rose and dispersed, the banquet hall becoming increasingly sparse. Zheng Yutong approached slowly, fixing her gaze on the pale-faced Zhang Housen. Her voice low, old Zhang, in the future, refrain from indiscriminately bringing people in. I extended you an invitation out of past goodwill. It was for that old friendship. She paused before adding, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. That individual is not someone you can provoke. Not only you, but most of those present tonight would not dare act recklessly. Zhang Housen was taken aback. If even Zheng Yutong was so wary, his own schemes dissipated in an instant. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but Zheng Yutong had already turned to leave, her back cold and resolute. She had said all that needed to be said. The remaining path was for him to tread alone. The guests resumed their seats, the lighting adjusted, and an elegantly dressed female host gracefully stepped onto the stage. Good evening, esteemed guests. Tonight's charity auction is dedicated to a singular goal, to enable children who have dropped out of school due to poverty to return to the classroom. According to statistics, over 10,000 children in Hong Kong drop out of school each year, with 89% doing so due to an inability to afford tuition fees. This evening, Numerous benevolent individuals have generously donated their cherished items, and all proceeds from the auction will be fully allocated to support children's education. We welcome all sectors of society to witness this together. Now, the charity auction has officially commenced. The applause swells like a tide, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually intensifies. The first item to be presented is a Ming Dynasty June Kiln Sky Blue Rose Purple Glazed Sunflower-Shaped Flower Pot, with an opening bid set at 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Interested bidders, please place your offers. No sooner had the words left the auctioneer's lips than Mr. Li Xiaoji raised his bidding paddle. 1.5 million from Mr. Li. He declared, "Is there a higher bid?" Mr. Zheng offers 1,800,000. The current highest bid stands at 1,800,000. Mr. Wang bids 2 million. Is there anyone willing to surpass that? The corners of Li Xiaoji's mouth lifted slightly as he raised his paddle once more, boldly declaring, 3 million. The hall fell silent, with no one daring to counter. Some deemed the escalation excessive, while others were reluctant to compete with Li Xiaoji. 3 million, first call. 3 million, second call. 3 million, third call sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell decisively. Congratulations, Mr. Li, for successfully acquiring this Ming Dynasty treasure. Applause erupted once more. Li Xiaoji rose to acknowledge the crowd. His tone gentle. I am grateful for your generosity. In truth, many of the auction items had originated from the hands of these affluent individuals. The auction was merely a guise for their donations. Ye Kun remained outwardly impassive, showing no interest in the ordinary items. Rumor had it that a grand finale treasure would be unveiled today, and he was eager to see what it might be. However, the next item caught his attention, causing him to focus intently. A staff member slowly wheeled out a small cart, atop which lay a plate covered in red silk. An air of mystery quietly enveloping the room. The auctioneer smiled as he announced, "Before us lies a set of jewelry designed by Chanel. Meticulously crafted from natural jadeite and diamonds, featuring a pair of rings and earrings inspired by the theme of stars and moons." Chapter 31, A Violent Incident at the Charity Gala. The donor did not leave a name, but included a heartfelt message. May the recipient direct their gaze toward the children unable to attend school, offering them a glimmer of warmth. The auction continued. This set of jewelry exuded a gentle yet noble aura, making it an ideal gift for someone special. The starting bid was set at 15 million Hong Kong dollars, and interested parties were invited to begin bidding. Before the auctioneer could finish speaking, bids erupted in quick succession. 18 million swiftly escalated to 20 million. Ye Kun's gaze shifted slightly, his mind already made up. He wished to present this gift to Li Xiner. As for Zhang Qianwen, he would certainly arrange something equally remarkable. Since he had encountered this opportunity, he intended to seize it. He refrained from rushing to bid, choosing instead to observe and await the opportune moment. The price ascended relentlessly, soon surpassing 45 million Hong Kong dollars. The number of bidders dwindled, as such a sum was beyond the reach of the average person. Only 3 remained in contention: Guo Bingjiang from the Guo family, the gambling king Mr. He, and a gentleman named Michael from England. The gambling king initiated the bidding at 50 million, to which Michael promptly responded with 52 million. At this juncture, Ye Kun calmly interjected, 60 million. His voice, though not loud, reverberated throughout the hall. Guo Bingjiang shook his head lightly, withdrawing from the competition. The gambling king turned to Ye Kun, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, before gesturing to concede. Ye Kun nodded in acknowledgement, his expression serene. Now, only 2 remained in opposition. 65 million. Michael raised the bid again, his tone laced with hesitation. The auctioneer's excitement surged as he urged, 65 million. Is there a higher offer? Ye Kun stood, articulating clearly, 80 million. The room fell instantly silent. This leap in bidding amounted to a staggering 15 million. Michael furrowed his brow, and after a few seconds, he sighed softly and raised his hand to indicate his withdrawal. 80 million. The auctioneer exclaimed with fervor, Mr. Ye bids 80 million. Is there any further bidding? 80 million, first call. 80 million, second call. 80 million, third call sold. Congratulations to Mr. Ye for successfully acquiring the Chanel-designed natural jadeite and diamond star and moon ring and earring set. Ye Kun bowed slightly, acknowledging those present with a composed gesture. Next, the auctioneer raised his voice. We will now present the final item of the evening. I believe some of you are here specifically for this. This item was not a donation, yet its owner promised to donate 1/10 of the final sale price to support children unable to attend school. The lights focused as a staff member gently pushed out a display platform, draped in deep crimson velvet. All eyes fixated on the fabric. The auctioneer gradually unveiled it. Articulating each word, let us witness together. A diamond the size of a baby's fist lay quietly on the platform, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Despite prior knowledge of its nature as a pink diamond, seeing such an enormous gem in person was still breathtaking. This natural pink diamond weighs 100 carats. The auctioneer stated calmly. The starting bid is 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The auction begins now. The high price acted as a barrier, keeping most observers at bay. 100 million in cash was not within everyone's reach, and even fewer were willing to invest such a sum in a mere decorative gem. Many preferred to invest their funds in tangible assets or real estate rather than extravagance. The shipping magnate was the first to raise his paddle. I bid 1.2 billion. I plan to have this diamond fashioned into 3 pieces of jewelry for my 3 daughters. No sooner had he spoken than a murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. A 20 million increase per bid was indeed a formidable move. Hua Ingdong quickly responded, "Old Bao, how can you easily claim such a rare treasure?" I bid 1.5 billion. Zheng Yutong followed suit, rising to declare, "A family heirloom of profound significance. I will bid 1.8 billion. Ye Kun remained silent. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the pink diamond. He turned to Li Shiner beside him. "Do you desire it?" Li Shiner replied softly, "No, it's too expensive." Yet her eyes unmistakably revealed her hidden fondness. She simply did not wish for him to incur such an expense. Ye Kun smiled gently and addressed the entire room. "I am still unmarried. Purchasing this as 2 wedding rings for a future proposal would surely convey sincerity." Laughter erupted among the guests, and the shipping magnate jested. "Mr. Ye is truly romantic, using such a large diamond to profess his love. Such treasures are meant to be adorned." Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. He then announced his bid, 200 million Hong Kong dollars. The initial round of bidding had barely begun, and the price had already doubled. The allure of the pink diamond was irresistible. The subsequent bidding escalated to a fever pitch, yet only 4 remained in contention. The rest of the guests either showed no interest in competing or lacked the financial means. Hua Ingdong raised his bid once more, 2.1 billion. The tension in the room heightened. The auctioneer's voice nearly drowned out. 2.2 billion. 2.3 billion. Each successive bid commenced at 10 million, leaving ordinary attendees far behind. Suddenly, Ye Kun spoke again, 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. The shipping magnate chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Mr. Ye, we are all taking this step by step, yet you jump by 70 million in one breath, clearly determined to win. Very well, I shall yield this time." Ye Kun nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, shipping magnate." Hua Ingdong and Zheng Yutong exchanged glances, and ultimately, Hua Ingdong called out, 3.5 billion. Zheng Yutong gently shook his head, opting to withdraw. His psychological price limit had been reached at 3 billion, now exceeding his comfort zone. Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, Ye Kun raised his bidding paddle once more, for billion Hong Kong dollars. Hua Ingdong contemplated for a moment. Deeming the expenditure impractical, rather than spend such exorbitant funds, he preferred to invest it wisely elsewhere. He turned to Ye Kun with a gentle smile. "Mr. Ye, congratulations on your acquisition. I shall not continue." Ye Kun slightly inclined his body, his tone sincere. "Thank you, old Mr. Hua, for your kindness. I shall remember this bond." The exquisite 100-carat pink diamond ultimately found its way into Ye Kun's possession. He delicately pinched the diamond between his fingers, and under the lights, it refracted a mesmerizing glow. Beside him, Li Shiner's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, as if ablaze with fire. "Stop staring. This treasure is half yours," Ye Kun murmured. "Half?" Li Shiner's brows furrowed. And she instantly grasped the implication, her heart stirring tumultuously. She fiercely stepped on Ye Kun's foot several times, her strength not insignificant. Ye Kun grimaced, but dared not say more, only offering a sheepish smile while rubbing his foot. "When will you gather everyone for a get-together?" Li Shiner suddenly inquired. "It would be nice to have a meal together." Ye Kun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, managing only a vague response. "We'll see, when the opportunity arises." "Humph," she shot him a sidelong glance. "Rest assured, I won't cause a scene. I'm merely curious about who could possibly steal my man's heart." All right. I'll arrange a meeting after a while." Ye Kun conceded with a resigned nod. Chapter 32. Ye Kun's grand plan is set to commence. On stage, the host raised his voice at an opportune moment. "Thank you all for your generous support tonight. This charity auction has come to a successful close." Applause erupted, and the atmosphere was lively. Following this, the banquet officially commenced, inviting everyone to indulge. Once the host concluded, he exited the stage. As the clock turned to 11 in the evening, guests gradually departed, each heading home. However, Ye Kun had little intention of returning to the Oriental Wenhua Hotel, an establishment belonging to an international chain of high-end brands, where staying offered no distinct advantage. That night, Li Shiner, clad in a form-fitting evening gown that accentuated her graceful curves, captured Ye Kun's attention, nearly rendering him spellbound. The following morning, Ye Kun rose early to escort Li Shiner to her workplace. Subsequently, he dialed his uncle Yi Hanwen's number, the real estate company under Iha. "Expedite the acquisition for me." After attending to this matter, he made his way to the securities firm. Upon entering, the receptionist promptly notified Chu Xian. The latter personally came down to greet him. "Little Kun, come on up, let us discuss matters in my office." Chu Xian guided him into a spacious and well-lit room on the top floor. Once seated, Ye Kun got straight to the point. "Uncle, I have some free time lately and wish to personally manage the securities affairs. You must expedite the acquisitions of banks and insurance companies. I have my sights set on Yonglong Bank." Chu Xian replied. "Its performance has been declining recently, making it a prime opportunity. The team is already preparing for negotiations." "Excellent," Ye Kun nodded. "With our own bank, we can truly control the flow of funds. In the future, our subsidiary accounts will no longer be under external scrutiny." After a brief pause, he inquired, "What is the progress on the insurance front?" "The XA is stable, but they may not be willing to part with their assets." Chu Xian's expression turned troubled. "Then we shall acquire it forcefully," Ye Kun replied in a low, yet resolute voice. "If funds are insufficient, apply to the foundation. We must swiftly establish the three major sectors of finance." "I understand, little Kun. I will see to it immediately," Chu Xian assured solemnly. "Additionally, assemble a team of traders for me." Ye Kun stood with determination during this period. "I will personally lead the stock trading. Before embarking on that grand venture, I must ensure this securities firm is thriving. In the future, when we expand into international business, the profits will be clear to me alone." Chu Xian nodded in agreement and promptly turned to organize the trading personnel. As the sun cast a slanted light into the trading room, Ye Kun and his team plunged into battle. The sound of keyboards echoed like a torrential downpour, with capital surging into the market. Xinhua Group, 10 million Hong Kong dollars entering the market. A massive data influx, 8 million for purchase. Shenzhen South, 15 million for sweeping. One stock after another, a total of 20 stocks were wholly acquired that day. As the market neared closing, 12 stocks displayed a significant rise, while the remaining 8, though not surging, steadfastly held their ground without any signs of decline. The traders silently regarded Ye Kun's figure, a glimmer of reverence in their gazes. The next morning, those 8 dormant stocks suddenly surged, with 2 skyrocketing like rockets, nearly doubling their value by midday. Before noon, Ye Kun issued a command, "Liquidate." The traders exchanged glances, bewildered. Why leave the market when momentum was strong? He offered no further explanation, knowing well that significant negative news was about to emerge from those 2 companies, leading to a sharp decline thereafter. After executing the trades decisively, he identified 2 new targets, each receiving an infusion of 10 million Hong Kong dollars. By the end of the day, the financial statement revealed, in a mere 48 hours, slightly over 100 million in capital yielded a net profit of 15 million. The moment the figures appeared, everyone was rendered speechless. This was no mere investment. This was a precise harvest, a legitimate extraction of market funds, with no one able to find fault. In the following 10 days, the pace did not falter. Daily injections of tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars continued, each transaction perfectly timed. In less than half a month, the original principal more than doubled, and total profits surpassed 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. A miracle? Or a divine act? The traders privately debated, having already bestowed upon him the title of God of Stocks. Every stock he handled yielded no losses, with the minimum return exceeding 20%, as precise as if he could foresee the future. At the end of the month, Ye Securities announced its performance, sending shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. Conversations echoed in the streets. Is this real? Who can achieve such heights? Doubts arose, yet no flaws could be found. Many began to call for, "Let us invest as well." This aligned perfectly with Ye Kun's intentions. Shortly thereafter, 3 funds were quietly established. The first was open to the public, a total of 200 million Hong Kong dollars, allowing ordinary citizens to participate, with a minimum investment of 50,000 and a cap of 200,000, promising an annual return of no less than 20%, the only one in all of Hong Kong bold enough to make such a claim. The second was a private fund, exclusively for the wealthy, totaling 2 billion, with a minimum threshold of 10 million and a maximum of 50 million, offering an anticipated annual return of 18, highly attractive. The third was shrouded in secrecy, not publicly disclosed or promoted to the media, specifically prepared for individuals of certain special statuses. With a fund size of 200 million Hong Kong dollars, allowing personal investments ranging from 50,000 to 1 million, with an annual yield fixed at 25%. Though the amounts may not seem substantial, this demographic held considerable hidden assets, with ample gray income. Now, with a legitimate outlet available, they could both appreciate their capital and launder their origins. What is not to like? Furthermore, stock trading by officials is not illegal, as long as operations are compliant. No one can raise objections. Thus, this discreet channel quietly opened, silently linking the depths of power and capital. The 3 funds were entirely sold out within a single day, with market demand far exceeding expectations. Ye Kun next intended to embark on a significant plan. Before departing, He meticulously selected over 10 stocks with long-term growth potential for the securities company, advising them to hold steadfastly. As long as they adhered to his guidance, profits would naturally follow. The traders regarded Ye Kun's directives with the utmost reverence, leaving no room for doubt. After addressing the securities matters, Ye Kun dialed the phone of Director Wang from Xinhua News Agency. Director Wang, has the funding been secured? Ye Kun inquired. Mr. Ye, the upper management has approved it. Huaxiao Bank in Hong Kong will fully cooperate with you, and all operations will be led by you without any interference from them. I shall not betray the trust from the mainland, Ye Kun replied with a light smile. We await good news. With that, he ended the call. Ye Kun then proceeded to Huaxiao Bank, instructing the front desk to notify the chairman of his arrival. The staff ushered him into the reception room and quickly reported to upper management. At that moment, in the chairman's office, Zhang Dian was reviewing documents. When a knock on the door sounded, he replied without looking up, "Come in." "Chairman, a gentleman named Ye Kun is here to visit," Assistant Xiao Li respectfully reported. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Dian immediately stood up. "Quickly, please invite him in." "Yes," Xiao Li turned to leave. Zhang Dian still found it hard to believe. The higher-ups astonishingly entrusted him with the full authority over $200 million, mandating that all transactions be conducted under the auspices of Huaxiao Bank. While he could only observe from the sidelines, barred from interference, he was eager to ascertain the capabilities of this Ye Kun. Chapter 33. Serving as a hunter for Wall Street? Before long, Ye Kun entered the office, where the two men exchanged greetings with a handshake. Zhang Diyuan, the head of Huaxiao Bank, Hong Kong, and Ye Kun, the former leader of the Ye Group, now unencumbered by any official position. "Mr. Ye, you are quite the modest one," Zhang Diyuan responded with a smile. "Director Zhang, shall we first open an account at HSBC and discuss further details once everyone has arrived?" "Very well, I shall provide a few instructions before we set off." Zhang Diyuan summoned his assistant to arrange matters, then departed with Ye Kun. En route, Ye Kun made phone calls to the shipping magnate and Li Jiaqing, urging them to hasten to HSBC. Realizing the significance of the gathering, both men promptly set aside their affairs to head to the agreed location. Approximately an hour later, in a sealed conference room at HSBC, Shen Bai, the shipping magnate, Li Jiaqing, Ye Kun, and Zhang Diyuan formed a circle. "Mr. Ye, may we speak now? What exactly is the plan?" Shen Bai was the first to inquire. Ye Kun maintained a calm demeanor, slowly replying, "Not yet. Let us first sign the confidentiality agreement." He retrieved 5 documents from his bag and handed them over. Upon examining them, Li Jiaqing furrowed his brow. "Mr. Ye, we are all on the same side. Is this truly necessary?" Ye Kun met his gaze directly. "When it involves the financial turmoil of a nation, do you think it's unnecessary?" The atmosphere instantly thickened as the participants exchanged glances. Was this to incite a storm? They perused the agreement's contents. The terms were clear, devoid of hidden traps. Yet the penalty for breach loomed at a staggering $1 billion. Despite the shocking figure, they each signed in succession. Once the last signature was affixed, Ye Kun's lips curled slightly. "Now, we are all in the same boat." He settled back into his chair, his tone steady. "Let us discuss financial matters." Turning his gaze to Shen Bai, "Mr. Shen, can HSBC facilitate $340 billion? Shen Bai's expression tightened, revealing a hint of hesitation. But he quickly responded, "As long as the mechanism is transparent and we retain the right to withdraw at any time, the funds can be arranged." "Excellent," Ye Kun nodded. "The specific arrangements are as follows. The shipping magnate and Mr. Li will each contribute $100 million, utilizing a 20-fold leverage. Huaxiao Bank will provide $200 million at 50-fold, and I will invest $100 million, operating at 100-fold. As for the $1 billion from HSBC, I shall not involve myself. I merely require it to be delivered on time." The shipping magnate and Li Jiaqing had prepared themselves mentally, remaining composed. However, Zhang Dian nearly stood in alarm. "Mr. Ye, this is exceedingly risky." Ye Kun gently shook his head. "Director Zhang, your role is to cooperate, not to make decisions." He added, "This operation will be conducted under the names of HSBC and Huaxiao Bank, maintaining utmost discretion. Should it become exposed, the pressure will naturally fall upon you. How can we withstand such a situation?" Zhang Diyuan smiled wryly. "But if we are to proceed, could we possibly increase the profit margin by an additional 20%? Ye Kun chuckled. "Certainly." The shipping magnate and Li Jiaqing exchanged glances, silently nodding. In the face of a national financial storm, none dared to stand firm. They could only invest to mitigate disaster. Shen Bai finally relented. "Very well, we shall cooperate." Ye Kun rose, lowering his voice. "Now we arrive at the crux. Our first target is to short the Thai baht." Those words struck like a boulder dropped into a lake, causing everyone to momentarily hold their breath. No one dared to believe that someone truly aimed to shake a nation's currency. Yet Ye Kun remained unfazed. "Initially, I only intended to ride the wave for some minor gains, but now we possess sufficient power. We need not merely sift soup. We can partake in the mead as well. The true driving force lies not here, but on Wall Street. A pack of capital hunters, sensing blood, is poised to strike. We merely need to follow closely behind. Shinbai could not help but ask, is the information reliable? Ye Kun shot him a cold glance. Are we jesting with billions? Even if they do not act, we have more than enough on our own. He then commanded, Mr. Shun, recruit 20 top traders, ensure they all sign confidentiality agreements, and gather them in a secure trading room. No one is to leave until the operation concludes. Shinbai nodded. Such operations were not uncommon in large hedge funds. You have 2 days to prepare the funds. Ye Kun addressed the group. The day after tomorrow, we commence officially. Understood, Shinbai replied. Ye Kun turned to those beside him, stating, you may check the account status at any time, but as long as there are no losses. No one is permitted to withdraw funds without authorization. The group nodded lightly, indicating their understanding. Meanwhile, far away on Wall Street, in a sealed conference room at the Quantum Fund's headquarters, a financial practitioner scanned the faces of the core members present and slowly began. How much usable capital do we currently possess? A middle-aged man with graying hair stood up to respond. Sir, we have currently amassed 400 billion, all sourced from prominent consortiums and illustrious families, in addition to our own reserves of 50 billion. The financial practitioner smiled slightly, speaking softly. Sufficient, more than enough to deal with a minor nation. He paused before continuing. Have the candidates been confirmed? The last group nearly jeopardized the entire operation. The gray-haired man replied firmly. This time, the candidates have been meticulously vetted. They are absolutely reliable. We will monitor their movements closely. Excellent. The financial practitioner raised a glass of red wine, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The day after tomorrow, we commence operations. Now, let us preemptively toast to our victory. The others raised their glasses in response. Cheers. In the ensuing 2 days, Ye Kun devoted all his time to Li Shiner and Zhang Qianwen. He understood that in the foreseeable future, he would likely be unable to accompany them in this manner again. Thus, he cherished every moment. On the first day, he spent the entire day with Zhang Qianwen, shopping, attending exhibitions, and savoring gourmet meals, their laughter echoing as if all worries had been forgotten. The next day was dedicated to Li Shiner. Starting at dawn as they traversed the major shopping malls of Hong Kong, reluctantly concluding their journey only as the sun dipped below the horizon. Company affairs had long been arranged, with dedicated personnel managing daily operations, further supported by the Ye Foundation, allowing him to refrain from micromanaging. In the blink of an eye, the day for the operation had arrived. That morning, Ye Kun, accompanied by 5 meticulously selected bodyguards, arrived at HSBC. Shortly thereafter, Shinbai and the shipping magnate arrived as well. Shinbai led everyone into HSBC's largest trading room. Once all were seated, Ye Kun rose. He addressed the 20 traders brought by Shinbai. From this moment until the task is complete, you are not to leave this room for any reason, and all communication devices must be surrendered. Upon completion of the operation, in addition to your earned bonuses, I will also provide an additional reward. The traders displayed expressions of surprise, their spirits lifted at the prospect of extra income. Ye Kun's gaze fell upon one individual, Wang Dong, the familiar face who had previously managed trades for him. He spoke. You will once again serve as their temporary leader. Wang Dong readily accepted the responsibility. As time drew near, Ye Kun began issuing directives. Step 1. Secure a loan through a local bank in Thailand to acquire substantial real estate. Next, utilize the offshore financial market to raise funds. Then liquidate assets to amass a vast quantity of Thai baht. Chapter 34. Raking in billions before retreating simultaneously. Far away on Wall Street, financial practitioners were executing nearly identical strategies. That day, Thailand's stock market surged dramatically, regrettably unnoticed by officials who remained oblivious to the undercurrents. In the afternoon, Shinbai and the others departed in succession, leaving Ye Kun alone to oversee operations in the trading room. After 7 consecutive days of operations, both sides had successfully accumulated their chips, preparing to transition into the next phase. The Ministry of Finance of Thai country suddenly realized that the situation was spiraling out of control and urgently reported the circumstances to the higher-ups. Ye Kun and the financial practitioners had quietly completed their strategic arrangements, holding substantial positions in Thai baht. The financial practitioners discovered that another force was simultaneously taking action, sending a jolt of alarm through them. However, the battle had already commenced, leaving no room for retreat. He rebuked his assistant, who appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of how the information had been leaked. After Ye Kun completed the first round of operations, he immediately instructed Wang Dong and others to borrow stocks from local securities custodians and execute a large-scale sell-off. The previously soaring stock market abruptly reversed, plummeting relentlessly. Leveraging high-leverage stock index futures, Ye Kun reaped substantial profits once more, and the financial practitioners followed suit with similar strategies. This method did not arise spontaneously. Rather, it was a classic battle replicated by Ye Kun based on memories from a past life, a storm that had once shaken the financial landscape of Asia, instigated by none other than the financial practitioners themselves. Subsequently, the two parties almost simultaneously advanced to the third phase, massively borrowing baht from the central bank of Thai country. Within just a few days, the government was overwhelmed, and internal chaos ensued, leaving them uncertain about the identity of the mastermind behind it all. With ample chips in hand, Ye Kun then initiated a comprehensive short sale of the baht and purchased forward baht contracts, constructing a foreign exchange swap arrangement. This indicated that he was exchanging dollars for forward baht. If the exchange rate fell, he could later buy back the equivalent baht for fewer dollars, with the difference constituting his profit. The more the baht depreciated, the more astonishing his returns became. The actions of the financial practitioners were executed with meticulous precision. The Thai country officials watched helplessly as their currency plummeted 20% against the dollar in a single day, finally realizing that someone was deliberately targeting their currency. Panic spread throughout the nation, with the populace hastily selling off baht to acquire dollars, while speculators flocked in, exacerbating the capital outflow. The central bank's foreign exchange reserves swiftly dwindled, compelling them to urgently seek assistance from the old family of Pua, borrowing $30 billion to forcibly stabilize the market. Yet, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket, as the exchange rate continued to decline relentlessly. With every point of depreciation, Ye Kun and the financial practitioners saw their accounts swell with astonishing gains. The collapse of the currency market dragged the stock market down further, increasingly favoring the short sellers. Meanwhile, to stabilize the exchange rate, the central bank was forced to raise interest rates significantly, causing corporate financing costs to surge, which in turn inflicted severe damage on the real economy, leading to factory shutdowns and widespread layoffs. News of the baht's collapse reverberated across the globe, prompting international capital to spring into action, rushing into the short-selling arena. The pace of the baht's devaluation accelerated further, and the market lost all semblance of control. Approximately a month later, Thai country announced the abandonment of its fixed exchange rate system, transitioning to a free float. The central bank's governor resigned in disgrace. On that day, the baht plunged another 20% against the dollar. Both Ye Kun and the financial practitioners returned home laden with wealth, their assets nearly doubling. Recognizing the opportune moment, Ye Kun began to gradually return the borrowed stocks, closing his positions, and securing another substantial sum. The populace of Thai country was infuriated, labeling these manipulators as economic butchers, dispatching intelligence personnel to track down the true culprits. However, most of them focused their investigations on Wall Street titans or European financial groups, entirely unaware that one of the players hailed from another timeline. The thought of Hong Kong, or any place beyond it, was conspicuously absent from their plans. Ye Kun's recent maneuvers left Shun Bai and her associates utterly astounded, realizing that making money could be so direct and effortless. Just when Shun Bai and the others believed the situation had reached its conclusion, Ye Kun casually tossed out a remark that left everyone momentarily stunned. He calmly stated that this was merely the beginning, but replicating such returns in the future would be impossible. At that moment, they possessed approximately $7 million, while the financial practitioners had nearly $8 million. Ye Kun was already aware that the financial practitioner's next target would likely be the old family of Pua, a fact he deemed highly probable. Even if the other party were to change course unexpectedly, it would not pose a significant concern. With his existing capital, he was more than capable of exerting pressure on a small economy. The financial practitioners indeed had their sights set on the old family of Pua. Although they sensed an opposing force acting in unison behind the scenes, causing them slight discomfort, they remained indifferent. The mutual objectives of both parties meant that the more market participants there were, the greater the impact, the higher the probability of success, and consequently, the more substantial the profits to be divided. The following morning, both forces struck almost simultaneously. Using dollars as collateral, they borrowed substantial amounts of the local currency, the old family of dollar, from private enterprises. They dared not approach the central bank, as openly engaging in short selling would amount to a declaration of war. While the private channels were less efficient, within 15 days, Ye Kun successfully raised the equivalent of $20 billion in old family of dollars. The next step was to depress the exchange rate, and subsequently buy back dollars at a lower price to repay the debt, with the difference constituting pure profit. The next day, Ye Kun officially commenced his sell-off, initiating a massive short sale. Although the old family of Pua had been on alert, suspecting that international capital might target their country, they did not anticipate the assault would be so swift. Panic rapidly spread through the market, with the populace hastily discarding old family of dollars in exchange for dollars. The central bank, despite its reserves, found itself overwhelmed by the nationwide capital flight, rendering any support inadequate. By the end of the first day, the exchange rate of the old family of dollar against the dollar plummeted by 10%. The government urgently sought assistance from neighboring countries, requesting the borrowing of dollars. However, neighboring nations, fearing that they might become the next target, were hesitant to extend help. The following day, as the financial practitioners escalated their efforts, the exchange rate fell another 13%. With every point of decline, Ye Kun and the financial practitioners witnessed their profits soar by hundreds of millions of dollars. On the fifth day, the old family of $1 finally halted its descent. The reason lay in their successful appeal for assistance from the United States, securing a high-interest loan amounting to a staggering $100 billion. Sensing a shift in the winds, Ye Kun promptly ordered a cessation of operations. It was imperative to repay all borrowed funds from private companies before the currency rebounded. Although these companies were reluctant, the contract clearly stipulated that repayment could occur at any time within 30 days. They had no choice but to comply. Simultaneously, the financial practitioners also detected the scent of danger and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. This engagement did not completely dismantle the financial system of the old family of Pua. Yet Ye Kun and the financial practitioners each pocketed billions of dollars. Ye Kun decided to withdraw at this juncture, understanding that the financial practitioners would soon turn their attention to Taiwan, but he would no longer participate. One reason for this decision was his shared roots with the citizens of Taiwan. The gains from this endeavor were already sufficiently bountiful, and he would leave the ensuing troubles for the financial practitioners to handle, conveniently shifting attention away from himself. Ye Kun first arranged for Wang Dong and others to manage the account settlement, then contacted Shun Bai, Bao Wang, and others, inviting them to come for the financial reconciliation. Chapter 35, The 100 Billion Split for a Talisman. Approximately 1 hour later, Shun Bai, Bao Wang, Li Jiaqing, Zhang Dian, and Ye Kun gathered in a sealed conference room. Once seated, all eyes converged on Ye Kun, eager to ascertain the extent of their earnings. This question was almost simultaneously voiced by several individuals. Although they had their suspicions, they still yearned for confirmation from his lips. "I'm still calculating," Ye Kun replied, his tone tinged with impatience. "You're all more anxious than I am." The group felt a surge of frustration but dared not express it, recognizing that the person before them had the Midas touch, capable of turning stone into gold. They could only suppress their emotions and await the outcome. After a moment, Ye Kun suddenly turned to Zhang Dian. "The next move is likely to target Taiwan. You should alert the higher-ups to prepare in advance." Zhang Dian's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately rose from his seat, heading straight to the communications room to report to superiors. He returned shortly after, giving Ye Kun a slight nod to indicate that the message had been conveyed. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Wang Dong completed the final accounting. He handed a printed financial report to Ye Kun. Ye Kun glanced at the figures at the bottom, his demeanor calm as he nodded, finding the results closely aligned with his estimates. He then passed the report to Shun Bai. Upon merely glancing at it, Shun Bai exclaimed an expletive in fluent English. Fuck. $82 billion. A full 82 billion. We struck it rich. Truly rich. The remaining individuals, upon hearing this staggering sum, momentarily held their breath, their fingers trembling uncontrollably. What business could possibly compete with this? As long as they stayed close to this gentleman, wealth would merely be a matter of uttering a few words. Zhang Dian's face flushed crimson. Even in his prominent position at Huaxia Bank, he had never before witnessed such a colossal amount of cash in U.S. dollars all at once. Ahem. Ye Kun lightly cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back as he began to distribute the funds. It had previously been agreed that HSBC and Huaxia Bank would take the lion's share, with the remainder allocated according to the investment ratio. First, they would repay HSBC's $24 billion in leveraged funds, along with their $10 billion principal investment. As for the remaining $48 billion in pure profit, I propose Bao Wang and General Li each receive $4 billion, while I personally take $11 billion, effectively doubling our initial investments. The remaining $29 billion will be evenly split between HSBC and Huaxia Bank. However, one point must be made clear: should either of those two countries seek accountability afterward, your institutions must take the lead in bearing the responsibility. Shun Bai and Zhang Dian nodded in agreement, fully aware that the additional $4.5 billion was not a mere windfall. It was a protective charm acquired by Bao Wang, Li Jiaqing, and Ye Kun. As for Bao Wang and Li Jiaqing, they naturally had no objections. Faced with a national-level backlash, they were merely businessmen, unable to stand their ground. Only giants like HSBC, which monopolized global elite resources, and national pillar institutions like Huaxia Bank could provide a defensive bulwark, even if the other party might not trace the matter back to them. The unpredictability of circumstances necessitated precaution. Thus, everyone found Ye Kun's proposed distribution scheme reasonable and just. "Originally, I should have taken a management fee," Ye Kun continued, "but this time I shall forego it entirely. I hope that we can seize this opportunity to collaboratively establish a financial consortium in Hong Kong, supporting one another in both advancement and retreat. In the past, foreign consortiums profited at our expense. Now it is our turn to form our own consortium and turn the tables. What does everyone think? Ye Kun inquired. Li Jiaqing and Bao Chuanwang immediately expressed their support. Zhang Dian paused for a moment before responding. I must first report this matter to my superiors. Shunbai added, although I am the chairman. Such a significant decision necessitates the convening of all directors for collective discussion. Ye Kun nodded. Very well, I will grant you a week to consider. We will reconvene next week to discuss the specific operations of the consortium and the responsibilities of its members in detail. Everyone agreed. Bao Chuanwang then raised a question. Will our consortium allow outsiders to join in the future? Ye Kun pondered for a moment. There must be thresholds for entry. If anyone can come in, it would cease to be a consortium and instead become a mere marketplace. Everyone concurred. Without standards, would we not lower our own status? Let us revisit this issue next week, Ye Kun stated. He then turned to Shunbai. Chairman Shin, please transfer the funds to each respective account tomorrow. And additionally prepare 1 million Hong Kong dollars as a reward for the trading team. Certainly, I will arrange that immediately, Shunbai replied. She then tentatively asked, Mr. Yi, can this time's funds remain in HSBC? We will ensure the highest interest rates. In her eagerness to secure this deposit, Shunbai spoke with utmost respect. Ye Kun shot her a glance. Have you forgotten that I just purchased a bank? Shunbai appeared somewhat flustered. With the news just breaking, she had stubbornly insisted, a little less is acceptable. Just leave us a portion. That would help us fulfill our task. Otherwise, I would have difficulty explaining to the board upon my return. All right then, Ye Kun relented. I will leave you 10 billion. What a hassle. If it weren't for the substantial leverage you provided earlier, would I be depositing money with you when I have my own bank? Shunbai awkwardly nodded. As long as the business is secured, it matters not. He understood well. In business, one should not fear being thick-skinned, but rather dread the inability to swallow their pride. Having said that, his gaze swept across Bao Chuanwang and Li Jiaqing. As for Zhang Dian, he did not even mention how the National Bank would ever place funds with him. Old Bao, you are a shareholder of HSBC. Your own bank must lend support. Shunbai remarked to Bao Chuanwang. Bao Chuanwang smiled wryly. Can I really refuse? Before he could look towards Li Jiaqing, Ye Kun interjected. Chairman Shun, Bao Chuanwang is your shareholder, but Mr. Li is not. He then turned to Li Jiaqing with a smile. If you deposit your funds with me, the interest rate will be 2 points higher than HSBC. I still possess some means in this regard. Upon finishing, he intentionally glanced at Shunbai. Shunbai was immediately taken aback, inwardly lamenting. He simply could not dare to accept such terms. Otherwise, the profits would be unsustainable, and the shareholders would surely devour him whole. Li Jiaqing responded with a smile. Very well, I shall choose Mr. Ye's bank. Once the business matters were concluded, Shunbai called for supper to be served. The group dined and conversed, and after indulging in food and drink, they dispersed. The following day, Ye Kun arrived at HSBC, only to find that others had already gathered. These individuals were all prominent figures. Why the restlessness? Ye Kun chuckled. Everyone simultaneously rolled their eyes. Li Jiaqing scoffed. After decades of hard work, my company's valuation has yet to reach even a fraction of this sum. With such a windfall from the heavens today, who could remain composed? Before he could finish, Shunbai entered with a smile. Everyone, thank you for your patience. The matters have been settled. She held out 3 cards, distributing them in turn. Ye Kun, Zhang Dian, Li Jiaqing, your funds have all been credited. Mr. Li, your 4.5 billion US dollars. Mr. Yi, your 10 billion US dollars, with an additional 1 billion deposited into a reserve account. Mr. Zhang, your 14.5 billion has also been prepared. As for Old Bao's share, I have directly transferred it into his personal account, ready for inspection at any time. Chapter 36. Acquiring machinery to become an expanding behemoth. The 3 men held their bank cards, their fingertips trembling slightly. Even Ye Kun's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. Shunbai smiled gently. There are no transaction fees for this leveraging operation. Truly deserving of the title of executive chairman, your actions reflect great vision. A few million US dollars were mere figures to them, yet this gesture of goodwill was genuinely felt. Henceforth, whenever there is a need for funds, who wouldn't think of her first? Smiles spread across everyone's faces, sincere and warm. After the handover, Shunbai added, the traders are still awaiting results. Who would like to join me in distributing bonuses? Bao Chuanwang waved his hand. I shall refrain from joining such festivities. Li Jiaqing also shook his head in refusal. Ye Kun shrugged. Chairman Shin, you may go ahead. They are only focused on the accounts right now. What do they care about our actions? Shunbai nodded. That works. The sooner the bonuses are distributed, the better everyone can feel at ease. With that, she turned and left. Seeing that the matters were concluded, Ye Kun stood. Then let us wrap up for now. We shall gather again next week. Zhang Dian responded. Agreed. I must return to report the results to my superiors. Upon exiting HSBC Tower, Ye Kun dialed Xu Xian's number, requesting him to come swiftly to the Ye Family Fund Committee. Arriving at the office ahead of time, he walked straight into Ye Suqing's room. She was engrossed in reviewing documents and looked up upon hearing footsteps. Little Kun, where have you been for over a month? Her tone bore a hint of reproach, yet was laced with concern. Ye Kun grinned. Busy making money, Annie. The company is expanding so rapidly. I fear the financial chain may soon be stretched too thin. Wouldn't you agree? Ye Suqing set down her pen with a sigh. Indeed, it is progressing too quickly. Now, everyone outside is talking about acquiring machinery. No one discusses innovation. Only thoughts of devouring others. What is wrong with rapid development? Ye Kun chuckled. After all, we are not short on money at the moment. As he spoke, he took out a black card from his pocket, placing it on the table. It was the account card for the 10 billion US dollars deposited by HSBC. Just as Ye Suqing was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Xu Xian entered. Seeing this, Ye Kun promptly said, Uncle, you arrived just in time. I have some matters to discuss. Xu Xian responded affirmatively. Go ahead, I am listening. As he spoke, he retrieved a pen and notebook from his pocket. Ye Kun first turned to Ye Suqing, handing her a card. Aunt, this card contains 1 billion US dollars. Please keep it safe for now. 1 billion? Ye Suqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising dramatically. Xu Xian also looked up sharply, his face a mask of astonishment. Ye Kun smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, I earned quite a bit this time. It should suffice for our family's needs for a while. Ye Suqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. A while? Don't be ridiculous. Even if the entire family spent for 10 years, we couldn't exhaust this sum. Ye Kun then glanced at Xu Xian. Uncle, let's deposit this money in our own bank. By the way, change the name of Yonglong Bank to Ye Family Bank. We can set the interest rates a bit higher to attract deposits, and then invest according to my strategy. The returns will be assured. Xu Xian remained silent, carefully noting every word. Ye Kun inquired further. How are the companies faring lately? Ye Suqing gathered her thoughts and replied slowly. Overall, they are doing well and are beginning to take shape. Xiaoming's arcade games are currently a huge hit in Hong Kong and are about to enter the American market. There is also good news from the real estate sector. A new port is set to be built near Butterfly Bay, and the plots of land we purchased years ago have seen their prices soar, nearly doubling. The media sector is also thriving. Our newspaper sales are the highest in Hong Kong, and the viewership ratings of the television station have surged thanks to those variety shows you produced. Ye Jian's maritime transport company has commenced trial operations, securing some small contracts. It's evident he wants to gauge the market first. Ye Kun nodded in response. This lad is quite prudent. He is not rushing to burn through cash for expansion. He paused before continuing. Aunt, please convey to him that once the month of trial operations concludes, he should immediately begin large-scale expansion without being stingy. I want the Ye family to have its own shipping magnate. All right, I will inform him, Ye Suqing replied. She continued her report. Your uncle has recently acquired an insurance company, and Ye Xiao is learning management there. Ye Ji's energy and mining ventures are primarily overseas. He has acquired several iron mines and a gold mine, and he is still in the exploratory phase, much like Ye Jian, intending to familiarize himself with the landscape before making significant moves. Ye Kun frowned slightly. I will arrange for some bodyguards to be sent over. Conditions abroad are not the same as here, especially in the energy sector, which can attract trouble. Ye Suqing concurred. Right now, things are relatively quiet. No one has set their sights on us yet. Once we grow larger, those energy giants will undoubtedly not sit idly by while a fierce competitor enters their territory. Ye Kun's expression darkened. Then we must prepare in advance. If necessary, I will personally allocate a mercenary unit to protect our energy lines. This industry will be the backbone of the Ye family in the future. Ye Suqing went on. Also, there's Ye Kun. His Ye family heavy industries is making good progress. He just acquired a heavy machinery company from an island nation and has purchased a car manufacturing plant in Hansgua, aiming to establish a high-end automobile brand. He has recruited several technical experts from major companies and has already invested 500 million Hong Kong dollars. The new car is currently under intense development. Ye Kun nodded slightly. This child has a keen eye, launching a top-tier luxury vehicle to establish a reputation, followed by a gradual introduction of mid-range models. His strategy is clear and his execution strong. Indeed, Ye Suqing affirmed. Although Ye Kun has invested significantly, once the product is released, the market response is bound to be enthusiastic. After hearing Ye Suqing's report, Ye Kun felt immensely satisfied with the development status of the enterprises under the Ye family banner. Particularly, the younger generation was not merely pursuing expansion, but was instead focused on steady progress, accumulating experience through trial and error, and familiarizing themselves with the industry's intricacies. He greatly admired this pragmatic approach. And, with sufficient funds now, once they have solidified their foundation, it will be time to exert full force. I hope by the end of the year, all enterprises can see several-fold growth. Furthermore, we must amplify our promotional efforts for the Ye family, striving to elevate our reputation within a month. Ye Kun contemplated the progress of his systematic tasks. With funds now in place and influence rapidly increasing, he anticipated that with the family's united efforts, the system could be upgraded once again within a month. All right, Xiaokuan, I will make the necessary arrangements. Ye Suqing nodded in agreement. After discussing some details with Ye Suqing and Chu Xian, Ye Kun decided to take a moment to rest. After all, he had been tirelessly on the move for over a month, and it was time for a brief respite. Upon returning to his residence, the guard he had dispatched to search for a new family estate reported back. Boss, I have found a suitable mountainous area named Ye Mountain. It is not very high, covering about 1 square kilometer, with an overall flat terrain, perfect for construction. Chapter 37, The Ye Family's Talisman. Ye Kun, intrigued, replied, "Let us go, show me the place." The group drove over. Upon arrival, Ye Kun surveyed the oval-shaped mountain, growing more fond of it with each passing moment. It was not far from the urban area, requiring just over half an hour by car. In his mind, he already envisioned a blueprint to clear the central area at the mountain's peak and construct a grand estate. Within the estate, he planned to establish dozens of traditional courtyard houses for family members to reside in, creating a true communal living space that encapsulated the essence of family. Surrounding woods would be preserved, allowing for fresh air to flow in every morning, akin to a natural oxygen bar. A main thoroughfare would be constructed on all sides, providing direct access to the city, ensuring convenient transportation, water and electricity supply. For the Ye family, it would be a mere formality. Medical care would be of no concern either. The family had its own top-tier private doctors, whose expertise far exceeded that of ordinary hospitals. And a dedicated treatment room could be set up, endowing the home with the functionality of a small comprehensive hospital. Moreover, the mountain's complex terrain would be ideal for establishing a robust security system, transforming it into a discreet fortress, secure yet inviting. This place was precisely the foundational ground he had longed for. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Kun immediately dialed his second uncle's phone, requesting him to come to Ye Mountain at once. The real estate group was not far away, and about half an hour later, Ye Hanwen arrived. "Xiaokuan, what is the matter? Why did you suddenly summon me here?" Ye Hanwen inquired as he alighted from his vehicle. Ye Hanwen frowned. "This place is quite nice. But what exactly do you intend to do?" "Uncle, from now on, consider this our Ye family's foundational site. What do you think?" Ye Hanwen was taken aback. "Xiaokuan, are you serious? Securing the entire mountain would require at least several billion Hong Kong dollars, and besides, acquiring a mountain as private property isn't exactly straightforward." After a moment of contemplation, Ye Kun replied, "Uncle, you go ahead and negotiate. No matter the cost, I will cover it. If the government is unwilling to sell, just say it's for commercial use, intending to build a high-end villa district or a private estate. If that fails, we can always flip the deal ourselves. We'll pay whatever taxes are necessary. There will always be a way." Ye Hanwen nodded. "That is all well and good, but Xiaokuan, do we truly have that much capital?" "Rest assured, Uncle, I recently received a deposit of $1 billion US, Ye Kun said with a slight smile. $1 billion? In US dollars? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Ye Hanwen nearly jumped in surprise. "It seems you Haven T returned to the Foundation headquarters recently. That sum has already been transferred. From now on, just follow the procedures for any financial needs and seize the opportunity to expand our enterprises." Ye Kun continued, "I am entrusting this matter to you, Uncle." He then elaborated on his vision. Ye Hanwen listened, utterly astonished. Initially, he thought spending a few billion would be the peak. After hearing Ye Kun's plan, he felt that even 100 billion Hong Kong dollars might not suffice. "Also, Uncle," Ye Kun added, "in terms of design, we should try to find seasoned craftsmen from the mainland. We want a truly authentic Chinese style. The entire estate should be constructed using solid wood, and the carving elements must be handled by top-tier masters. If you have trouble contacting suitable individuals, you can ask Director Wang from Xinhua News Agency or Chairman Zhang from Huaxiao Bank for referrals. The costs are not an issue." Ye Hanwen was utterly astounded. "Xiaokuan, only you could earn such a fortune and spend it so freely. Once this estate is completed, it will undoubtedly become a landmark, even more magnificent than the Prince Gong's mansion of yore." Ye Kun chuckled lightly. "Second uncle, let us broaden our horizons. Our Ye family aims to endure for millennia. This investment is but a trifle." Ye Hanwen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, under your leadership, it wouldn't be surprising if our lineage persisted for 2,000 or even 5,000 years." The two traversed around Thundercloud Mountain, growing increasingly fond of the prospect. Yet, all was ultimately a mere fantasy. The prerequisite was to secure the mountain from the Hong Kong government, or else it would all be in vain. Subsequently, Ye Kun immersed himself in negotiations with the Hong Kong government. Without substantial sacrifices, this endeavor was destined to remain unrealized. Meanwhile, Ye Kun dialed Ye Lu's number, instructing the intelligence network to fully support his uncle's actions, ensuring that all connections were established, gifts were delivered, and arrangements were made. Thundercloud Mountain must belong to the Ye family. After several days of anticipation, Ye Kun's call finally arrived, bearing good news. As the call connected, Ye Kun inquired eagerly. "Second uncle, how is the situation? Has the Hong Kong side relented? The deal is settled. The land can be transferred to us. However, the terms are steep. With a price tag of 50 billion Hong Kong dollars, along with donations of funds and materials to the police, fire department, and various government agencies," replied his uncle slowly. Ye Kun smiled gently. "Money is not an obstacle. As long as we can secure the land, that is all that matters. Anything that can be resolved with money is not a daunting task. As for the reconstruction project of Thundercloud Mountain, I entrust it entirely to you. Do not skimp on the investment. The key is safety, restoring the original charm, and preserving the old flavor. Rest assured, Xiao Kun, I will personally oversee it," his uncle assured. Just as these words left his mouth, a call came in from Zhang Diyan, chairman of Huaxiao Bank, who merely stated that he had urgent matters to discuss without divulging specifics. Ye Kun had no choice but to head over. Upon entering the chairman's office, Zhang Diyan was examining a scroll intently. Upon noticing Ye Kun's arrival, he promptly rose to welcome him and invited him to take a seat. "Mr. Ye, I was specifically instructed to convey gratitude on behalf of the higher-ups," Zhang Diyan said, slightly bowing in deference. Ye Kun quickly moved to support him. "Chairman Zhang, you flatter me. It is my pleasure to be of service. There is no need for such formality. Your operations have directly multiplied the nation's foreign exchange reserves by more than tenfold. Many things that were once deemed unthinkable can now be advanced." Zhang Diyan spoke earnestly. He then picked up the scroll from the table and unfurled it. At a glance, 8 grand characters caught the eye. "Financial genius, for the nation and the people." Indeed, the brushwork is vigorous. It must be the work of a renowned master. Ye Kun nodded in admiration. Zhang Diyan smiled slightly. "Is that all?" Ye Kun paused, then focused intently, only to discover a line of tiny characters hidden behind the larger inscription, presented to Ye Kun, the young friend of the head of the Ye family. On August 16, 1978. "Is this for me?" he stammered, his voice trembling. "Take another look," Zhang Diyan suggested softly. As his gaze fell upon the seal, Ye Kun's heart skipped a beat, rendering him almost speechless. Is this truly the handwriting of that elder? Is this real? Observing the young man before him rendered speechless, Zhang Diyan felt a surge of envy. He had toiled his entire life and had scarcely glimpsed that elder's face even once. While Ye Kun had the fortune to receive such a treasure, the fortunes of individuals are indeed incomparable. What stirred his emotions further was that the inscription did not simply read Ye Kun, but rather Ye Kun, head of the Ye family. A single word made all the difference, carrying immense weight. This was not merely a piece of calligraphy. It resembled an intangible talisman of protection. Ye Kun steadied his breath, carefully storing it away, vowing to hang it prominently in his new home once completed. "Chairman Zhang," he lifted his gaze. "I also have a matter to entrust to you today. Please, Mr. Ye, as long as it falls within my capacity, I will not decline," Zhang Diyan pledged earnestly. Chapter 38. From Individual Struggles to Collective Action. "Mr. Zhang, I plan to establish a family residence and seek a few skilled craftsmen, preferably those experienced with traditional architecture, such as old houses and courtyard-style buildings." Ye Kun articulated his vision. Zhang Diyan immediately replied, "Leave this matter to me, Mr. Ye. I will have my family reach out at once." Ye Kun nodded and added, "Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a master proficient in ancient carving techniques." Zhang Diyan responded with a smile, "Rest assured, Mr. Ye, I will ensure the candidates are up to standard and will not let you down. Thank you very much." Ye Kun expressed sincerely. After exchanging pleasantries, Ye Kun took his leave, firmly grasping the precious talisman in his hand. Upon returning home, he securely placed it in the safe, already contemplating how it would become a treasured possession once the new residence was completed. Days later, the awaited day finally arrived. Today would reveal whether Hong Kong could give birth to a true financial consortium. Ye Kun first dialed the Peninsula Hotel, reserving the luxurious banquet hall on the top floor and arranging a private dinner. He then contacted Shun Bai and others, inviting them to gather in the evening to discuss significant matters. At 6:30 that evening, Ye Kun arrived punctually. Shortly after, Shun Bai, the shipping king, Li Jiaqing, and Zhang Diyan arrived in succession. Once seated, Ye Kun raised his glass. "Let us toast to our previous victory." The group raised their glasses and drained them in unison. After several rounds of toasting, Ye Kun spoke up. "For nearly a century, American conglomerates, Japanese zaibatsu, Korean capital, and those established European powers have been seizing global profits. We each have our roots in Hong Kong and possess wealth, yet we have consistently acted in isolation. It is precisely due to our lack of unity that we have been repeatedly exploited. Today, I wish to gather everyone here to form a genuine force. We shall no longer passively endure, but rather take the initiative to venture into the outside world and claim our rightful share. What do you all think? As his words settled, the shipping king was the first to respond. I support this. Though others refer to me as the King of the Seas, it is merely a hollow title. While I may wield influence in Hong Kong, on the international stage, I cannot even create a ripple. Li Jiaqing chimed in. The shipping king is correct. If we remain confined to this small pond, we shall never glimpse the vastness of the ocean. It is manageable to conduct small businesses alone, but once we touch the true giants, we might not even know how we fell. Only by joining forces and looking out for one another can we hope to establish a solid footing. Ye Kun nodded slightly, precisely the point. A single chopstick may break with ease, but a bundle of tin cannot be easily overcome. After stating this, he turned his gaze to Zhang Dian and Shunbai. What are your thoughts? Shunbai broke the silence first. Mr. Yi, the board has already convened, and over 90% of the members have expressed their support. The remaining 2 dissenters include a representative from the Japanese Zaibatsu and another from a European conglomerate. Their hesitance is of little concern. We will gradually acquire their shares and stabilize the situation. Ye Kun nodded gently. Please expedite this. Do not allow any potential risks to linger within the core circle, lest the news leaks. Shunbai silently acknowledged. Ye Kun then turned to Zhang Dian. Chairman Zhang, has there been any feedback from the higher-ups? Zhang Dian smiled as he replied. The message from above is quite clear. If others take the lead, they may not feel secure. However, if it is you, Mr. Yi, they trust you completely. Therefore, Huaxiao Bank has decided to join this new alliance. He added, for now, this will be limited to the funding and resources from the Hong Kong branch. Upon hearing the unanimous support from all parties, Ye Kun raised his glass with a smile and declared, excellent. Since we are united in purpose, today marks the official establishment of the Hong Kong Financial Consortium. Let us all drink to this historic moment. As glasses clinked together, the atmosphere grew notably warmer. After setting down his glass, Ye Kun continued, with the organization now formed, we must also establish rules. Otherwise, we will inevitably fall apart. These rules are not trivial. The core principle is that when one encounters grave difficulties, others must extend a helping hand. If we turn a blind eye to those in peril, then our alliance is devoid of meaning. The shipping magnate immediately interjected, absolutely correct. If we stand idly by while a comrade falls, what kind of consortium is this? Zhang Dian added, my directive is clear. As long as our fundamental interests remain unshaken, I will follow President Ye's lead. Ye Kun surveyed the room. Let us now establish a few bottom lines. I will propose the first, and you may all add your thoughts. Seeing no dissent, he stated, first, we must jointly hold shares in a company. He elaborated, at the beginning of next year. A significant opportunity will arise. If we seize it, everyone stands to profit handsomely. At that time, a portion of the profits will be allocated to individuals, while another portion will be reinvested into the newly formed collective company. What are your thoughts? Shunbai promptly affirmed, I am in favor. Only by sharing the benefits can we truly unite our hearts. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that following Ye Kun in pursuit of profit was indeed the most pragmatic course of action. Ye Kun continued. The second point is that we will sign a mutual assistance agreement. Should any member face a major crisis and seek help, the rest must provide unwavering support. Routine matters need not trouble the group, but anything that threatens our foundation cannot be disregarded. The third point concerns profit distribution. We must agree on shares before each action. Those who invest more should receive a greater return. Let us clarify this up front to avoid misunderstandings later on. He then stated, the fourth rule is that any new member must gain the approval of at least 80 of those present. Ye Kun glanced around the room, noting the absence of objections, and continued, for now, we will establish these 4 rules. Further additions can be made as necessary. Now, let us discuss the criteria for membership. We are not an ordinary business association. Entry cannot be open to all. The shipping magnate remarked, members must possess substantial assets. Otherwise, resources will not keep pace. Moreover, once admitted, one cannot leave at will. Ye Kun nodded, agreed. Exiting also requires the approval of 80 of the members, or else the rules will be undermined. There were no objections from the group. Ye Kun surveyed the room once more. Does anyone have additional thoughts? Now is the time to speak. Li Jiaqing suggested. Why not compile a list of potential candidates and privately gauge their interest? Very well, let us each propose a name, prioritizing local enterprises in Hong Kong, replied the shipping magnate. Zhang Dian was the first to speak. I recommend the Ho family. No one was surprised by this name. Ho Ingdong, with his deep-rooted connections, had navigated the political and business realms with great finesse and had faced years of suppression from the Hong Kong government. Nonetheless, his capabilities were undeniable, and he met all criteria, gaining unanimous approval. The shipping magnate then suggested, "I propose Li Xiaoji and Zheng Yutong. Both are also of the highest caliber in Hong Kong." Agreed. We can approach them in a couple of days to assess their stance. Ye Kun and the others concurred. Li Jiaqing added, "Let us not overlook the gambling king. I will speak with him tomorrow." Shenbai chuckled. "I won't propose anyone for now. The others still need some time to mature. We can reassess later." Chapter 39. Proceeding cautiously with hidden agendas. "We cannot have too many members. I suggest capping the number at 10, Ye Kun stated. He nodded, agreed. From now on, every new addition must be considered carefully. 10 is the perfect number. Too many members will complicate the balance of interests. As the arrangements neared finalization, Zhang Dian stood up and said, "Since we are establishing a consortium, we need a leader to guide us forward." He turned to the group. "I propose that the first leader be Ye Kun of the Ye family." He then looked to the others. "What do you think, President Shen, shipping magnate, and President Li?" "I wholeheartedly support Ye as the leader. Few can rival his ability to generate profit," came the response. "I concur. His capacity to elevate the Ye family from the brink of collapse to its current stature is a testament to his true skill." Both the shipping magnate and Li Jiaqing expressed their agreement. Shenbai added, "I have nothing more to say. I have witnessed President Ye's journey in building his enterprise. His capabilities are indeed among the best in the world." With that, she gave a thumbs up. Ye Kun smiled slightly, since everyone is in agreement. "I shall take on the role of the first leader." He further suggested, "The leadership position should rotate every 5 years. At that time, we will vote on the next candidate based on each person's contributions to the consortium." Ye Kun raised his glass high, his gaze resolute. "To the birth of the Hong Kong Financial Consortium, let us drink to this moment. May our names one day resonate across the globe." The other four echoed in unison, rising to clink their glasses together in a harmonious chorus. In that moment, a business empire poised to shake the world quietly set sail. Ye Kun understood that the establishment of the consortium was not merely a manifestation of ambition, but also a long-term strategy for the Ye family's future. He could ensure the family's prosperity for a time, but the unpredictability of fate loomed large. If his descendants lacked the strength to uphold the legacy, the family fortune could very well collapse. With this consortium, even if the Ye family no longer held the reins, as long as they maintained a foothold within it, they would not face total decline. Other families would not stand idly by and watch the Ye family perish. A single contract could bind their fates together. If today you disregard another's plight, tomorrow when you find yourself in distress, no one will extend a hand to assist you. Hence, safeguarding the Ye family is tantamount to safeguarding oneself. This was the first line of defense that Ye Kun had laid down. The alternative path led to the mainland. Given the current challenges faced by the mainland, he chose this moment to extend a helping hand. He understood that their loyalty and reciprocity were valued. Once the market opened, he would lead the consortium to enter forcefully, participating in development and driving economic growth. The future mainland would emerge as the largest consumer market globally. By establishing a foothold early, he would gain a significant advantage. To assist others is also to benefit oneself. Why not embrace it? Yet, these were ultimately external forces. The true foundation must rely on oneself. Once the Ye family's base was established, he would embed resources and capital capable of supporting the family's resurgence in their ancestral land. Only by not relying on external forces can one endure. As the 1978 World Cup approached, another immense opportunity loomed ahead. Ye Kun had meticulously planned and anticipated that this venture could yield billions of dollars in profit. Why not capitalize further? That would depend on whether the opponents had sufficient liquidity. This time, he would place bets across several economic powerhouses, focusing on the black market. There, the odds were more favorable, and although the risks were substantial, that was precisely where the profits lay. Ordinary individuals fear the unreliability of the black market, concerned about the lack of accountability in wins and losses. However, Ye Kun was untroubled. His security system was already taking shape, and the mercenary forces cultivated at overseas bases were steadily growing. Should anyone attempt to renege, he had the means to pursue recovery. Reflecting on his previous arrangements, this was nearly his last significant opportunity of the year. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that Li Xiaoner was executing a critical task, the acquisition of shares in Hutchison Whampoa. Originally, this opportunity belonged to Li Jiaqing, but the two had made a wager. If Ye Kun helped him achieve profits exceeding $2 billion, he would transfer his shares. With Hutchison Whampoa's future market value set to surpass 300 billion Hong Kong dollars, encompassing vital sectors such as ports, real estate, retail, energy, and telecommunications, it was a cornerstone of Hong Kong's economy. Such a prime asset could not be easily relinquished. Ye Kun had already formulated a clear strategy regarding Hutchison Whampoa. He planned to first assess Li Xiner's progress in the stock market the following day, before proceeding to consolidate the shares held by Li Jiaqing. The next morning, Ye Kun arrived at Ye Securities first, discreetly orchestrating the team's efforts to accumulate the circulating shares of Hutchison Whampoa. Previously, due to various complexities, this plan had been temporarily shelved. Once arrangements were meticulously made, he turned and headed directly to HSBC, making his way straight to Li Xinshin's office. "Ye Kun," Li Xiner reported. "We currently hold 12% of Hutchison Whampoa's shares, and the acquisition is still being conducted discreetly." "Excellent. Continue to advance while maintaining secrecy. When I have consolidated the remaining shares here, you may intensify your efforts," Ye Kun replied in a composed tone. Having given his instructions, he ascended the stairs towards Shunbai's office. In terms of networking, he lacked the depth of connections that HSBC possessed in Hong Kong, so he needed to leverage their strength. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ye Kun promptly got to the point. Upon hearing his request, Shunbai immediately consented. "Mr. Ye, give me 3 days, and I will contact the other shareholders of Hutchison. However, I fear the price may not be particularly low." Ye Kun smiled calmly. "Mr. Shun, as per our usual practice, regardless of your proposed price, I will offer a premium of 15% for the acquisition. As for Li Jiaqing and Wang Baokai, I will reach out to them myself." Upon hearing the promise of a premium, Shunbai readily assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Ye, I will handle the rest." Meanwhile, Ye Kun dialed Li Jiaqing's number. On the other end, Li Jiaqing sighed lightly. "Mr. Ye, I will of course honor our agreement. Just send someone to sign the contract." "Splendid." Ye Kun laughed heartily. "I shall not shortchange you. A 15% premium, I will accept all of it. May I inquire how many Hutchison shares you currently possess?" "Not many." Li Jiaqing forced a smile. "Approximately 10%. Reflecting on his meticulous arrangements over the past 6 months, now usurped, he could not help but feel a pang of bitterness. Yet, realizing that the other party was a veritable god of wealth, he suppressed his emotions. "Very well. I will dispatch someone immediately for the handover," Ye Kun concluded before hanging up. Next, he called Wang Baokai. Ye Kun was well aware that in his previous life, this individual held a substantial number of Hutchison shares. After elucidating his intentions, Wang Baokai readily agreed. After all, with limited shares in hand, he could not control the situation. Rather than hold on to dividends long term, it would be far more rewarding to collaborate with Ye Kun more deeply. Little did Wang Baokai and Li Jiaqing anticipate that years later, Hutchison Whampoa's market value would soar to a staggering 300 billion Hong Kong dollars. Had they known, their choices today might have been markedly different. At present, Ye Kun controlled a total of 31% of Hutchison Whampoa shares, combined with those held by Wang and Li. However, the Chung family's holdings behind the Hutchison Trading Company amounted to 38%. Until the situation clarified, Ye Kun had to remain inconspicuous. The crux of victory hinged on whether Shunbai could procure additional leverage. On the morning of the third day, Shunbai sent word. Chapter 40. The End of the British Era? Shunbai summoned Ye Kun, her tone urgent. "Mr. Ye, I have contacted 3 sellers and managed to piece together a 10% stake, but you must act immediately. I encountered a setback with the 4th seller. Their attitude is quite firm, and they may have already tipped off the Chung family." "Understood, Mr. Shun, I appreciate your efforts," Ye Kun nodded, promptly calling the brokerage firm to expedite the acquisition with a 10% premium. He then sought out Li Xiner. "Ye Kun, we have only managed to gather 12.5% so far," she responded softly. "Increase the offer, add another 10%, Ye Kun stated firmly. "We have already exposed ourselves." Simultaneously, within the headquarters of Hutchison Trading, Chung Tak-sun received a call from a friend, learning that someone was quietly accumulating shares, causing his expression to darken. He immediately convened his subordinates, urgently mobilizing funds, ordering them to buy shares on the market at prices exceeding the current valuation. That afternoon, the tide shifted dramatically. Hutchison Whampoa's stock price soared from 165 Hong Kong dollars in the morning to 172 Hong Kong dollars at the opening. Much to the delight of retail investors in Hong Kong, though none were willing to sell easily, all awaiting higher prices. By the close, the stock price had climbed to 188 Hong Kong dollars, with market liquidity sharply diminishing. The next day, the price broke through 195 Hong Kong dollars. With a few individuals cashing out, but most still clutched their shares tightly, anticipating further fluctuations. Ye Kun remained unperturbed. He was acutely aware that he had gained control of 42% of the shares, while the true anxiety belonged to Chung Tak-sun, just as he had anticipated. Chung only managed to acquire an additional 2% from internal shareholders, totaling 40%, while the market's recovered shares were still less than 1%. Now, this contest had transformed into a battle of capital endurance. Whoever possessed deeper pockets would ultimately absorb the remaining shares. Over the ensuing days, Hutchison Whampoa's stock price continued to skyrocket, reaching a peak of 368 Hong Kong dollars, leaving Hong Kong investors nearly in tears of joy. However, some investors began to act cautiously, fearing a collapse from such lofty heights, potentially leaving them empty-handed. After a prolonged struggle, Ye Kun's holdings rose to 45%, closely followed by Chung at 43%. The tradable shares in the market dwindled to near exhaustion, with victory hinging on a mere thought. Who could endure until the end? Ye Kun had never feared any capital contest. Inside Hutchison Trading, Chung was seething with rage, cursing incessantly. His finances had become strained. Although he had secured an additional 200 million Hong Kong dollar loan from the bank, little remained. Chung turned to a white subordinate beside him and asked, "Have we determined who our opponent is?" The subordinate shook his head in response. "As of now, we only know that they have close ties with HSBC, and some shares have been acquired with their assistance." Chung immediately dialed Shinbai's number. Once connected, he spoke imperatively, "Mr. Shun, could you possibly reveal who exactly has their sights set on my Hutchison Whampoa?" Shinbai chuckled lightly. "Mr. Chung, I truly cannot say. Would you like me to inquire on your behalf?" Chung's teeth ground in frustration, yet he restrained his anger. "Please convey a message to them. If they withdraw, I can offer them stakes in other companies at a lower price. The terms are negotiable." Shinbai understood that Ye Kun was determined to succeed and naturally would not involve herself. "Mr. Chung, you are placing me in a difficult position. Let me clarify who it is, and then I can mediate later. As of now, I genuinely have no knowledge." Chung muttered a curse under his breath and abruptly hung up. In the following week, both sides once again engaged in fierce competition. Those who had hastily sold their Hutchison Whampoa shares now wallowed in regret, while those who held on had reaped substantial rewards. The stock price soared to 588 Hong Kong dollars per share. The market's sentiment shifted dramatically, with many investors beginning to sell off, fearing the loss of opportunity and potential entrapment at high prices. Ye Kun now held 48% of the shares. In contrast, Chung, hindered by financial constraints, had only increased his stake by 1%. At this juncture, the tradable shares in the market were exceedingly scarce, with the remaining equity largely devoured. 3 days later, the stock price broke through 62 Hong Kong dollars. With the exception of a few daring investors, nearly all were exiting. Chung, having somehow secured a fresh influx of funds, attempted a desperate counterattack. Unfortunately, it was too late. On that very day, Ye Kun officially seized control of 50.6% of Hutchison Whampoa shares, completing a critical strategic positioning. In the afternoon, Ye Kun arranged for his uncle, Ye Hanwen, to hold a press conference alongside his brother, Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao, Ye Kun's biological sibling, although still in his academic phase, had begun to partake in practical operations. This acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa was intended to hone his abilities, initially guided by Ye Hanwen. And once Ye Xiao became familiar with the operations, he would gradually be given more autonomy. In front of the headquarters of Ye's real estate, major media outlets had already gathered in anticipation. Facing the reporters, Ye Hanwen took the microphone and began. "The purpose of gathering you all today is to announce an important piece of news." Clearing his throat, his expression became solemn. "I hereby solemnly declare that Ye's real estate group has completed the acquisition of 50.8% of Hutchison Whampoa under Hutchison Trading, becoming the largest shareholder of the company." As the words fell, the entire audience was left in shock. Ye Hanwen paid no heed to the reporters present and promptly stated, "From today onward, Mr. Ye Xiao will assume the role of executive president of Hutchison Whampoa." As his words echoed in the air, Ye Xiao nodded gently towards the audience, took the microphone, and declared, "It is a profound honor to lead such a distinguished enterprise. I firmly believe that Hutchison Whampoa will achieve even greater breakthroughs on its solid foundation. I shall not disappoint the public's expectations, nor will I let down those who have supported me. Now, I welcome your inquiries." He casually pointed to one of the journalists. "Hello, Mr. Ye." The reporter from Phoenix Television began. "Your Ye Group has recently acquired 2 major British enterprises. Does this signify that you are challenging the British financial consortium?" Ye Xiao's brow twitched slightly as he replied, "Such a characterization is rather biased. Our actions are purely market-driven business operations, devoid of any notions of opposition or declaration of war." Without casting another glance at the reporter, he continued, "Next." He then gestured towards another individual. "Good day, Mr. Ye. I am a reporter from Mingpao. Given that the Ye Group has extensive business ventures and considerable profits, why venture into the arcade gaming industry? This form of entertainment has reportedly disrupted the studies and lives of many students." Ye Xiao's expression turned somewhat stern. "Today's topic pertains to the mergers and acquisitions of Hutchison Whampoa. Please remain on point. If you are genuinely interested, you may visit the Ye Gaming department for an interview. However, since you have raised the issue, allow me to respond. The primary users of arcades are adults, with some elementary school students coming to experience them. We have instituted strict time limits of 1 hour per person. What harm is there in students relaxing briefly after their classes? Are working individuals not allowed to unwind after a long day?" Chapter 41. Signing of the Conglomerate Mutual Assistance Agreement. What is your stance in posing such a question? Ye Xiao's gaze was sharp, locking onto the reporter. The latter fell silent, lowering his head, and did not speak again. Meanwhile, Ye Kun sat at home, watching the live broadcast. Pondering quietly, have we had any conflict with Ming Pao recently? In his previous life, he was an avid admirer of martial arts novels and held great respect for Mr. Jin Yong. Respect aside, should anyone seek to provoke him intentionally, he would never yield. Once this press conference concluded, he intended to contact his uncle immediately to uncover the underlying reasons. At the venue, Ye Xiao continued the Q&A session. This time, he pointed to a reporter from Li Television. Hello, Mr. Ye. Congratulations on taking the helm of Hutchison Whampoa. Could you share your specific vision for the company's future development? Ye Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to himself, at least the insiders understand the decorum. He then spoke eloquently, painting an inspiring blueprint for development. Meanwhile, in an office within the Hutchison Whampoa building, Chi Deshun stared at the television screen, seething with anger, before striking the television with his fist, plunging the image into darkness. Yet the facts were established, and the outcome was difficult to reverse. The remaining shares in his possession would likely be hard to retain securely. The most pressing concern now was how to secure a higher price upon divesting. He had already suffered significant losses in the battle for control of Hutchison Whampoa. With the lifeless body still in the funeral hall, he dared not act rashly. In the early morning, while the fog had yet to clear, Ye Hanwen had arrived at the Hutchison Whampoa building with Ye Xiao. Chi Deshun was already waiting at the entrance, his demeanor calm. Once everyone was seated in the conference room, Chi Deshun looked directly at Ye Hanwen. Mr. Ye, you have outmaneuvered me, I concede. You flatter me. Ye Hanwen gently waved his hand, attributing it to mere luck. He added, it is indeed a privilege for me, as a junior, to reach a consensus with a seasoned veteran like you. Internally, he nodded, recognizing that this individual was decisive in action, far superior to the likes of Henry, who was prone to entanglements. Chi Deshun got straight to the point. In business, victory and defeat are inherently unpredictable. I still hold 46 shares of equity, which I am prepared to transfer to you. The stock price has just stabilized, and I will not take advantage of the chaos to raise the price. How about we settle at the pre-plunge value? Ye Hanwen shook his head slightly. Mr. Chi, the situation has changed. The value of these shares is no longer what it once was. 10 Hong Kong dollars per share is the maximum I can currently afford. Chi Deshun frowned slightly. Mr. Ye, mutual goodwill requires reciprocity. I am willing to take a step back. You should also make a concession. If you insist on underpricing, it will only lead to turmoil within the company, which will not benefit you. As he spoke, the air seemed to thicken. Their words were like a duel, each phrase laced with testing and calculation. Ye Xiao sat to the side, listening silently, feeling a tremor in his heart. The theories from books now appeared feeble and powerless. The game unfolding before him was a battlefield he had never encountered. After a series of negotiations, they finally settled on a transaction price of 13 Hong Kong dollars per share. Thus, this colossal entity, valued at nearly 300 billion Hong Kong dollars, officially came under the Ye family's stewardship. The road ahead promised boundless potential. Perhaps in this life, it would reach unprecedented heights under the Ye family's guidance. Next, another storm was brewing. Ming Pao had recently launched a series of sharp attacks that were impossible to ignore. Ye Kun dialed his uncle Ye Jiaheng's number. Uncle, do we have any grievances with Ming Pao? A wry smile came from the other end of the line. Our publication sales are crushing theirs. After the launch of our literary newspaper, their serialized novels market has nearly collapsed. There have been some exchanges of words recently, but I didn't anticipate such questions would arise at the press conference. Ye Kun's expression hardened. Since the mask is off, there is no need for leniency. The Ye family's reputation must not be tarnished. We need to investigate their dark secrets and launch a comprehensive counteroffensive in the public opinion arena. Newspapers, television, none shall be spared. He had no intention of overstepping. Business battles followed their own rules. Understood, Ye Jiaheng replied. I have already dispatched people to handle it. With that matter temporarily resolved, Ye Kun proceeded to call the shipping magnate and others, inquiring whether the Hua family and Zheng family would be willing to join the conglomerate alliance. Soon, responses came in, all affirming their willingness. Ye Kun responded calmly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Let us find a time for a meal together to discuss the future direction of the conglomerate and officially sign the mutual assistance agreement. Next, it was time to procure a headquarters building for all the groups. Dispersed offices hindered unified coordination and were detrimental to the overall operations of the Ye Foundation. With his second and third uncles occupied with their respective affairs, Ye Kun decided to call his uncle, Chu Xian, on the other end of the line. A familiar voice answered. Ye Kun inquired, Uncle, how have you been lately? Fairly well. The banking, insurance, and security sectors have stabilized, and we are preparing to accelerate our development. Chu Xian paused briefly. Kun, did you contact me for something specific? Indeed. I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Ye Kun responded earnestly. I am looking to purchase several contiguous high-rise office buildings to facilitate centralized operations for our companies, which will streamline management. Chu Xian pondered for a moment. All right. I'll take care of this. I'll see if there are suitable projects on the market. Thank you for your assistance. As the call ended, Ye Kun realized that he could no longer delay addressing a certain matter. He must confess everything to Zhang Qianwen and arrange for her to meet another woman. Long-term concealment was ultimately not a viable solution. The following day was Saturday. Ye Kun called Zhang Qianwen and learned that she was still working overtime at the police station. So he went directly there. When she finally emerged, he said, "Take the afternoon off. I'll take you out for a walk." Zhang Qianwen shot him a glance. A slight smile playing on her lips, suddenly so attentive. "Speak up, what are you plotting?" Ye Kun chuckled, his gaze slightly awkward. "I truly mean nothing by it. I just miss you and want to accompany you for some shopping and conversation." "All right," she nodded. "Since I have no tasks this afternoon, let's go." In the afternoon, Ye Kun escorted her into an upscale clothing store, where every garment that Zhang Qianwen admired was purchased without a moment's hesitation or inquiry into the price. As he swiped his card without a second thought. Subsequently, they ventured into a Rolex boutique, where he personally selected a top-tier women's watch, priced at 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and without batting an eye, he completed the transaction and handed it to her. The duo then proceeded to Disneyland, their laughter ringing out until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they entered the Peninsula Hotel for dinner. At the dining table, Ye Kun ordered a bottle of red wine, pouring himself a glass first and downing it in one go, as if seeking courage from the alcohol. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Qianwen couldn't help but chuckle. "Come clean, have you done something to feel guilty about?" Ye Kun chuckled awkwardly. "I told you not to get angry. But you must understand that my feelings for you have always been." "Stop right there." She raised her hand to interrupt. "If you keep beating around the bush, I might just leave." After a prolonged pause, he finally murmured, "Qianwen, hypothetically speaking, if there were another woman in my life, what would you think?" Her gaze turned icy as she replied coldly, "Then I would make sure you could no longer be a man." Chapter 42. Will the architectural blueprint come to fruition? Ye Kun's heart tightened, and he hurried to explain, "How could that be? You will always be the most important person to me. I just wanted to." "Where is she?" She interrupted, demanding, "Bring her out. I want to meet her." "Huh." He was taken aback as she kicked his calf. "What are you dawdling for?" "I met my sister. Bring her out for a face-to-face." Ye Kun was momentarily stunned. "So soon? Aren't you going yet?" She urged with a glare. "All right. I'll go right now," he quickly replied. As Ye Kun entered the lobby of HSBC, he happened to encounter Li Shiner, who was packing her bag, ready to leave. He raised his hand and called out, "Shiner." Li Shiner turned around, her face instantly brightening with a smile as she hurried over to link her arm with his. "Ye Kun, what brings you here?" Ye Kun gently brushed her hair aside and said softly, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." "Sounds great," she replied with a smile. And they both got into the car. After the vehicle started, Li Shiner turned her head to observe Ye Kun, sensing that he seemed preoccupied. "Ye Kun, do you have something on your mind?" Ye Kun hesitated for a moment, then quietly began. "Shiner, you know I have another woman in my life. Today, I want to take you to meet her." Before he could finish, Li Shiner stepped on his shoe. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I didn't even have time to change my clothes." "No need to change," Ye Kun chuckled. "You look wonderful just as you are." About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Peninsula Hotel. They walked into the familiar restaurant, where Zhang Qianwen was already seated, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Kun, causing him to feel somewhat flustered. Yet he steeled himself and sat down, casually pulling Li Shiner beside him. Zhang Qianwen broke the silence first. "Ye Kun, who is this?" Ye Kun cleared his throat, his tone slightly awkward. "Qianwen, this is Shiner, my girlfriend." He then turned to Li Shiner and said, "Shiner, this is Qianwen, also my girlfriend." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Both of you are equally important to me. You are the most cherished individuals in my life. I know this is unfair, but if you asked me to choose one, I truly cannot." After saying this, he deliberately adopted a pitiful expression, which elicited smiles from both women. Surprisingly, rather than arguing, they began to converse naturally, affectionately like sisters reunited after a long separation. "Sister, would you like some tea? You're so considerate, sister." With each endearing term exchanged, warmth filled the air. Ye Kun sat beside them, unable to interject, his mind buzzing. Seeing them get along harmoniously, he felt a weight lift from his heart, and his thoughts began to race with the hope that perhaps tonight, he could indulge in the pleasures of both. Thus, he booked the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel, filled with joy as he led the two women toward the room. However, upon reaching the door, he was abruptly blocked by both of them. Zhang Qianwen narrowed her eyes at him. "What do you think you're doing?" "Tonight, I want to have a good chat with Sister Shiner." Li Shiner raised her chin, feigning indifference. "That's right, I want to sleep with Sister Qianwen. Don't come and disturb us." Ye Kun was left dumbfounded. "Then what about me?" The two women simultaneously rolled their eyes. Where you sleep is of no concern to us. As soon as the words left their mouths, they unitedly pushed him out the door, slamming it shut and locking it behind them. Ye Kun stood bewildered in the hallway, his expression one of confusion. Laughter and the sounds of playful banter echoed from within, bright and melodic, continuing unabated. Days passed swiftly. One morning, Chu Xian called, "Xiao Kun, after 2 days of investigation, I found only one place large enough to accommodate all the companies relocating. However, those buildings are old structures from the 1950s. Ye Kun pondered for a moment before responding. "Uncle, if it's not suitable, we can build a few office buildings ourselves." "Uncle, Hong Kong is currently on the rise. This is the perfect time to acquire land. I want to secure a sufficiently large area to construct 9 office buildings." As soon as Ye Kun finished speaking, Chu Xian frowned slightly. "Xiao Kun, 9 buildings? Isn't that a bit excessive? We don't need that many." Ye Kun smiled. "Just because we don't need them now doesn't mean we won't in the future. The Ye family will not be stagnant here. Let me share my vision with you first, and then you can consult with the designers to refine the plan." "All right, go ahead," Chu Xian nodded. "First, the location must be in the core area of Hong Kong, with ample space. The architectural layout should be designed like planets orbiting a star. The central building will be the main tower, consisting of 200 floors, which will house the Ye Foundation in the future. Surrounding it will be 8 buildings, each with 199 floors, standing in a circular formation, creating a harmonious effect. Currently, the tallest building in the world has 162 floors. We not only aim to surpass it, but to extend the gap. Each building will have a budget of $2 billion, and the quality must be unparalleled. While others may spend $1.5 billion to build one, we will spare no expense for the best." Chu Xian was left speechless. "Xiao Kun, won't this expenditure be too large?" Ye Kun's tone was resolute. "If we're going to do it, we must strive for the best. As the world's leading family, why shouldn't we possess the world's finest office buildings? In terms of design, we will conduct a global bidding process. Whoever's design satisfies me will receive an immediate reward of $1 million. All materials will be of the highest caliber, and construction standards must be stringent. This is the Ye family's own asset. There can be no margin for error. The fire safety system must be impeccable. Even the slightest spark should trigger an alarm instantly. Between every 20 floors, there will be aerial corridors connecting the 2 buildings, allowing access to all structures. No matter which building one enters from, the destination will be reachable, with complete internal connectivity." Ye Kun spoke passionately, his eyes shining with fervor. Chu Xian seemed to glimpse a future blueprint, murmuring, "Xiao Kun, can such buildings really be constructed? And can the funding truly sustain this?" Ye Kun replied with a calm smile. "The company has $100 billion in cash, and I have another $10 billion. I'll allocate $50 billion to you as a startup. Such a project will take at least 2 to 3 years. If I can't secure $200 billion within 3 years, then I won't deserve to talk about revitalizing the Ye family. Oh, and for construction, we will assign teams from the mainland, China State Construction, China Railway, China Communications, China Electric, and any others available. Using our own people, we can trust them." Chu Xian felt as though he were in a dream, utterly astonished by this grand plan, left speechless. Ye Kun's enthusiasm soared even higher. "Uncle, I have already thought of names for these 9 buildings. They will be called Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, Yaoguang, Dongming, and Yinyuan. Uncle, do these names sound sufficiently impressive?" Chu Xian's eyes were somewhat dazed as he slowly nodded. He gave Ye Kun a thumbs up, his heart already rendered speechless. This individual's thoughts are perpetually whimsical, making it difficult for others to keep pace. "As for this matter, you and my second uncle should first reach out to the world's leading design teams, and subsequently gather the domestic architectural firms I mentioned." Chapter 43. What will break through the new bottleneck? The goal is to complete the project within 3 years, should there be delays. We must call upon the manpower from China Metallurgical Group, China Energy Construction, and the Shanghai Construction Group to ensure the project's advancement. If we truly manage to realize this, it will undoubtedly bring glory to the entire mainland. Chu Xian, somewhat resigned, remarked, "Very well, I shall do my utmost to arrange it." Ye Kun already foresaw that once accomplished, the Ye family status would be unparalleled. Reflecting on this, he suddenly remembered the system and resolved to return and investigate it. After his conversation with Chu Xian, he headed straight home. To be frank, he still lacked a formal office space. It is indeed imperative to establish an office within the Foundation. Upon returning to his room, he promptly opened the system interface. Host, Ye Kun. Family, Ye Clan. Physique, Level 1. Requires 2 vials of genetic serum for upgrade. Family title, Top-tier aristocracy. Family aura, loyalty to the family. Influence, 980,000 out of 1,000,000. Family members, 20, loyalty can be checked, Those above 90 are willing to sacrifice for the family, never betraying. Assets, 135, 5 billion US dollars, including company valuation and cash. Attribute points, 30. Each 10 points can be exchanged for 1 vial of genetic serum. Family guards, 47. Elite warriors, gender selectable, with each attribute at 15 points. Possessing 10 cubic meters of personal space, upgradable, recruitment cost of 500,000 USD per individual. Military industry mall, can exchange for all weapons and weapon manufacturing machinery. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Ye Kun scanned the data, realizing that his influence was merely 20,000 points shy of a breakthrough. It seems that the recent activities of the Ye family's enterprises have indeed yielded considerable results. To expedite reaching the target, perhaps an additional push is required. He dialed his third uncle's phone. Third uncle, please have the television stations and mainstream newspapers report extensively on the Ye group's news tomorrow. Ye Jiaheng, somewhat puzzled, responded. Xiao Kun, is something wrong? Nothing, just do as instructed. All right. Ye Jiaheng acknowledged before hanging up. The following morning, as soon as Ye Kun opened his eyes, a notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding. System upgrading. Ding. System upgrade successful. Rewards, 100 attribute points. Rewards, recruitment permissions for business talents. Rewards, recruitment permissions for scientific talents. Rewards, martial arts technique Azure Dragon secret. Rewards, research funding of 10 billion US dollars, strictly for scientific purposes. Ye Kun stared at the screen, his eyes gleaming, nearly bursting into laughter. He had always been perplexed about the use of attribute points. So he directly inquired of the system, apart from enhancing the body and exchanging for genetic serum, do attribute points serve any other purposes? Ding. Attribute points can also be used to exchange for martial arts comprehension serums, aiding in breakthroughs in martial arts levels. He furrowed his brow and asked, do supernatural phenomena truly exist in this world? Ding. The host should know that martial arts techniques and realm enhancements can only push human physical capabilities to their limits. Lifespan can also be extended to physiological extremes, but there are no so-called supernatural powers. Ye Kun pondered, I currently possess a level 1 physique. If I were to advance to level 2, 3, or even 4 in the future, would I not be akin to those legendary beings? Ding. The host can reach a maximum of level 3 physique, equivalent to 3 times the combat power of the world's top special forces. If martial arts mastery is achieved, the physique can be doubled further. Upon hearing this, he finally comprehended that this world lacked magic or miracles. Everything stemmed from the thorough exploration of human potential. However, the prospect of extending lifespan was sufficiently enticing. Who wouldn't wish to live longer? At that moment, he possessed a total of 130 attribute points, which he promptly exchanged for 7 vials of genetic serum and 6 vials of martial arts comprehension serum. He intended to reserve 4 of these for his second uncle, third uncle, aunt, and uncle-in-law, ensuring that his loved ones could enjoy longevity and robust health. Should unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, they would not be entirely defenseless. He then inquired, how should the Azure Dragon secret be utilized? Ding. Simply concentrate and silently recite the extraction. Ye Kun followed suit, and in an instant, a wealth of information surged into his mind, as if he had been practicing this technique for years since birth. Even more astonishingly, he felt that his mastery of the Azure Dragon secret had already reached a consummate level. Moreover, he discovered he possessed the ability to impart this technique to others. This revelation exhilarated him. He resolved to have every member of the Ye clan practice the Azure Dragon secret, aiming for universal health and immunity to ailments. Subsequently, he accessed the family panel to review various data. Host, Ye Kun. Family, Ye clan. Physique, level 3, maxed out. Family title, top-tier aristocracy. Family aura, loyalty to the family. Influence, 1,000,000 out of 1 billion. Family members, 20, loyalty can be checked. Those above 90 are willing to sacrifice for the family, never betraying. Assets, 135. 5 billion US dollars, including company valuation and cash. Research-specific funding of 10 billion US dollars, non-transferable. Attribute points, 0. Note, every 10 points can be exchanged for 1 vial of genetic serum or martial arts comprehension serum. Serums, 7 vials of genetic serum. 6 vials of martial arts comprehension serum. Family guards, 47. Elite warriors, gender selectable, with attributes of strength, speed, and endurance at 15 points each. Possessing 10 cubic meters of storage space, upgradable. Recruitment cost, 500,000 USD per individual. Talent pool, top-tier business talents for 1 million US dollars. Top-tier scientific talents for 10 million US dollars. Research assistants for 500,000 USD each. Military industry mall, can exchange for all weapons and weapon manufacturing machinery. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Ye Kun swiftly procured 8 professional talents from the business sector. Shortly thereafter, Fu Bo led 8 composed middle-aged individuals into the hall. From today onward, you shall be known as Ye Merchant 1 through Ye Merchant 8. Ye Kun addressed them. Understood, boss, they replied in unison, standing quietly. It must be said that the names were rather casually chosen. Turning to the leader, Ye Kun asked, to what level can your capabilities reach? We are all of top-tier global standard. The response was calm, yet confident. Ye Kun nodded slightly, already planning to assign them to the existing 7 groups and foundations as vice presidents. As for the scientific personnel, they could discuss that in detail later in the evening. He escorted the 8 to the foundation's headquarters, where his aunt was handling paperwork in her office. Aunt, I've brought you some help, Ye Kun announced as he entered. Xiao Kun, is that you? Who are these individuals? Yi Su raised her gaze to the 8, a hint of confusion in her expression. Aunt, they are all elite business professionals I personally selected. Please assign them to various group companies and subordinate roles, allowing Yi Xiu and Yi Chun to learn the ways of management. The remaining one will stay at the Foundation's headquarters to assist you in overseeing all enterprises. Yi Su scrutinized the individuals before her. Xiao Kun, are they truly as capable as you say? You may utilize them, if unsatisfied within a month. They can be returned as they came. Ye Kun turned to the 8. Work diligently. Do not let my aunt send you back. Yes, boss. They responded in unison. Chapter 44. The 9-person core establishes the framework. Yi Su lightly nodded. Very well. I shall proceed to arrange the positions. Ye Kun left behind a few individuals and departed. As today he found himself with ample leisure, perfectly poised to focus on the introduction of research talent. He believed that this was the most anticipated aspect of the system upgrade. Upon returning to his room, he promptly acquired a research-oriented talent. Moments later, Uncle Fu guided an individual into the room. From now on, you shall be known as Ye Yen-E, Ye Kun declared. At your service, boss. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your needs, the individual replied. What field do you specialize in? Ye Kun inquired. At present, I possess no specialized knowledge, came the response. Ye Kun furrowed his brow. How could someone who knew nothing demand a price of $10 million? Yet, he chose to trust the system as configuration. Then provide me with a reason. Boss, although I am currently devoid of knowledge, should you designate a research direction? I can master the entire knowledge system required for the project within 30 days and dedicate my life to this single pursuit, without distraction from other topics. Ye Kun felt a jolt. This ability was remarkable. While top scientists spent decades reaching their peak, this individual could achieve the same level of comprehension in merely 1 month. Remaining singularly focused, he began to ponder which project to initiate. Profit was paramount. After a brief deliberation, he decided to first develop television technology. The television set required an upgrade. If he could produce a color version, Ye Kun would be able to export it overseas and earn foreign currency. Ye Kun instructed. Ye and E, you will now be responsible for the television project. Notify me directly should you require anything. Ye and E responded, Boss, I only need a research budget and 5 assistants. I will manage the rest, including equipment, materials, and laboratory needs. How much funding do you require? Ye Kun asked. Initially, I will need $1 billion. Should further needs arise, I will submit additional requests. 1 billion? Ye Kun considered the sum reasonable. After all, he wouldn't be using the research account for personal matters. It was solely for research and development. He immediately agreed and swiftly recruited 5 research assistants from the system, who would master all necessary skills within a month. Once the preparations were complete, Ye and E departed with his assignments. Observing the remaining 90 billion in research funding, Ye Kun calculated that money must be invested to potentially yield returns. He hesitated briefly, contemplating venturing into the computer field, yet feared a cash crunch. As for personal assets, the family residence and headquarters building were about to commence construction, and that budget was already tight. No funds could be diverted. Suddenly, it struck him that Yi Chun was preparing to manufacture cars. Wouldn't his heavy industry sector also require technological support? Ye Kun promptly resolved to recruit 2 more top-tier research talents. Uncle Fu, already familiar with the process, quickly brought them in. Ye Kun stated directly, from now on, you shall be known as Yi Yen Air and Yi Yen San. Yi Yen Air would focus on automobile research, while Yi Yen San would concentrate on heavy machinery. Yes, boss, they both responded in unison. Now what do you each require? Ye Kun asked. Yi Yen Air spoke first, boss. I need $2 billion in funding and 10 assistants. Very well, Ye Kun approved on the spot. Yi Yen San then said, I require $5 billion in startup funds, with a possibility for additional requests and 20 assistants. Without hesitation, Ye Kun agreed. He then recruited 30 research assistants from the system and remarked, you may allocate the funds as needed. Yes, boss, they acknowledged and departed. Shortly thereafter, Ye Kun called Yi Chun. Hello, Xiao Chun, He began, I will soon send an automotive expert and a heavy machinery expert to assist you. Please arrange accommodations and meals. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Brother, that's wonderful. Ye Kun's tone brightened. I'm currently facing a bottleneck in my research and was just lamenting the lack of support. Don't rush. They will need a month before they can officially commence work. In the meantime, please ensure their living arrangements are taken care of. Understood, brother. I will await their arrival. As soon as the call ended, Ye Kun instructed Ye Yen Air and Ye Yen San to gather their research teams and meet with Ye Kun. The remaining $20 billion would stay in the system as emergency funds, ready to be allocated where needed. That day, the Boat King called, proposing a gathering. As everyone was free and it would serve as a welcoming for the new members. Ye Kun readily agreed, as he had long since delegated matters to others, focusing solely on major decisions, while daily trivialities were no longer his concern. As dusk fell, everyone gathered at the Peninsula Hotel, once again in the familiar private room. Ye Kun entered, observing that the Boat King and Shun Bai were already seated. After nodding in acknowledgement, he took his seat. Soon, others arrived in succession. Once all 9 were settled, Ye Kun stood and surveyed the group. Everyone present here today comprises the core members of the Xiangjiang financial conglomerate. The rules have been clearly established. Today marks our inaugural gathering since formal establishment, and we shall sign the mutual assistance agreement on the spot. This agreement is not merely a formality. It serves as the fundamental guarantee for the enduring prosperity of each family. Upon finishing his statement, he distributed the prepared documents. As the group perused them, no adverse clauses were discovered. The contents revolved around resource sharing, mutual crisis management, and equitable distribution of benefits. Should anyone fall into hardship, the remaining members must lend assistance, with no one permitted to stand idly by. The newcomers, having reviewed the documents, expressed their agreement, with no objections raised. As the atmosphere warmed, the conversation shifted towards their respective industrial layouts. Just then, gambling magnate He Hongxing suddenly spoke up. Mr. Yi, you are still unmarried, correct? Ye Kun was taken aback for a moment, responding casually, I have yet to start a family. He Hongxing's face brightened. I have a daughter who has just returned from the United States. Why not arrange for you two to meet? Ye Kun sighed lightly, Mr. He, I already have a girlfriend. It's merely a meeting. If you get along, it's fate. If not, it's no big deal, he insisted. Unable to decline, Ye Kun reluctantly acquiesced. The Boat King interjected with a chuckle. Old He, with so many of us here, you're jumping the gun, aren't you? I've met Mr. Ye's girlfriend, and she's quite remarkable. Li Jiaqing chimed in. Indeed, Yi Hanwen is already taken, as the saying goes. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. He Hongxing appeared slightly flustered. But you're not married yet. What's wrong with just meeting? Young people should interact more. Who knows, it might be a better match. Ye Kun quickly interrupted. Everyone, let us leave this matter here and not bring it up again. He then raised his glass. Tonight's theme is to welcome all of you to the Xiangjiang financial conglomerate. Everyone raised their glasses in response. Cheers. Ye Kun set down his glass and continued. We are currently a group of 9. Should new individuals wish to join in the future, they must undergo thorough assessment and approval by all members. All present unanimously consented. The Xiangjiang financial conglomerate was ushering in a new phase of expansion. From this day forth, a capital alliance comprising the Yi family, the Boat King, Li Jiaqing, HSBC, Xiangjiang Huaxia Bank, Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, Huayingdong, He Hongxiang, and others officially ascended to new heights. Chapter 45. Will Ye Kun successfully navigate the challenges? The following morning, his second uncle called to inform him that the master responsible for designing the family residence had arrived. This individual was of remarkable lineage, a descendant of the builders of the Forbidden City, and currently served as the deputy curator of the National Museum. The successful engagement of this expert was thanks to President Wang's connections. Next, a site visit to Layan Mountain was necessary to survey the terrain before design work could commence. Ye Kun was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately drove there. Upon arrival, his second uncle awaited him, accompanied by a dignified elder clad in a Zhongshan suit. Yi Hanwen stepped forward to introduce Xiao Kun. This is Director Wang from the Mainland Museum. Turning to the elder, he said, Director Wang, this is the current head of the Yi family, and the concept for the family residence was conceived by him. The two exchanged a handshake. Director Wang, I will be counting on your assistance with many matters from now on, Ye Kun stated earnestly. You flatter me, Mr. Yi. Since President Wang has recommended you, I shall devote my utmost effort, Director Wang replied. After the pleasantries, Director Wang inquired, May I ask what your vision entails for this family residence? Ye Kun responded, I aspire for it to be a complete restoration of ancient style, embodying our traditional architectural aesthetics. The materials must be exquisite, and the structure should endure for centuries. At these words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Director Wang's eyes. He then asked, What are your thoughts regarding the budget? Ye Kun replied nonchalantly, There is no upper limit. Director Wang sighed lightly with a smile, thinking to himself, this project is quite substantial. It would be impossible for one person to manage alone. I fear I may need to rally a few old friends to participate. I have a general understanding of your intentions, Mr. Ye. We will plan according to the regulations of ancient palatial courtyards to ensure your satisfaction, he continued. Ye Kun nodded and added, I wish to construct 99 Sahyuan and establish an ancestral hall for the veneration of our ancestors. Furthermore, at least 4 roads must be constructed on Thundercloud Mountain, leading directly to the urban area of Xiangjiang. Director Wang diligently noted each requirement. These are all feasible. Once the design proposal is completed, I will ensure you review it at the earliest opportunity. Ye Kun further stated, as for the decorative carvings on the columns, I wish for them all to be handcrafted by the finest masters in the industry. Director Wang hesitated slightly. Mr. Ye, those true masters are advanced in age and may not be inclined to take on such projects. Ye Kun pondered for a moment. Then let those who can be persuaded execute the work. If they cannot be enticed, their disciples may carry out the tasks. But it must be under the direct guidance and supervision of the masters. Would that be acceptable? Director Wang contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. That seems the only way forward. Your efforts are much appreciated. Upon finishing this exchange, the group began to survey the mountain, focusing on allowing Director Wang to grasp the overall terrain. Along the way, Director Wang held a pen and paper, continuously recording and sketching. Observing this, Ye Kun suggested, Director Wang, would you like to arrange for a camera? You could annotate the data directly on the photographs for convenience. Director Wang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Our generation is indeed somewhat outdated and cannot keep pace with the present rhythm. I will have to trouble you, Mr. Ye, to take extra care. It will save time and expedite matters. Ye Kun promptly instructed Ye Er to fetch a camera. Before long, the equipment arrived, and Ye Kun briefly explained the operational methods to Director Wang. Efficiency markedly improved. Yet it still took the entire day for the group to traverse the entirety of Thundercloud Mountain. As they prepared to part ways, Director Wang requested Ye Kun to escort him back to the mainland. He intended to consult a few old friends regarding the architectural design details, while also contacting several top-notch carvers to assist in Xiangjiang. The selection of building materials, in particular, must be meticulously chosen without any compromises. Director Wang envisioned crafting a project that would endure for generations. He and his colleagues feared that if they did not leave their mark, no one would inherit their craftsmanship in the next generation. This project could very well become their final masterpiece. On the way back, Ye Kun's phone rang. It was Ye Si calling. Boss, there's a substantial arms order, and the client is pressing us. We're stuck on the delivery deadline. Ye Kun replied, stay at the military factory and wait for me. I will be there shortly. He gestured for Yi to turn the vehicle towards the military factory area. Upon arrival, Yi San and Yi Si were already waiting at the entrance. Ye Kun alighted and immediately inquired, what is this significant order? The Kingdom of Sa and the Kingdom of Yi are at war. The Kingdom of Sa has been our long-standing client. They contacted us immediately upon hearing that we could expedite shipments, Yi San explained. The military of Sa has requested that we deliver the necessary supplies within 10 days, offering a price increase of 30%. Ye Kun's eyes brightened. What is the order amount? $200 million, all for arms, including substantial heavy equipment. Our local factory cannot produce them in such a short time, Yi San replied. Show me the list. Ye Kun extended his hand. Yi Si handed over a piece of paper, and upon glancing at it, Ye Kun felt a jolt. Tanks, armed helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles, machine guns, rifles, and ammunition of all kinds. The scale was staggering. Accept this order, Ye Kun stated with determination, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The $200 million order alone could yield a profit of $100 million, and with the 30% expedited fee, the net profit would soar to $160 million. At present, he was in the process of constructing an office building and a family base. With the office building requiring an investment of $20 billion, the funding gap was enormous. This money couldn't have come at a better time. More importantly, these weapons did not need to be produced in-house. They could simply be procured from the arms marketplace, stored in the system space, and then transported to the destination. He merely needed to act as an intermediary, making a trip overseas to secure the profits. Notify the team to prepare a large cargo ship. It will set sail tomorrow. Ye Kun commanded. Yi Si promptly departed. The journey from Xiangjiang to the Kingdom of Sa would take approximately 5 days by sea. After arriving, he would coordinate with the other party to condense the process by 2 days, making the 7th day feasible for delivery. Your actions are too swift. Others might perceive it as if you have too many connections, making money too easily, which could unsettle those in Sa, he cautioned. The next day, Ye Kun bid farewell to Li Shiner and Zhang Qianwen, explaining that he needed to undertake a lengthy journey. He then set off with Yi Si and a team of security personnel. Given the ongoing turmoil in the Kingdom of Sa, it was wise to remain vigilant. The ship sailed for a full 5 days across the ocean, nearing the shores of the kingdom of Sa. Ye Kun had never been at sea for an extended period before, and his body struggled to acclimate. He felt as though the ground was swaying beneath him, leading to several bouts of vomiting and a pale complexion. Suddenly, a military vessel approached swiftly. In English, they shouted, "The vessel ahead is to immediately halt for inspection." This was repeated 3 times. Ye Kun ordered the ship to stop, unwilling to complicate matters with their destination so near. The cargo on board consisted solely of ordinary goods, with the actual weapons and ammunition safely stored in his system space. However, to be cautious, he still asked Ye, "Can the ship's defense system hold up?" Ye replied, "Boss, taking out that military vessel is more than sufficient." Ye Kun then felt reassured. After all, they were arms dealers, and their ship certainly had its defenses. Chapter 46. Those who dare to impede my goods must pay with their lives. The opposing military vessel drew closer, and a plank was lowered as an officer approached. Identifying himself in English, he stated, "We are the naval forces of the Kingdom of Ye, currently in a state of war with the Kingdom of Sa. We suspect you are transporting military supplies to Sa and request your cooperation for inspection." Ye Kun's expression darkened. "Major, our ship is legally registered, and we are carrying only daily necessities." While speaking, he slid a stack of dollars towards the officer. The major accepted the cash and casually slipped it into his pocket, yet maintained a stern expression as he continued, "Sir, please allow us to board and conduct a search." Ye Kun furrowed his brow, realizing the officer was ungrateful for the bribe. Reluctantly, he shrugged, "Do as you please." The major waved his hand, and several soldiers boarded the ship, beginning their search through the cargo holds. Moments later, a soldier rushed back, saluted, and reported, "Sir, there are indeed only daily supplies aboard, but the quantity of food is vast and may likely supply the Sa military." Ye Kun's heart sank, and he immediately exchanged a glance with Ye. As expected, the major announced, "Your ship has been detained and will be returned once the war concludes." He then drew his pistol, aiming it at Ye Kun and his party. Enraged, Ye Kun shouted, Ye Air, take them out." Before his words could fade, Ye Air, Ye, and the other security personnel sprang into action. The opposing soldiers fell to the ground in response, riddled with bullets. Just as the major attempted to retaliate, a shot from Ye pierced his forehead. The sound of gunfire echoed from the warship, prompting a throng of soldiers to rush out, preparing to board for support. Yet, the gangway had already been removed by Ye. By the time the enemy reached the edge, Ye Kun's vessel had already sailed over 100 meters away. Ye turned to his subordinate beside him and commanded, "Prepare to fire." The opposing battleship slowly adjusted its cannons, aiming at Ye Kun's ship. However, its movements were nowhere near as nimble and swift as Ye Kun's vessel. With a thunderous roar, 3 consecutive rounds of cannon fire erupted, the shells streaking across the sea like meteors, striking the enemy ship with pinpoint accuracy. The deafening explosions rent the air, steel was torn apart, flames soared into the sky, and the entire warship was instantly split in 2. Debris tumbled in the waves, and soldiers plunged from the burning deck into the frigid waters, their struggles quickly fading into silence. Ye Kun gazed coldly at the floating figures on the sea and commanded Ye and Ye Air, "Leave no one alive." The others sprang into action. Gunfire erupted abruptly, the rhythm sharp and lethal. Whether on the deck, unable to escape, or thrashing in the water, all succumbed to the pools of blood. Ye dispatched a small boat to scour the wreckage, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Once he confirmed there were no survivors, he turned back and signaled to depart. Ye Kun spoke quietly, his gaze betraying not a hint of emotion. Anger surged within him. "For no reason, you provoke me. You may wage war, but how dare you intercept my cargo?" The ship sped onward until the sunset painted the ocean in hues of gold and crimson. Finally reaching the port of the Sand Kingdom, the group disembarked, seeking a place to rest for the night. The following morning, Ye led Ye Kun, and Ye Air to a heavily guarded mansion. High walls, iron gates, and sentries stood at attention, each step reeking of a deadly atmosphere. Ye requested the guards to announce their arrival, and moments later, a man with a thick beard hurried out, a smile gracing his face. "We finally awaited your arrival. General Carter," Ye replied with a smile. "This gentleman here is our true superior." Ye Kun stepped forward, extending his hand to Carter. "I am Ye Kun," he stated. "Mr. Ye Kun, welcome. Please come in." Carter warmly gestured, leading them into the hall. As they took their seats, Carter promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Mr. Ye Kun, has that shipment arrived?" "Rest assured," Ye Kun replied calmly. "It will reach the port by tomorrow. You are aware that this shipment is substantial. Under normal circumstances, the process would take no less than a month." Carter nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "We will cover the expedited fees, no delays." "I believe you," Ye Kun smiled. "Once the goods arrive, You can arrange for unloading. Carter laughed heartily. Mr. Ye Kun, if this truly resolves our urgent needs, I cannot speak for other units. But all future weapons for my troops will be procured from you. Ye Kun's gaze flickered, a thought stirring within him. General Carter, he began slowly. Why not consider a larger deal? Oh, what do you propose? If you can facilitate a $200 million arms deal for me, I will additionally provide you with $10 million worth of equipment. Carter's eyes lit up. Really? General Carter, Ye Kun chuckled lightly. We are partners now. Why deceive one another? Just bring in an order of 100 million, and I will gift you 5 million worth of goods. For $1 billion business, I will send you 50 million. The hall fell silent. The only sound the gentle rustle of leaves outside in the wind. 100 million units of arms would yield Ye Kun a profit of 50 million, even without expedited delivery. Meanwhile, the 5 million worth of arms that Carter acquired, if sourced from the system's marketplace, cost merely $250,000. Why then would he run a military factory? Clearly, it was to obscure the truth. Otherwise, the profits from weapons flowing solely from the factory would dwindle to a mere 30%. Carter's eyes brightened. If I can introduce you to a $2 billion order, will that earn me 100 million in arms? Ye Kun smiled softly and nodded in agreement. There are still hundreds of thousands of troops in Saudi Arabia engaged in full-scale combat, consuming an astonishing amount of weapons daily. What is the most critical aspect of this war? It is the timely provision of supplies. Ye Kun's advantage lies precisely in his rapid delivery speed. Should the order volume be sufficiently large, he might even waive some of the expedited fees. The two parties engaged in a pleasant discussion, the atmosphere amicable. Before parting, Carter mentioned he would send someone to collect the goods the next day, then hurriedly departed to contact clients on Ye Kun's behalf. The next day, estimating the time had come, Ye Kun made his way to the ship where they had originally disembarked, procuring the arms required by Carter from the system's marketplace and quietly storing them in the hold. Subsequently, he instructed Ye Si to notify General Carter to come for the goods. Half an hour later, Carter arrived at the dock with a well-organized battalion. Looking at the ship laden with arms, he inquired with confusion, Mr. Ye Kun, didn't you say there was no cargo yesterday? Ye Kun replied with a smile, General Carter, my men transported it overnight. By the way, I have a friend, General Mosaid, who is also in urgent need of supplies. I can arrange for you to meet and discuss in detail this afternoon. Ye Kun's face brightened with joy. General Carter, you are truly my benefactor. Rest assured, your order and General Mosaid's supplies will be delivered together. Once all the arms were unloaded, Carter hosted Ye Kun for a banquet at his residence. After the meal, the two drove to General Mosaid's base. At this moment, the defensive line under Mosaid's command was under fierce assault by the forces of the Islamic State. Despite the risks, as a professional arms dealer, Ye Kun never shied away. As it was Carter personally leading him into the camp, the guards did not search Ye Kun. Inside the operations room, Mosaid had just completed the defense deployment. Chapter 47. Is it a peek or a trap? Upon seeing the two enter, he looked up and asked, Carter, is this the Eastern arms dealer you mentioned? Indeed, Mosaid. The quality of his arms is the best I have ever seen. Ye Kun stepped forward, extending his hand to the other. General Mosaid, you have come to the right person. My arms are renowned for their superior quality and swift delivery. Mr. Ye Kun, I want to beat around the bush. I urgently need a batch of equipment. How quickly can you deliver? General, please first tell me what weapons you need and your budget, so I can make immediate arrangements. I want to mention large items like helicopters for now. I will provide you with a list shortly. Mosaid's gaze was fixed on Ye Kun when he suddenly asked, Mr. Ye Kun, do you have missiles available? Ye Kun's heart jolted. This was no small matter. Are you interested in short range or medium range, General? He replied calmly. He did not even mention long range or intercontinental models, as such equipment held no significance for a small Middle Eastern nation. Both, Mosaid replied decisively, 10 short range and 5 medium range. Ye Kun felt a stir within. This deal was indeed substantial. As for pricing, the short-range missiles are $800,000 each, and the medium range are $1 million each. Does that sound reasonable? Mosaid pondered briefly. The prices are acceptable, but time is tight. How soon can they be delivered? If delivered within 10 days, an additional fee will apply. Ye Kun said slowly. We need to clear the transport channels, and there will be costs associated with favors. The expedited fee is 30% of the total. If your order reaches $500 million, I can apply to the higher-ups to only charge 10%. Mosaid frowned slightly. 500 million is too much. Can we lower it? Ye Kun displayed a hesitant expression, then replied, the lowest I can go is 400 million. Any less, and I cannot justify it. All right. Mosaid nodded. Then we will start at 400 million. He then began to compile a list, covering everything from rifles and grenades to tanks, helicopters, rocket launchers, and infantry fighting vehicles. The most crucial point is that without the missile launch vehicle, the missiles are merely scrap metal. As the list was handed over, Ye Kun swiftly calculated, A total of $436 million. Mo Zaid chuckled lightly. How about we disregard the $6 million at the end? Ye Kun feigned a pained sigh. Very well, let us consider it a gesture of goodwill. However, I hope you will think of me first when you have future needs. Of course, Mo Zaid readily agreed, but the delivery must be swift, preferably as fast as possible. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Kun gritted his teeth and declared, it will be delivered within 7 days. The two shook hands to seal the deal, the atmosphere amicable. Upon exiting the room, General Carter approached. Mr. Ye Kun, what about my share? Rest assured, Ye Kun interrupted, the commission for the arms deal remains at $25 million. Just provide me with a list of the weapons you desire. A smile instantly spread across Carter's face. For this transaction, Ye Kun would record a total of $250 million, with the arms provided to Carter valued at $25 million. Yet the actual cost was merely over $10 million, yielding an astonishing profit. Once the matter was concluded, Ye Kun discreetly departed with Ye and the guards recruited by the system. Due to the need to procure arms from the system, Ye Kun harbored lingering doubts regarding the other security personnel. Sensing an underlying strangeness, the system guards required no further explanation. They possessed an independent space of 10 cubic meters. After leaving Saudi Arabia, Ye Kun and his party did not return to Hong Kong, but instead sailed for 7 consecutive days. Throughout the journey, he still felt unwell, though much improved compared to before, with only a slight pallor to his complexion. On the 6th day, they commenced their return. Arriving punctually at the Saudi port on the afternoon of the 7th day, Ye Kun immediately instructed Ye to inform General Mo Zaid to come for the delivery. As night fell, General Mo Zaid arrived at the dock, covered in dust, evidently just returned from the front lines. Upon seeing Ye Kun, he eagerly exclaimed, Mr. Ye Kun, I've finally been waiting for you. If you hadn't come soon, I truly wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. I rushed back day and night this time. Ask any other arms dealer who can guarantee the delivery of such a large quantity of weapons within 7 days. I will remember this kindness. From now on, all the equipment for my troops will come from you. Even for other divisions, I will recommend you to the president, as your goods are not only of excellent quality, but also delivered at lightning speed. Ye Kun replied with a light smile, General Mo Zaid, from now on, for every order exceeding $100 million that you facilitate, I will grant you a 5% commission. Mo Zaid suddenly recalled something. Mr. Ye Kun, you haven't made the same arrangement with General Carter, have you? Ye Kun smiled and nodded. No wonder Carter has been asking me to help promote arms lately. It turns out he had this in mind. But you haven't lost out either, Ye Kun said, as long as you can bring clients. I will ensure you receive your share. Mo Zaid immediately stated. Very well, Mr. Ye Kun, please stay in Saudi Arabia for a while longer. Currently, our country is in urgent need of arms dealers like you, so please provide your utmost support. No problem, General. Ye Kun quoted the amount. This order, including the expedited fees, totals $470 million. Mo Zaid readily replied, I will pay $400 million first, and the remainder will be settled the day after tomorrow when the military funds arrive. Although Ye Kun felt a hint of dissatisfaction, he acquiesced. That is fine. Just transfer it to this account the day after tomorrow. As he spoke, he recited a string of Citibank numbers. After Mo Zaid noted them down, he said, Citibank has closed for today. I will transfer the funds first thing tomorrow morning. I hope Mr. Ye will stay a little longer. Ye Kun agreed. He understood that Mo Zaid was concerned about him turning to Iraq to sell arms, as his quality and speed had already been thoroughly assessed by the other party. However, this mention sparked a new idea in Ye Kun's mind. Perhaps Iraq was indeed a viable option. As long as he did not sell the same type of weapons, there would be no issue. The arms factory had various production lines for light and heavy weapons, and the supplies for Saudi Arabia could be delivered by the guards, while other models could be sourced through different channels. With this calculation, it seemed there was indeed room for operation. As night fell, Ye Kun received a phone call. The caller instructed him to send someone to Iraq to handle the arms transaction, but specifically emphasized that the same type of rifles must not be provided. After hanging up, Ye Kun quickly took action, dispatching his subordinates to the destination. As the conflict between Iraq and Saudi Arabia escalated, the flames of war intensified. Ye Kun found himself in peril every day, surrounded by the deafening roar of artillery, his heart unable to find peace. One morning, General Carter arrived at the camp. Upon hearing the news, Ye Kun immediately stepped out to greet him. Mr. Ye Kun, a big deal has come in, Carter said with a smile. And it's not small this time. Hearing this, Ye Kun felt a sense of relief. After days of risking his life at the front, if there were no tangible progress, he might have to withdraw. He hastily invited Carter inside for a detailed discussion. No need. Carter waved his hand in refusal, heading straight to the presidential office. The president wants to allocate weapons for the entire army and has specifically requested to see you. Chapter 48, Competing Rivals. Originally, He had intended to contact other suppliers, but I recommended you, as your transportation efficiency is unmatched. Ye Kun's eyes gleamed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, General Carter. If this deal goes through, I'll send you an additional batch of shells as a token of gratitude. The two drove to the presidential office, only to find Mo Zaid already present, flanked by several high-ranking officials in military uniforms. Seated on the left side of the hall were several middle-aged men with stern expressions, their eyes clearly filled with hostility upon seeing Ye Kun enter. Ye Kun realized that these individuals were likely also here to bid for the arms orders. Once the president saw that everyone had arrived, he cleared his throat and stood up to address the assembly. The purpose of today's gathering is due to Saudi Arabia's need to procure a substantial batch of military equipment. The quantity is large, and relying on a single entity is insufficient, hence I invite all of you to participate. A man spoke up, Mr. President. Could you disclose the specific amount? Perhaps I alone could handle it. This man, named Johnson, hailed from the United States and had long monopolized the Saudi arms market. The president shot him a cold glance. Johnson, I trust you can handle it. But the question is, how long will it take for you to deliver the equipment? 6 months? 3 months? By the time your goods arrive, the soldiers on the front lines will have perished. Johnson chuckled awkwardly. Please state the total demand first, and I will assess the timeline. The president ceased further discussion and turned to the crowd. The total amount for this procurement is $5 billion. Each person may take on $1 billion. Whoever can deliver the fastest will have their share increased. Additionally, those who can provide long-range missiles will receive priority. As the president concluded his statement, the expressions of several arms dealers changed drastically, their breaths quickening. One individual immediately declared, Mr. President, don't mention long-range missiles. I can also source intercontinental missiles. However, that level is of no practical significance to your country. I will claim a $20 billion order, guaranteed to be delivered within a month. If I only take on $1 billion, it can be completed in 20 days. Just as one person finished speaking, another immediately chimed in. Mr. President, I will take on a $1 billion order to be delivered within 18 days. I can also provide long-range missiles. Others followed suit, pledging timelines as short as 15 days. Amidst the clamoring crowd, only Ye Kun remained silent. One man cast a sidelong glance at him. Surely you can't even complete it in 20 days? Ye Kun did not respond, but stood up and faced the president. Mr. President, I will take on the entire $5 billion order, and I will ensure that all arms are delivered on time within 12 days. The president regarded him with piercing eyes. Young man, this is no child's play. The fate of the nation hangs in the balance of this battle. Ye Kun smiled calmly. Mr. President, I wager $200 million. If I fail to deliver on time, the money is yours, and I will take not a single cent suddenly. An arms dealer stepped forward. Mr. President, do not trust him. No one can deliver $50 billion worth of arms in 12 days. He is likely a spy sent by Iraq, aiming to undermine our wartime advantage with $200 million. The president furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon Ye Kun. Mr. Ye, I grant you an opportunity to prove your worth. At that moment, General Carter and General Mozad rose simultaneously. General Mozad spoke up, Mr. President. I once entrusted Ye Kun with the shipment of $400 million worth of arms, which arrived in just 7 days. Can anyone achieve such a feat? General Carter chimed in. The $200 million worth of arms I ordered also arrived within 7 days. The president, however, remained skeptical. Mr. Ye, I am prepared to offer you a $3 billion order with a $500 million deposit. Should delivery be made within 12 days, the entire deposit will be refunded. If within 15 days, the payment will be honored. But if it exceeds 15 days, the arms will be sold at half price, and the deposit will be forfeited. Do you dare accept this? If you refuse, today's order shall be of no concern to you. Ye Kun burst into hearty laughter. Very well, I accept. If I fail to deliver within 12 days, I shall forfeit every cent, and all arms will be donated to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The president finally broke into a smile. It is settled then. He then turned to the other businessmen. The remaining $2 billion order shall be divided among you. The president understood that he could not place all his hopes on a single individual. Even if Ye Kun were to default, he would still have $2 billion worth of arms at his disposal. The others nodded in agreement, ceasing their disputes, yet each cast glances of resentment towards Ye Kun. Their eyes filled with animosity. Ye Kun remained unfazed. Recently, he had arranged for the security department to deploy dozens of elite personnel to accompany him discreetly, stationed all around. Mercenaries from overseas subsidiaries were also being dispatched, expected to arrive within 2 days. Such a monumental transaction required absolute certainty. Prudence was imperative. On that very day, Ye Kun led his team out to sea. $3 billion worth of arms could not be accommodated by a single vessel, prompting him to immediately call Ye San. He informed Ye San to allocate 5 additional large cargo ships, integrating them into the escort system. Otherwise, conventional security would be insufficient to handle the subsequent developments. 5 days later, Ye San's fleet successfully rendezvoused with Ye Kun, who then exchanged arms worth $30 billion from the system marketplace, loading them onto 6 cargo ships. In the days that followed, Ye Kun directed this fleet as it slowly made its way towards Saudi Arabia. On the 11th day, the fleet finally arrived at the Saudi port. After resting for a night, the following morning, Ye Kun sent someone to contact the president to arrange the unloading of the arms. Simultaneously, he covertly directed Ye to oversee a surveillance operation on the president. Should he remain compliant, all would be well, but if he exhibited any unusual behavior, they would be prepared to respond swiftly. Approximately an hour later, the president arrived at the dock with nearly a regiment's worth of troops, gazing at the 6 colossal vessels moored in the harbor. He wore an expression of delight and gave a thumbs up to Ye Kun. "Mr. Ye, you truly are remarkable. You delivered as promised. The arms promised by others have yet to materialize." Ye Kun replied with a calm smile, "Mr. President, this was accomplished through extraordinary means. I initially intended to charge a 30% fee, but given the magnitude of your order, I have waived the handling fee." The president clasped Ye Kun's hands tightly. "This truly is a timely gift. Once we unload this batch of arms, we must celebrate with a few drinks." "Of course," Ye Kun replied with a slight smile. "But I wonder when my deposit and final payment will be processed?" The president's expression shifted subtly before returning to normal. Ye Kun took note of this detail, a warning bell ringing in his mind. Something was amiss. The president spoke. "Rest assured, Mr. Ye, the bank will complete the transfer by tomorrow morning." "Mr. President," Ye Kun said in a calm tone, "there is still ample time today. Why not settle the account now? I would like to expedite clearing my payments upstream." The president sighed lightly, smiling. "Mr. Ye, including the deposit, that amounts to $35 billion, does it not?" Ye Kun nodded. "In that case, I will pay $25 billion in cash, and the remaining balance will be settled with an oil field. Given the current fiscal constraints, it is indeed challenging to provide the entire amount in cash." Ye Kun felt a sense of relief. As long as he would not default, there would be room for negotiation. "Please tell me about the oil field. I need to assess its value." "Mr. Ye, this oil field is estimated to still contain around 200 million barrels of extractable crude oil, with a market value of approximately $20 billion. After deducting extraction costs, its actual worth still exceeds $10 billion. You will not incur any losses." Chapter 49, The Key to Turning the Tide. Ye Kun pondered briefly. The Ye family would inevitably venture into the oil industry, so why not take this opportunity to test the waters? The energy company under Ye Ji was currently only involved in coal, iron, and gold mining, lacking practical experience. Entrusting this oil field to him for practice would allow him to familiarize himself with the workings of the crude oil industry. Having made his decision, Ye Kun extended his hand. "Mr. President, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Mr. Ye, may our collaboration be fruitful," the president echoed. Ye Kun and the president proceeded to the bank to facilitate the transfer of funds, and after confirming the arrival of the funds, they left the premises. By the afternoon, all arms on the 6 cargo ships had been successfully unloaded. The president insisted on inviting Ye Kun to the presidential residence for a grand banquet, which was quite an elaborate affair. The following morning, the president arranged for a dedicated team to lead Ye Kun on an on-site inspection of the oil field area, presenting detailed technical assessment documents. The report indicated that the block was expected to harbor around 200 million barrels of oil resources. Upon returning to the presidential residence, both parties formally signed the oil field ownership transfer agreement and extraction rights contract. However, Ye Kun soon realized the issue. He lacked professional extraction equipment. Such heavy machinery was not only scarce, but also involved an exceedingly complex procurement process. Training a technical expert from scratch would require at least a month, and the subsequent research and development process would be an even longer endeavor. It would be more prudent to wait until he returned to Hong Kong to recruit scientific personnel and gradually advance. As he contemplated this, a thought crossed his mind. Why not collaborate with the mainland for development? This would not only expedite progress, but also allow Ye Ji to engage with core projects, thereby accumulating experience. Having settled on this idea, Ye Kun promptly dialed President Wang. Once the call connected, he directly inquired, "President Wang, I wonder if there is any interest from the mainland in collaborating on the oil field in Saudi Arabia?" The other party expressed slight surprise. "Mr. Ye, are you once again considering the oil business? I must remind you, this industry is fraught with complexities and risks." Ye Kun chuckled lightly. "I am aware of the challenges, which is precisely why I want to partner with the mainland, sharing resources and risks." "Where exactly are you referring to?" President Wang asked. "Saudi Arabia," Ye Kun replied. "What? That's a war zone. When did you go there? And how did you manage to secure an oil field?" President Wang's tone suddenly turned tense. "Oh, I originally came to conduct different business, but the client could not pay, so I had to use the oil field to settle the debt." Ye Kun feigned a sense of helplessness. You went to negotiate business amidst the chaos of war? Couldn't you have waited for the situation to stabilize? President Wang reproached. Yet his concern was unmistakable. It is precisely because of the war that I found an opportunity. If it were a time of peace, I would have no chance to intervene. Ye Kun retorted, Tell me, what business do you think I am conducting here? No way. You can't possibly be trafficking arms. President Wang blurted out. Haha, you guessed correctly. Times are tight. So I go where the money is, Ye Kun replied casually. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and President Wang sighed. You are risking your life for money. Leave the oil field untouched for now. I will report to the higher-ups and send someone to coordinate. I cannot make such decisions unilaterally. Understood. I will await your response. The call ended. In the following days, the remaining transport ships arrived one after another. When everyone learned that Ye Kun had completed the delivery of $3 billion worth of arms in a mere 12 days, they were all astounded. Ye Kun assessed that there would not be any large-scale procurement demands from Saudi Arabia in the near term, so he decided to depart. He left Ye behind to oversee the oil field and manage the incoming technical team from the mainland. His next target was Iraq, with the two nations at war. Such an opportunity, if not seized, would be a disservice to fate. Ye Kun did not intend to personally show his face in the arms dealings in Iraq. If discovered selling weapons in this region, the oil field valued at $10 billion could very well vanish into thin air. He opted to remain at sea, delegating Ye San to negotiate with the nation of Iraq. After all, the others had already made frequent appearances in Saudi Arabia, leaving only Ye San unexposed. His plan was unequivocal, to continuously supply ammunition to both nations, prolonging the conflict, while he patiently awaited the opportune moment to return to Hong Kong. With just over a month remaining until the World Cup commences in Argentina, he intended to head to South America as soon as matters in Iraq concluded. Shortly after Ye San arrived in Iraq, a young man claiming he could deliver a substantial cache of arms within 10 days caught the attention of the high command. A general commanded his subordinate, place an order for $100 million worth of arms and ascertain his capabilities. The officer, upon receiving the directive, swiftly sought out Ye San. After their meeting, he presented the order. Ye San glanced at the amount, a slight smile gracing his lips. He addressed the officer, for goods worth $100 million. If expedited, they could arrive within 10 days, but a service fee of 30% would apply. Should the order exceed $500 million, the fee would only be 10%. For some surpassing $1 billion, the service fee would be waived entirely. Furthermore, the rifles we offer are more advanced than those in Saudi Arabia, with compatible ammunition. Ye San had deliberately altered the model to avoid detection by Saudi authorities. Despite the similar appearance, the weapons he provided boasted superior performance and faster firing rates. To prevent complications, it was prudent to change routes. The officer, taken aback, promptly stated he would report to his superiors. Once the call connected, he relayed Ye San's words verbatim to General Radko. Radko was unconcerned with the cost. At this stage of the war, what mattered was the speed of supply. As long as the delivery was timely, money was no obstacle. He instructed his subordinate, place an order of $100 million to test his transportation capabilities. The service fee is inconsequential. After ending the call, the officer informed Ye San, we shall commence with $100 million. He then produced a list detailing all military supplies aside from rifles. These would be ordered first, and the remaining amount should be fulfilled with the superior rifles you mentioned that outclass those of Saudi Arabia. We will trial them, and should the results prove satisfactory, we will place further orders. Ye San said little and turned to board his vessel. Upon returning to the sea to reunite with Ye Kun, he presented the order. Ye Kun glanced at it, let out a soft hum, and although he found the amount modest, he nonetheless commanded the loading of the cargo. Days later, as their journey neared its end, Ye San set sail back to Iraq. He went directly to General Radko's residence, requesting to report, the arms have arrived, and he requested the general to inspect them. Upon receiving the news, the staff hastily informed Radko. Upon hearing this, Radko immediately rose to greet him at the door. Should all supplies be delivered with such alacrity, this individual would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in altering the course of the war. As Ye San appeared, a man quickly approached, grasping his hand with a beaming smile. Mr. Ye, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Please come in. The general insisted, after you, please. Ye San smiled faintly. He understood fully that General Radko was merely putting on an act. However, as long as the transaction was completed satisfactorily, who cared about the theatrics? After exchanging pleasantries within, once the atmosphere settled, Radko got straight to the point. Mr. Ye, if I were to order a large quantity of arms, how long would it take for them to arrive? That depends on the amount, Ye San replied evenly. If the sum is substantial, I will waive even the expedited fee. Radko's gaze flickered, probing further. What about an order for $4 billion? Ye San pondered briefly. It will be delivered within 15 days. Excellent. Let us proceed with this amount. Radko's voice rose slightly. 40 billion, all of it. General, please prepare a list. Ye Kun nodded, stating that they would receive the goods at the port in 2 weeks. As Radko hastily penned the list, Ye Kun glanced at it and inwardly sighed. It was filled with heavy equipment, tanks, and armed helicopters, with scarcely a rifle in sight. It appeared that a rock stock of light weaponry was rather ample. He asked no further questions, waiting for the list to be completed before accepting it. Mr. Ye, the sooner the better, Radko urged, his tone urgent. The soldiers on the front lines are waiting for their equipment. Ye Kun nodded and departed. Back at sea, he handed the order to Ye Kun. With a 400 billion yuan order before him, Ye Kun's lips curled into a smile. Well done, Ye Kun. A profit of 2 billion is about to be credited. Though it may not yield overnight riches like financial maneuvers, this business is sustainable and secure. What does a ceasefire matter? Is there any army that does not require new equipment? He left one ship in reserve while filling the rest with arms. 14 days later, the fleet slowly entered rocky waters. Ye Kun notified Radko to come for the handover. When the general beheld the entire vessel laden with heavy equipment, his pupils dilated, and he found himself momentarily speechless. He quickly ordered, all hands, immediately unload the cargo. Hundreds of personnel worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon to clear the deck. Ye Kun approached. General, the goods have been delivered. Is the settlement convenient? Radko's expression fluctuated for some time before he finally managed to utter, let us go to the bank. Initially contemplating a default, he reconsidered. Someone capable of mobilizing such a scale of arms within half a month was certainly no ordinary figure. It would be unwise to offend him. The prudent choice was to transfer the funds without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ye Kun had set off for Argentina. He arrived early, navigating the city while discreetly probing the underground betting market. He intended to leave no stone unturned regarding those hidden gambling dens, illicit wagers, and underground betting points. He understood fully. This trip aimed to drain the financial resources of the entire football black market. Ye Kun, accompanied by his associates, journeyed to Argentina, where he instructed Ye Air and Ye Sea to split up and carry out missions in the United States and several major European nations. Before their departure, Ye Kun quietly informed them of the outcomes of all World Cup matches, including victories, defeats, and specific scores. He entrusted each of them with $100 million, urging them to place bets on the matches, ensuring they seized the moment. Ye accompanied Ye Kun to Argentina. After they landed, the two first sought accommodation in a hotel. The streets were already abuzz, filled with fans from around the globe, flags waving, and cheers echoing. After waiting for more than 10 days, the World Cup officially commenced. Rather than attending the matches, Ye Kun headed straight to the official lottery center. Multiple matches were scheduled for the day. France versus Italy, Hungary facing Argentina, Poland clashing with Germany, and Mexico against Turkey. He placed $5 million on each match, totaling $20 million for the day's bets. He refrained from overextending his wagers, fearing that should a single individual win a massive prize, it might alert the event organizers and potentially compromise the integrity of the final outcomes. Even so, with high odds on unexpected predictions, the cumulative returns would still amount to a remarkable figure. After completing his official business, Ye Kun ventured into the underground world, seeking out several well-known bookmakers in the black market. He was unabashed in his dealings with them, betting $10 million on each regular match and $5 million on upset matches. He refrained from betting all his funds, concerned that these private bookmakers might lack sufficient capital. Should they be unable to pay out, it could lead to unforeseen complications. After finalizing his wagers, he returned to the hotel to rest. For him, matches with predetermined outcomes held no entertainment value. After the first day of matches concluded, Ye Kun first visited the official lottery center to collect his winnings. The statistics revealed a net profit of $30 million. He then proceeded to the black market, collecting his winnings from various bookmakers. Several bookmakers appeared ashen-faced, but with the tournament's first day still requiring them to maintain their credibility, they had no choice but to pay in full. In total, he walked away with nearly $80 million. Upon receiving the funds, he immediately placed another bet, wagering heavily on several matches scheduled for the following day, a staggering $10 million on each favored team and $5 million on the underdogs. A few bookmakers broke into a sweat, yet none dared to decline his bets. The next day, as the results were announced, Ye Kun again achieved a clean sweep, with $70 million deposited into his account in an instant. The official lottery also lost several tens of millions to him. Although it was a setback, it was still manageable. The true collapse occurred within the underground circles. 2 bookmakers went bankrupt on the spot, and the remaining survivors swiftly blacklisted Ye Kun, prohibiting him from participating in any future betting. However, Ye Kun remained unfazed by the ban and instead dispatched his subordinates to continue betting under different names. The unsuspecting bookmakers were once again meticulously harvested, their funds drained significantly. Another bookmaker announced its closure. Ye Kun scoffed lightly. Is this the first round? And they are already unable to withstand it? Had those bookmakers heard his words, they would have surely been inclined to lament. After the black market was drained of its profits, only the official channels remained for operations. However, before proceeding, he wished to assess the progress of Ye and others. Whether through the black market or legitimate channels, this money was a necessity for Ye Kun. What he currently lacked was capital. In the following days, Ye Kun persistently placed substantial bets at the official lottery center, raking in tens of millions of dollars daily. Just as he stepped out of the lottery center one day, Ye approached him, whispering, "Boss, someone is following us." Ye Kun's brow furrowed slightly, his tone calm. "Have security capture one alive and trace their origins." "Understood." Ye nodded and discreetly signaled to the individuals behind them. Several figures stealthily dispersed, swiftly encircling the target from behind. Moments later, a heavily tattooed man was suddenly subdued, rendered unconscious, and dragged into a nearby alley. Amidst the bustling streets during the World Cup, this scene garnered little attention. Soon, they returned, with the head of security reporting softly, "Boss, it's a collaboration of several black market bookmakers, plotting against you." Ye Kun's expression remained unchanged. To disrupt one's livelihood is tantamount to severing their means of survival. He issued a measured command: identify all their connections, and give them a lesson. If they persist, eliminate them entirely. Understood. The man complied and withdrew. Ye Kun rubbed his temples. He had initially thought the black market bookmakers held significant power, yet after losing several billion, they resorted to desperate measures. Could it be that the true giants were not among these ranks? An underground gambling operation of a nation should not merely carry such weight. Upon returning to his hotel room, he summoned Ye. Chapter 51, From Arms Dealer to Top Gambler. Spend the next couple of days investigating whether there are any venues in Argentina that accept large bets on football matches. Ye left upon receiving his orders. Ye Kun was keenly aware that the places he had previously frequented were merely designed for the average person. The true high rollers undoubtedly concealed themselves within more secretive circles, of which he temporarily lacked access. That evening, Ye returned. Ye Kun immediately inquired, "Any news?" "Boss, I gathered information from a minor black market bookmaker. Numerous wealthy individuals from around the globe have converged in Argentina to participate in betting, with the venue being the Royal Club of Argentina. The bookmakers are scions of several financial magnates from the United States, Japan, and South Korea. I caught a glimpse from a distance. The minimum entry bet is $20 million. Ye Kun's eyes lit up. No wonder the opponents he had previously encountered were so weak. The true battleground was indeed here. The opportunities he had missed in recent days felt like piles of cash slipping through his fingers. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, as if he could hear the sound of money hitting the ground. However, winning money from the financial magnates would be no simple feat. He turned to Ye. "How many personnel can we mobilize right now? Including myself, there are a total of 15 personal security. Too few. Far too few." The power of the financial magnates should not be underestimated, especially when several are allied. Ye, tonight, immediately arranged to rent a large warehouse, preferably near the Royal Club of Argentina. Ye Kun instructed. "Understood, boss." Ye acknowledged and departed. From the next day onward, Ye Kun intended to start winning money, not by seizing it, but by steadily and securely pocketing it. Before taking action, he needed to lay out meticulous plans, ensuring that every step was flawless. The following morning, Ye Kun and Ye first visited the warehouse. The space was vast, nearly equivalent to half a standard football field. He permitted only Ye to accompany him inside, leaving all others on standby outside. Upon entering the warehouse, Ye Kun immediately accessed the military procurement platform. He purchased 200 complete sets of combat gear, including heavy weaponry, rocket launchers, Gatling guns, and more. Still feeling insufficiently secure, he also ordered 3 armed helicopters. Subsequently, he recruited 200 elite guards through the system, with total expenses reaching $100 million. This expenditure was of no concern. After all, life was far more precious than money. The guards instantly appeared within the warehouse. Ye Kun glanced over them, uninterested in naming each individually, casually designating 3. "From now on, you shall be known as Ye Bai, Ye Qian, and Ye Wan. You will serve as my personal guards under Ye." "Yes, boss." The 3 responded in unison. He then turned to the remaining group, commanding one at the forefront to step forward. "You shall be named Ye Long. From this moment on, you are the leader of this squad." Ye Long straightened his posture, his voice resonant. "Understood, boss." Next, Ye Kun retrieved 2 signal pistols purchased from the system. Handing one each to Ye and Ye Bai, he instructed everyone, "Remain here, keeping a vigilant watch towards the Royal Club. As soon as you see the signal gun fired, act immediately and be ready to storm in." Should anyone be privy to this arrangement, they might assume Ye Kun was about to wage war. Yet, it was merely a gambling affair, orchestrated with the precision of a military assault. Those in the know understood it was for the betting, while the uninformed would likely believe a terrorist attack was imminent in the capital of Argentina. Once the arrangements were complete, Ye Kun, accompanied by Ye and the newly named 3 guards, proceeded towards the royal club. As they approached the entrance, they encountered security personnel on duty, prompting him to quietly instruct, conceal the weapons within personal space. The group nodded, their equipment vanishing in an instant with a mere thought. Just as they reached the entrance, several security guards swiftly approached to intercept them. "Sir, please cooperate with the inspection." Ye Kun did not resist. They would find nothing. 2 guards conducted a physical search, while another 2 wielding detectors scanned their bodies. Confirming there were no anomalies, the guards allowed them passage, stating, "Sir, please proceed to the top floor for viewing." Ye Kun nodded slightly, leading the 4 into the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal an interior adorned in utmost luxury, gleaming with gold and exuding grandeur. Surrounding them were influential figures clad in tailored suits, engaged in hushed conversations, alongside boldly dressed women mingling within the crowd. Just as they stepped into the hall, a young woman in a perfectly tailored suit approached them. "Hello, sir. I am Ruth, the manager of the Royal Club. Welcome. Is this your first visit?" Ye Kun smiled gently and nodded in response. "I am Ye Kun. Could you please explain the rules here?" Ruth led them towards a wide wall, where dozens of small colored televisions were neatly arranged, each separated by gaps, displaying footage of various matches. She began, "During the World Cup, the most popular method is betting on the outcomes. You can wager on the victory or defeat of teams, or even predict the exact scores, should one wish to engage in private wagers with others. The terms can be quite flexible, encompassing aspects such as the timing of goals, the outcome of the match, and even the number of corner kicks as potential betting options. Our esteemed club offers notarization services to ensure the fairness of these transactions, charging only a modest service fee of 5% of the total amount. It is important to note that the minimum betting amount here is set at $20 million. After listening to the explanation, Ye Kun calmly stated, "I shall first try my luck at the official counter. You need not accompany me. Go attend to your matters." Ruth smiled gently, replying, "Mr. Ye, should you require anything, feel free to call for me." With that, she turned and departed. Ye Kun made his way directly to the betting area, where a waiter, noticing his approach, immediately greeted him. "Sir, the match begins in an hour. Which team do you intend to support?" After a moment's contemplation, recalling the final outcomes of the day's matches, he slowly replied, "For the match between Mexico and Tunisia, I wager 50 million, betting on Tunisia to win with a score of 3-1. The waiter glanced at him, maintaining a calm demeanor. "The odds for a Tunisia victory are 1-25. You may exchange your chips here." He then led Ye Kun into a lavishly decorated room equipped with service counters from major international banks, specifically designed for substantial monetary transactions. Ye Kun glanced around and noticed each chip was valued at $10 million, casually exchanging for 30 of them. After receiving the chips, he set aside 5, placing them on the Tunisia versus Mexico area. Next, he turned his attention to the upcoming match, Tunisia against Han's Nation. The standard odds for this match were 2-1, but Ye Kun knew full well that the actual result would be a 0-0 draw, with the odds for this outcome soaring to 5 times. Without hesitation, he placed another 5 chips down. He then approached another table, where he wagered 10 chips on the draw for the match between Baxi and Ruedian. The odds for a victory by Baxi against Ruedian were 1-2, while a draw offered a remarkable return of 4 times. This string of actions drew the attention of those around him. Despite the entry threshold starting at 20 million, most individuals would typically limit their bets to under 100 million. Players like Ye Kun, who consecutively wagered 200 million, were exceedingly rare. At that moment, in a concealed monitoring room, several impeccably dressed young individuals lounged on plush sofas, glasses of red wine in hand, their eyes scanning the bustling betting scenes below. They were the masterminds behind the World Cup betting activities: Thomas DuPont, heir of the esteemed DuPont family from America; Richard Mellon, scion of the Mellon Group; and Daikairo Shuyu, the representative of the Shuyu conglomerate from the island nation. Suddenly, a waiter quietly entered, leaning close to Thomas to whisper a few words before retreating. A smile crept onto Thomas DuPont's lips as he cheerfully remarked, "There's a young man with yellow skin over there who has wagered $200 million. He pointed to Ye Kun's figure on the monitor. Daikairo Shuyu furrowed his brow in thought. "It seems we do not have such a character domestically. Perhaps he hails from South Korea." Richard Mellon scoffed with derision. "Who cares where he came from? As long as the money stays, who is concerned about the origins?" The 3 clinked their glasses together, laughter resonating in the air. Indeed, as long as the dollars arrived, the rest was entirely inconsequential. In the casino hall, Ye Kun sat quietly at a table, a few chips before him, his gaze fixed steadily on the enormous live broadcast screen, awaiting the commencement of the World Cup opening match. A blonde woman approached gracefully, taking a seat beside him. "Are you interested in a bit of excitement?" Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of amusement. Ye Kun turned to glance at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Of course, how shall we play? Let us bet on the timing of the first goal, she suggested, to see who guesses more accurately. Intriguing. Ye Kun nodded. Then let us each propose a time. Whoever is closest to the actual time after the match will win. I wager around 10 minutes into the game, the woman asserted confidently. Ye Kun chuckled inwardly. Such a question posed no difficulty for him. His memories from a previous life were as vivid as yesterday, recalling that Tunisia scored in the 13th minute. I choose 15 minutes, he said casually, perfectly placing his bet 2 minutes beyond hers, right on the edge. What shall the stakes be? He inquired. The woman retrieved 10 specially designed chips from her bag, placing them delicately on the table. Are these sufficient? Ye Kun was slightly taken aback. Someone who could casually produce such a quantity was surely no ordinary character. He pushed forward his remaining 10 chips. What a coincidence. I have the same amount. Let us see this through. His tone was relaxed, as if discussing the weather. I am Ye Kun, he said, inclining his head slightly. And may I ask for your name, miss? Cameron Mellon, she replied with a smile. Upon hearing her surname, Ye Kun felt a stir in his heart. Mellon Group? What an extraordinary coincidence. Even before the match commenced, the two engaged in pleasant conversation over glasses of red wine. Ye Kun tentatively asked, shall we involve the dealer to witness this wager? Cameron raised an eyebrow with a smile. It's merely 100 million. There is no need for such formality. I trust that Mr. Ye will honor his word. I too think it unnecessary to sacrifice dignity over such a sum, he replied coolly. They exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter, the atmosphere growing increasingly amicable. Once the match officially began, they maintained their focus on each other rather than the field, conversing with ease, as if the considerable wager was merely a trivial game. Ye Kun attempted to glean her background through their dialogue, yet each inquiry was deftly sidestepped by her. Until the 13th minute, the stadium erupted in jubilant cheers as Tunisia scored. Ye Kun maintained his composure, lifting his glass to take a sip. The outcome was determined. The answer revealed. Ye Kun's lips curled into a smile. I appreciate your generosity, Miss Cameron. I shall graciously accept this gift. He calmly collected the chips from the table, his movements unhurried. Cameron chuckled softly in response. To exchange 100 million from Mr. Ye's friendship is indeed a worthwhile transaction. Not far away, a young man strode purposefully towards them, his gaze landing on Cameron. Miss Cameron, I finally found you. Cameron's brow furrowed slightly, her tone cool. David, don't you find it tiresome to persist? I have no interest in you. I'm just here for a chat. Why be so cold? David glanced at Ye Kun, sneering. You can laugh and joke with this yellow-skinned person, yet you treat me like a leper? Ye Kun's eyes hardened, a surge of anger swelling within him. Why was he being embroiled in such a trivial rivalry? He turned to Ye, saying, go over there and slap him twice. Teach him to speak without vulgarities. Ye stepped forward, but David's 2 bodyguards immediately blocked his path. David scoffed. You, an Asian mongrel, think you can give me orders? Who gave you the audacity? Before he could finish, one of the bodyguards was struck in the abdomen by Ye's kick, collapsing to the ground in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. As another bodyguard prepared to retaliate, Ye delivered a powerful punch to his jaw, the crack of bone resonating clearly. The man fell to his knees, clutching his jaw, howling in pain. David stood frozen, his face drained of color, his lips trembling but unable to produce sound. Ye approached, delivering 2 crisp slaps. The resounding cracks echoed throughout, drawing the attention of onlookers. David's cheeks quickly swelled, his eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Never had anyone dared to lay a finger on him since his birth. Do you know who I am? He seethed. You dare to strike someone from the Bolton family? Several security personnel from the Royal Club rushed to the scene, inquiring about the situation. Ye Kun shrugged. Just a verbal provocation, a minor reprimand. Cameron interjected coolly. It's nothing. You may leave now. The security personnel bowed respectfully. Yes, Miss Cameron. They then retreated, not even casting a glance at David. David turned to Cameron, his voice trembling. Are you truly willing to offend the Burton conglomerate for the sake of an outsider? Cameron, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied. You are not in a position to speak on behalf of the Burton conglomerate, David. And Mr. Ye Kun is my guest. David's face flushed with anger, rendering him speechless for a moment. Ultimately, he shot a fierce glare at Ye Kun and declared, I will remember this incident, before turning away in a huff. Cameron inclined her head slightly. Mr. Ye, I apologize for the trouble caused. If he troubles you further, please use this number. She handed him a slip of paper with a phone number written on it. Ye Kun accepted it and nonchalantly tucked it into his pocket, replying, That sort of trash isn't worth my attention. Cameron regarded him with an increasingly amused smile. It seems I underestimated you. In the surveillance room, Thomas chuckled softly as he watched the screen. Richard, your sister is about to be taken away by another man. Richard remained unperturbed, his tone indifferent. That lad isn't worthy of her. Besides, with someone as petty as David, whether he can endure the embarrassment of losing in public remains to be seen. Chapter 53. The Confidence That Cannot Be Concealed. In the grand hall, Ye Kun and Cameron sat side by side, their laughter and conversation flowing effortlessly, completely disregarding David's presence. The first match concluded with Tunisia defeating Mexico 31, with odds of 1 to 25. Ye Kun's investment of 50 million swiftly multiplied to 125 million. He chose to hold off on cashing out, as 2 more matches awaited. Cameron turned to Ye Kun. Mr. Ye, have you won? A modest gain, he replied with a smile. Congratulations to you, she responded. Thank you, Miss Cameron. He nodded in acknowledgement. I must take my leave now. Enjoy the match, Cameron said as she stood to depart. Ye Kun also rose. Miss Cameron, please attend to your matters. It was not until 6 in the evening that all 3 matches concluded, prompting Ye Kun to leisurely make his way to the redemption counter, presenting his ticket to the staff. After verification, the staff discovered that Ye Kun had correctly predicted all 3 matches. He earned 12.5 billion from the first match by guessing the score between Mexico and Tunisia. The second match ended in a 0-0 draw, and his 50 million wager at 5 times the odds netted him 2.5 billion. The third match, with Brazil and Ridian finishing 1-1, yielded a 4-fold return on his 100 million bet, totaling $400 million. The cumulative payout amounted to a staggering $75 billion. The sum was substantial, exceeding the authority of ordinary staff. The personnel remained composed, discreetly pressing a concealed button under the desk. Sir, please hold on. We will process your request shortly, the staff said to Ye Kun. In the surveillance room, the 3 tycoons noticed the alarm's subtle vibration and swiftly redirected the cameras to the redemption counter. Thomas squinted. It's him again. He's made quite a fortune today. Richard stood up. I'll go take a look. Before he finished speaking, he had already pushed the door open. Upon seeing Richard, the redemption staff immediately halted their actions and greeted him with respect. Ye Kun felt a twinge of concern, realizing the situation had escalated. Richard approached the counter and inquired, how much has this gentleman won? Mr. Richard, the total prize is $75 billion, the staff answered quietly. Richard frowned slightly, examining the betting slip with keen scrutiny. He then turned to Ye Kun. Your luck is remarkable, sir. I am Richard. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Ye Kun, he answered calmly, uncertain if he could continue with the redemption. Richard regarded him for a moment and replied nonchalantly, of course. Proceed as usual. Pay in full. Before long, the staff presented a finely crafted wooden box, neatly containing 75 chips of $10 million each, along with a specially made $5 million chip from the club, placing it gently before Ye Kun. Richard observed him, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Ye, your fortune tonight is quite impressive. Shall we engage in something more interesting? Ye Kun raised an eyebrow. What game does Mr. Richard have in mind? Let us wager on the timing of the next goal between you and Miss Cameron, Richard suggested, his gaze steady and his tone casual. Ye Kun remained silent for a moment, though his eyes cooled a fraction. Are you watching me? Richard chuckled lightly. You misinterpret my intentions. Cameron is my sister. The weight of those words struck Ye Kun, and he instantly grasped the implications. Cameron's ability to dismiss security with a word. Her full name being Cameron Maylong, and this man before him evidently being the owner of the club. If he still failed to discern their background, he would have wasted his time in this circle. Very well, Ye Kun acknowledged. The next match features Spain against Australia. From which goal would you like to start guessing? Or shall we wager solely on the first? Richard pondered briefly. Starting from the first goal, with each subsequent goal, we shall guess the timing of the next. Whoever is closer wins. Each goal, $500 million. How does that sound? Ye Kun felt a surge of delight within, though his expression remained inscrutable. This was no adversary. He was clearly a benefactor delivering cash to his doorstep. When the estate is completed and the office building is finished, Richard's name would likely be engraved on a monument of gratitude. The two resumed their seats, and the server opened a bottle of vintage red wine. As the rich aroma filled the air, Ye Kun gestured, please, after you. Richard accepted without hesitation. For the first goal, I guess around 15 minutes. In his view, that was the most reasonable time frame. Ye Kun closed his eyes for a moment, images flashing in his mind. In this match, Spain scored in the 11th minute. He opened his eyes. I wager 10 minutes. Richard raised an eyebrow. If no goal is scored within 12 minutes, Mr. Ye, you shall lose. Ye Kun took a sip of red wine, his demeanor unruffled. Winning or losing is left to fate. What is meant to be will be. If fortune does not favor me, striving is futile. Richard clapped his hands and laughed. What a splendid mindset. No wonder you can endure at the gambling table. Indeed, while scores may hold secrets and outcomes might be manipulated, who can predict when a player will strike the net? Who can time a match to the second? This manner of gambling relies purely on fate. Yet what he did not realize was that Ye Kun's reliance was not on luck, but rather on the memories of a past life. After the merging of two souls, those memories were deeply engraved within his consciousness, clear and indelible. The match commenced swiftly. Ye Kun appeared unfazed, savoring the wine as one would appreciate a scenic view. Richard, however, remained fixated on the screen. After all, $500 million was no trifling sum, even for him. As the match approached the 10th minute, a player from Spain prepared to take a shot. Richard held his breath, his fingertips growing cold, silently praying, "Please don't score, as long as this shot misses. Victory is nearly within my grasp." Alas, fate proved unkind. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the ball found the net, and Spain broke the deadlock. Richard forced a rueful smile and shook his head, turning to Ye Kun. "Mr. Ye, it seems fortune truly favors you." Ye Kun smiled lightly. "Mr. Richard, it is merely luck at play. What is destined to be will come to pass." He paused and then asked, "Mr. Richard, do you wish to wager again?" "Of course." The other replied, his eyes brightening. "Today, I wish to see just how long your luck can last." Richard then stated a number. "I wager that the second goal will occur around the 25th minute." Ye Kun nodded slightly, calmly announcing his own prediction. "I shall choose the 30th minute." He was acutely aware that in the historical match, Austria's second goal occurred as the first half neared its conclusion. Thus, as long as the final time exceeded 25 minutes, victory would be assured. In the blink of an eye, the match progressed to the 20th minute. Richard fidgeted restlessly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If no goal were scored within the next 7 minutes, his $500 million would vanish into thin air. As the 25th minute arrived, the pitch remained devoid of any signs of a breakthrough. Richard suddenly sprang to his feet, muttering under his breath, "Damn it." Ye Kun tilted his head with a smile and replied, "Mr. Richard, why the anger?" Chapter 54. The table turned, threats prove effective. Richard shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "It's easy for you to speak without feeling the pinch. That $500 million was painstakingly saved by me." Ye Kun raised his thumb. The term saved is used quite aptly. He then inquired, "Shall we engage in another round?" Richard waved his hand dismissively. "No more gambling. I concede. Your luck today seems almost celestial." Just as he finished speaking, a sly smile crept across his face. "Losing money is no fun without company. Mr. Ye, if you're interested, I could introduce you to a couple of friends for a match. How about that?" Ye Kun raised an eyebrow. "I couldn't ask for more, Mr. Richard. I am at your service anytime." Richard turned and walked into the monitoring room. Thomas and his companion, Daijiro, were intently watching the screen, and upon seeing him enter, they asked, "What were you two whispering about outside?" Due to the soundproof design, they could only see the visuals without hearing the dialogue. Leaning against the wall, Richard slowly spoke, "That lad's luck today is shockingly good. Not only did he rake in over $700 million on the field, but during our chat, I lost another $1 billion. The two men's pupils constricted at his words. Thomas blurted out, "So he won $17 billion in a single day?" Richard nodded in confirmation. This figure far exceeded their usual earnings. Even during the World Cup, the entire casino's daily net profit barely reached a few billion, which had to be divided among the three of them. After a moment of silence, Richard suggested, "Shall we also try our luck?" Thomas shook his head with a bitter smile. "You know how strict my family is. If this gets out, I would lose my standing in the clan." However, Daijiro suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with determination. "I'll go. I want to see for myself just how extraordinary this person is." Richard calmly introduced Daijiro to Ye Kun. "This is Daijiro." He then turned to the latter, "And this is Mr. Ye Kun." The two shook hands, their movements succinct. Daijiro spoke, "Mr. Ye, I heard from Richard that your luck is quite remarkable today. How about we play a little game?" Ye Kun's lips curled slightly. "I'm all ears." The second half is about to begin, and the current score is 1-1. Shall we predict the final outcome? A correct guess wins, if all guesses are wrong. It's a draw, no hard feelings. Ye Kun nodded, "No problem." Yet Richard's expression darkened. He knew all too well that the outcome of this match had already been predetermined. His earlier avoidance of betting against Ye Kun was not out of fear, but rather a matter of pride. He deemed himself above such manipulations. Earning money from outsiders was one thing, but tampering with Ye Kun was an entirely different matter. Yet now that the situation had escalated, he could only watch. Ye Kun gestured for him to speak first. Daijiro gazed at the screen, feigning deep thought, before stating, "I bet Spain will win 3-1 against Austria." Ye Kun's heart jolted. That score perfectly matched the actual outcome. Was he merely guessing? Or did he possess insider knowledge? Maintaining a facade of calm, he asked, "How much do you intend to wager?" Daijiro raised an eyebrow. "You've won $700 million in our domain and taken another billion from Richard and me. Why not go big this time with $30 billion? Are you willing to take that on? Don't tell me you lack the capability." Alarm bells rang in Ye Kun's mind. This was far from simple. Though he had long suspected foul play in the match, what were the odds of encountering the mastermind so fortuitously? He fixed his gaze on Daijiro and slowly replied. 30 billion, I can match. However, I also bet on Spain winning 3-1 against Austria. As his words fell, his eyes pierced Daijiro's with a steely intensity. Daijiro's pupils contracted slightly, a sense of unease creeping in. What does this man know? Ye Kun caught that fleeting flicker of doubt, confirming his suspicions. Daijiro forced a calm demeanor. Mr. Ye, choosing the same score, are you perhaps thinking of backing down? I am not afraid of a fair match. Ye Kun smirked. I fear that the match has already been scripted. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Richard and Daijiro's expressions shifted simultaneously, their gazes sharp as blades directed at Ye Kun. Unflinching, Ye Kun met their eyes, showing no signs of retreat. Finally, Richard spoke. Mr. Ye, your words are rather ungracious. We are all players here. Coming to our territory to scoop up money is rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Ye Kun chuckled lightly. I am not the house. However, if you wish to avoid certain revelations, it would be prudent to sit down and discuss matters. The two exchanged glances. A moment of silence passing before they gradually took their seats. 700 million? You start with 30 billion. That seems excessive, Ye Kun remarked. His tone calm, yet unyielding as he looked at Daijiro. Daijiro's gaze was razor-sharp. You made the first move. What is excessive about that? Ye Kun paused, having thought himself cunning, only to realize that Daijiro had a deeper strategy at play. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued. Here's the deal. I must take my billion, as that was won by my own merit. As for the remaining 700 million, you return me 500 million and introduce me to another venue. We can consider this matter closed. What do you say? Richard and Daijiro fell silent, their expressions icy. You've already disrupted our plans and still expect to take money? Daijiro scoffed. Ye Kun stood tall, recognizing that none were innocent here. If they dared to set a trap, he was fully capable of dismantling it. Winning 700 million was a show of restraint. Should matters escalate, it would benefit no one. Initially asking for 500 million, now it stood at 720 million. Every last cent counted. He turned to Richard. You wouldn't deny your billion, would you? Richard's face remained expressionless. That billion, I acknowledge. But the incident you've stirred today needs to be clarified first. Ye Kun surveyed the two. The money must leave with me today. Otherwise, everyone in this hall will know exactly how you operate. We all go down together. Baka. Daijiro slammed the table and stood up, seething with rage. Ye Kun's companions immediately stepped in front of him, the atmosphere tense. Richard reached out to restrain Daijiro, whispering, Sit down, let's talk this through. Daijiro gritted his teeth. Not a single cent will be given to you. Be quiet, and you might leave the royal club unscathed. Otherwise, don't blame me for being uncivil. Ye Kun raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Very well, then let us destroy everything together. As he spoke, he turned to shout. The entire hall on the brink of chaos. Wait, Mr. Ye, let us discuss this calmly. Richard hurriedly grabbed him. Ye Kun ceased his outcry, and the surrounding gamblers turned their attention toward them. Richard gestured to the crowd, signaling that everything was fine, just a joke among friends. Please continue playing. The crowd gradually dispersed, their focus returning to the gambling tables. The three were ushered into a private room, where Thomas rushed in from the monitoring room. Frowning as he asked, What is happening outside? Richard quietly recounted the events. Let us change the venue for our discussion, Thomas suggested. No problem, Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. In the meeting room, the group settled down. Thomas looked at Ye Kun. We can only manage 2 matches a day. Your presence here equates to depleting several days of profit. Isn't that a bit harsh? Chapter 55, sweeping across the 3 major casinos. Ye Kun chuckled lightly. None are innocent in this game. Taking 700 million is already showing restraint. Since we're being frank, asking for 500 million from you is hardly excessive. If you refuse, we part ways here. Thomas's brow furrowed, his teeth clenched. Mr. Ye, we concede this time. 500 million, it's yours. Ye Kun fixed his gaze on him, his tone calm, yet unassailable. That was the previous offer, based on goodwill. Now, not a single cent less. Thomas's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Ye Kun, stating, Money can be exchanged. But I fear you may not be able to bear the weight of it. My affairs do not require your concern. If you dare to accept, you must possess the strength to endure. Ye Kun stood tall, unwavering. Suddenly, Shuyu Daijiro brandished a gun, aiming it directly at Ye Kun. In an instant, Ye's figure flickered, his palms slicing down with precision, striking the opponent's wrist. The gun fell, and Shuyu Daijiro recoiled, clutching his wounded hand and crying out in agony. Ye swiftly aimed his weapon at the man's forehead. Simultaneously, Ye Bai and Ye Qian drew their issued Desert Eagles, sweeping their gun barrels across the room, locking onto each individual present. Thomas and Richard stood frozen, their minds blank. They had been negotiating, and yet, how had the situation escalated to this point? Regaining their composure, they glared at Shuyu Daijiro, who had entered the room unaccompanied, now facing 3 guns with their lives hanging by a thread. Thomas hastily forced a smile. Mr. Ye, let us not escalate this further. The 700 million will be transferred to you immediately. Ye Kun's cold gaze swept over them, dismissing any unnecessary words. He retrieved 2 chips from his pocket and tossed them onto the table, saying, these 2 billion in chips, combined with the 750 million I've won, will be transferred to my account. This matter ends here. He then turned to Richard. Transfer the 10 billion you lost as well. Both men nodded in agreement. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, Ye Kun stepped towards Shuyu Dejiro, looking down from his superior position. Do you dare to point a gun at me? You have quite the audacity. Before the words left his mouth, he stomped down harshly on the still bleeding wrist, a crack echoing through the room as a heart-wrenching scream erupted. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Though Ye Kun had not practiced martial arts for long, his physical prowess had reached level 3. And with the foundation of the Qinglong art, his strength far surpassed that of the bodyguards around him, even without formal techniques. The crushing of a wrist was well within his capabilities. Thomas and Richard trembled slightly, their faces paling. This was no mere business transaction. It was as if they were negotiating with the Grim Reaper. They silently mourned for Shuyu Dejiro, realizing that this encounter would leave him permanently incapacitated. Ye Kun produced a bank card and handed it over, saying, once the funds are in, I will take my leave. The 2 men quickly accepted the card, their breath shallow. He then nodded slightly to Yi, who understood and followed closely behind the 2. Feeling the pressure from behind, Thomas and Richard dared not play tricks and led the way to the finance office, urging the bank staff to expedite the transfer. Upon returning to the conference room, they returned the card to Ye Kun, who nodded lightly, confirming the funds were accurate. At this moment, Yi Bai, Yi Qian, and Yi Wan slowly lowered their weapons. The tension still palpable. The meeting concluded without a single person daring to speak further. With the issue resolved, 700 million was hardly worth risking lives over. Ye Kun smiled at Thomas and the others, saying, let us sit down and discuss. There is no need for violence. Shuyu Dejiro lay on the ground, having lost his threat, and Richard finally relaxed, addressing Ye Kun. Mr. Yi, could we arrange for him to be taken to the hospital? He gestured towards the wounded man. Ye Kun shrugged. I have not stopped anyone. Richard called for a staff member from outside to assist, while Shuyu cast a glare filled with venom at Ye Kun, who merely chuckled, unfazed. Turning to Thomas and Richard, Ye Kun inquired, what other major gambling venues are there in Argentina, aside from your establishment? Thomas paused in surprise. You don't know? Ye Kun rolled his eyes. If I knew, would I be asking you? Then how did you know the outcome of the matches in advance? Both men looked perplexed. That is unimportant, Ye Kun replied calmly. Just tell me the venues. Richard suddenly interjected. Mr. Yi, how about a partnership? Oh. Ye Kun turned to him, intrigued. Go on. Thomas frowned, having just witnessed Richard being held at gunpoint, and now he was suggesting an alliance? Richard sensed his skepticism and clarified, if anyone is to blame, it is Shuyu for causing trouble. We were merely conducting business and negotiating terms. After a moment of silence, Thomas nodded. Richard continued, addressing Ye Kun. Since you are aware of the match results, you must possess intelligence on more than just one match, correct? Ye Kun nodded. For matches a day, approximately. Richard gave a thumbs up. Impressive. We only have 2 results. How about selling us the information, or sharing the news? With a 30% cut for you. Thomas's eyes lit up suddenly. With information on just 2 matches, they could net 600 million. With 4 matches, they could double that. Ye Kun raised an eyebrow. 40%, not a cent less. Additionally, provide me with the locations of the other venues. The 2 exchanged glances before finally agreeing. Thomas spoke up. There are 2 other large venues in Argentina, not as grand as ours, but each bet runs into the millions. One is run by a Korean consortium, and the other belongs to a European consortium. He then provided Ye Kun with the specific addresses. Ye Kun smiled. It seems we have established a connection today. When can I expect the information? A few hours before the matches, someone will notify you by phone, Thomas replied. Ye Kun then asked, so all the matches are rigged? Richard shook his head. Not all of them can be fixed. The audience isn't foolish. At most, we can manipulate 2 or 3 matches a day. The rest proceed normally, and some individuals don't even participate in the rigged games. Ye Kun's mind opened up. He finally grasped the truth of the situation. Though capital is powerful, it can only influence a few matches. The outcomes of the others are entirely genuine. The other party then inquired, so what is your source of information, Mr. Yi? My channels are similar to yours, but the individuals providing the information behind the scenes are likely different. Ye Kun answered nonchalantly, concealing the secret of his advantage. In that case, why not stay, Mr. Yi? And we can share resources for mutual benefit? No problem, Ye Kun readily agreed. Although the profits here were not top tier, they could still yield several $100 million daily. His willingness to cooperate stemmed not just from the pursuit of wealth, but also from a desire to forge closer ties with the 2 consortium leaders. Even if they had their differences in business, as long as there are profits to be made, former rivals can walk side by side. Meanwhile, Ye Kun dispatched Ye Qian and Ye Bai to operate at the other two venues. Before they departed, he specifically instructed them, do not be greedy. The daily revenue from those two places should be controlled at 2 to 300 million. Chapter 56. Watching the tigers fight from a distance. He feared no power, but also wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Steady acquisition of funds was the path to longevity. The three locations combined could yield nearly $1 billion daily, with more than 10 days remaining until the World Cup concluded. Coupled with the influx of European and American players, Ye Kun estimated that the total funds would surpass $2 billion. With this thought, the financial pressure for constructing the estate and headquarters significantly eased. The three had now formed a strategic alliance. Richard suddenly reminded Mr. Ye, Shuyu Dejiro has deep roots in Argentina. You must be wary of potential retaliation. Ye Kun nodded slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Richard. I will remain vigilant. Should he dare to make a move, I will ensure he understands what complete failure entails. Upon returning to the hotel, Ye Kun immediately instructed Ye Long to lead a team to discreetly fortify their defenses alongside security forces. He understood that Shuyu Dejiro would not simply let this go. Previously, at the Royal Club, the murderous intent in the opponent's eyes had been unmistakable. Had it not been for the special circumstances, Ye Kun would have acted decisively, leaving no future threats. His principle regarding enemies had always been to eliminate them thoroughly. Meanwhile, inside the Royal Club, Richard glanced at Thomas and quietly asked, Are you really not planning to seek revenge? Thomas coldly chuckled. Isn't Shuyu Dejiro out there testing the waters? If he can deal with Ye Kun, won't that save me the trouble? Should he fail, let it be as if nothing ever transpired. We can still collaborate, can we not? Richard gazed at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Your intentions are indeed profound. We are all in the same boat. Do you not harbor the same calculation? Incorrect. Richard shook his head. I genuinely wish to befriend Ye Kun. His fortune is astounding, and I relish the company of the fortunate, for they invariably bring good luck. Thomas looked at him in astonishment. So you will forego that $1 billion? The mention of the money tightened Richard's chest. Yet he managed to maintain a smile. With the two match insights provided by Ye Kun, $1 billion can be recouped in just 2 or 3 days. If he can indeed stop the formidable Dejiro, such a person is far more valuable than $1 billion. At around 2 in the morning, in the dimly lit corridor of a hospital in a South American country, Dejiro was slowly wheeled out of the operating room, his right arm amputated at the wrist, leaving only a bare, bandaged stump. His bones had shattered beyond repair, and the doctors were at a loss. To save his life, amputation was the only option. Delaying further would risk infection spreading throughout his arm, potentially endangering his life. As dawn broke, he finally regained consciousness, searing pain flooding his entire being. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at his right arm, his eyes instantly bloodshot with rage, nearly bursting forth from their sockets. Ah, you bastard! Ye Kun, I shall see you dead. I will tear you apart with my own hands. Outside the door, bodyguard Tanaka Masayuki heard the roar and rushed in. Young master, the doctor warned against agitation. The wound may reopen. Dejiro glared at him, his voice hoarse. Tanaka, do not inform the family just yet. If that foolish brother of mine learns of my condition, he will surely seize the opportunity to usurp power. Once I have dealt with Ye Kun, we can discuss other matters. Very well, young master. I shall keep it a secret. Moments later, Dejiro quietly instructed. Takashita from the Yamaguchi-gumi owes me a favor. Contact him, clarify the situation, and have him exact revenge. The favor must be repaid now. Tanaka nodded. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Just as he was about to turn away, he was called back. Bring more men, Dejiro said coldly. That fellow is not simple. Tanaka acknowledged and quickly departed. Simultaneously, in a hotel suite in another city, David was berating his subordinate John. No one dares to slap me and live to tell the tale. Go find a top-notch assassin. I want Ye Kun gone. John calmly replied, Boss. I will arrange it right away. With that, he turned and exited. At this moment, Ye Kun was entirely unaware that he had simultaneously provoked 2 sworn enemies intent on his demise. In the days that followed, he remained in seclusion at the hotel, entrusting all gambling affairs to Ye Bai and Ye Qian. He needed only to call Richard daily with the results of 2 matches, leaving the remainder to the Royal Club's operations. With each passing day, nearly $1 billion flowed into his account. Unfortunately, this tempestuous harvest was nearing its end. To encounter such an opportunity again would require a wait of 4 years. In the evening, while dining in the hotel lobby, Ye Kun suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Ye reacted swiftly, lunging forward and pinning Ye Kun to the ground. As they fell, a bullet whizzed past their heads, striking the wall behind them. Security personnel quickly converged, forming a human barrier. Ye Kun stood frozen, his mind blank. Only after a while realizing that someone had shot at him. Once assured of their safety, Ye helped him to his feet, his expression grave. Ye swiftly dispatched 2 guards to track down the whereabouts of the assassin. He himself escorted Ye Kun safely to his hotel room. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Ye Kun's expression was stern as he spoke in a low voice. No need to investigate further. The assailant was undoubtedly either David or Daijiro. Find both of them and eliminate them. Understood, boss. Ye did not leave, but immediately used the intercom to issue orders to the perimeter personnel. Capture the assassin alive, while simultaneously locating David and Daijiro. Engage on site. Meanwhile, far away in the hotel, David had received news of the failed assassination. Enraged, he shouted at John. You said that man is among the top 100 assassins in the world? Is that all he can do? John replied quietly, Boss, do not rush. They will not attempt just once. As long as Ye Kun is alive, the assassin will continue to act. But we are in a precarious position, John added. Ye Kun will surely suspect us. He is undoubtedly preparing for retaliation. David's expression darkened, and he immediately commanded, withdraw from Argentina at once, return to the homeland. He took nothing with him, only his bodyguard, fleeing under the cover of night towards the border. Meanwhile, Daijiro, lying in the hospital, remained oblivious to all this. He was still receiving treatment, waiting for the Yamaguchi-gumi to come to his aid, utterly unaware of any impending danger. The personnel dispatched by Ye could not catch up to David, but successfully pinpointed Daijiro's location. However, the hospital was heavily guarded, and Daijiro was particularly cautious this time, stationing nearly 10 guards around the corridor to closely monitor the ward area. The reconnaissance team, seeing no opportunity, decided to launch a frontal assault and immediately requested support from Ye. Ye promptly contacted Ye Long, dispatching 20 elite members to the hospital. Once Ye Long's men joined forces with Ye Kun's security team, they totaled approximately 30 individuals. Each donned black masks and wielded standard-issue rifles, quietly advancing towards Daijiro's floor. The guards sensed something amiss, and some hastily drew their weapons in resistance. A few, reacting quickly, bolted into nearby rooms to hide, unwilling to die alongside their master. Chapter 57. A hidden danger at the profit distribution site. The bodyguards who attempted to resist were swiftly overwhelmed by a hail of gunfire, collapsing into pools of blood. The team did not pursue the fleeing guards, but directly stormed into Daijiro's room. As the gunfire erupted, Daijiro had crawled beneath the bed, trembling uncontrollably. His trusted bodyguard, Tanaka Masayuki, lay dead at the doorway, riddled with bullet holes. The assailants discovered Daijiro beneath the bed, ignoring his heart-wrenching pleas. A relentless barrage of gunfire shattered the silence. Bullets raining down. Daijiro convulsed a few times before succumbing in a pool of blood, his eyes still brimming with reluctance. With the mission complete, all personnel evacuated the scene and reported back. In the hotel room, Ye finished his call and reported to Ye Kun, Boss, Daijiro has been dealt with. But David has escaped. Ye Kun furrowed his brow. So, the assassin who acted today was sent by David? Quite likely, Ye replied. Ye Kun then dialed Richard's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke directly. Mr. Richard, please inform me of David's current location in the United States. Upon hearing this, the tone on the other end softened immediately. Mr. Ye, if David has offended you in any way, could you perhaps spare him for my family's sake? This response was not unexpected. Richard had long-standing ties with David's family and felt compelled to intercede. Ye Kun's voice remained cold. I do not concern myself with your relationship. He continued. He just sent someone to shoot at me. You had best not involve yourself. Richard fell silent, saying nothing more. The only information left was, David is the third heir of the Burton conglomerate, residing in the Dubai or Villa area in Los Angeles. Before the words had even left his mouth, the call was disconnected. In a life-or-death standoff, what further explanations could suffice? Upon obtaining the lead, Ye Kun immediately instructed Ye to dispatch personnel to the United States to track David. Initially, he did not wish to eradicate his enemies entirely, but if they pressed him, he would have no choice but to engage until the end. As the World Cup draws to a close, once he has settled matters here, he is set to embark on his journey back to Hong Kong. On the final day of the event, he plans to visit the Royal Club to settle the dividends owed to him. As he steps out of the hotel, that familiar and deadly sense of oppression envelopes him once more. Without waiting for his bodyguard to approach, Ye Kun instinctively drops to the ground. A gunshot pierces the air, the bullet barely grazing his head at a distance of less than 30 centimeters, and he can even hear the whistling of the bullet slicing through the air. Seeking death, Ye Kun swiftly rises and hides behind a stone pillar. He shouts into the distance, I'm unharmed. Pursue that assassin with all your might, and this time, we cannot allow him to escape. Yes, boss. Ye immediately leads his team to commence the hunt. At that moment, a security personnel clad in black strides over and whispers, Mr. Ye, it seems you may be targeted by a professional assassin organization. Clarify. Ye Kun's gaze sharpens. My name is Li Feng, a combat operative from the company's US division. The man continues, this kind of organization, once they accept a contract, will continue to send new recruits if the target remains alive, until they are dead or the task is complete. Ye Kun lets out a cold chuckle. Do they think I am easy to bully? I will make them understand the consequences of provoking a wealthy and resourceful individual. Half an hour later, Ye and the others return, dragging a frail man with them. The man keeps his lips sealed, remaining silent. Ye Kun does not even glance at him, and simply tells Ye, pry his mouth open. I want to know the name of the organization behind this, as well as their stronghold. Once Ye Kun finishes speaking, he proceeds with several security personnel to the Royal Club. Upon arriving at the club, it is the day of the World Cup final, and the atmosphere is electric, with a continuous stream of bettors. As soon as Ye Kun steps inside, a familiar figure approaches him. It is Miss Ruth, who had received him during his last visit. She evidently has been informed and, without further ado, leads Ye Kun into a private room. Inside the room, Thomas, Richard, and Miss Cameron have long been waiting. Upon seeing Ye Kun enter, Cameron smiles slightly. Mr. Ye, I've heard that shortly after my departure, quite a few exciting incidents unfolded. Ye Kun responds with a subtle smile, just some misunderstandings, which have turned into a joke for Miss Cameron. Thomas clears his throat and speaks earnestly. Today is the final match, and it is also the day of the most substantial profits. Once the match concludes, we can settle the dividends. Richard nods in agreement. Since Mr. Ye has been providing us with 2 pieces of information daily, our club's earnings have multiplied several times. Ye Kun sighs with a hint of regret. It's a pity that we must wait another 4 years for a chance like this again. Cameron cannot help but laugh. That's quite enough. I've heard that the other 2 clubs have suffered significant losses, reducing their profits by half. You wouldn't have had a hand in that, would you? With a table laden with rich delicacies before him, Ye Kun quips, to not indulge would be to squander our fortune. Richard gazes at Ye Kun for a moment before suddenly speaking. Did you know that the influential Yu Daisuke was shot dead in a hospital? Ye Kun furrows his brow, feigning surprise. Oh, is that so? I hadn't heard. That man truly had a tragic fate. Thomas and Richard exchange glances, evidently not fully convinced. Yet they both understand without needing to articulate it. Richard continues. Yu Daisuke had some ties to the Yamaguchi-gumi. It is said that a high-ranking member of the Yamaguchi-gumi has arrived in Argentina to seek revenge for him. Upon hearing the name Yamaguchi-gumi, Ye Kun's mind immediately conjures the image of that sprawling island gang organization known to have infiltrated the political sphere of the island nation. However, he does not take it to heart, as he has already established multiple layers of defense. As long as they do not deploy regular troops, they pose no real threat. He casually remarks, then let us see who will encounter this misfortune. The topic is thus dropped, and the group refrains from delving deeper. Time passes slowly, and the final match officially begins, with Argentina facing off against the Netherlands. The competition fierce and relentless. Although Ye Kun is fully aware that Argentina will triumph with a score of 3-1, he refrains from uttering a word. This final match cannot harbor any insider knowledge, nor is it permitted to. He simply sits quietly in the room, waiting alongside Thomas and the others for the final whistle. 90 minutes pass, and the match concludes. Thomas rises. I will handle the financial settlement and arrange for our departure. As afternoon approaches, Thomas re-enters, unable to suppress a broad smile. Everyone, it's time to distribute the profits. Thomas produces a ledger from his pocket and presents it to Ye Kun and the others. Ye Kun does not reach for it, nor does Cameron glance at it. Only Richard gives it a brief scan. He closes the ledger and speaks. Originally, it was you and Yu Daisuke, along with the 3 of us, who jointly invested. Now that Yu is no longer with us, his share will be divided among the 3 of us. You have no objections to this, I trust? Ye Kun gently nods, his expression calm. Chapter 58. Departing from the hotel is a sign of weakness? Richard continues. Since the moment you began relaying information, the subsequent profits will be distributed with you receiving 40%, while Cameron, Thomas, and I will each take 20%. Is this arrangement suitable? Ye Kun continues to nod. This matter has long been agreed upon, requiring no further discussion. The total net profit amounts to $11 billion, with your share being $4,400,000,000. Would you like to verify the details? Richard inquires. No need. Ye Kun replies nonchalantly. Individuals of your background would not concern yourselves with such sums. Simply transfer it directly to my account. Richard softly states, $4,400,000,000 is no small amount. Do you truly trust us this much? Ye Kun merely smiles, offering no reply. Moments later, the bank has completed the necessary procedures. Cameron throws Ye Kun a playful glance, her tone languid. Mr. Ye, we are departing for home tomorrow. Would you care to join us for dinner this evening? Before she finishes, Richard's expression darkens, immediately interjecting. You are not going anywhere tonight. Stay here at the club. Thomas chuckles from the side. Please excuse us, Mr. Ye. Richard is always like this. He never lets a breath of wind disturb his sister's affairs. Ye Kun chuckles lightly in response. Cameron pouts, muttering softly. If I'm not going, then why shout so loudly? Clearly, she harbors some trepidation towards her elder brother. Following this, Ye Kun bids farewell to the group and departs from the royal club, returning to his hotel. Upon entering, he finds Yi Bai and Yi Qian already waiting in the room. In recent days, the two have been active in the other two clubs, reaping substantial rewards. Ye Kun calls them to the room and inquires, how did it go this time? Yi Bai responds, boss, I won a total of $38 billion. Yi Qian follows up, I also won $35 billion. Ye Kun then asks, were there any unexpected occurrences during the process? Yi Qian shakes his head, indicating all went smoothly. Yi Bai adds, I was followed when I left, but I have subdued the person. Ye Kun nods slightly. It seems the masterminds behind that club are unwilling to accept defeat, and seeing vast sums of money being taken away has ignited their desire to reclaim it. Within the venue, to preserve their reputation, they must pay, regardless of the staggering amount. Yet once outside, other schemes may arise. However, Ye Kun does not dwell on it. As the saying goes, the more lice, the less it itches. There are already countless individuals wishing to take his life, and one more would make little difference. After the two leave, Ye Kun summons Yi, inquiring, has the assassin captured this afternoon been interrogated? Boss, he has confessed. He is from the Cobra organization. Ranked 90 in the world among assassin groups. They have a stronghold in Afghanistan, specializing in Middle Eastern affairs. There is also a base in the Golden Triangle, controlling businesses in Southeast Asia. The United States has also established a branch to coordinate the remaining global regions, serving as the central hub. Ye Kun nodded gently. His tone calm. Inform the mercenaries in the United States to eradicate their stronghold directly. We will cover all weapons and ammunition, and let Ye Kun coordinate the operation. He paused momentarily and added, issue a global manhunt for the personnel at the other two bases. The leader is worth 10 million, and the ordinary members 5 million. He gazed out into the night, his voice low yet powerful. I want them to understand that when one dares to offend the wealthy, there are consequences. Understood, boss. Yi responded before turning to leave. Ye Kun promptly arranged for tickets to return to Hong Kong the following day. After months of being on the run, it was time to go home. He also called Yi Air and Yi Si, simply instructing, return to Hong Kong for a gathering. At 3:30 in the morning, a frantic knocking echoed at the door. Ye Kun rose to open it, finding Yi standing outside, tension etched across his face. Boss, Yi Long has relayed information. Over 100 armed individuals are approaching, all from the island nation, and they are likely coming for us. Ye Kun instantly became alert. Recalling Richard's words from earlier that day about the Yamaguchi-gumi seeking revenge for Muyu Ditsune, he immediately inquired, have Ye Long and the others set up their defenses? The perimeter is secured, but for safety, I advise you to evacuate the hotel first, Yi insisted resolutely. Ye Kun said no more and swiftly donned his clothing. This was not the time for bravado. His presence would only hinder his subordinates. Only by leaving could they truly fight back. The two made their way to the rooftop, where an armed helicopter was already on standby. Ye Kun leapt aboard without hesitation. After watching the helicopter ascend into the night sky, the remaining personnel breathed a slight sigh of relief, though they were not afraid of being besieged by over 100 men, being in a foreign land. Their greatest fear was the enemy's potential use of heavy artillery, leading to collateral damage against Ye Kun. 2 kilometers away, dozens of black sedans sped towards the hotel, each carrying men in suits armed with firearms, their target clear, Ye Kun's lodgings. In the lead vehicle sat a young man, none other than Takeshita Toshi, mentioned by Muyu Ditsune in life. His face was etched with sorrow as he murmured, Muyu-kun, why did you leave so soon? I had yet to repay your life-saving grace. At this, his fists clenched, his eyes reddening. A subordinate beside him gently urged, young Master Takeshita, please take heart. We will certainly avenge Lord Muyu. However, before he could finish, Takeshita struck him across the face. The man stood stunned as Takeshita shouted, what do you know? That bastard used my rescue as a pretense to abscond with $500 million. $500 million. Do you have any idea how much I need to sell to recover that? He gritted his teeth, now that he is dead. Who do I turn to for my money? A few men in the vehicle couldn't help but roll their eyes, initially believing their leader was being loyal, only to realize it was all for that $500 million. The struck subordinate trembled as he spoke. Boss, isn't the Muyu consortium still intact? Upon hearing this, Takeshita's fury ignited, and he lunged at the man for another beating. You go and demand it from them. But the Muyu consortium has just lost its heir. Wouldn't I be courting death by asking for my debts now? As his words fell, Takeshita's gaze darkened as he looked toward the hotel where Ye Kun resided. Have we confirmed? Is the enemy spoken of by Muyu Ditsune staying here? It's confirmed. Our people saw them enter this afternoon. Good, Takeshita sneered. He made me lose $500 million. If he cannot pay, I will make him wish he were never born. 2 minutes later, the convoy came to a slow halt at the hotel entrance. The surroundings were eerily silent as members of the Yamaguchi-gumi descended from their vehicles. Takeshita lowered his voice to issue an order. Stay alert. Muyu's foolishness has warned us that this man is not to be trifled with. Surround the hotel. No one is to escape. Inside the hotel, Yilong coldly observed the commotion outside, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. He turned to his subordinates and commanded, wait until they draw closer before we strike. Let everyone witness the consequences of offending the boss. Chapter 59. Opening the Saudi market through desperation. Just as a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi stepped through the door, gunfire erupted. Bang! A spray of blood burst from his forehead as he fell backward, his expression frozen in shock. Take cover. Counterattack. Takeshita roared. Yilong coldly waved his hand. Fire. In an instant, several members of the Yamaguchi-gumi fell, screams filling the air. Takeshita's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted at his subordinate. Bring me a rocket launcher. Blow this place up. The subordinate swiftly retrieved the weapon from the vehicle and fired it at the hotel. Boom. The explosion sent debris flying, injuring one of Yilong's men. Yilong, seething with rage, had not intended to employ heavy artillery in this city, but there was no longer any need for caution. He suddenly stood up, launched the helicopter. Clear them out. Where's the Gatling gun? Bring it out. I want to tear this trash to shreds. With his command, individuals rushed to the helipad while others dragged out a heavy Gatling gun. Gunfire erupted, flames sweeping across the scene, obliterating the assailants hiding behind the vehicles. Takeshita trembled, a chill running down his spine. What kind of person has Muyu soon provoked? Could it be the military? Just as he contemplated retreating, the roar of engines sounded from above. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 helicopters took to the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 missiles shot from the underbelly of the aircraft, heading straight for the Yamaguchi-gumi's position. Boom, boom. The explosions claimed the lives of 7 or 8 members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and the atmosphere turned tense. The remaining individuals paling in fear. I merely attended a meeting. How did it turn into a battle? Someone muttered under their breath, panic evident in their voice. Some members of the Yamaguchi-gumi began to retreat quietly, while Takeshita, his mind blank, shook his head and shouted, retreat. Move quickly. The remaining 40 or so members immediately turned and fled in disarray. Yilong, seeing this, coldly ordered, pursue them, leave none behind. This is not Hong Kong. There are no restraints or concerns here. The sound of police sirens grew louder, breaking the night silence. Hearing the sirens, Yilong raised his hand and signaled, gather the troops. Meanwhile, Takeshita and his men, seeing a glimmer of hope, dashed towards the police vehicles. What if we get caught? Once back in the island nation, with the Yamaguchi-gumi's influence at home, the law is merely a facade. Why had the police arrived so late? It was not due to indifference, but rather disbelief when they first received the report. Could hundreds of people be firing guns, especially with heavy weaponry? It sounded like a prank. However, after multiple consistent calls, the police finally recognized the severity of the situation. This was Buenos Aires, the heart of Argentina. Such a scale of violence was a direct affront to the order of the entire city. The police chief immediately ordered a mobilization of forces. In the early hours, personnel rushed from their homes to the assembly point, naturally causing delays. Upon arriving at the scene, they were stunned by the sight. Shell casings littered the ground, bodies sprawled, and smoke lingered in the air. Members of the Yamaguchi-gumi were swiftly subdued, yet another group had vanished into the night before everyone's eyes. The chief hesitated to pursue recklessly, as the opposing firepower was too fierce. Simultaneously, he urgently contacted the capital's defense forces, requesting military support for a coordinated capture. At this moment, Ye Kun was seated in his hotel room, listening to Yi's report through his headset. The police are conducting a large-scale manhunt for Yilong and his group. He immediately commanded, divert to the Buenos Aires port, swiftly. Following this, he, Yi, and the helicopter pilot quickly boarded the aircraft and took off. Upon reaching the port's airspace, the 3 descended directly, due to the presence of only the 3 of them. And considering that Yi and the driver were both system-generated guards, there was no need to conceal their identities. Ye Kun accessed the military procurement interface of the system and, in the blink of an eye, acquired 2 standard warships. The trio promptly boarded the vessels. The cargo ship, originally intended for infiltration, was evidently too sluggish for their escape. Ye Kun stored it in the system space, knowing that leaving it outside would only serve as evidence for the Argentine police. Even if suspicions arose, as long as no evidence was procured, he, being a top tycoon from Hong Kong, would remain invulnerable. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yilong led a team to arrive. To avoid exposure, 2 abandoned helicopters were detonated on the spot. Once everyone was aboard, Ye Kun swiftly arranged for the helmsman. This group of subordinates had all been recruited by the system, possessing complete skill sets, making the operation of warships a trivial task. The guards sent by the American branch to protect Ye Kun were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They had assumed that such a commotion in the capital would certainly spell doom, yet their boss was somehow able to mobilize warships to escape. Just as Ye Kun and his crew set sail from the port, the police hurriedly arrived, the police chief glowering at the two warships receding into the distance. His expression dark as storm clouds. Shortly thereafter, the capital's guard unit also reached the scene. Upon discovering that the warships had vanished from sight, they immediately contacted the naval forces, issuing orders to intercept and contain. Yet, the vastness of the sea rendered the hope of pursuit almost negligible. Days passed, and upon the open sea, Ye Kun found himself troubled by the two colossal vessels. Surely, he couldn't sail them back to Hong Kong? As he pondered, an epiphany struck him. After all, he was in the arms trade. Why not sell them? He promptly retrieved his phone to call the president of Saudi Arabia. After exchanging pleasantries, he bluntly inquired, "Mr. President, are you interested in warships?" The president paused, taken aback by Ye Kun's ability to procure such items. "I have two brand new ones. A firm price of $80 million. If you want them, they're yours. Otherwise, I can sell them to someone else," Ye Kun remarked casually. "I'll take them. All two." The president hastily responded, eager not to miss the opportunity. "All right, prepare to receive the ships. They will arrive at your port in 5 days. No problem. I'll arrange for people to meet you immediately." The president hung up and promptly set about making arrangements for their nation. With only a dozen aging vessels in the Navy, all discarded second-hand goods from other countries, the addition of 2 new ships would significantly enhance their overall strength. On the 5th day, Ye Kun led his fleet to the capital port of Saudi Arabia, where the president awaited on the shore, unable to conceal his excitement. Beside him stood a man clad in a navy blue uniform, clearly a high-ranking naval officer of the country. As Ye Kun set foot on the dock, the president immediately approached him, shaking his hand firmly. "Mr. Ye, you have truly rendered us a great service. With these 2 warships, our nation can finally stand tall at sea." The naval officer gazed at the colossal vessels anchored in the harbor, his eyes reddening, and solemnly declared, "Mr. Ye, from this day forth, you shall be our Navy's most loyal friend. For all future equipment needs, we will prioritize procurement from you." Ye Kun felt a jolt of realization. He had overlooked such a vast clientele within the Navy. Turning to the general, he inquired, "May I know how to address you?" "You may call me Dawood." "General Dawood. Let us handle the handover today and discuss further tomorrow when you are free. I have a variety of naval equipment at my disposal." "Understood, Mr. Ye," Dawood replied, providing his contact information before eagerly striding towards the warships. Ye Kun instructed Ye Long and the others to take some time to rest while he booked a room in the city. Lying on the bed, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. After days of tumultuous seas, he finally felt grounded, his mind at ease. The following morning, he left 10 guards stationed at the original location, while the remaining personnel, led by Ye Long, set off for the American branch. With the team now well-structured, Ye Kun issued new directives to focus on training veterans, aiming to gradually dominate the security and mercenary industries across the United States. Once arrangements were finalized, Ye Long promptly led the team from Saudi Arabia, flying to their destination. Meanwhile, Ye Kun, accompanied by Ye, headed to inspect the oil fields. The technical team dispatched from the mainland had already arrived, and large oil extraction equipment was being delivered to the site. Ye stood at the edge of the operational area, engaged in a low conversation with a bespectacled man. Upon noticing Ye Kun's approach, Ye quickly advanced. "Brother, you're here?" "Just came to check on the progress," Ye Kun responded, surveying the surroundings with a calm demeanor. "Everything is going smoothly, currently. Only one piece of equipment is operational, yielding about 10,000 barrels per day. Other equipment is on its way and should arrive shortly." He then introduced, "This is Director Wong, sent from the mainland for technical guidance." Ye Kun extended his hand. "Director Wong, a pleasure to meet you. I am Ye Kun. It is remarkable for someone as young as you to secure such a substantial oil field," Director Wong remarked sincerely. "Just fortunate, really," Ye Kun chuckled. "I hope you'll mentor Ye. Mr. Ye has a solid foundation. He is just inexperienced. Given time, he will certainly manage on his own." Director Wong acknowledged with a nod. "Then I shall entrust him to you." After giving Ye a few more instructions, Ye Kun turned to leave. He had initially planned to discuss naval equipment procurement with Dawood that afternoon. However, plans suddenly changed. A subordinate rushed in with a report. "The treasure hunting team has returned." Previously, Ye Kun had recruited 20 individuals from the system to search various mountains and forests in Hong Kong, according to a treasure map. This operation was not solely about treasure. More importantly, finding the treasure would trigger the reward mechanism of a mysterious gift package. He had previously missed an opportunity due to not achieving the optimal rating on a financial task, narrowly missing the package. This time, the treasure map's task clearly indicated, upon successful discovery, the package would be immediately unlocked. Ye Kun quickly dialed Dawood's number, apologizing and suggesting they arrange another time to discuss equipment cooperation. He then swiftly set off, leaving Saudi Arabia and heading straight for Hong Kong. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, within an office of the Ye Financial Group headquarters, a young man stood upright before a desk, his demeanor respectful. This individual was Takeshita Jun. So, Daijiro was harmed by someone named Ye Kun? Indeed, Manu-sama. Daijiro contacted me just days before his incident, instructing me to eliminate Ye Kun. The person seated behind the desk slowly turned to face Takeshita Jun, his gaze fixed upon him. I went to great lengths to bring you back for trial. Once you return, stay obediently in prison for a year or two. Yes, Manu-sama, I understand. Takeshita Jun bowed his head and gradually retreated to the door, gently closing it behind him. This individual was Manu Daijiro's father, Manu Akira, the actual controller of the Manu Financial Group. A businessman from Hong Kong possessed of helicopters and warships, which was indeed intriguing. Could there be state power backing him? Regardless of his background, anyone who harmed my son must pay the price. Manu Akira's eyes turned cold, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. He pressed a button on the desk, and moments later, a woman in a professional outfit entered. Boss, what instructions do you have? Investigate a person, a Hong Kong businessman named Ye Kun. I want all information on him. The more detailed, the better. Understood, boss. The woman nodded and exited. After drifting at sea for 5 days, Ye Kun finally set foot on the land of Hong Kong. Upon returning to the Longwan Villa, Ye Erqi and others had been waiting for quite some time. After a brief period of organization, Ye Kun summoned them to the study. The group bowed to Ye Kun and spoke. Boss, we have found the treasure. It is located on the Methria Mountain in Hong Kong. A flicker of realization washed over Ye Kun as he contemplated the grandeur of Methria Mountain, one of the most illustrious peaks in the fragrant harbor. Should treasures truly be concealed here, they would indeed be elusive. He inquired further, how was this discovery made? We followed the map diligently, with each of us responsible for a specific summit, comparing the topography against the treasure map. This method proved highly efficient, allowing us to traverse a mountain in just a few days. On the final day, someone identified a geographical feature on Methria Mountain that aligned perfectly with the map, and we were promptly summoned to gather and commence a search nearby. The next day, we indeed uncovered the cave indicated on the map, though its entrance was sealed by a massive boulder, which we managed to blast open with explosives. Approximately 100 meters inside, we stumbled upon a meticulously hewn chamber, within which all the treasures were hidden. Excellent. Splendid. Ye Kun could hardly contain his excitement. Ye Erqi, you have accomplished a great feat. Each of you shall receive a reward of 1 million. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The group rejoiced. Though they were recruits from the system, they too yearned for recognition and opportunity. Ye Kun rose, his tone urgent. Take me to the site at once. Yes, boss. A group accompanied Ye Kun up Methria Mountain, trekking for nearly an hour until they finally reached the cave entrance. The massive rocks deep within the mountain had cracked open after the explosion, and the entrance was cleverly concealed, showing almost no signs from the outside. Ye Erqi stepped forward to dismantle the camouflage, leading Ye Kun inside. After advancing a short distance, he suddenly halted, gesturing for his companions to come closer, and together they pushed against the right side rock wall. With a heavy grinding sound, a hidden stone door slowly creaked open. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the chamber, revealing a plethora of bronze artifacts shimmering with an ethereal glow. Jewels scattered within boxes flickering intermittently, and most strikingly, stacks of neatly piled gold ingots. Each ingot was a standard rectangular prism, engraved with Japanese markings, weighing exactly 1 kilogram. With clear serial numbers, 10 piles of gold were arranged in succession, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. Ye Kun casually picked up the top ingot, its number 10,000 glaringly visible. Upon inspecting another pile, he discovered the top ingot bore the number 20,000. This indicated that each stack consisted precisely of 10,000 pieces. Holy cow! The familiar exclamation escaped his lips before he could contain himself. A total of 100,000 pieces, each weighing 2 pounds, amounted to 100 tons of gold quietly resting before him. A nation's gold reserves rarely exceeded a few thousand tons, and at this moment, all this wealth belonged solely to him. Glancing around, he noted an abundance of ancient artifacts and gemstones yet to be accounted for. Even if Ye Kun could not discern the precise value of those relics, he understood that had they not been of extreme worth, the island nation would never have transported them such a distance for concealment. He beckoned his companions to step aside, subsequently storing all the items within the system's space. Once the family estate was completed, these treasures would serve as the foundation for their lineage. As for the gold ingots, they must be remolded. The foreign inscriptions that once marred them were a symbol of humiliation. Henceforth, each ingot would be stamped with Chinese characters, prominently featuring the character Yi in the center. Chapter 61. The police station reveals strength, sparking suspicion. Suppressing the wild elation within, Ye Kun exited the chamber. Before departing, he commanded, "Tomorrow, go to Yi-san's place to procure some explosives and obliterate this location entirely." "Understood, boss," Ye Er-chi replied promptly. He wished to leave no trace. Even if someone were to discover that this place once held secrets in the future, all they would see would be the remnants of collapsed rock and rubble. As he descended the mountain, his thoughts gradually calmed. Ye Er-chi and the others departed first, while Ye Kun returned to the villa with Yi. Along the way, he called Ye Er and Ye Si to confirm that they would not be returning until the next day. Upon arriving in his room, he changed out of his dust-covered clothing, washed up, and tidied his appearance. Having not seen Li Xiner and Zhang Qianwen for quite some time, his longing intensified, prompting him to make a call. The moment the two answered, their faces lit up with surprise, their voices brimming with uncontainable joy. They agreed that Ye Kun would pick them up after work. As dusk fell, he arrived at HSBC Bank to collect Li Xiner. Due to the proximity, she leaped into his arms as soon as she got into the car, her arms tightly wrapped around him, as if trying to merge the countless days and nights of separation into the warmth of their embrace. Outside the police station, the twilight deepened. Ye Kun stood by the car, his brow slightly furrowed, gazing at the tightly shut doors, which remained silent for an extended period. He softly addressed the person inside the car, "Stay put. I'll go check the situation." Li Xiner nodded gently, her fingers resting on the edge of the car window, watching him enter the police station. Upon stepping into the lobby, he immediately heard a familiar female voice laced with anger. "Don't touch me. I've told you countless times, I have a boyfriend, and he will be here shortly." Before her words could fully escape, another male voice interjected. "Qianwen, stop fabricating stories. You've been saying that for months, yet I've never seen this so-called boyfriend. If you wish to reject me, at least provide a credible reason." Ye Kun followed the sound, his expression grim. "I am her boyfriend," he stated, his voice low yet causing the air to still. The man scrutinized him from head to toe, then scoffed. "Oh, you even brought a bodyguard? How much did Zhang Qianwen pay you to perform this charade?" As he spoke, he casually pulled out a stack of Hong Kong dollars and tossed it at Ye Kun's feet. The bills scattered on the ground, but Ye Kun didn't even glance at them. In the next moment, Zhang Qianwen rushed over, burying herself in his embrace. "A Kun, you finally arrived." Her voice quivered slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ye Kun gently brushed her hair with his hand, whispering, "I'm here, don't be afraid. This is your territory." She vigorously blinked her eyes, stifling her tears, and nodded. The wealthy young man's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, smirking. "Since you're her boyfriend," he waved the checkbook in his hand, "how about $1 million for her return?" He tore off a check and held it aloft. Ye Kun remained unmoved, merely turning to Zhang Qianwen. "Whereas your bodyguard?" He stationed nearby. Having a bodyguard at the police station would create a bad influence. She explained softly. "Then why not let them handle this matter?" He asked the son of the Zhao family. "Our families have been friends for generations. If we drive him away, it could escalate," she pleaded. She understood that once Ye Kun intervened, the other party would not emerge unscathed. Ye Kun paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Zhao Tao. "Leave here within a minute. I'll spare your life." Zhao Tao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Who do you think you are?" "Let me tell you, my name is Zhao Tao, and my father is Zhao Pengcheng, the owner of Pengcheng Real Estate. Try touching me and see what happens." Ye Kun remained calm. "Time us up." He coolly uttered 3 words, "Disable his roots." A figure clad in black emerged in response, revealing himself as Yi. He advanced steadily toward Zhao Tao. Instantly, 2 bodyguards positioned behind Zhao Tao stepped forward to confront him, but they were quickly intimidated by the aura emanating from Yi, causing them to involuntarily retreat. "Stop right there." A sudden, authoritative voice rang out. Everyone turned to see the police chief striding towards them, his face etched with anger. "This is a police station. Who dares to fight here? Have you lost your minds?" Zhang Qianwen immediately straightened up. "Chief." Ye Kun slightly nodded, while simultaneously giving Yi a glance. The latter halted his advance and returned to his previous position. The atmosphere grew tense for several seconds, leaving only Zhao Tao's heavy breathing echoing. Ye Kun lifted his gaze towards the newcomer, speaking calmly. "Chief Wang? I am Ye Kun, from the Ye family. My girlfriend works at your station and has recently been harassed. Did you not intend to intervene?" "Ye family Ye Kun?" Upon hearing the name, Chief Wang's demeanor transformed instantly into one of respect as he hurried over, his face beaming with smiles. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. I hadn't realized Qianwen was your girlfriend. I will address this matter at once." Internally, he was in turmoil, astonished that one of his subordinates was involved with Ye Kun's girlfriend, and he had remained oblivious for so long. More critically, the Ye family discreetly provided him with $1 million annually, while there were no explicit orders, accepting that money meant his fate was intertwined with theirs. If he failed to resolve this issue satisfactorily today, that assured income might slip through his fingers. He abruptly turned around, fixing his gaze on Zhao Tao, and barked at his dazed subordinates. What are you still standing there for? Is anyone bold enough to cause a ruckus at the police station, threatening law enforcement personnel? Are you all blind? Cuff him. The subordinates exchanged glances, murmuring to themselves about how this had nothing to do with them. Yet they steeled themselves to approach Zhao Tao in an attempt to restrain him. Zhao Tao's complexion turned pale, and in his panic, he shouted, "My father is the chairman of Pingqing Real Estate. If you dare to arrest me, he will definitely escalate this to the higher-ups." Director Wang let out a cold snicker, not even glancing at him. To have the audacity to intimidate law enforcement within the precinct, that only adds to your crimes. Take him away immediately. Another charge swiftly added. Pingqing Real Estate? Merely a minor player in the face of the Ye family. No matter how formidable, could they provide him with $1 million each year? After Zhao Tao was forcibly taken away, Director Wang turned back, a beaming smile on his face as he addressed Ye Kun. "Mr. Ye, do you find this handling satisfactory?" Ye Kun nodded slightly. "Indeed, well done. Maintain this momentum, and a promotion shall be within reach." Director Wang's heart surged with warmth, understanding the deeper implications, should he advance further. The benefits from the Ye family would undoubtedly exceed the current amount. "Rest assured, Mr. Ye, I will do my utmost to contribute to the stability of Xiangjiang." Upon finishing, Ye Kun gently patted his shoulder, then took Zhang Qianwen's hand and left the police station. Outside, Zhang Qianwen turned to Ye Kun. Her eyes filled with curiosity. "What exactly did you say to my superior? Why is he so attentive to you? I've been in the bureau for 2 years and have never seen him smile like that." Ye Kun chuckled lightly. "Perhaps he admires me." Zhang Qianwen pursed her lips, too lazy to pursue the matter further, well aware of his reluctance to elaborate. Once they got into the car, they discovered Li Xiner was already waiting inside. The moment she saw Zhang Qianwen, she immediately greeted her with a smile, and the two linked arms, chatting and laughing as if they were long-lost sisters reunited. Ye Kun sat in the passenger seat, shaking his head in resignation, feeling like an outsider. It seemed his plan to simultaneously appease both charming ladies that night might be thwarted. Chapter 62, Forging a Superfamily. After returning to the familiar restaurant for dinner, Ye Kun discreetly reserved a room. After all, one could never be too sure of future opportunities. Li Xiner tugged Zhang Qianwen along briskly into the room, and Zhang Qianwen shot her a knowing glance. They immediately understood each other. Turning to face Ye Kun, they spoke in unison. "What are you doing coming in?" Ye Kun, hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly. "To sleep? Is that a problem?" The two women exchanged amused looks and together pushed him out the door. "Find another room to rest in." Ye Kun stood at the door, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile, shaking his head in resignation. He understood that his expectations for the night were dashed. Silently, he vowed, next time, if they treated him like this again, he might as well bark like a dog 3 times. Laughter rang out from within, like wind chimes swaying gently in the night. They certainly understood Ye Kun's intentions, but were still hesitant to cross that line. Yet, in the moment the door was closing, Li Xiner lightly traced a circle in Ye Kun's palm. He was taken aback, looking up to see her mischievously wink at him. A warmth surged within him as he muttered to himself, "Xiner truly understands me best." The door clicked shut, laughter continuing to spill out from inside. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qianwen, Li Xiner had already quietly opened the door for Ye Kun in her heart. Outside, Ye Kun gazed at the closed door, a smug smile appearing on his face. As the midnight bell tolled, he quietly left the villa, his figure dissolving into the night. The following morning, amidst Zhang Qianwen's slightly disdainful gaze, Ye Kun cheerfully sent them off to work. That day, Ye Er and Ye Si also returned as scheduled. He was preparing to calculate the profits from this round of the World Cup. Near noon, as sunlight streamed into the living room, Uncle Fu entered the villa with 2 men. Ye Kun approached them, leading them directly to the study, casually shutting the door behind him. He could hardly contain his excitement and immediately inquired, "What is the situation? What are the results?" Ye Er reported first. "I've set up operations in all major underground betting markets in the United States, netting a total of $800,000 throughout the entire event. One venue attempted to default, but I've recovered both the principal and interest." Upon hearing the figure of 800,000, Ye Kun's spirits lifted. As for those daring enough to default, he knew Ye Er had his own methods. Requiring no further elaboration, he then looked to Ye Si. "What about you?" Ye Si respectfully replied, "Boss, I've established operations in multiple European countries, and the locals are quite generous, totaling a haul of $950 million. Ye Kun nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, well done. Each of you shall receive a bonus of 1 million, with the remainder transferred to my account." The two expressed their gratitude, their faces beaming with joy. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ye Kun. He still had a surprise gift package that had yet to arrive. Where was the system? Why had there been no response? It couldn't have been embezzled, could it? System. System. Hurry and show yourself. Ding. Host. Your subordinates are here. Ye Kun's expression turned stern as he questioned. I found the treasure. Where's the promised surprise gift? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received a surprise gift package. Open it immediately. Ding. Host has opened the surprise gift package. Congratulations on receiving 100 attribute points and a time acceleration halo. Is that all for the reward? Don't shortchange me. Ding. Host. The primary reward this time is the time acceleration halo, while the 100 attribute points are merely a supplementary gift. Ye Kun frowned slightly. What exactly can this halo do? Ding. The time acceleration halo grants the target a tenfold increase in the flow of time, while the host remains unaffected by the ravages of time. For instance, applying it to researchers will enhance their research efficiency tenfold, if used on oneself. The speed of learning any skill or knowledge will also accelerate tenfold. Ye Kun felt a jolt of excitement. What is most lacking in research? Time. From this moment on, the development speed of his team will far exceed that of ordinary individuals by tenfold. In the future, when the Ye family members practice the Qinglong Ju, as long as they don this halo, their progress will be astonishing. This ability surpasses certain miraculous items by far. He could already foresee that with the support of this halo, the Ye family would rapidly rise, becoming a colossal entity that spans the realms of business, martial arts, and technology. He promptly accessed the system interface to review the family's current status. Host, Ye Kun. Family, Ye family. Physique, level 3. Maxed out. Family title, top-tier aristocracy. Family halo, loyalty to the family. Influence, 32,100,000. Family members, 20, loyalty can be checked. Those with 90 or above are willing to die for the family, never to betray. Assets, 14, $5 billion, including company market value and liquid funds. $2 billion allocated for research, non-transferable. Attribute points, 100 points. Every 10 points can be exchanged for 1 vial of Gene Potion or Martial Arts Insight Potion. Potion inventory, 7 vials of Gene Potion. 6 vials of Martial Arts Insight Potion. Family guards, 247 individuals, elite soldier level, gender selectable, strength, agility, and spirit each at 15 points. With a built-in storage space of 10 cubic meters, upgradable, recruitment price, $500,000 person. Talent pool open, top-tier business talents priced at $1 million. Top-tier research talents at $10 million, research assistants at $500,000 person. Time acceleration halo, tenfold increase. Military industry mall, can exchange for all weaponry and processing machinery. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Observing the company's market value rise by 1 billion in just a few months, Ye Kun couldn't help but smile. Clearly, everyone was exerting their utmost to propel the family forward. The influence has steadily risen to 32 million. Following this trend, it is highly likely to surpass the 100 million threshold by next June, or even sooner. Without hesitation, he immediately exchanged all 100 attribute points for 5 vials of genetic potions and 5 vials of martial arts enlightenment potions. Currently, there are already 12 vials of the former and 11 vials of the latter. He plans to wait until he accumulates 19 vials of each before having everyone consume them, followed by a collective teaching of the Qinglong Ju, while simultaneously utilizing a tenfold time acceleration aura for training. At that point, all clan members will swiftly ascend to the first-tier realm. Longevity and eternal vision will no longer be mere fantasies. The next morning, Ye Kun entered the Ye Family Foundation building and walked directly to Ye Suqing's office. Aunt, I'm here. He gently pushed the door open, his voice warm. Xiao Kun, it's been quite a while since I've seen you. Where have you been? Ye Suqing smiled slightly, her tone laced with concern. Aunt, I've been busy with renovating the office building and establishing the family base. Everything requires funding, so I'm just trying to find ways to earn some money, he replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Suqing felt a jolt of excitement. In the past, whenever Ye Kun mentioned making some money, the figures he revealed were often dizzying, starting from tens of billions of dollars. She couldn't help but chuckle. So, how much have you brought back this time? Don't tell me it's still in the tens of billions. Ye Kun's lips curled up slightly. You understand me well, but this time, it should be in the hundreds of billions. Ye Suqing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening. Hundreds of billions? Just last time you received $100 billion. And now it's going to double so soon? Chapter 63, The Argentine Turmoil? She waved her hand. No more guessing. Just tell me directly. After hearing your previous reports, my heart hasn't settled yet. Then you better brace yourself, Ye Kun said with a knowing smile. Go on, I can handle it. Ye Suqing took a deep breath. Ye Kun softly uttered, $295 billion. The air seemed to freeze instantly. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Ye Suqing's mind, momentarily staggering her. Xiao Kun, You didn't empty the entire financial system, did you? Ye Kun's forehead twitched slightly. If I had done that, would I still be standing here talking to you? How did you manage that? Ye Suching pressed on. Aunt, can we use a different term? Robbing is too glaring, Ye Kun said helplessly, raising his hands in surrender. Seeing her still full of skepticism, he continued to explain, I just happened to catch the World Cup and place some bets on the matches in Argentina. Just by betting on football? Ye Suching frowned. Can you really make that much just from betting on one match after another? I didn't just go myself. I arranged for people to place bets across major countries in Europe and America simultaneously. Ye Kun replied casually. Are you sure you win every match? She still found it hard to believe. Ye Kun suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear, Aunt. As long as I hand the money over to specific individuals, I already have the information on who will win the next match and how. He fabricated an excuse, shifting the responsibility of knowing the future outcomes onto Thomas and others, claiming he merely collaborated with them. Ye Suching's mouth fell open, unable to close for a long time. Is that even possible? So, it's not just me doing this, Ye Kun shrugged. You've gathered money from football fans all over the world, haven't you? Everyone wants to win. I'm just a step ahead of the rest, he chuckled. This must not be revealed to your uncle. Ye Suching quickly admonished him. He's a diehard football fan. If he discovers the matches are being manipulated, he will be furious. Ye Kun tentatively asked, did he participate this time? Oh, Ye Suching sighed. Don't even mention 100,000. He borrowed 200,000 from someone, hoping to recoup his losses. Speaking of which, part of this money is thanks to him. Ye Kun laughed heartily. Next World Cup, let him come directly to me for information. I'll ensure he makes so much he won't even be able to lift his bowl. Ye Suching glanced at him sideways, her gaze sweeping over him. He buys that information because he loves football, not to make money. Ye Kun smiled, his expression slightly awkward. Before changing the subject, Aunt, I plan to earn 290 billion for the company. This amount should suffice for constructing the office building and the family residence. I'll find ways to supplement the funds needed for future company development, he added. Ye Suching nodded gently. The office building is quite costly, while the family residence emphasizes traditional elegance, which requires craftsmanship. As long as we find suitable artisans, it should be manageable. President Wang has already arranged everything for us. Aunt, have both locations commenced construction? Ye Kun inquired. The foundation work has already begun, and it's expected to be completed in about 3 years, especially for the office building. Your second uncle and uncle have engaged 6 officially backed construction companies from the mainland to lead the project. Additional teams have also been dispatched, with workers rotating in 3 shifts, day and night without pause. I've heard that the mainland wants to use this project to establish their construction team's reputation. After all, they are building the tallest building in the world, and they'll be erecting 9 towers simultaneously. All the top talents in relevant fields are now concentrated in the Hong Kong construction teams. Hearing this, Ye Kun's lips curled up. The more the mainland values this project, the more the quality of construction will be assured, ultimately benefiting himself. Just as he stepped out of the foundation building, his phone rang. It was Zhang Qianwen calling. Kun, did you go to Argentina? Her voice was filled with urgency. How did you know I was there? Ye Kun was somewhat surprised. You must have stirred up some trouble, haven't you? He cleared his throat lightly. If others want to take action against me, I can't just stand by and do nothing. So, the Argentine government has come looking for you? You've made such a big commotion. How could they not come? Director Wang instructed me to inform you that the Argentine side has already contacted the Hong Kong government, but they lack evidence. Now the Hong Kong police must cooperate with their investigation into you. She paused, then whispered, Kun, why don't you avoid this for now? I'm afraid they might not find anything and resort to underhanded tactics. Ye Kun chuckled. It's all right. No matter how strong a country is, I'm not a soft target. They have no evidence. If negotiations fail, the worst that can happen is I pay some compensation. Zhang Qianwen remained unconvinced. Just be careful. As soon as she hung up, President Wang's call came in immediately. Once the call connected, an angry roar followed. What trouble have you caused now? A whole country is chasing after you. Ye Kun held the phone slightly away, waiting for the shouting to subside before bringing it back to his ear, speaking in a tone of grievance. President Wang, I truly had no choice. If they want to kill me, I can't just stick my neck out and wait for the axe, can I? I merely retaliated a bit, without harming any innocents, at most smashing a few hotel rooms. I can just compensate them. President Wang coldly replied, you make it sound so easy? Do you even know where that is? That's their capital. Do you know what day it was? The World Cup had just ended, and global fans were celebrating there. How much could a hotel be worth? You've destroyed their entire safety reputation. Who would dare set foot in Argentina again? With helicopters, rocket launchers, and even Gatling guns deployed, and a warship showing up in the end? Were you trying to flatten the city or start a war? As President Wang's words fell, Ye Kun realized he had indeed gone overboard, but he still defended himself. But they wanted my life. Should I just surrender? This retort left President Wang momentarily speechless. Retaliation was indeed justified, but employing armed helicopters? Not to mention that warship, which could fire upon the sea, was not a toy. Ye Kun grinned. President Wang. You know well that I've been quite strapped for cash lately, so I had to rely on reselling some arms to make ends meet. President Wang frowned, clearly unconvinced. I can understand selling a few weapons, but how can you claim to have acquired a warship? The helicopter is barely comprehensible. While a warship is not merely a piece of discarded junk one can casually acquire. Do not underestimate me. I possess my own military production line overseas, where helicopters and warships are manufactured in my own factories. This statement is half-truth and half-lie. Ye Kun is well aware that for a lie to stand firm, it must be transformed into reality. It seems imperative that the warship manufacturing base is established without delay. Suddenly, President Wang posed a question. How do you intend to transport these colossal vessels? Chapter 64. In this standoff, who will relent first? Do not forget, Argentina was hosting the World Cup at that time, and the nation was under tight security. Do you think customs are mere decorations? Could a warship slip in unnoticed? Do you not find that absurd? Ye Kun was momentarily at a loss for words. If he claimed it was a preemptive deployment, it would essentially mean admitting he had foreseen being pursued, which is even more nonsensical. He could only respond vaguely. President Wang. I cannot delve into the details of this matter. If I were to reveal my methods, how could I continue to survive? President Wang lowered his voice. Someone above asked me to inquire whether you have any means to assist in bringing a batch of items back to the mainland. Ye Kun's expression turned serious. Where are the items? The other party did not answer directly, only stating, first, resolve the situation in Argentina, then come to discuss further. You must go in person, adopt a humble attitude, compensate where necessary, and apologize when required. We will also coordinate relations from our side, as they lack concrete evidence. Moreover, I have heard they have matters requiring your assistance as well. It would be wise to lend a hand. After all, it is a nation, and escalating the conflict would not benefit you. Ye Kun detected the underlying implication that they were likely eyeing his transportation capabilities, or perhaps even the warship itself. Oh, has trouble inadvertently opened a new avenue for profit? Rest assured, President Wang, I understand the implications and will handle it appropriately. Very well, as long as you are aware. You may decide how to proceed. After President Wang concluded the call, the shipowner, Li Jiaqing, and others began to call in succession to inquire about the situation. Ye Kun casually deflected their questions and hung up each call. The following morning, as dawn broke, Uncle Fu knocked on the door and announced that police officers had arrived. Ye Kun nodded, fully aware that genuine trouble had arrived at his doorstep. He instructed Uncle Fu to bring the visitors to the reception room to wait while he freshened up and dressed before making his way over. The morning sunlight streamed into the room, where a white police chief and two local officers stood with stern expressions. Beside them stood two foreigners, exuding a composed demeanor, their features suggesting official status, likely representatives from the Argentine government. Ye Kun emerged from the inner room, a faint smile gracing his face as he spoke in a relaxed tone. Gentlemen, you arrived quite early. I presume you have yet to have breakfast? Would you like me to have the kitchen prepare some coffee and bread? The white police chief interrupted sternly. Mr. Ye, the situation you have caused in Argentina has escalated significantly. It is time for you to clarify matters. Ye Kun stood firm, meeting the officer's gaze with calm composure. Officer, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. If I have indeed committed any wrongdoing, I kindly ask you to present the evidence. Otherwise, please refrain from making unfounded accusations. All are equal before the law. The other party was momentarily speechless. Indeed, had they possessed concrete evidence, action would have already been taken. There would be no need for this confrontation. Yet, the officer persisted. You know very well what you have done. Ye Kun let out a cold laugh. Then you should also be aware that accusations without evidence constitute defamation. I could raise a complaint on the spot. As the atmosphere grew tense, the other two officers hastened to diffuse the situation. Mr. Ye, do not misunderstand. Today, these two gentlemen from Argentina merely wish to discuss certain matters with you. Ye Kun slightly inclined his head, turning his attention to the two. He always left room for potential collaborators. One of them spoke in fluent English. I am Hines, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina. He gestured to the person beside him. This is General Garces, our Navy commander. Upon hearing the title of Navy commander, Ye Kun felt a stir within. Though he maintained a composed exterior, it seemed that this visit was not merely an investigation, but had ulterior motives. Since the two had inquiries, I shall cooperate. Ye Kun stated calmly. Hines began by asking about the events of that night. Ye Kun responded succinctly. I departed quite early. Beyond that, I am unaware of what transpired. Then, the other party produced a photograph. Do you recognize this individual? Masayoshi Omo. Ye Kun nodded. I am familiar with him. We had our disagreements, but I have not seen him since that incident. Hines's tone turned somewhat frosty. Indeed, you have not seen him, for he is deceased. Ye Kun's brow furrowed slightly, revealing surprise. Oh? How did he die? That question is yours to answer, Hines replied, locking eyes with him. How would I know? Ye Kun shrugged. I am not the murderer. The other party did not show anger, seemingly having anticipated such a response. Then, another photograph was pushed forward. What about this person? Ye Kun examined it closely and shook his head. I do not recognize him. Who is he? This time, his confusion was genuine. He was the one who attacked you, a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi, named Takeshita Jun, Hines stated slowly. Ye Kun looked bewildered. Attacked me? When did this happen? I was not even aware of being attacked. Are you suggesting he plans to come after me again? Hines ignored Ye Kun's words, extracting another photo from the folder and placing it on the table. The image was somewhat blurred, depicting a scene of gunfire, likely taken from a distance by a resident of a nearby building. Mr. Ye, have you seen these individuals? Ye Kun continued to shake his head. Minister, please do not present me with these unfamiliar matters. I truly do not recognize them. The other party paid no heed, producing two new photographs. One displayed the wreckage of an armed helicopter, while the other depicted two severely damaged warships. What a lavish display. Two helicopters, simply gone without a trace. And these warships, such things are not toyed with lightly. Ye Kun remained silent for a moment before responding. These matters do not concern me. This is absurd. If you wish to conduct business, simply state so. Why resort to such theatrics? Do you expect me to take the blame? Or do you hope I will concede under pressure? Leaning back against the chair, he closed his eyes, choosing not to say more. The white police chief, witnessing this, felt his anger rise. He abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Ye Kun, watch your attitude. Ye Kun opened his eyes and fixed him with a cold stare. Officer, what do you wish of me? To confess to a few photographs of dubious origin? Or to admit to acts I have never committed? If you have evidence, feel free to charge me. If you have an arrest warrant, proceed. But who gave you the right to point fingers at me? Before he finished speaking, he rose and called out towards the door. Ye, show them out. Ah, the principal party has yet to speak, and you are already jumping in? What a display of bravado. As for collaboration, there is no need for that. Ye Kun indeed requires funding, but he is not so desperate as to grovel for several $100 million. The police chief's face flushed with rage, while the other two accompanying officers wore grim expressions. Never had they been treated in such a manner. Hines grew anxious. After laying the groundwork for so long, he merely sought to gain leverage in negotiations. Yet he had inadvertently provoked anger instead. He quickly extended a hand to intervene. Mr. Ye, wait a moment. Allow me to say a few words. Ye Kun did not halt his stride and continued towards the door. Chapter 65. Overseas connections have become a crucial bargaining chip. At that moment, Navy Commander Garces stepped forward, his tone softening. Mr. Ye, I have a proposition I would like to discuss with you. Would you be willing to listen? Ye Kun did not glance back, coldly remarking, I am not interested at the moment. The door swung open, and his figure vanished at the corridor's end. Garces stood rooted in place, his expression ashen. Ye entered the interrogation room, his expression impassive as he addressed the gathered individuals. Please, be my guests. The group filed out in succession. And just before crossing the threshold, Gauls cast a glance in Ye Kun's direction, murmuring, when it comes to national security, sometimes evidence is unnecessary, and the court need not be involved. Ye Kun halted, turning with a smile. Is this an attempt to intimidate me? Huh. Then I suppose I should sell the few pieces of equipment I possess to Ba Shi, Wula Gui, and Bala Gui. I imagine they would be quite eager to accept. I'm not greedy. I would only sell 2 or 3 sets to each nation. With a smirk, Ye Kun turned and departed. A threat? Such tactics are all too familiar. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I would not hesitate to dispatch dozens of warships to the ports of Argentina's adversaries. Whether a deal is struck is a matter of fate. If not, there is no need for incessant chatter. Speaking endlessly before me, does that mean I would receive any less than a single copper coin? He had indeed stirred up trouble in Argentina, yet now it was they who sought his assistance, and here they were presenting such an attitude. Ye Kun was not one to tolerate disrespect. Heineck and Gauls' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and as they prepared to pursue him, they were intercepted by Ye at the doorway. Gentlemen, please take your leave. Ye's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The group exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to depart. In the afternoon, the phone rang. The voice of President Wang came through the receiver. Are you available to come over? No problem. I happen to be free. I'll head over right away. Good, I'll be waiting. With that, the call ended. Ye Kun arrived at Xinhua News Agency, where President Wang led him into a quiet room. How did your discussions with Argentina go today? Wang inquired. They fell through. I'm no longer interested in this deal. Do you think I would covet their mere billions? Ye Kun's tone was curt. President Wang frowned slightly. What exactly transpired? A surge of anger welled up within Ye Kun as he recounted the events in detail. He concluded with, I won't be pursuing this business any further. I'm not lacking in funds. President Wang shot him a sidelong glance. They were merely attempting to negotiate a lower price. It's a standard procedure. You didn't even listen before sending them away? Ye Kun shrugged. Continuing the discussion wouldn't have resulted in me receiving a single penny less. President Wang chose not to press the issue further, shifting to a more serious topic. Do you have connections in the United States? Ye Kun did not respond directly. Let us clarify the matter first. I need a general understanding. We have secured an item in the United States. I cannot disclose specifics, but it must be quietly transported back to the country. Ye Kun raised an eyebrow. How did you come to me? The situation you stirred up in Argentina was too conspicuous. During the World Cup, the item must be delivered without a trace. Everyone knows it was you. There's no point in referencing past precedents. Nobody believes that anymore. Someone up top mentioned your name and suggested you might give it a try. Ye Kun chuckled. He had not anticipated becoming an international legend. We're in the United States. When will it be retrieved? What are the handover details? He began to inquire about the specifics. President Wang provided the address and contact methods. Yet, he could not help but ask, can you handle this? The item is of utmost importance. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Kun replied confidently, rest assured, just arrange for someone to collect it. And when do we depart? There's no rush. I have yet to receive the departure order. We shall wait for notification. President Wang fixed his gaze on Ye Kun, his tone grave. We will not interfere with your arms dealings overseas. But absolutely not within the mainland. That is non-negotiable. Ye Kun scoffed lightly. President Wang, can you find me a client in the mainland who can afford the price? President Wang's expression darkened. I merely remind you, do not tread down paths that you ought not to. Rest assured, I understand this boundary, Ye Kun answered succinctly. President Wang then asked, regarding the situation in Argentina, should we assist you in making a connection? After all, you are dealing with a nation, not something you can handle alone. Ye Kun waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm. Currently, they seek my assistance. They have no standing to act superior. We shall speak further when they recognize their position. Moreover, what he had said earlier was not mere intimidation, should he truly become enraged. He might indeed sell several warships to their neighboring country. President Wang scrutinized him. Do you truly have stock on hand? What? Do you think I only possess those 2 vessels? Ye Kun chuckled, his gaze brimming with confidence. President Wang was momentarily speechless. Items of such nature are exceedingly difficult to manufacture. How could he possibly stockpile so many? Ye Kun smirked. You need not worry about that. Should the mainland require them in the future, I will offer you an 80% discount. Very well, President Wang nodded. Should there be a demand, we shall reach out to you. After concluding their discussions, Ye Kun prepared to take his leave. A few days later, under the warm sun, Ye Kun was lounging in the yard, soaking in the rays when his phone rang. The caller ID read, Li Jiaqing. Upon answering, Ye Kun smiled. Oh, President Li. How lovely of you to remember me today. Li Jiaqing's tone was relaxed. Mr. Yi, as the saying goes, one does not visit the 3 treasures hall without a purpose. Oh, Ye Kun raised an eyebrow. What is on your mind? Li Jiaqing continued. Zhao Pengcheng, from Pengcheng Real Estate, has asked me to invite you to dinner. He wishes to apologize to you in person. While I'm not privy to the details of your past interactions, it is indeed better to resolve conflicts amicably. Wouldn't you agree? I wonder if you would be inclined to honor this request. It turned out to be regarding the matter with Zhao Tao. It appears Director Wang has not yet relented in releasing him. That individual is indeed a tough character, able to withstand pressure. In truth, Ye Kun was mistaken. In these past few days, numerous individuals had sought Director Wang to apply pressure, some even holding higher positions than him. Yet all were met with a singular response. This individual has provoked the Ye family. Once that was uttered, no one dared to speak further. Ye Kun remained silent for a moment before stating, of course, I shall grant President Li this favor. What time and place? At the Oriental Culture Hotel, in the evening. Very well, I will arrive punctually. That evening, upon arriving at the hotel, Ye Kun found Li Jiaqing and a middle-aged man already waiting in a private room. Li Jiaqing stood to introduce. This is Zhao Pengcheng from Pengcheng Real Estate. He then proceeded to introduce Ye Kun to the other party. The trio took their seats, and the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Li Jiaqing took a sip from his cup and refrained from further conversation. He was merely the facilitator, not the performer. Zhao Pengcheng lifted his glass, standing upright. Mr. Yi, my son, in his ignorance, has offended you. I implore you to have mercy and grant him clemency this time. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. Chapter 66. Leveraging war to force the other side to raise prices. Ye Kun gave him a cursory glance. Had it not been for encountering Director Wang at the police station, detaining your son, you would likely find it difficult to secure a place to collect his remains. However, today, in consideration of President Li, I shall relent. Tomorrow, you may retrieve him. Simply state that I have given my approval. Joy illuminated Zhao Pengcheng's face, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Seeing that matters had concluded favorably, Li Jiaqing's lips curled into a smile. Mr. Zhao, you must take better care of your children in the future. Some individuals should not be trifled with. Mr. Ye speaks truthfully. You should indeed be grateful that he was at the police station at the time. Zhao Pingqing responded respectfully. I shall ensure stricter discipline upon my return. Throughout the interaction, he maintained a submissive demeanor before Ye Kun and Li Jiaqing, not daring to overstep his bounds. His Pingqing real estate had just surpassed a valuation of 10 billion. Had it not been for their previous collaboration with Li Jiaqing, he would not have had the opportunity to meet Ye Kun. As the time approached, the trio gradually rose to leave. 2 days later, as Ye Kun was preparing to set off to the Sand Country to sell naval equipment, his phone rang, displaying President Wang's number. President Wang, has everything been arranged with the United States? Ye Kun inquired upon answering. President Wang sounded somewhat awkward. It's not about the United States. The Argentine Foreign Ministry, having learned of our amicable relations, has entrusted me with the task of facilitating a meeting to discuss the previous naval vessel transaction. Ye Kun raised an eyebrow, stating, we may converse, but I am presently occupied with other pressing matters. Should they impede my plans, they shall incur additional costs. Inform them that I am open to negotiations only if they are willing to increase their offer. Otherwise, the discussion is futile. President Wang promptly replied, there is no need to consult them. I have already conveyed your terms on their behalf. They expressed a desire to meet regardless of the outcome. He lowered his voice, adding, I've heard that tensions are escalating there, and they urgently require naval vessels. You might capitalize on this opportunity to negotiate a higher price. Ye Kun chuckled softly. President Wang, I did not realize you possessed such acumen in business. Does Argentina owe you a debt? President Wang scoffed. What are you implying? I am merely seeking to secure a better deal for you. Understanding the implication, Ye Kun smiled. Very well. Have your associates come this afternoon. I shall await you at the Long Bay Villa. However, let me be clear. Do not bring along any unsavory characters. My home does not accommodate such individuals. Understood. Ye Kun, I will ensure punctuality this afternoon. The call was promptly terminated. That afternoon, President Wang arrived with Minister Hines and General Garces. Ye Kun graciously welcomed them into the reception room. This time, the two men adopted a humble demeanor, offering apologies upon entering. Mr. Ye, we were remiss last time. We hope to achieve cooperation in this meeting. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Kun responded calmly. The potential for collaboration hinges entirely on your conduct. Should we fail to reach an agreement, I shall not suffer any losses. Mr. Ye, I am a military man, and I speak plainly, General Garces asserted. I will not beat around the bush. Ye Kun nodded slightly. Please proceed. Do you still have naval vessels available? The general inquired, his gaze unwavering. Yes. Ye Kun replied indifferently. What types do you require? Destroyers, frigates, or battleships? The voice of the interlocutor trembled slightly. All of them. Ye Kun answered succinctly. A jolt of excitement coursed through Garces, who struggled to maintain his composure. After a brief moment, he steadied himself. What are the prices? Frigates and destroyers are $60 million each. Battleships, 100 million. Minister Hines, standing nearby, appeared somewhat troubled. Mr. Ye, I heard that the same models sold to Saudi Arabia were only 40 million? Indeed, Ye Kun nodded, but those were second-hand, having been previously utilized. How could they command a new price? Just as Hines was about to interject, Garces raised a hand to silence him. 2 frigates, 2 destroyers, and 1 battleship. How soon can you deliver? You should be aware of the protocols, Ye Kun replied calmly. For expedited delivery, an additional 30% fee applies, ensuring arrival within 15 days. The general frowned slightly. The costs were evidently substantial. Ye Kun continued, if the total order exceeds $3 billion, the expedited fee is waived. Garces pondered the figure. I do not have the authority to decide. I must report to my superiors. Ye Kun refrained from further comment, merely nodding gently. Garces moved to a corner and made a phone call, engaging in quiet conversation for an extended period. Upon returning, his expression was resolute. Mr. Ye, we are willing to procure the vessels, he stated directly, but the pricing must align with that of Saudi Arabia. A glint of excitement flickered in Ye Kun's eyes. He had intentionally inflated the prices to gauge their sincerity, and now, with a $3 billion order in sight, he would not dismiss the opportunity for minor gains. General Garces, rest assured, he said in a soothing tone, my pricing is always fair. Pausing momentarily, he added softly, if the order can reach 5 billion, we might discuss a discount. Garces' expression darkened, and he remained silent. 3 billion is sufficient for now, he declared firmly. Ye Kun maintained his composure, showing no signs of disappointment. The transaction was secured, yielding a steady profit of 1.5 billion. You may rest assured, General. The delivery will arrive within 15 days, he added. However, a $500 million deposit is required in advance. Hines interjected once more, previously. No deposit was required for Saudi Arabia. Why the difference with us? Minister, Ye Kun replied with a smile. Some matters are understood without explicit discussion. Our shared history warrants a measure of assurance. After a brief silence, Garces acquiesced, agreed. However, punctuality in delivery is imperative. With that, he took a pen and wrote down the list of required military equipment. Ye Kun smiled slightly, exchanging a firm handshake with both Hines and Garces, his expression radiating confidence. The cooperation was established, unspoken yet understood. The very fact that this nation sought out a foreigner who had once stirred waves in Buenos Aires underscored the gravity of the current situation. There were no historical records of such unrest. Could it be that his presence had inadvertently triggered a chain reaction? What they truly needed was a force capable of rapidly deploying military supplies. A ship capable of transoceanic travel far outweighs 1,000 words. Naval vessels are seldom transferred lightly. Some manufacturers even have waiting lists extending a year into the future. After watching the two representatives depart, President Wang lingered. Ye Kun, sensing a matter for discussion, guided him into the study, gently closing the door to isolate them from external distractions. During this delivery to Argentina, can we make a detour to the United States on the return trip? President Wang's voice was subdued, his expression grave. Ye Kun understood completely. The coveted item had finally arrived. He nodded in agreement. I will pass through. Provide me the location, and I shall personally bring it back. The current situation is not optimistic, President Wang frowned. The U.S. Customs are exceedingly stringent. Your vessel will undoubtedly be thoroughly inspected upon docking. Are you prepared for that? Chapter 67. Encountering a new crisis? Rest assured, Ye Kun stepped closer, whispering in the other's ear. I shall not traverse the maritime route. Of course not, he reassured. With the system's spatial capabilities at hand, intercontinental transport is merely a thought away. After concluding their discussion, Ye Kun inquired, what is the situation in Argentina currently? I lack detailed knowledge, President Wang replied slowly, but I have heard that a dispute over a newly discovered oil field has arisen with a neighboring country, leading to a stalemate in negotiations, and the flames of war may soon ignite. Ye Kun instantly grasped the underlying reason. In a previous life, he had heard of a colossal oil field discovered deep within South America, with reserves sufficient to rank among the world's top. Although it ultimately involved multiple nations, the process was fraught with peril. Now that the situation had resurfaced, it was evident that Argentina was taking precautionary measures, preparing for war while simultaneously sending a message of deterrence. It was crucial to deliver arms swiftly. Should negotiations collapse, the consequences would be dire. After bidding farewell to President Wang, Ye Kun immediately dialed EC's number, arranged for 6 ocean-going freighters to set sail tomorrow. The following morning, 6 massive vessels lay quietly anchored in the harbor. Ye Kun, accompanied by Yi and others, boarded the ship as the propellers slowly churned the water, and the vessel steadily departed the shore. He chose not to load weapons immediately, opting instead to take action as they neared their destination. At a standard cruising speed, they could reach their destination in 7 days, but he deliberately slowed the journey, approaching the waters off Buenos Aires quietly on the 13th day. It was then that he completed the procurement through the system interface, a substantial quantity of standard equipment, 2 frigates, 2 destroyers, and 2 fully armed battleships. All materials were transferred into the system's space, awaiting delivery. A vessel had long been prepared for such contingencies. Alas, matters were seldom straightforward. Assisting Argentina with an arms shipment necessitated his own financial investment in an additional warship. However, this ship could later be sold to Saudi Arabia, providing a fallback option. All accompanying personnel were elite guards directly recruited by the system, requiring no concealment, and could openly be equipped with weapons. After loading all the equipment onto the freighter, he dispatched Ye to carry out the transport mission. Ye Kun opted to remain behind, recognizing the risks involved. Who could say whether there were ambushing forces along the coast waiting to ensnare him? Once Ye and his team set sail, Ye Kun called General Garces. General Garces, the cargo will likely arrive at the capital's port in half a day's time. You may dispatch personnel to receive it. Additionally, the 5 naval vessels you requested will also be delivered. Upon hearing that the port was imminent, Garce immediately replied, Mr. Ye, I shall promptly arrange for personnel to receive you. After a brief pause, he added, is this visit personally conducted by you? Ye Kun chuckled softly, fully aware that entrusting the task to Ye was indeed a wise decision. He countered, General Garce, would you prefer my personal presence? The other party chuckled awkwardly, Mr. Ye, there were some misunderstandings previously. If you could come, it would be an excellent opportunity to clarify matters face to face. This remark reminded Ye Kun, prompting him to respond, I will not be coming for the time being. However, may I inquire about the whereabouts of those Yamaguchi-gumi individuals? Have you apprehended them? Upon mentioning this matter, Garce's tone grew serious. Mr. Ye, they have already been extradited back to their country. Extradited? Ye Kun felt a surge of anger. The mastermind had been released, yet they continued to keep a close watch on him? Did he appear so easily bullied? Garce was momentarily at a loss for words. Ye Kun coldly remarked, "Forget it. Let us not dwell on this matter. However, you did show me the photograph of that Yamaguchi-gumi underling before, did you not? Please have the person receiving the goods bring back the photograph along with detailed information." With that, he ended the call, feeling a lingering sense of frustration in his chest. Were it not for the subsequent orders, he would genuinely wish to make them suffer a bit. The perpetrator returned home unscathed, while he was continually entangled. It was evident that he was still in a position of weakness. Ye Kun silently clenched his fists, vowing to strengthen his power as swiftly as possible, wealth and military might. Both essential. It was not until the early hours of the following day that Ye Si completed his mission and returned. Ye Kun approached him and inquired, "Was the journey smooth?" "Boss, everything was normal. However, it was wise of you not to go. General Garce specifically boarded the ship to look for you." The corners of Ye Kun's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Once the current matters were resolved, it would indeed be time to take an interest in the defense status of his neighbors. Next, the destination was the United States. To fulfill the task entrusted by President Wang. Before departing, Ye Kun retained a cargo ship for his own use and entrusted the rest to Ye Si, instructing him to return to Hong Kong. Simultaneously, he dialed the number of the Saudi Navy commander, Dawood. "General Dawood, I have a battleship with exceptional performance. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing Ye Kun mention the warship, Dawood's eyes immediately gleamed with excitement, responding eagerly, "Yes, Mr. Ye, I am very much in need." "Then it is settled," Ye Kun replied with a slight smile. "I will arrange for someone to navigate the ship into your port. You just need to be ready to receive it." He paused before adding, "This is a battleship priced at $60 million. Does that sound acceptable to you?" "Absolutely no problem," Dawood answered without hesitation. For him, the enhancement of naval power was far more significant than monetary concerns. After concluding this matter, Ye Kun set off for the United States, heading to the location previously specified by President Wang. 2 days later, as the vessel approached the American coast, Ye Kun took out his phone and dialed the number provided by President Wang. Once connected, he straightforwardly asked, "President Wang sent me to collect something. Where's the cargo?" A man's voice responded, "In Los Angeles." After providing the address, the voice swiftly hung up. Just as the ship was about to dock, an American warship suddenly approached. The cargo ship was ordered to halt for a routine inspection, with the same instruction repeated twice. Ye Kun signaled for his crew to stop the ship and comply, as there were no sensitive items on board. Subsequently, a team of fully armed soldiers boarded the ship, led by a lieutenant. Upon stepping onto the deck, the lieutenant scrutinized Ye Kun. "Are you the person in charge of this vessel?" Ye Kun nodded, "Indeed. I am here to procure daily necessities for resale in Hong Kong." The lieutenant inquired further, "What cargo is currently on the ship?" "Nothing at all. Just an empty vessel." Ye Kun replied calmly, "I originally had some supplies, but I sold them all while passing through several small countries." His explanation was reasonable. Claiming to make a trip solely for an empty run would appear suspicious, as no one would squander fuel without cause. The lieutenant scrutinized him for a moment before stating, "We are currently in a special period, and we need to conduct a search." Ye Kun shrugged, "Feel free to check." The lieutenant gestured for his subordinates to begin the search. After about 10 minutes, a soldier returned to report, reporting, "Sir, the entire ship is empty, with no anomalies detected." The lieutenant nodded and said to Ye Kun, "Sorry for the disturbance." Before leading his team away, watching the warship depart, Ye Kun pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps these inspectors were somewhat related to his current mission. However, he remained unconcerned, for he was no ordinary person, possessing abilities beyond the reach of most. Chapter 68. Purchasing an island overseas to avoid attention. Upon arriving at the port, Ye Kun directed his subordinates to securely dock the cargo ship, and he dispatched someone to procure a batch of daily necessities to load onto the ship as a cover for this operation. After ensuring the crew was settled, he independently followed the address provided by the contact to an abandoned building in Los Angeles. Standing before the dilapidated door, he dialed the given number. After a long wait, the other end finally picked up, speaking hurriedly. "The items are beneath the floor in room 28 of the basement. I cannot come. You will have to handle it yourself." Before he could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. Ye Kun chuckled wryly, thinking how much he resembled someone on a clandestine mission. He traversed the dimly lit corridor and arrived at the basement, locating room 28. A rusted iron door stood silently, unlocked. Ye Kun stepped inside, finding the surroundings eerily silent, the walls and floor appearing particularly desolate. He gently closed the iron door, crouched down, and began tapping along the floorboards inch by inch. As the sound echoed back hollowly, his eyes brightened slightly. Carefully prying up the floorboard, a hidden staircase revealed itself, descending and widening as he went. Turning on his flashlight, the beam pierced the darkness, eventually leading to a chamber of approximately 20 square meters. Two heavy wooden crates lay quietly in the center, covered in a thin layer of dust. As he approached, the labels on the crates made Ye Kun involuntarily exclaim in a low voice. The words aerospace engine were clearly visible, with two different models separated into the two crates. He mused to himself that managing to extract such items from the United States at this critical juncture was indeed no small feat. No wonder the warships had been dispatched, pursuing the matter so meticulously. However, for him, such equipment could easily be exchanged in the arms market. It was merely that his current identity was too sensitive. Selling warships was already the limit. If he further involved himself with aircraft-related equipment, it would likely attract unwarranted attention. In the future, he could consider establishing an aircraft manufacturing plant in another country, thus providing a legitimate source and ensuring safer transactions. With this thought in mind, he immediately activated the system space, storing the two engines within, and then retraced his steps, exiting the hidden chamber. Others were still busy procuring supplies for the ship, so Ye Kun sought a nearby hotel to settle down. The next day, once everyone completed loading, the fleet slowly departed from the port. Indeed, it was not long before they encountered another American warship intercepting them, once again led by the familiar lieutenant. Upon boarding, the lieutenant cast a glance at Ye Kun and asked, "Has the procurement concluded?" Ye Kun replied with a smile, "Everything was prearranged. We loaded the goods directly upon arrival." Taking just a day, the lieutenant nodded in understanding but insisted, "Routine inspection is unavoidable." Ye Kun readily agreed, casually handing over a stack of dollars. A natural gesture that the lieutenant discreetly accepted. The soldiers began searching each cabin. Due to the cargo being piled high, it took considerable time. After a while, a soldier returned to salute and report, "Sir, all our daily necessities, with no anomalies." The lieutenant waved at Ye Kun. "No problem, you are free to go." With that, he led his team off the deck. The ship set sail anew and, after several days, successfully arrived at the fragrant harbor. Ye Kun promptly arranged for individuals to secure a discreet warehouse, where he stored two aircraft engines, instructing Ye to assign personnel for round-the-clock surveillance. After a restful night, he dialed President Wang's number early the next day. "President Wang, I have brought back what you requested. When will you come to collect it?" On the other end of the line, an unmistakable excitement tinged the response. "Where are you now?" "I'll head over immediately." Ye Kun relayed the address and set off for the warehouse himself. Shortly thereafter, President Wang arrived, exchanging a few pleasantries before eagerly making his way inside. His gaze fixated on the two wooden crates. Ye Kun couldn't help but shake his head, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. "President Wang, the items won't fly away. Why the rush?" Wang shot him a cold glance, his voice low. "Do you have any idea how many lives are entwined with these?" Ye Kun's heart jolted, and his demeanor instantly grew serious. He ceased further conversation, silently opening the door to invite President Wang inside. Upon laying eyes on the English inscriptions on the packaging, Wang's hands trembled slightly, and tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes. This document was purchased with blood. His opinion of Ye Kun underwent a profound transformation. Initially perceiving him as merely a young man with some cunning, he now realized that the challenge they had long struggled to overcome had been effortlessly resolved by Ye Kun. Suddenly, he bent low and performed a deep bow. Ye Kun hurried forward to support him. "President Wang, this is unnecessary." Wang looked up at him, stating, "This bow is not for me alone. It is for those who did not return. You have earned it." Ye Kun remained silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from further protest. He then stated, "I will not be involved in the subsequent transportation. You may arrange it yourselves. I will leave some personnel here for the next few days. When your people arrive, they can collect the goods directly." "All right, I will send someone over immediately." Wang nodded in agreement. Once the matter was concluded, Ye Kun began planning the next step, acquiring an island overseas. He intended to relocate the entire arms factory there, along with the shipbuilding production line and parts of the heavy equipment manufacturing line. In the future, the equipment produced by the system would require a legitimate and discrete source. However, this must not be rushed. Selecting an island is akin to laying a foundation. Once established, it will serve as a cornerstone for many years to come. Necessitating utmost caution, he entrusted this task to Ye Meng. The others were preoccupied with their respective projects, but her arcade business had stabilized, allowing her some spare energy. Upon connecting the call, Ye Meng, after hearing the purpose, blurted out, "Bro, you're not seriously thinking of buying a country to become its king, are you?" Ye Kun's expression darkened, utterly unsure of how to respond. What on earth was going on in that girl's mind? "Get to work," he said sternly. "If I truly become a king, I shall appoint you as a princess. Is that satisfactory?" With that, he promptly hung up. Continuing the conversation might lead to her uttering something even more outrageous. Meanwhile, as Ye Kun quietly orchestrated the acquisition of an island and military base, at the headquarters of the main Consortium in the island nation, Chairman Yusukita sat in his office, facing a female subordinate who inquired, "Has the situation been clarified?" The woman respectfully replied, "Yes, boss. All the data has been compiled." Ye Kun appeared suddenly 6 months ago, with his initial funding sources unclear. However, he likely orchestrated the currency assault against Thailand and Old Singapore. On the surface, it appeared to be the work of Soros from America, but two hidden forces, HSBC and Huaxia Bank from the Fragrant Harbor, were also involved. Our in-depth investigation revealed a close connection between this operation and Ye Kun, and it is even possible that Huaxia Bank assumed the risks on his behalf. Yusakita squinted. Is there any evidence showing a direct link between Huaxia Bank and Ye Kun? Chapter 69. Less than 2 months until the economic storm. The woman gently shook her head, her tone calm. They indeed had several interactions with certain families from the Fragrant Harbor, and records of gatherings existed, but later, they were thoroughly cleaned up, leaving us unable to trace any concrete leads. Yusakita leaned back in his chair, his voice low. Since we cannot find anything, do not waste your efforts. He paused before continuing. I have heard that David Burton, heir to the American Burton consortium, was assassinated. Before his death, he had a fierce argument with Ye Kun. Contact the Burton consortium and inform them that I wish to join forces to seek justice for David and for Daijiro Yu. Understood, boss, the woman replied and turned to leave the room. Within the Dragon Bay Villa, Ye Kun concluded his affairs and summoned Yi. As the year's end approached, certain matters need not wait until the spring festival for settlement. When the door opened, Yi entered. Ye Kun inquired, "What has become of the assassin organization that attempted to kill me on 2 occasions?" Yi stood firm, his tone steady. The headquarters has been completely destroyed by us, and the 2 branches have essentially collapsed. The remaining personnel who were on mission are yet to be apprehended and have likely gone into hiding. However, we have issued a bounty and a nationwide manhunt. Ye Kun nodded slightly, his gaze steely. No need for concealment. Let it be known that this is the handiwork of Ye's security. Let everyone understand the cost of provoking us. Understood, boss, Ye nodded. I will ensure the news spreads, so that anyone contemplating an attack on us thinks twice about their own weight. Ye Kun then asked, what about David's incident? How is that progressing? It has been handled. David was one of the key heirs of the Burton Consortium's Adams family. Currently, their upper management harbors suspicions, believing we are behind it, and are preparing to send someone to the Fragrant Harbor for revenge. Ye Kun chuckled softly, though the amusement did not reach his eyes. Coming to the Fragrant Harbor and provoking him on his territory, they truly underestimated themselves. He commanded coolly, notify Ye Lu's intelligence system to activate all personnel. Every movement in the Fragrant Harbor must be meticulously recorded. Ye silently noted this. Ye Kun continued, what about the situation with the Yu family and the Yamaguchi-gumi on the island? The Yu family has secretly investigated your background, but found nothing. As for the Yamaguchi-gumi, the assailant in the Argentine incident was Takeshita Ryo's son, Takeshita Jun. He is currently sentenced to 5 years in prison, but enjoys special treatment and a comfortable life inside. Ye Kun's gaze turned frigid, his voice icy. Arrange for someone to deal with him. Anyone who dares to lay hands on me does not deserve to walk out of prison alive. He paused momentarily, then added, also, give the Yamaguchi-gumi a lesson. They may run rampant on the island, but outside, they have no place to be arrogant. Send both Takeshita Ryo and his son on their way together. It's less lonely on the road when they travel as father and son. Yes, boss, Ye replied solemnly. I will arrange it immediately. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Yu Consortium, the Burton Consortium, and the Adams family. Ye Kun spoke steadily. If they make any moves against me, I must be informed at once. Understood, boss. I will notify you immediately if anything arises. Once the instructions were complete, Ye Kun waved his hand, and Ye exited the room. Alone in the study, with the night deepening outside, he began to contemplate the impending economic upheaval of 1982. For most, it would be a storm, but for him, it represented a remarkable opportunity for ascension. The crux of this crisis lay in economic overheating and energy shortages. Next year, Iran, a pivotal global oil supplier, would halt exports for a full 60 days. During this period, the world would face a daily shortage of approximately 5 million barrels of crude oil. The market had already shown signs of this, with oil futures prices skyrocketing from 26 per barrel to 62, doubling in just 2 months. Amidst chaos lies untold wealth, which he shall not overlook. However, if he were to seize substantial profits solely for himself, he would inevitably become the target of many. How could Western nations tolerate an outsider sweeping through their markets? Thus, it is imperative to involve the financial magnates of Hong Kong in this venture. Let us all profit together and share the associated risks. Simultaneously, industrial decline and soaring prices shall follow in quick succession. The present moment is indeed ripe for strategic positioning. In the forthcoming 2 months, a significant stockpiling of grain and daily necessities is essential, so that when inflation peaks, he may unleash his resources for immeasurable gains. What warrants even greater attention is that numerous enterprises shall succumb to the storm. At that juncture, he will acquire a selection of promising companies in Europe and America at a fraction of their worth, thereby achieving capital expansion. Yet, all of this necessitates the coordinated efforts of the Hong Kong consortium. To venture alone would invite retaliation and potentially provoke a comprehensive blockade from the United States or Europe. Only through alliances can stability be maintained. Time is of the essence. With less than 2 months until the crisis erupts, preparations must commence immediately. Initially, he had intended to reach out to the Saudi Navy to discuss arms procurement, but that plan must now be shelved. Compared to the impending financial tempest, those profits are nearly negligible. Additionally, he must find time to visit the homes of Li Shiner and Zhang Qianwen to pay respects to the elders. As such social niceties cannot be overlooked. Ye Kun sat in silence for a considerable time, realizing the complexity of the matters at hand. Subsequently, he dialed the numbers of Shun Bai and the shipping magnate, arranging a gathering for the day after tomorrow, Saturday, to discuss financing and resource allocation. This would mark the inaugural joint operation of the Hong Kong Financial Consortium. Success would garner public favor. Failure would undermine his credibility. Although the group currently acknowledges his position, the likes of the gambling king have yet to witness his operational capabilities firsthand. Mere hearsay is insufficient to win their allegiance. This undertaking must succeed for him to solidify his leadership role. Over the next 2 days, Ye Kun remained by Li Shiner and Zhang Qianwen's side, informing them of his intent to visit their parents. Upon hearing this, both women beamed with joy, their spirits lifted. That evening, they were particularly affectionate, reveling in their tenderness. Ye Kun, robust and adept, found them more fatigued than he, their breaths becoming labored. In the morning, he drove Li Shiner to HSBC. Along the way, he softly suggested, "Shiner, why not resign from your job here and join Ye Bank?" Leaning against him, she replied gently, "Kun, I will heed your words." "Very well. I shall call your uncle shortly. You can report for duty tomorrow." "All right, Kun." After ensuring their arrangements were settled, Ye Kun returned home, dedicating 2 days to analyzing the series of shifts before and after the economic upheaval. Saturday arrived as scheduled, and he arrived punctually at the Oriental Mandarin Hotel. Upon entering the conference room, he found Shen Bai and Zhang Diyuan already seated. Ye Kun entered with a smile, saying, "When it comes to financial matters, bankers are always the most enthusiastic. Otherwise, how would they occupy the CEO position?" The two exchanged eye rolls. Shen Bai remarked, "No matter how much we earn, ultimately it boils down to the bank's ledger. You are different. Your earnings go straight into your own pocket," replied Ye Kun, shaking his head. Zhang Diyuan interjected lightly, "But isn't the Ye family still under your control?" This remark left Ye Kun momentarily speechless. Moments later, Li Jiaqing and Li Zhaoji entered. Li Jiaqing surveyed the room, asking, "What are you all discussing? It seems lively." Ye Kun chuckled, "We were just discussing how to rake in significant profits. You two almost missed out." "Not at all. Others have yet to arrive," came the response. The group settled in, exchanging casual pleasantries. Soon, the remaining 4 attendees trickled in. Once everyone was present, Ye Kun stood and cleared his throat. "You all likely have some inkling of today's discussions." The shipping magnate, growing impatient, waved his hand, cut to the chase. "Just tell me how we're making money. I want to become a capital tycoon." Ye Kun shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "Today we will discuss 2 matters. First, we will collectively stockpile a cache of goods, waiting for the post-festival period to release them for guaranteed profits." The shipping magnate frowned. "Is that it? How much can we profit from a little inventory? Is it worth everyone making this trip?" "Indeed, the profit may not seem substantial," Ye Kun conceded. "But what if we stockpile sufficiently, and certain countries find themselves in a food crisis, desperately in need of supplies?" His words sent shockwaves through the room. "A food shortage? A national-level scarcity?" Zheng Yutong furrowed her brow. "Yi Zong, are you suggesting there will be war?" "You have guessed half correctly," Ye Kun replied calmly. "Indeed, there will be turmoil, but the preparations today are to brace for the impending global economic crisis." "A global economic crisis?" This statement fell like a stone into still waters. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the possibility. With everything seemingly stable, how could it suddenly collapse? Ye Kun continued, "You might want to pay attention. Since the beginning of this year, industrial output in many Western countries has noticeably declined. In the United States and several developed European nations, the unemployment rate has surpassed 10% of the total labor force. This is a clear signal that global economic turbulence is on the horizon." The group displayed skepticism, still finding it hard to believe. Shen Bai frowned. "Yi Zong, this does not necessarily indicate that an economic crisis will erupt, does it?" "It cannot solely be concluded from this point," he acknowledged. "However, there is one more factor. If it occurs, the crisis will become inevitable." "What is it?" came the chorus of inquiries. "The war between Iran and Iraq." Once these two oil-producing nations engage in conflict, oil prices will inevitably surge. The uncontrolled rise in energy prices is one of the critical triggers for igniting a global crisis. In truth, this war was already difficult to avoid. Its arrival merely hastened the storm that had long been brewing. Zhang Diyuan could not help but ask, Ye Zong, how can you be so certain that Iran and Iraq will inevitably go to war? Ye Kun smiled gently, uttering a statement that was not entirely truthful. He surveyed the room and said, as you all know, I am in the arms trade, and I am particularly sensitive to the sin of conflict. As the saying goes, where there is war, there are arms dealers. He Hongsheng, the gambling king, suddenly interjected, I recall that saying. I believe the original version states that where there are arms dealers, there is war, doesn't he it? Laughter erupted in the room. Ye Kun glanced at him and replied mildly, Mr. He, let us not cast stones at one another. The money made from your casinos and gambling boats isn't any cleaner than mine. He Hongsheng chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Ye Kun continued, rest assured. I have been closely monitoring the situation in the Middle East. The animosity between them has been brewing for far too long. War is merely a matter of 1 to 2 months. Someone jokingly asked, what if they ultimately don't go to war? Ye Kun smirked, then I will give them a push, as long as the two sides are at odds. One side armed to the teeth and outnumbering the other, the latter will never sit idly by. They will either strike first or await their demise. This statement plunged the room into silence. Some felt a chill run down their spines. Is he deliberately igniting the flames of war? Or is he orchestrating a worldwide economic collapse? Is this the true logic of capital? In comparison, their previous understanding of business was merely a trivial affair on the fringes of rules. Zhang Diyuan murmured, is this really the right course of action? He, having received a formal domestic education, still held on to a semblance of a moral compass. Ye Kun shot him a cold glance. They will fight sooner or later. I am merely providing some equipment. Do you think that without weapons, their hatred will vanish? Just look at how many conflicts the United States has instigated for profit. Our actions are already quite restrained. It is precisely for this reason that their financial empires can dominate the globe, with wealth largely stemming from the flames of war. Zhang Diyuan, upon hearing this, quietly closed his mouth. He was not entirely ignorant of the machinations of Western capital. Ye Kun surveyed the assembly with a piercing gaze before inquiring, is there anyone else who opposes our plan to stockpile supplies? The attendees exchanged hesitant glances, the air thick with uncertainty. Given Ye Kun's assertion that war was inevitable, the future circumstances were hardly difficult to predict, even though the global economy had yet to collapse. Once the flames of conflict ignited, resources would become highly sought after, a lucrative opportunity to sell to the warring nations. Thus, no one voiced dissent. Observing the silent acquiescence of the crowd, Ye Kun slowly continued, let us now address the second matter. Should those two oil-producing nations engage in battle, international oil prices will undoubtedly soar. Our opportunity lies within the oil futures market. Currently, neither my Yi Bank nor the Hong Kong Huaxiao Bank has access to international crude oil futures. This operation must be conducted through HSBC to maximize our profits. I recommend employing leverage. A small investment can yield substantial returns. Given the large number of participants and the considerable financial volume, concentrating financing in a single institution would exert excessive pressure. Therefore, I propose we diversify across different banks for leveraged financing. Now, if anyone wishes to abstain, please step forward. Those in agreement, kindly raise your hands. As his words lingered in the air, he scanned each individual present. Shen Bai, the king of chartering, Zhang Diyan, and Li Jiaqing all displayed resolute expressions as they sequentially raised their right hands. Having witnessed Ye Kun's prowess in the financial arena, they harbored no doubts about his words. Observing their actions, the others pondered briefly. The projection of rising oil prices seemed all but certain. It was illogical to forego such an opportunity. One by one, hands began to rise in agreement. Ye Kun's lips curled into a faint smile. I appreciate your trust. I shall not let this confidence go unfulfilled. Now, please share your financial arrangements and the leverage you can secure. He paused, adding, this initiative is substantial. HSBC alone cannot bear the entire burden. I suggest we act independently, considering international giants like Standard Chartered and Citibank. The king of chartering was the first to declare, I will contribute $1 billion with tenfold leverage. Li Jiaqing followed suit. I shall also invest $1 billion at the same tenfold leverage. Li Zhaoji pondered momentarily. $1 billion would strain my company's finances. I will provide $500 million. Still with tenfold leverage. The gambling king He Hongxing then stated, I too will invest $500 million at tenfold leverage. More than that may be unmanageable. Only Zheng Yutong and Hua Ingdong remained. Ye Kun turned his attention to them. What are your plans, esteemed colleagues? Zheng Yutong smiled gently. I shall invest $500 million at tenfold leverage. I have faith in you, Mr. Yi. She then looked towards Hua Ingdong. With a composed demeanor, Hua Ingdong replied. I will contribute $1 billion at tenfold leverage. If old Bao and generally trust you, I naturally do as well. Chapter 71. Dividing Profits and Discussing Acquisitions. The room shifted in atmosphere, with increased respect towards Hua Ingdong. Everyone understood that those willing to place substantial bets had the potential to claim the largest share of the pie. Excellent. Mr. Hua demonstrates commendable courage, Ye Kun praised. Giving a thumbs up, he then turned to Shun Bai and Zhang Diyin. You two helm the banks. The next steps fall to you. Shun Bai surveyed the room. Her tone calm, yet resolute. I will coordinate $100 million from HSBC. Personally, I will invest $1 million, all under tenfold leverage. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, she added with a smile, I also hold a stake in HSBC. I can indeed manage $1 million in cash. This serves as an opportunity to secure some benefits for myself, to save for my later years. Someone jested, Old Shun, if this investment fails, will you be living off the winds of the Northwest in your retirement? She waved her hand. If that day comes, I shall move into Mr. Ye's office and let him provide for me. Ye Kun chuckled in response. To house a financial magnate would be a boon I would eagerly welcome. The focus then shifted to Zhang Diyin, who shrugged, alas, our foreign exchange reserves are limited. We can only mobilize $100 million. However, I will pursue leveraged operations through other banks, aiming for the same tenfold amplification. Once all participants had spoken, Ye Kun nodded affirmatively. Let us finalize this. Immediately following the Spring Festival, all funds will be deposited into HSBC's account, managed under my direction. He then addressed Shun Bai. I too shall prepare $1 billion. I kindly request your assistance in arranging tenfold leverage. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, Shun Bai replied cheerfully, your allocation will certainly be secured. Then my gratitude. Shun, Ye Kun acknowledged. Before turning to the entire assembly, now let us discuss the third matter. Post-crisis, a multitude of enterprises will falter, presenting us with prime opportunities for acquisition. Governments worldwide cannot remain passive. They will inevitably intervene. However, should external financial consortiums seek to claim their share, competition will ensue. We cannot hope to compete individually. Hence the necessity for unity. Our circle exists precisely to counter formidable adversaries. Rising to her feet, Shun Bai asserted, creating a financial conglomerate is not merely for show. It is to stabilize our collective livelihoods. Should anyone attempt to encroach upon our territory, we will stand united to push them out. The attendees nodded in agreement. The King of Chartering added, individually, we may not be the pinnacle on the international stage, but united, none would dare challenge us. As discussions reached a natural conclusion, Ye Kun's expression became serious. It is important that we clarify a few matters beforehand. This initiative is spearheaded by me, and the opportunities are of my own unveiling. The oil futures market must be personally managed by me. Consequently, I shall take a 10% commission from the profits as compensation. That seems fair, does it not? He surveyed the assembly, and no objections were raised. This proposition had been anticipated. Ye Kun had provided the platform and direction, and 10% was hardly excessive. Noting the absence of dissent, Ye Kun inclined his head slightly. Though this was their inaugural cooperative venture, he had garnered sufficient trust. He continued, additionally, should we encounter adversaries who disregard boundaries and resort to underhanded tactics during confrontations, do not attempt to bear it alone. Leave it to me to handle. Let us first target one or two formidable foes to establish our authority. With Ye Kun's assurance, one individual remarked, we can proceed with confidence. The attendees were well aware of Ye Kun's capabilities. His control over security forces in Hong Kong alone was enough to suppress all local factions. Having recently stirred up turmoil in the Argentine capital, he now sat here, unscathed, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Such competence was not to be underestimated. Not to mention his entanglements in the arms trade, with connections and methods that were profoundly intricate. Following this, the group solidified the details of their collaboration, with the King of Chartering leading the establishment of a company for resource reserves, each contributing according to their capacity and responsibilities. Once all matters were settled, they dispersed to make arrangements. Ye Kun planned to visit his two future in-laws before the year's end. He first contacted Li Shiner, asking her to discuss a suitable time with her family. Upon hearing this, Li Shiner felt a surge of joy. Her parents operated a modest clothing factory, struggling with cash flow issues recently. That evening, after dinner, she sat in the living room, hesitating on how to broach the subject. Her father, Li Yujia, noticing her discomfort, smiled and asked, Shiner, what troubles you? Are finances tight lately? Blushing, she quietly confessed, Dad, Mom, I've fallen in love. My boyfriend's name is Ye Kun. Finally, uttering the words, she exhaled in relief. Her parents exchanged knowing smiles, and her mother, Chen Hua, gently said, when can you bring him home for us to meet? Li Shiner blinked in surprise, asking, aren't you curious about what he does? What his family background is like? Li Yujia chuckled, is it necessary to ask? You never stayed out overnight before, but now you're frequently late. We have a pretty good idea already. Sheener, we trust your judgment, Chenhua added. Find a time to bring him home for dinner. She nodded, softly responding. All right, I'll bring him back tomorrow evening. Yes, you're 25 now. It's time to consider settling down. Li Yujia teased. We're eagerly awaiting the chance to hold our grandchildren. Chenhua gave a light cough and reiterated. However, you are not yet married. So do remember to take proper precautions. Once the wedding banquet is officially held, you may do as you please. Li Xiner, her face flushed with embarrassment, called out a hasty reply before darting back to her room. Upon entering, she immediately dialed Ye Kun's number to inform him about meeting her parents the following day. The next afternoon, Ye Kun picked her up in front of Ye's bank. During the drive, he inquired, what are your parents' preferences? For a first visit, it is customary to bring a gift. Leaning against him, Li Xiner sweetly replied, A Kun, my father loves tea, so just pick some fine tea leaves. My mother adores beauty products, so selecting some high-end cosmetics would surely please her. Understood. The car first made its way to a tea shop. Although Ye Kun enjoyed tea, he lacked expertise and appreciation, so he made a beeline for the most expensive option. The proprietor claimed it was the mother tree to Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. He chuckled inwardly, knowing the annual yield of the mother tree was minimal. This was clearly from a descendant tree, priced at 320,000 per gene. Ye Kun said nothing further and decided to make the purchase. Let us take a gene. To make it a round number, he stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper, who had initially intended to haggle, promptly ceased and swiftly packaged the purchase. Afterward, Ye Kun took Li Xiner's hand and they entered Lancome, the most renowned cosmetics store in all of Xinjiang. This establishment was not only the top choice locally, but also a gathering place for globally recognized premier brands. Confronted with the dazzling array of bottles and jars, Ye Kun appeared somewhat out of his depth. Xiner, you choose a set, he suggested after a brief pause. I want the best. A Kun, I usually wear light makeup and am not very familiar with these products. Why not ask a sales associate for recommendations? Li Xiner responded softly. Just then, a uniformed sales attendant approached with a gentle demeanor. Hello, may I ask what type of products you are looking for? Ye Kun waved his hand dismissively. I am not versed in these matters. Just bring out the most expensive set you have. The attendant smiled slightly. The highest end offering in our store is the little black bottle exclusive 10-piece set, priced at 98,000 Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing this figure, Ye Kun felt a stir within. No wonder it was said that a woman's vanity could conceal a gold mine. That will do, he replied decisively. Once packaged, the two exited the shop with their gift boxes in hand. As dusk approached and dinner time drew near, they arrived at Li Xiner's home. The sounds of cooking wafted from the kitchen, where Chenhua was busily preparing the dishes. Knowing her daughter was bringing her boyfriend home, she had specifically gone to the market to procure fresh seafood. In the living room, Li Yujia was seated on the sofa reading a newspaper. The doorbell rang, and Li Xiner, arm in arm with Ye Kun, stepped inside. Upon entering, Ye Kun politely greeted, Good evening, uncle. Come in and take a seat. Li Yujia set down the newspaper, accepted the gift Ye Kun offered, and warmly invited him to sit. He then turned to his daughter and instructed, Xiner, go make a cup of tea for Xiao Kun. No need to trouble yourself, uncle. I can manage it. Ye Kun quickly interjected. At that moment, Chenhua emerged from the kitchen, smiling as she sized up the young man. You must be Xiao Kun, right? You look quite spirited. Auntie, your culinary skills are so remarkable that the aroma wafts all the way to the door, Ye Kun replied with a smile. You certainly know how to flatter. Chenhua chuckled. Please have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. She then turned and returned to the kitchen. After Ye Kun was seated, Li Yujia broached the topic. Xiao Kun, what do you do for a living? Uncle, I don't have a fixed position. My family business is quite diversified. I only occasionally lend a hand where needed, Ye Kun explained. What sectors does your family primarily engage in? Li Yujia pressed further. Finance, real estate, shipping, media. We dabble in various fields, Ye Kun replied calmly. Li Yujia furrowed his brow. That sounds substantial. Why don't you focus on one specific direction? Is there some complexity within the family? Dad, Li Xiner interjected in discontent. How can you ask that? Ye Kun is the head of the Ye family. His decisions govern everything. There's no question of exclusion. Li Yujia was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes lit up as he scrutinized Ye Kun closely. Wait a moment. The Ye family you speak of, surely that's the one that owns Ye's bank, Ye's real estate, and Ye's media, and has previously acquired Kowloon warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa? Ye Kun smiled and nodded gently. So, you truly are the head of the Ye family? Li Yujia asked, somewhat astonished. Ye Kun's expression dimmed slightly as he spoke softly. My parents passed away in a car accident earlier this year, and this position has fallen to me. Li Yujia was unaware of this, as such news had never reached him. He quickly said, Xiao Kun, I apologize for bringing up something that saddens you. It's quite all right, uncle. Life must go on. Ye Kun managed a forced smile, tinged with bitterness. Upon learning of his identity, Li Yujie's demeanor shifted subtly, assuming a more cautious and respectful tone. Li Xiner, observing her father's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, out there he is the lord of the Ye family. But here, he is simply your future son-in-law. Ye Kun added, Indeed, uncle. Here, I hold no other title but that of a member of your family. Your son in spirit. Li Yujie rubbed his hands together, somewhat awkwardly. Everyone says the Ye family is a legend in Xianjiang. Who would have thought? My daughter has captured such a prize. Li Xiner rolled her eyes, exuding exasperation. Before long, Chunhua emerged from the kitchen with 4 dishes and a soup, proclaiming, Come. Come, the meal is ready, dig in. Li Xiner glanced at the spread and feigned a pout. Mom, I usually don't get this treatment. Have you gone all out today? Chunhua shot her a sidelong glance. If you want to eat well, can't you lend a hand? Have you returned the skills I taught you? Turning with a beaming smile, she beckoned to Ye Kun, Xiao Kun. Do eat more, and let me know how you find my cooking. Ye Kun responded gratefully. Thank you, Auntie, and then handed a pair of chopsticks to Li Yujie. Uncle, please, after you. Li Yujie took them and promptly said to his wife, Dear, go fetch that jar of aged wine. I want to have a few drinks with Xiao Kun tonight. In a short while, Chunhua brought out a ceramic jar, hefty and substantial, likely containing several pounds. She then retrieved a wine vessel and filled it for both men. Before they began, she cautioned, Drink, but don't overdo it. Understood. Li Yujie waved his hand, eagerly raising his glass. Ye Kun offered a toast first, and soon everyone began to eat. The dishes were rich and flavorful, truly exceptional. He sincerely praised, Auntie. Your culinary skills are truly unparalleled. Chunhua beamed with delight. If you like it, do come often. I'll make it for you anytime. Ye Kun nodded earnestly. I will definitely come by often. After the meal, Chunhua prepared a light dish to accompany the wine. And Ye Kun and Li Yujie continued to drink and laugh, the atmosphere becoming increasingly warm. Meanwhile, Chunhua discreetly pulled her daughter aside and quietly inquired about Ye Kun's background. Li Xiner briefly shared, and Chunhua's eyes widened in surprise. You mean he is the head of the Ye family? Yes, Li Xiner nodded gently. Chunhua's brow furrowed as waves of concern washed over her. The Ye family was one of Xianjiang's most prestigious, but would her daughter find happiness within such a powerful family? With the constant stream of admirers surrounding wealthy heirs, would her daughter face any hardships? Li Xiner, perceiving her mother's worries, reassured softly, Mom, don't fret. Ye Kun is not that kind of person. He treats me exceptionally well. Standing beside her daughter, Chunhua lowered her voice, advising, Tonight, don't wear that thing. Try to conceive early. If you bear a son, your standing in the Ye family will be secure. With a son, Ye Kun will think twice before mistreating you. Li Xiner's cheeks flushed as she quietly protested, Mom. How can you say such things? What kind of mother teaches her daughter like this? I am making plans for you. Chunhua spoke with unwavering resolve, instructing that once they had drunk sufficiently, she would assist Ye Kun to his room to rest. Li Xiner opened her mouth to retort, but was silenced by a single glance from her mother, leaving her to nod in quiet acquiescence. At the dining table, Ye Kun and Li Yujie continued to clink their glasses together. After consuming half a jar of liquor, Li Yujie's speech had begun to slur, and his breathing grew labored. Chunhua took away the remaining jar of alcohol and helped the inebriated Li Yujie toward the room. As they passed the doorway, she discreetly cast a meaningful glance at her daughter. Li Xiner sighed and turned to support Ye Kun, slowly making her way to her bedroom. Just as the door closed, Ye Kun suddenly straightened up, his eyes clear. Li Xiner was taken aback. You're not drunk? Ye Kun chuckled lightly. What is a mere cup of liquor to me? Having already achieved a third-level physique, he felt no intoxication, not even if he were to consume an entire jar. He had clearly observed Chunhua's intentions, all orchestrated for the sake of her daughter. Chapter 73. Who will steer the ship? He said little, merely enfolding Li Xiner in his arms. The following morning, Ye Kun rose to bid farewell. Upon returning to his residence, he dialed Zhang Qianwen's number. Matters of the heart must always be approached with fairness. He asked her to inquire when her parents would be available for a visit. Zhang Qianwen was overjoyed at this, promising to discuss the proposal with her family that evening. In the afternoon, his phone rang, displaying the name Yi Yeni. Boss, the LCD television is ready. The voice on the other end was brimming with excitement. Ye Kun was momentarily stunned. So soon? This implied that the technology had emerged 2 years ahead of its historical timeline. A television belonging to Huaxiao was about to become a global first. Within 2 years, no one would be able to rival it. Monopolies have always been the most lucrative of enterprises. Bring all the materials and prototypes to Longwan Villa immediately. In less than an hour, Yi Yeni appeared at the door, carrying a cardboard box and a stack of documents. Upon opening the box, a 30-inch LCD television lay quietly within. Its size was not enormous, but the design and picture quality were strikingly reminiscent of Ye Kun's memories of the product. Has it been tested? Yes, the colors are vivid. And the signal is stable. Ye Kun instructed Ye to replace the old television in the living room and connect the power. As the screen lit up, an opening animation gradually revealed a swirling character in the air, glistening brilliantly. It then transitioned into normal playback mode, with picture quality far surpassing previous standards. Good, very good. Ye Kun exclaimed thrice, giving Ye a hearty pat on the shoulder. From the research budget, I will allocate 5 million as your reward. Ye was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he repeatedly expressed thanks. Ye Kun gazed at the screen. Yet a frown creased his brow. Who would be responsible for overseeing this project? With everyone preoccupied with their respective tasks, Ye Kun contemplated that perhaps it would be more prudent to entrust this matter to his aunt, carrying a television and a stack of documents. He entered the building of the Ye Foundation. Ye Suching was still seated at her desk, attending to paperwork, her figure appearing somewhat frail under the glow of the lamp. She was the most burdened individual in the Ye family at present, and as Ye Kun observed her, a pang of concern tightened in his chest. When the family gathering came around during the festive season, he planned to discreetly distribute the genetic agent. Health was paramount. One should not sacrifice their well-being for the sake of career. Aunt, I have brought you a rare treasure. Ye Kun pushed the door open, his voice ringing clear. Ye Suching looked up, her gaze landing on the cardboard box in his arms. What precious item have you brought this time? He smiled broadly, an unprecedented LCD television. LCD television? She furrowed her brow, unfamiliar with the term. While she certainly knew what a television was, the words liquid crystal were entirely new to her. Come, let me show you. Ye Kun turned and walked toward the hall, locating the old cathode ray television in the corner. He gestured to Ye, who immediately set about replacing the equipment. When the slender, jet-black screen illuminated, Ye Suching was momentarily speechless. Is this truly a television? The picture is as clear as the actual scene outside. As the signal stabilized and the news program began to play smoothly, her fingers instinctively clenched tighter. She could already envision the product's global takeover and anticipated annual profits surpassing 100 billion from just this item alone. She turned to Ye Kun. Her voice lowered. Xiao Kun, can we truly maintain exclusive rights for so long? At least for the next year and a half, no one will catch up. Ye Kun spoke with unwavering certainty. What we need to do now is to expedite mass production and launch it globally. By the time others just begin to grasp the concept, our second generation will already be prepared. He paused. The timing will perfectly align. Ye Suching fell into contemplation before speaking again. What if we entrust this project to Xiao Meng? She just picked up the funds for the island from me yesterday and is expected to return in a couple of days. She was already planning to expand the arcade business into Southeast Asia, so she could seamlessly incorporate the television. We can reserve a batch for Hong Kong, while the rest can be launched in the Nanyang market. With a solid reputation established, we can seek regional agents for collaboration. Our role will be solely in production while they handle sales. Ye Kun nodded in agreement. Then let her establish the factory as soon as she returns. He handed over the documents he held. This is all for you. Please ensure it is kept secure and confidential. Rest assured, Ye Suching replied, taking the files and walking to the wall-mounted safe to lock them away securely. Subsequently, Ye Kun departed the building with Ye. Upon stepping outside, he suddenly inquired, is the research funding still sufficient? It is adequate, Ye answered. Within 6 months, the second generation will be launched. Ye Kun gazed at the sky peeking between the distant buildings, stating, once the second generation is completed, hold off on the announcement. We will then focus on the third generation. When the first generation is nearly sold out, we will release the second. This rhythm, you and Xiao Meng will coordinate directly. The two figures gradually faded into the distance, the gentle breeze swirling the fallen leaves at their feet. Understood, boss, I will take care of it right away. Ye affirmed. Simultaneously, Zhang Qianwen concluded her day's work, returning home and heading straight to the kitchen, gently ushering the busy maid out. She rolled up her sleeves and tied on an apron, beginning to chop and stir-fry. Though her movements were not particularly skilled, she approached the task with utmost sincerity. In the living room, Zhang Wei and Zhao Xian sat on the sofa, one flipping through a newspaper while the other snacked on sunflower seeds. Their eyes met, exchanging a tacit understanding. Zhang Wei was one of the founders of Wei Xian Real Estate Development Company, and his wife, Zhao Xian, co-managed the enterprise with him, which was equally renowned in the industry alongside Zhao Pengcheng's Pengcheng Real Estate. Zhao Xian took a sip of tea and spoke softly. Old Zhang, do you think our daughter is cooking tonight because she has something to discuss? Zhang Wei did not look up. When has she ever taken the initiative to step into the kitchen? There must certainly be something on her mind today. What do you think it could be? Zhao Xian inquired. What else could it be? Zhang Wei set down the newspaper. Have you forgotten about that Zhao Tao from the Zhao family who pursued our daughter but ended up getting locked up? His father came to ask me if I had any connections. So, our daughter has been secretly dating? Zhao Xian laughed softly. To have subdued Zhao Tao, a person whom even old Zhao could not handle, must mean they have quite the formidable background. Zhang Wei snorted dismissively. No matter how formidable. If they dare to bully Qianwen, I will not spare them. Suddenly, Zhao Xian recalled something. By the way, she has been coming home late several times recently. And there were even a few days when she didn't return at all. Although she is a police officer, she used to always come home, no matter how busy she was. Zhang Wei's expression darkened, a feeling of obstruction rising within him. After raising their daughter for over 20 years, she suddenly had someone else in her life, and he was completely unaware. Before long, Zhang Qianwen emerged from the kitchen, carrying several plates of hot dishes and placing them on the dining table, smiling as she called out, "Dad, Mom, dinner's ready. Come and taste how my cooking turned out." Zhao Xian picked up a piece with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth, nodding with a smile. "Not bad. The flavor is quite delightful, far surpassing my expectations." Chapter 74. The Revelation of the Family Head's Identity. She turned to Zhang Wei, saying, "You should eat too." As she spoke, she deftly placed a piece into his mouth. Zhang Wei chewed a few times, his expression softening. The dishes served were all his favorites. He remained silent, merely bowing his head to continue eating. Halfway through the meal, Zhang Qianwen glanced up at the two of them and spoke softly, "Mom and Dad, I have something I wish to tell you." Zhang Wei continued to focus on his bowl, urging her to continue. Zhao Xian suppressed a laugh, aware that he was sulking again. "If I were to have a boyfriend, would you approve?" Zhang Qianwen ventured cautiously. "If?" Zhang Wei finally raised his eyes, questioning whether she meant she had one or not. Zhang Qianwen's face flushed slightly. "I do have one. How about I bring him home tomorrow for you to meet?" "Not now, we'll talk about it later," Zhang Wei replied curtly. Returning to his meal, Zhao Xian shot him a fierce glare before gently saying to her daughter, "Do bring him back. Let your father and I meet him tomorrow." "Okay. Thank you, Mom." Zhang Qianwen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced over to Zhao Xian, wrapping her arm around her mother's and planting a kiss on her cheek. Zhao Xian smiled, patting her hand, then discreetly pointed at Zhang Wei, her eyes conveying the message, "Your father still needs some convincing." Zhang Qianwen quickly stepped forward, linking her arm with Zhang Wei's and playfully said, "Dad, you love me the most. Tomorrow I'll bring him home for you to see. If you don't like him, I won't continue seeing him." Zhang Wei shot her a sidelong glance. "Bring him over tomorrow then. I look forward to you settling down soon." At 25. Delaying further is unwise. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom." Before her words had fully faded, she had already turned and dashed into her room, eager to share the good news with Ye Kun. The living room was left with only Zhang Wei and Zhao Xian. He gazed at his daughter's departing figure and sighed softly. "Alas, our daughter is getting married. When will that rascal Zhang Liang bring home a daughter-in-law?" Zhao Xian responded quietly. "A daughter-in-law is too much to hope for. I only wish for him to return safely." Zhang Liang was their son, Zhang Qianwen's elder brother. He had always been combative and, upon growing up, insisted on joining the military. Unable to rein him in, Zhang Wei had no choice but to send him to the Flying Tigers for 2 years of training. Unexpectedly, the boy not only failed to settle down, but instead turned to becoming a mercenary abroad. Zhang Wei was so infuriated he nearly had a stroke, using countless connections to discover he was wandering with a mercenary group in the United States. With a vast family business at his disposal, he chose to risk his life instead, a matter that had become a topic of idle gossip among the upper echelons of Hong Kong society. After receiving Zhang Qianwen's call, Ye Kun first inquired about her parents' preferences, intending to prepare gifts in advance. That evening, he planned to pick up Zhang Qianwen and pay a visit. Zhang Qianwen had mentioned over the phone, "My dad enjoys a good glass of red wine. Just bring a decent bottle. As for my mom, choose a nice necklace." "Understood. I will make the preparations tomorrow and come to pick you up so we can go together," Ye Kun replied calmly yet earnestly. "Yes, yes," Zhang Qianwen responded cheerfully. The next day, Ye Kun entered the Margot Winery, one of the 5 prestigious estates in Hong Kong. Without hesitation, he purchased the most expensive bottle of vintage red wine in the store, priced at 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, paying without so much as a frown. After leaving the shop, he headed to Zhou Dafeng Jewelry, selecting a jadeite necklace said to be a top-tier piece in the store. Ye Kun had always been this way, opting for the most expensive when he was unsure. At around 6 in the evening, he arrived at the police station to pick up Zhang Qianwen and drove to a discreet yet exquisitely designed villa belonging to the Zhang family, one of the premier residences in Hong Kong. Upon entering, Zhao Xian, seated on the sofa, immediately stood to greet him. "You must be Xiao Yi, right? Qianwen, why don't you introduce him?" She took the gift box from Ye Kun's hands, smiling as she chided. "Oh dear, you came as a guest. Why bring gifts? Is there anything lacking in our home?" Ye Kun smiled slightly. "Hello, Auntie, I am Ye Kun. It is my first visit, and it felt inappropriate to come empty-handed. So I brought a little something for you and Uncle. Please, have a seat. You are very thoughtful," Zhao Xian said as she turned to Zhang Wei. "Old man, Why are you in a daze? Call the kitchen to serve the dishes. Zhang Wei grumbled a reply and slowly issued the order. Soon, a series of dishes were brought to the table, showcasing the effort put into the meal. Ye Kun stood up respectfully. Hello, uncle, I am Ye Kun. Zhang Wei glanced at him indifferently, replying with a single syllable. Ye Kun stood calmly in the living room, unperturbed by the scrutiny of his future father-in-law. As he understood, it was only natural for one to feel a bit of tension when about to win over someone's cherished daughter. Zhang Wei, seated on the sofa, sharply scrutinized Ye Kun's face. To ensure a secure future for his daughter, he resolved to uncover the young man's background. Xiao Kun, what do you usually do? He inquired in a calm tone, masking his probing undertone. Uncle, I do not have a fixed job. My family has some businesses, and I fill in wherever there is a need. Ye Kun replied naturally. What kind of business does your family engage in? Zhang Wei pressed on. Quite diverse. Ye Kun chuckled shyly. Real estate, media, and warehousing, among other ventures. Oh, please elaborate. Zhang Wei leaned slightly forward. Ye Kun understood that this father was different from Li Xan'er's. He needed to present significant credentials to pass muster. He cleared his throat and said, Uncle, we have Ye Real Estate, Ye Media, and also the Kowloon Warehouse Group, all under our family's name. What did you just say? All of these belong to your family? Zhang Wei's head snapped up, eyes wide in astonishment. Who in Hong Kong was unaware of the Ye family's considerable influence? Yes, uncle, Ye Kun confirmed with a nod. Zhao Xian beside them was left speechless, her breath almost hitching. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei asked, I heard that all members of the Ye family are expected to take over a company upon reaching adulthood. Is that true? Ye Kun shook his head. Not entirely. Some family members have entered government positions as well. And you? Are you in business or pursuing a political career? Currently, I am primarily in business, Ye Kun answered succinctly. At this moment, Zhang Qianwen could no longer contain herself. Dad, are you just beating around the bush to find out what Ye Kun does? He is the head of the Ye family. All matters of the family fall under his purview, she said, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. The two exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Zhang Wei murmured. So, you are the unseen captain of the Ye family? Family head is merely a title. Here I stand. Do I seem like one to hide away? Ye Kun chuckled. Zhao Xian suddenly recalled something, her voice trembling. Xiao Kun, does your Ye security have a branch in the United States? Zhang Wei instantly became alert. His gaze fixed intently on Ye Kun. Ye Kun, slightly puzzled, still replied. Yes, we have a subsidiary in the United States. Are you familiar with the mercenary business? Zhang Wei's tone lowered a notch. Chapter 75, a new assignment? Ye Kun raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly. Uncle, our security company in the United States inherently undertakes mercenary operations. Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly reddened, her voice quivering. Xiao Kun, could we trouble you for a favor? Mom. Zhang Qianwen quickly grasped her mother's hand. Let us not do this now. We can discuss things calmly. She turned to Ye Kun, her eyes glistening with tears. Is something wrong with my brother in the United States? I thought he was working at a big company. How could he be involved with mercenaries? Zhang Wei let out a heavy sigh, his voice laden with gravity. That was a lie he told you. He didn't want you to worry. In truth, he enlisted as a mercenary and is currently in a war zone. What? Zhang Qianwen's face paled, her entire being frozen in shock. After listening to the unfolding situation, Ye Kun softly remarked, Uncle, Auntie, being a mercenary does not necessarily entail constant combat. There are numerous non-combat missions as well. Please share any information you have, and I will endeavor to assist in the search. Zhang Wei then recalled. His name is Zhang Liang, my nephew. All I know is that he is with a mercenary company in the United States, frequently dispatched to war-torn regions for missions. But beyond that, I am not well informed. Ye Kun nodded in response. Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to investigate. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Kun. Zhang Wei expressed sincerely. It's merely a family matter. There's no need to mention trouble, Ye Kun replied with a smile. Originally, he planned to contact Ye Long later that evening for information, but upon seeing the anxious expressions on the faces of the two before him, he promptly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed the number right then and there. Once the call connected, Ye Kun spoke. Ye Long, I need you to look into someone. The voice on the other end immediately responded. What can I do for you, boss? Zhang Liang, a Chinese national from Hong Kong, currently working as a mercenary in the United States. That's all the leads I have. After a brief pause, Ye Long's voice took on a tone of hesitation. Boss, has this person displeased you? Not at all. Once located, please bring him back to Hong Kong, Ye Kun replied. The next moment, Ye Long's words left Ye Kun momentarily stunned. Boss, I believe he is already here. Would you like me to have him come over for your personal confirmation? Ye Kun furrowed his brow. What did you say? Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. He is one of our newly recruited team members, having joined the company just last month. He was attracted by our competitive salary and advanced equipment, which prompted him to come. He is currently in training and will not be deployed on missions for another 2 weeks. Ye Kun was taken aback and turned to Zhang Wei and Zhao Xian, somewhat incredulously stating, "Uncle, Auntie. It appears that this Zhang Liang may be affiliated with our Ye family. However, it is not entirely certain, as we only know that his name and origin match. Should I have him answer a call so that you can hear his voice?" Zhang Wei expressed his confusion. "How could he possibly join your company?" Ye Kun explained, "Our terms are indeed attractive, high salary and comprehensive benefits, which likely enticed him. He reported last month and is currently undergoing training. He wants to be on the front lines until next month." Zhao Xian seized the opportunity with urgency. "Xiao Kun, please have him answer the phone. We need to confirm whether he is indeed our child." Ye Kun nodded and instructed into the receiver, "Please summon Zhang Liang to take this call." "Understood, boss. He is at the training ground. I will go fetch him immediately." Yilong replied before rushing out. In less than 2 minutes, shouts from the training ground echoed through the receiver. Shortly thereafter, a commanding voice rang out. "Zhang Liang, step forward." "Present, instructor." Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Wei and Zhao Xian almost simultaneously gasped. It's Xiao Liang's voice. From a distance, Yilong's voice called out, "Zhang Liang, you have a phone call. Come and answer it." The phone line grew quiet as a pair of tentative footsteps approached the device. "Hello, who is this?" Ye Kun tentatively inquired as he took the mobile phone from Yilong. Before a response could be heard, Zhang Qianwen's furious shout erupted, "Zhang Liang, you have quite the audacity to hide away in the United States. If I don't see you within 3 days, I'll personally fly over there to skin you alive." The force of her voice left Ye Kun's eardrums ringing, revealing the fierce nature of Zhang Qianwen when provoked, which was a stark contrast to her usual cheerful demeanor. Zhang Liang's voice finally came through, filled with surprise. "Little sister? How did you find me?" "Not just me. Mom and Dad know as well," Zhang Qianwen retorted with a cold huff. "Xiao Liang, come home. Your mother hasn't slept well lately. And you've been haunting my dreams." Zhao Xian's voice trembled slightly. Chen Wei then chastised angrily, "Ungrateful child. 3 days of absence means you can no longer claim this family as yours." Zhang Liang attempted to defend himself. "Dad, Mom, I truly cannot bear to leave the battlefield." Before he could finish, Zhang Qianwen turned to Ye Kun and commanded, "A Kun, instruct your people to give him a good beating before dragging him back." Ye Kun, feeling helpless, could only instruct Yilong, "Bring him back to Hong Kong. If he resists, bind him." "Understood, boss, I will complete the task." Yilong affirmed before hanging up. Ye Kun turned to Zhang Wei and Zhao Xian, "Uncle, Auntie, rest assured, he will return." Zhao Xian wiped her tear-streaked cheeks. "Xiao Kun, I apologize for the commotion today. Next time you visit, let us have a proper gathering. Uncle and Auntie have been most gracious. I felt no discomfort at all and shall visit again soon." Ye Kun replied with a smile. At that moment, Yi drove up, and Ye Kun waved his goodbyes before departing. Days swiftly passed, and Zhang Liang was brought back to the Zhang household by Yilong, after which Ye Kun no longer inquired about the matter. Concurrently, Yi Ming, who had been out acquiring an island, returned as well. She headed straight to the Longwan villa to find Ye Kun. In the study, Yi Ming unceremoniously plopped down into a chair, shedding her usual composure. "Brother, I am utterly exhausted. The island you requested has finally been secured." As she spoke, she tossed a bag of documents onto the table. "Enough complaining. Take a couple of days to rest." Ye Kun gestured. "However, I have tasks from your aunt that still require your attention." Yi Ming's eyes widened in surprise. "There's more? Are you all trying to drain me dry?" Ye Kun felt a twinge of guilt, acknowledging that he had indeed kept her busy lately. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious tone. "Xiao Ming, it is precisely because I trust your capabilities that you are the only one fit for this task." "What task is it?" Yi Ming inquired, frowning. "We have developed a new television model, called the LCD TV, which no other manufacturer can yet produce. During this period, we can monopolize the market. So we must act swiftly to increase sales." Ye Kun explained to Yi Ming. "If someone else were to undertake this, their lack of experience would surely hinder progress. But aren't you looking to expand into the Southeast Asian arcade market?" "This aligns perfectly," Ye Kun continued. "We will retain a portion of the televisions for sale in Hong Kong, while the remainder will be shipped to Southeast Asia." Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's interest was piqued, sensing that this task was indeed best suited for her. "Once the product reaches Southeast Asia, we will no longer need to be directly involved," Ye Kun added, noting that handling sales personally was too labor-intensive and slow-paced. "Then what should we do?" Yi Ming asked, looking up. "After establishing a foothold, we can find agents. For small countries, appoint 1 person per country. For larger nations, set agents by region, with 1 for each area. We will supply them with our products. Although we will share some profits, the speed of distribution will increase exponentially. Overall, we will end up earning more." Yi Ming's eyes lit up as she grasped the strategy. "All right, brother, I will take charge of the televisions. You can trust that I will see it through to the end." She readily agreed. "All the materials are with your aunt. just go to her to collect them. And remember, confidentiality is paramount. No information must leak. Understood, brother. Ye Ming smiled and nodded. I will secure everything in the safest safe upon my return. After discussing the television matter, Ye Kun picked up a document folder from the table and began to examine the papers inside carefully. It was a contract regarding an island transaction named Green Island. With a total area of approximately 3 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to 300,000 square meters, comparable in size to 420 football fields. The more he read, the more delighted he became. Originally, it was thought that acquiring a mere square kilometer would be a significant achievement. However, Ye Ming astonishingly secured a territory 3 times that size. Such an expanse of land is typically not relinquished by nations. So how did you manage to negotiate this? Ye Kun could not help but inquire. Ye Ming lifted her chin and proudly replied, ordinarily, it would not be for sale. But due to the presence of pirates in the surrounding waters, the locals have long refrained from approaching, causing land prices to plummet. Even then, the non-governmental authorities remained obstinate. So I simply leveraged my connections. I ensured that over 90% of the officials were well taken care of, with the red envelopes in place. Who would dare obstruct the purchase? The president's dissent alone was futile. With everyone else in agreement, he had no choice but to sign. In the end, it was a complete acquisition for $500 million. After recounting her experience, Ye Kun could not suppress a smile and raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, well done. Brother, Ye Ming winked. The pirates on the island should pose no challenge for you, right? Ye Kun chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Those individuals are hardly worth mentioning. When we set foot on the island, we shall deal with them effortlessly. All right then, brother, I shall return to attend to matters at the television factory, Ye Ming said, turning to exit. Just as she reached the door, Ye Kun suddenly called out, Xiao Ming. Merge the arcade factory with the television factory and register a new company to be named Ye's Electronic Technology Company, Limited. Understood, brother. I will handle it right away. After Ye Ming departed, Ye Kun contacted Yi San and Yi Lu. The two soon arrived at the Longwan Villa, greeting him respectfully upon entering. Ye Kun handed over the documents for the island purchase and addressed Yi San. From this moment forth, transfer all military production lines to this island. I will gradually invest in more advanced manufacturing equipment. Our goal is not merely to catch up, but to surpass the leading military factories in the United States. Yi San responded solemnly, Boss, rest assured, within a few years, we will undoubtedly secure our place in the global arms market. Ye Kun then turned to Yi Lu. Pirate activities are rampant around Green Island. You are to take immediate action to eliminate them. Subsequently, establish a security team on the island, openly recruiting personnel. The safety system must be robust. I will provide warships and weaponry. The future growth potential depends entirely on your capabilities. Yi Lu stood tall, his voice resolute. Boss, as long as I am here, Green Island will never face any threats. Go then, prepare accordingly. We shall set foot on the island tomorrow. Bringing along the equipment and weaponry, Ye Kun instructed, and the two promptly withdrew. The next morning, Ye Kun, accompanied by Yi San, Yi Lu, and a group of systematically recruited guards, set sail for Green Island. Once in international waters, he exchanged for 2 naval vessels through the system. Despite reports of frequent pirate activity in the area, the journey was remarkably calm, with no interruptions. Upon reaching Green Island, Ye Kun surveyed the surroundings and found the actual environment far superior to the descriptions, making it an ideal location for establishing a large military base. The three conducted a foot patrol of the entire area but struggled to find a suitable temporary storage location. Clearly, leaving the equipment exposed outdoors was impractical. Thus, Ye Kun ordered the accompanying guards to disperse and search for usable spaces. After all, the island was vast, and with more people, opportunities would arise. Soon after, a guard hurried back with a report, stating that a spacious cave had been discovered on the mountainside, large enough to accommodate a substantial amount of equipment. Ye Kun personally inspected the site and found the entrance to be rectangular, extending less than 20 meters deep, but stretching horizontally for several hundred meters along the mountain slope, fully meeting the initial storage needs. After confirming the location, he immediately accessed the arms marketplace for procurement. In addition to the complete set of equipment from the original Hong Kong factory, he also acquired a batch of high-precision machine tools intended for constructing warships, ensuring a legitimate source for future sales and avoiding external scrutiny. After careful deliberation, Ye Kun decided to procure a complete set of equipment necessary for aircraft manufacturing. Although production conditions were not yet in place, once the island underwent renovations and an airport and dedicated aircraft manufacturing facility were established, it would merely be a matter of time. In this manner, his military-industrial system would eventually stand shoulder to shoulder with the foremost arms giants of the United States. More critically, possessing a sufficiently powerful armed force was imperative. Relying solely on the security team and mercenaries from the American division would evidently be inadequate for the future landscape, considering that certain arms dealers would go as far as instigating conflict to penetrate markets. Ye Kun recognized that the domain he was about to enter was rife with bloodshed and calculations. Without a reliable private army, establishing a foothold against such adversaries would prove challenging. He accessed the system interface to check his balance, which still exceeded $300 million. Funding for a batch of high-quality weaponry and an expanded security team would barely suffice. It seemed that for the next operation, he would need to allocate more funds, as expenses were far greater than anticipated. He allocated $200 million for heavy firepower, including anti-air missiles, heavy machine guns, short-range missiles, and a complete combat system for individual soldiers. The remaining funds were fully invested in personnel recruitment, ultimately assembling a security force of 300 individuals. At this stage, they were sufficient to handle most threats. Should a life-and-death confrontation arise, he could always invest further to bolster their strength. Once arrangements were complete, he issued directives to Yi Lu. Tightly monitor the surrounding waters. Should you detect any traces of pirates, eliminate them without mercy. Chapter 77. Assassination and Silence. Green Island had become one of the pivotal strongholds in his strategic layout, and he would not allow petty nuisances to disrupt it. With 20 days remaining until the Spring Festival, he also needed to prepare for the upcoming festivities. During the year-end family meeting, he would review the achievements of the past 6 months and formulate a clear roadmap for expansion in the coming year. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, at the summit of the main office building of the Shuyu Financial Group, Shuyu Akira was engaged in a clandestine discussion with an elderly Western man, none other than Lawrence, the father of David. Lawrence, you must have already uncovered the situation. My son David, along with your son Shuyu Daijiro, both perished after antagonizing Ye Kun. Daijiro mobilized the Yamaguchi-gumi, while David hired a hitman organization, both targeting Ye Kun. But what was the outcome? Ye Kun emerged unscathed, while our children are forever lost. Lawrence's tone was frigid, his eyes reflecting deep-seated hatred. What do you intend to do? Shuyu Akira queried softly. Revenge. Only the corpse of Ye Kun can bring peace to David's soul. I want him to pay with his life. Shuyu Akira's gaze was equally icy, indeed. He must be eliminated to avenge Shuyu Daijiro and David. But Ye Kun has deeply entrenched roots in Hong Kong, especially with his private armed forces, Lawrence cautioned. You witnessed the extreme measures taken during the Argentine operation. Shuyu Akira inwardly cursed the other's cunning, yet replied, then let us continue with the assassination route. Contact the judgment of God and have them dispatch 10 top-tier assassins to pursue Ye Kun relentlessly. I want to see how many times he can evade capture. Lawrence suddenly shuddered. The Judgment of God was one of the world's foremost assassination organizations, with half of the top 10 assassins hailing from this group. He spoke softly. Why not enlist a few SSS-class experts from the Judgment of God to act in concert? We can split the costs between us. Shuyu Akira nodded slightly, responding. To engage those elite assassins, we need at least $1 billion. You will handle the financial aspect. Lawrence nodded in agreement. No problem. Let's proceed as planned. Unbeknownst to them, their entire conversation had been comprehensively intercepted by a group of individuals stationed in another tall building. These individuals were part of the surveillance team Ye Kun had deployed, belonging to a private security company. The eavesdropping equipment they utilized was a high-end model exchanged from the system, with an effective reception range exceeding 100 meters, completely evading detection by the security systems under Shuyu Akira's command. Intelligence swiftly reached Ye Kun's ears. At that moment, he was seated in the study of the Longwan Villa, drafting the strategic blueprint for the Ye family's operations in the forthcoming year. Upon hearing the report, a subtle smile graced his lips. The earlier decision to deploy personnel to monitor the main target, Yusakata, had indeed proven to be astute. Had it not been for this precaution, he might have once again fallen into an assassination trap. Although he currently possessed a formidable protective system that rendered him unafraid of threats, troubles remained troubles nonetheless. He promptly issued a directive. The target has been confirmed. Execute the elimination immediately. Prioritize covert methods. Should a suitable opportunity not present itself before the adversary contacts the assassin, proceed with a direct assault. Upon completion of the task, also address the issues pertaining to the Yamaguchi-gumi. After issuing the orders, Ye Kun ceased any further inquiries. He held an unwavering confidence in the guards, recruited by the system. In this world devoid of supernatural forces, these individuals represented the pinnacle of excellence. Within the island nation, 2 agents responsible for surveillance exchanged glances, silently retrieving their sniper rifles from their personal storage spaces before stealthily exiting the room. Yusakata and his associate, Lawrence, emerged from the building, flanked by bodyguards, making their way toward the waiting vehicles. Just as they stepped onto the driveway, 2 bullets whistled through the air from a kilometer away. Bang! 2 muffled sounds echoed, and both men's heads almost simultaneously erupted, blood splattering around them. Lacking the foresight that Ye Kun possessed, their fates were sealed the moment they entered the sniper's line of sight. The surrounding security personnel stood frozen, watching helplessly as their employer collapsed, only reacting moments later to hastily organize a pursuit. The trajectory of the bullets came from two different directions, forcing the bodyguard team to split into two groups to commence their search. However, by the time they reached the shooting point, the snipers had already vanished without a trace. On the same night, within a Yamaguchi-gumi stronghold, the third-in-command, Takeshita Tsuke, was deeply troubled by the predicament of his son, Takeshita Jun, sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment. Although his life in jail was relatively comfortable, who truly desired to remain confined, Takeshita Tsuke planned to meet with a high-ranking police official the following day, contemplating what gifts to bring. Just then, a group of individuals clad in black appeared, brandishing firearms, one of whom shouldered a rocket launcher and blasted open the courtyard's gate. They surged in like a tide. The Yamaguchi-gumi guards had no time to react and were swiftly taken down. The few who managed to survive hurriedly drew their pistols to retaliate, but they were armed only with handguns, although there were reserves of other weapons. They had no chance to retrieve them, as their assailants offered no respite. Inside, Takeshita Tsuke quickly opened a drawer, grasped a handgun, and slipped out through the back door. His life was paramount. How long those in front could delay was inconsequential, as long as he escaped. He vowed to provide a substantial compensation to their families in the future. Yet, as he stepped outside, he found himself confronted by two black-clad figures at the entrance. A jolt of fear gripped Takeshita Tsuke, and he trembled, pleading, "I will give you $1 million. Will you spare my life?" The two men remained unresponsive, and then a series of gunshots rang out, tat 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 tat. Takeshita Tsuke's eyes widened in shock as he was struck multiple times, slowly collapsing to the ground. The battle in the front hall had also concluded, and the assailants swiftly withdrew, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, deep within the prison housing Takeshita Jun, a specially designated cell, though not as lavish as a 5-star hotel, was tidy and elegant. The door stood ajar, a table laden with delicacies, and a woman kept him company. This was Takeshita Jun, currently serving his sentence, unaware that his father had just met his demise. At that moment, an underling entered, carrying a plate of freshly caught tuna sashimi. "Young master, this was just caught, less than 2 hours ago, absolutely fresh." He respectfully placed the plate before Takeshita Jun. A glimmer of delight flickered in Takeshita Jun's eyes. He had a particular fondness for this type of sashimi, especially valuing its freshness. He nodded, saying, "Go and receive your reward." "Thank you, young master," the man replied, retreating. Takeshita Jun picked up a piece and brought it to his mouth, a look of satisfaction immediately dawning on his face as he praised, "Delicious, delicious, just the right flavor." He turned to the woman beside him, instructing, "Go fetch a bottle of red wine. Let us share a drink." The woman acknowledged and rose to leave. Takeshita Jun continued to eat, but after only a few bites, a sharp pain suddenly seized his abdomen, intensifying rapidly, cold sweat instantly soaking his forehead. "Help me, help me." He curled up on the floor, crying out in agony. Chapter 78. Pirates with 1,000 men prepare to land. Outside, the prison guards heard the unusual sounds and rushed into the cell. They found Takeshita Jun pale, trembling, and already collapsing. The guards, alarmed, immediately grabbed their radios, shouting, "Doctor, call an ambulance quickly. Takeshita Jun is in critical condition." The message relayed through the radio prompted several guards to rush in with medical personnel, while others quickly dialed for emergency assistance. By the time the doctor arrived, Takeshita Jun had lost consciousness, his complexion turning blue, and his breathing barely perceptible. Shortly after, an ambulance blared its sirens as it entered the prison grounds, urgently transporting him to the hospital. After a full hour of resuscitation efforts, the doctor emerged from the operating room, removing his mask, his expression grave as he reported, "Food poisoning. The toxin was severe, and we could not save him." The prison warden's face turned ashen, exchanging glances filled with understanding that the responsibility for this incident would be difficult to evade, fearing for their positions. They felt a surge of anger toward the underling who had delivered the meal to Takeshita Jun. Had it not been for that individual, none of this would have transpired. However, they remained unaware that Yusakata was already deceased, sparing them from a greater calamity. The man who had delivered the tuna sashimi, after exiting the prison gates, quietly turned into a narrow alleyway, signaling an unseen individual in the distance with an OK gesture before disappearing into the night. In Hong Kong, with only 10 days remaining until the Lunar New Year, the managers of the various branches of the Ye family were diligently compiling their operational reports for the first half of the year, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to present them to Ye Kun in person. Ye Kun dialed Ye Suching's number, his tone steady, and, "The annual summary meeting will be held the day after tomorrow. Please arrange for the family members to be present." After the meeting, All subsidiaries that can cease operations are permitted to take a break, while those that cannot will implement shift work. Understood, Xiao Kun. I will notify them right away. Where will the meeting be held? Yi Suqing inquired. Ye Kun pondered briefly before responding. At the Foundation's headquarters, select a confidential conference room. And have the security team conduct a thorough check of the equipment. Some of the content must not be leaked. Rest assured, I have it all under control. Yi Suqing assured him before ending the call. Meanwhile, along the coastline of Green Island, Yi Lu was fully engrossed in the island's defense arrangements. Having entrusted security matters to Yi Qi, suddenly, a newly recruited guard rushed in, whispering, Boss Lu, we have spotted a pirate fleet approaching from the sea. A glint of sharpness flashed in Yi Lu's eyes, and a smile crept onto his face. Finally, the moment had arrived. He seized the radio. His voice steady yet commanding. Attention everyone, enemy attack confirmed, prepare for battle. Over 300 guards sprang into action, swiftly donning their gear and forming ranks. Within 3 minutes, all personnel were assembled, standing like a forest of soldiers. Yi Lu stood at the forefront, his voice cold and resolute. Pirates are approaching. All personnel enter combat readiness. Understood, came the thunderous reply, resonating across the island. On the horizon, 5 ships adorned with black flags sliced through the waves, bristling with cannons, exuding an air of menace. On the deck of one flagship, a burly middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the distant island, cursing under his breath. Damn it, my vacation spot has been sold. Let us see who has the audacity to take it. Once I wipe out this bunch of fools, they will pay dearly. A young subordinate beside him cautioned softly, Boss, do not underestimate them. Those daring enough to seize this island are not to be trifled with. What's the difference if it's not simple? The middle-aged man scoffed. I have thousands of brothers under my command, each armed to the teeth. How many can there be on that island? Surely they can't be regular troops stationed there. The young man, seeing his stubbornness, chose to remain silent. These two were none other than the notorious pirate leaders, Johnny Na and Ian. Upon hearing that Green Island had been quietly transferred by a non-governmental entity, the two immediately rushed over to investigate, eager to discover who had the audacity to encroach upon their territory. Though they only occasionally docked on the island for a day or two, in their hearts, this land had long been etched with their names. At that moment, Yi Lu had already stationed his men in ambush throughout the island, patiently awaiting the arrival of their prey. To lure these desperate rogues closer, Yi Lu had deliberately carved out waterways around the island, stealthily guiding disguised warships into the nearby sea. Without such arrangements, the adversaries would hardly dare to approach the shore. After approximately half an hour, 5 ships slowly docked at Green Island, and thousands of pirates began to disembark, most wielding AK-47s, with some equipped with other firearms. Johnny Na leaped off the deck, surveying the surroundings, and suddenly shouted, Brothers, someone has taken our territory. What shall we do? Take it back. Annihilate them. The roar reverberated through the air. He smiled with satisfaction. Onto the island. Shoot on sight. Leave no one alive. Yi Lu coldly observed everything from the shadows and quietly commanded, Wait until they advance further before we strike. 2 helicopters will seal off their escape route. They must not return to their ships. The remaining helicopters will unleash a barrage of gunfire to suppress them and minimize our losses. The guards responded in unison. Soon, the pirate ranks advanced to within 200 meters of the ambush point. With a single command from Yi Lu, fire. In an instant, bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Several helicopters soared into the sky, and missiles whistled forth, plunging into the enemy ranks. The heavy machine guns emitted a dull rhythm, and with each burst of flame, pirates fell in droves, their bodies torn apart, blood and flesh scattering. Johnny Na was momentarily stunned. As over 100 of his men fell dead on the spot, he screamed at the remnants, Find cover, return fire, get the rocket launchers ready and fire at will. Despite the heavy casualties, these men were ultimately desperate outlaws, quickly regaining their footing, taking cover behind trees and boulders to counterattack. However, they soon realized that their firepower was as feeble as that of children. The enemy's helicopters hovered overhead, each equipped with Gatling guns, and under their barrage, human bodies were ripped apart like paper. Every couple of minutes, a missile rained down from above, causing the ground to convulse and blood mist to rise. This was a battle they simply could not win. Their AK-47s left not a scratch on the helicopter's armor. The rocket launchers, too, were met with swift demise. Those who had attempted to maneuver them were shot in the head before they could even emerge. Weapons became mere ornaments, while fear spread like wildfire. Within 10 minutes, the pirates had lost hundreds. Panic ensued in the crowd, with some turning to flee towards the ships, desperate to escape this hellish battlefield. Yet, as they ran a few steps, they were shredded into pieces by the 2 helicopters circling the perimeter. Johnny Na initially intended to retreat, but upon realizing their escape route was entirely blocked, he roared, If they won't let us live, then we shall not return alive. Let's fight until we break even. or perhaps even profit. The cornered pirates, driven to madness, surged forward. But against overwhelming firepower, their struggle was akin to moths to a flame. Almost instantaneously, those at the forefront were shot down. It was Ye Lu's snipers at work, targeting threats to the formation. The earlier attempts to wield rocket launchers were cut down by his marksmanship. Chapter 79, Encountering Doom. Some were unafraid of death, while others still sought a glimmer of hope. These individuals ceased their attempt to flee to the ships, instead dispersing to the sides in a futile attempt to find an escape route. Unfortunately, they underestimated the aerial surveillance. The gunners on the helicopters had a clear view, and the sound of gunfire rang out, dropping the fleeing men into pools of blood. Their fate no different from those before them. 2 minutes later, the pirates suddenly realized their ammunition was nearly depleted. Although they had prepared with 7 or 8 magazines each before landing, no one had anticipated they would fall into such a deadlock. The gunfire dwindled from a cacophony to sporadic pops, ultimately falling silent. Meanwhile, the enemy's firepower showed no signs of abating. Ye Lu remained composed, pulling the trigger with precision, systematically harvesting the remaining lives. Formerly capable of retaliation, the enemies were now left waiting for death. Some broke down, discarding their weapons and fleeing. Others curled up on the ground, trembling. Johnny Na looked at Ian, his voice hoarse. "Brother, I was wrong. I should have listened to you." Ian drew his gun and pressed it against his temple. "What is the point of saying this? Do it yourself to spare some pain." He attempted to pull the trigger several times, but his fingers trembled and hesitated. Ultimately, he handed the gun over. "Boss, help me out." Johnny Na took the gun, aimed it at Ian's forehead, and whispered, "Brother, fare thee well." Bang. The muzzle then turned towards his own temple. Bang. A minute passed, and the gunfire faded into silence. Ye Lu ordered the battlefield to be cleared, leaving no one alive. Over 1,000 were extinguished, and no one was moved. Were they ordinary soldiers? There might have been hesitation or shock, but they were different. They were guards recruited by the system, loyal solely to Ye Kun. Once the cleanup was complete, Ye Lu arranged for the severely injured to be taken to Xiangjiang for treatment, while the deceased were buried on the spot. After all, they faced over 1,000 armed men. Even with everyone donned in bulletproof vests and helmets, casualties were inevitable. Once everything was dealt with, Ye Lu made a phone call. "Young master, the mission is complete." After listening, Ye Kun spoke. "Ensure the fallen brothers are buried properly, take care of the injured, and incinerate the remaining pirate corpses with fuel to prevent any potential threats. Don't waste those 5 ships either. Dismantle and smelt them, using the materials to build our warships." "Understood," Ye Lu replied, turning to execute the orders. On the Xiangjiang side, after hearing his subordinate's report, Ye Kun sighed softly. His territory was still too vulnerable. Once this economic turmoil had yielded enough funds, he would undoubtedly need to comprehensively upgrade the island's defenses and infrastructure. The goal was to transform the entire island into an impregnable stronghold, with all heavy equipment fully deployed and the guard team expanded by around 2,000. Alas, for now, these plans would have to wait until there were sufficient funds to implement them step by step. There were still 12 days until the spring festival. Early morning, Ye Kun rose early, clutching a planning document as he headed to the Ye Foundation, expecting to wait for everyone to arrive before starting the meeting. He opened the door to the conference room only to find everyone already seated. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, he took his place at the head of the table. Surveying the room, he began slowly. As 1978 draws to a close, it has been half a year since I assumed the role of family head. Today, I have called everyone together to reflect on our family's overall progress this year and to discuss the direction for the coming year. All of you present are seasoned veterans in the business world, and you must have heard of the Rothschild family, one of the most prominent families globally, rumored to possess assets exceeding $50 billion. Their influence extends deep into the political, military, and commercial spheres, and should they fully mobilize, they could easily topple the government of a small nation. If they employed financial tactics against a major power, it could trigger widespread economic upheaval. I mention this not to belittle ourselves, but to awaken everyone to the reality. Our Ye family is still exceedingly weak, let alone comparing ourselves to the Rothschilds. Even when juxtaposed with the emerging or century-old tycoon families of America, we fall far behind. Although we have each achieved certain successes in the past 6 months, we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. Today, I am establishing a phased goal to first surpass the mainstream tycoon families in America. Do we have the resolve for this? Ye Kun's voice suddenly rose. Yes, yes, yes. The response echoed thunderously, observing the fervent expressions of the crowd. Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. May we join hands and strive for the rejuvenation of our family. Next, I invite everyone to share their respective advancements. Second uncle, please begin. Ye Kun handed the microphone to Ye Hanwen. Very well, little Kun is correct. I shall take the lead, Ye Hanwen said, adjusting his tie and addressing the audience. Everyone is well aware of the situation at Ye's real estate for the first half of the year, so I shall not belabor the point. However, commencing in the second half, under the Patriarch's decision, we decisively acquired the land at Butterfly Bay, where a port is set to be constructed. As soon as this news broke, land prices soared. After securing Kowloon warehouse, the entire real estate group's chain was finally complete, rendering us no longer reliant on external forces. Once all operations are fully integrated into the Ye's real estate system, I shall apply to the Foundation for financial support to initiate a new round of expansion. As we acquire land and construct buildings, I have strategically planned high, middle, and low-end residential projects based on the characteristics of different regions, and I have also earmarked a section for a villa area. Presently, Ye's Real Estate stands as one of the premier real estate enterprises in Hong Kong. However, the Hong Kong market is inherently limited. I intend to shift our focus overseas starting next year. Whether to the United States or Europe remains to be determined after an in-depth study of each country's real estate environment. This encapsulates my overall vision for the upcoming year. Upon concluding his report, Ye Hanwen nodded toward Ye Kun. After listening, Ye Kun displayed an expression of approval and remarked to Ye Hanwen, "Second uncle, I suggest you hold off for a moment. A unique opportunity will arise next year, at which point we can acquire entire companies or swathes of land without needing to proceed step by step. Perhaps as soon as we step into the foreign market, we shall rank among the leading real estate firms locally." Ye Hanwen, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Little Kun, what opportunity are you referring to?" Ye Kun smiled faintly. "It is not prudent to divulge such secrets." He then turned to Ye Jiahong. "Third uncle, it is your turn to share, so that everyone gains a clearer understanding of the family's overall situation." Ye Jiahong retrieved his materials and began to speak slowly. "Esteemed guests, my segment is not complex, so I shall provide a brief report. The Ye's Media Group was established this year, and its influence is currently concentrated in Hong Kong. It encompasses a newspaper and a television station. In terms of the newspaper, the Financial Daily is our flagship, with a daily circulation nearing 300,000 copies, firmly securing the top position in Hong Kong. The Literary Daily follows closely, demonstrating a significant lead over other publications. The Entertainment Daily is somewhat weaker, but still ranks within the top 10 in overall sales. As for the television station, the former Lihua Television has upgraded to dual-channel operations. One channel focuses on mainland developments while the other is dedicated to variety and entertainment. Both channels boast viewership ratings at the pinnacle of Hong Kong, particularly the news channel, which initially was expected to have mediocre reception, but subsequently achieved record highs upon airing. Chapter 80, Ye Family's Global Expansion Plan. The next step for the media group is to reach for the world and create a global media platform. After finishing, Ye Jiahong's gaze fell upon Ye Kun. Ye Kun spoke solemnly. "Third uncle, the core mission of the media group is not profit, but rather to serve as the voice of the Ye family, disseminating our perspectives globally. To expand our influence, we can afford to sacrifice profits, even if it results in short-term losses. When Ye's Media can relay our words and have news spread across the globe within half an hour, we can discuss profitability then. I believe that when that day arrives, wealth will naturally follow." Upon hearing Ye Kun's remarks, Ye Jiahong bowed his head and said, "Little Kun, you have reminded me before I had misplaced my priorities. From now on, I shall place expanding our media influence at the forefront, with profitability as a secondary concern." Ye Kun nodded slightly. "Third uncle, let us continue to deepen our roots in Hong Kong next year. This is our foundation. Our goal is to control at least half of the media resources on the island. It is not necessary to acquire them all, merely to hold shares. We shall then use this as a springboard for gradual expansion into Southeast Asia. Coincidentally, Ye Meng will be promoting arcade and television products there next year. You two can collaborate on this endeavor." Ye Jiahong nodded earnestly. "Understood, Little Kun. I will ensure the family sees results within a year." Ye Kun then turned his attention to Chu Xian. "Uncle, it is your turn." Chu Xian cleared his throat. "I oversee the financial sector. Currently, the group includes Ye's Securities, Ye's Insurance, and Ye's Bank. Ye's Securities is experiencing robust growth, thanks largely to Little Kun's support. At present, almost everyone involved in stock trading or financial management in Hong Kong is familiar with this company. Ye's Insurance was acquired and possesses stable, mature operations. I plan to acquire another company next year, consolidating it into a large-scale insurance enterprise before pushing into the international market. As for the core Ye's Bank, it too was obtained through acquisition and operates in synergy with Ye's Securities, overall performing adequately." After hearing the report, Ye Kun spoke slowly. "Uncle, next year we must target international banks for acquisition. Our banking operations must extend beyond our borders. However, there is no need to rush. Many banks will face closure next year, but truly large institutions will be few. If we cannot acquire a large entity, we can opt to acquire several smaller banks and subsequently merge and restructure them." He added, We should expedite the opening of international futures channels. You can liaise with Shun Bai, Li Jiacheng, and Bao Chuan Wang. They have established connections in the Eagle country. Chu Xian responded, "All right, little Kun. I will immediately advance this initiative." Once the three elders had finished speaking, Ye Kun turned his gaze to Yi Jian, Yi Ji, and others below. His tone was calm, yet carried weight. "I have already gathered sufficient information regarding your situations from it. Now, I shall speak. You may listen attentively. Should you have any questions, feel free to raise them for discussion." Everyone nodded in unison. Ye Kun looked at Yi Jian. "Your shipping business is straightforward. Acquire as many ships as possible. Currently, you only engage in maritime transport. In the future, you must expand into land and air transport. This means you need to procure a substantial number of freight trucks and also acquire aircraft. This industry is defined not by technology, but by management capabilities. I have arranged capable individuals to assist each of you in management. Be sure to seek their advice and diligently follow through." This was Ye Kun's counsel to the younger generation of the family. He then turned to Yi Xiao, his tone calm, yet hopeful. "Little Xiao, you have just taken over Heisen development. I will allow you a period of adjustment. Once the business is on the right track, choose a direction for development and then approach Ant for financial support." Yi Xiao nodded in response. "Brother, rest assured, I will clarify the situation promptly." Shifting his gaze, Ye Kun looked at Yi Ji. "Little Ji, the energy sector is destined to become a core industry for the Yi family. It is not merely a tool for profit, but also the foundation of our influence. Beginning next year, you must learn key technologies in the oil sector from experts coming from the mainland. Subsequently, I will gradually entrust you with several oil fields for our own extraction and sale." He had already devised a plan, preparing to sell arms in the Middle East. And if the counterpart is amenable, oil fields could be offered in exchange. The region's oil reserves are astonishing, and trading resources for weaponry would likely be accepted. Yi Ji grinned. "Brother, leave it to me. I will thoroughly grasp this field." Next, Ye Kun turned his attention to Yi Chen, Little Chun. Heavy industry is the backbone of the nation. Although its profits may not shine as brightly as those in other sectors, its strategic significance is irreplaceable, especially in high-end machinery, which demands extreme precision, with some requiring calculations down to the nanometer. This necessitates that we possess top-notch research capabilities. The talents assigned to you, Yi Yan Air and Yi Yan San, are among the finest in this area. You must ensure their research progresses smoothly, as they will soon yield results. In the past, our foundation was weak, which is why I encouraged you to acquire more enterprises to accumulate technology. However, the situation has now changed. The products we have independently developed will undoubtedly surpass those of others. Once the research results materialize, your sole focus should be on marketing the product." A glimmer of excitement shone in Yi Chen's eyes. "Brother, Yi and Air and the team are truly remarkable. It seems they have hit their stride recently. With an astonishing pace of development, a mid-range family sedan is nearing completion, and according to Yi and Air, its performance is already approaching that of high-end models." Upon hearing this, Ye Kun felt a sense of understanding. All of this was possible because he had already bestowed the time acceleration Halo 10 upon those researchers. He nodded slightly. "Once the car is completed, we will launch it in the European and American markets first. This is our inaugural self-developed vehicle, and establishing our brand reputation is of utmost importance. We can afford some flexibility in pricing." Yi Chen immediately grasped the implication. "Understood, brother. We must first establish the reputation of this model before we can sell the subsequent supercars and business series at a higher value." Finally, Ye Kun turned to Yi Meng. "Xiao Meng, I have but one request of you. Ensure that our arcade machines and televisions achieve global coverage, particularly the televisions. We should initially penetrate the Southeast Asian market, and once established, develop local agents for distribution. We must expedite our television efforts, launching our first LCD product before anyone else to secure market presence and build our reputation." Yi Meng understood well that the global LCD technology is currently monopolized by a select few enterprises, making it crucial to seize the initiative. She replied with unwavering determination, "Brother, rest assured, I will exert every effort to effectively promote our products and swiftly open up the market." Ye Kun nodded and continued, "Xiao Meng, enlist the help of third uncle to assist you in expanding the promotion." Yi Jiaheng promptly responded, "Xiao Meng, you can count on me. I will ensure the promotion is well managed." Yi Meng replied with a bright smile, "Thank you, third uncle." Once all other matters were arranged, Ye Kun turned to Yi Su-Ching. "Auntie, your responsibilities are the heaviest, yet most critical. You must ensure that while everyone charges forward on the front lines, the rear remains steadfast, free from any worries." He paused and added, "Next year, see who in the clan will graduate quickly. Select one to accompany you for experience and share some of the workload." Yi Su lightly smiled. "Xiao Kun, everyone is working hard. I am merely handling some documents in the office. It hardly qualifies as strenuous." Auntie, I still appreciate your efforts, Ye Kun said, rising slightly to bow to her. Once seated again, he addressed everyone. All that we discussed today is clear. We will proceed according to plan tomorrow. His gaze shifted to Yi Yuan and Yi Qi. Brother Yuan, Shao Qi, do not rush. The path of politics emphasizes patience and accumulation. Brother Yuan, I have already instructed the security company to prepare, striving to secure you significant accomplishments, thereby positioning you for a formal role in the anti-black group next year. With this position, future promotions will have greater potential. Yi Yuan did not decline, knowing that only by rising higher could he truly support the family. Shao Qi, you have just joined the law firm. Focus on streamlining your current tasks, and in the second half of the year, I will arrange for you to enter the highest court in Xianjiang. With a higher starting point, future transitions will naturally be smooth. Yi Qi could not hide her delight. Thank you, big brother. It was surprising to see the young lady take her career aspirations so seriously. Next, let us discuss the military layout of the Ye family. The current Ye Security has become the largest security company in all of Xianjiang, with nearly all wealthy circles choosing us, even securing contracts for services like bank cash transport. When major events occur, we are the first company that organizers think of. This trust was not built overnight. More crucially, our branch in the United States has also begun to establish itself, with many local wealthy individuals starting to rely on our services. The mercenary sector is in its infancy, but with a solid foundation and strength. It will soon take root there. Additionally, regarding the arms factory, I have acquired an island named Green Island, planning to relocate our operations there, as we are continually constrained in Xianjiang. Currently, our Ye family's arms are in high demand overseas, not only for their exceptional quality, but also for their competitive pricing. This year, I successfully negotiated several significant deals in Saudi Arabia and Iraq. On a deserted island, I have secretly formed a private armed force belonging to our Ye family. Upon hearing this, the audience's eyes brightened with anticipation. Has the Ye family finally established its own military backing? Ye Kun surveyed the room, his tone steady. From now on, when you conduct business abroad, there is no need to bow down or fear anyone. As long as I am here, no matter how dire the circumstances, there will be someone to shoulder the burden. As his words settled, the room fell silent for a moment before all gazes turned to Ye Kun, filled with admiration. This man was not just the clan leader. He was an unwavering pillar in their hearts. Observing the expressions of his kin, Ye Kun nodded slightly, satisfied. Furthermore, the bodyguards assigned to you must be taken seriously. Our family's security forces are now sufficient, and each clan member will be provided with a dedicated guardian. 4 public protectors and 6 additional ones in the shadows will ensure comprehensive protection without any blind spots. When you return, also inform those still in school not to resist the presence of their protectors. This is not only for their own safety, but also for the security of the entire Ye family. The larger our business grows, the more individuals will take an interest in us. We must never let our guard down. The incident involving second uncle's attack was witnessed by everyone. At that time, we had just begun, and our enemies had already struck. The mere mention of those 2 events tightened everyone's hearts, especially Ye Hanwen, who had narrowly escaped with his life as a bullet nearly pierced his heart. Ye Kun gently clapped his hands twice, and everyone quickly quieted down, their attention fixed on him. He remained composed as he spoke. Everyone is aware of the situation regarding second uncle. That incident was indeed perilous. Yet he was discharged from the hospital the very next day after surgery. Some may know the reason, while others might still be puzzled. Today, I will reveal to everyone the hidden strengths of our Ye family. The audience held their breath, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. Only a few, such as Ye Hanwen and Ye Jiahong, could hardly contain their excitement, especially Ye Hanwen, as a first-hand witness. He understood better than anyone just how extraordinary the small vial of medicine Ye Kun had handed him that day truly was. With a swift motion, Ye Kun revealed 10 vials of gene elixirs, glowing with a bluish hue, along with 11 vials emanating a faint golden aura of martial insights. Laid out prominently on the table, Ye Hanwen and Ye Jiahong stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. These were genuine life-saving treasures, the keys to reaching the pinnacle. Ye Kun turned to Ye Hanwen and smiled. Second uncle, could you share your experience after taking that medicine? Ye Hanwen took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Since taking that medicine, my strength has been steadily increasing, and my physical condition is improving daily. I am currently in a much better state than I was at 20. Ye Kun nodded, smiling. You have yet to fully unleash the effects of the medicine. If paired with systematic training, stepping onto the boxing champion stage will not pose any challenges. Ye Hanwen nodded repeatedly. Indeed, I haven't trained much, yet I can feel my body progressing every day. Following this, Ye Kun distributed the gene elixirs, 1 vial to each person. Ye Hanwen had already used a similar elixir and found no benefit in taking another, so he did not collect one. The others gazed at the small vials in their palms, the light reflecting in their eyes. as if they were grasping the very essence of their future. Ye Kun spoke, "You can drink it directly. There are no special precautions, but each person may only consume one vial, and repetition is prohibited." Ye Jiaheng opened the cap, sniffed, and detected no odor, then tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Instantly, a warmth spread from within, causing him to involuntarily exhale a low sigh. The surrounding individuals became tense, fearing something had gone awry. However, Ye Jiaheng opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. "That feels incredible." The crowd exchanged glances, and soon began to open their bottles and follow suit. As for the question of whether it might be toxic, no one even considered it. This was presented by Ye Kun. If one were to suggest he would harm others, they would rather not believe it. After the remaining 9 finished their drinks, satisfaction appeared on each of their faces. Noticing that everyone had partaken, Ye Kun continued, "If you have any free time, you might allow your bodyguards to teach you some basic moves. With your current physiques, a little training would enable you to surpass ordinary individuals. It's an additional layer of safety." Having said that, he withdrew several sheets of paper from a stack of documents. Indeed, the Qinglong secret awarded by the system. At present, the loyalty of all family members in the room had reached 99 points, and Ye Kun was confident they would not betray him. Even if there were doubts in their hearts, as long as he did not mention them, they would not pursue the matter. He distributed the papers, one to each person. The crowd lowered their heads to examine the contents in their hands, their faces filled with confusion. Yi Hanwen was the first to speak. "Xiao Kun, what exactly is this Qinglong secret for? It can't possibly be some martial arts manual, can it?" Ye Kun chuckled lightly. "It's not what you think. It's merely a set of cultivation formulas. Don't underestimate it. If fully mastered, I can't guarantee anything else, but each person could live beyond 100 years. As his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the room. In the face of extended lifespans, everything else paled in comparison. Were the system capable of measuring loyalty at that moment, it would undoubtedly show a perfect score of 100 points across the board. Yi Suqing flipped through the pages in her hand, frowning. "Xiao Kun, we can read the characters, but strung together, they make no sense at all." Others pondered for quite a while. While they recognized each individual character, the combination was akin to a cryptic script. Ye Kun remained unperturbed, producing another batch of potions, distributing one bottle to each person once more. Ye Jiaheng hesitated as he accepted his. "I haven't finished digesting the previous bottle. Didn't you say we shouldn't drink too much?" Ye Kun clarified. "Third uncle, this bottle is different. It is meant to be taken alongside the Qinglong secret. Drink this first, then examine the contents in your hands." The crowd, without hesitation, poured it into their mouths. As flavorless as before, this time, however, no warmth emerged. Once everyone had finished, Ye Kun instructed, "Now, take another look at the Qinglong secret in your hands." Returning their gazes to the paper, the once obscure text suddenly became clear and comprehensible. The entire Qinglong secret comprised merely over 1,000 words, having read it through once. The content was indelibly etched in their minds, impossible to forget. They finally understood that with persistent practice, their bodies would gradually revert to a youthful state, significantly delaying the aging process. It felt as though each person's lifespan had been extended by several decades. No wonder Ye Kun had previously stated that all members of the Ye family could live past 100. He gazed solemnly at the crowd and whispered, "This is a treasure passed down by our ancestors. It must never be disclosed to outsiders." Unable to explain the specific reasons, he concocted an excuse to deflect the question. The people present immediately sobered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Should this be leaked, the entire Ye family would face an unpredictable storm. Who does not yearn for longevity? Especially those wielding power and wealth would certainly not let the matter rest easily. Yi Hanwen surveyed the room and declared in a deep voice, "Destroy all the Qinglong secrets in your possession." As his words fell, he produced a lighter and personally set fire to the manual in his hands. Even if someone else acquired it, they would be unable to comprehend its profound meanings. Yet, one could never rule out the existence of prodigies, so it was best to take preventative measures. Some used lighters to burn their copies, while those without fire leaned over to ignite their pages from others' flames. As the flames danced, that secret was reduced to ashes, scattering into the air. Watching this scene, Ye Kun nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He then spoke, "From now on, every member of the Ye family who turns 18 may come to me to receive exclusive potions and the Qinglong secret." With this pronouncement, the most delighted were Ye Hanwen, Ye Jiaheng, and Yi Suqing. The remaining underage children were their descendants. Which elder would not wish for their children to enjoy longevity? Ye Kun then turned to the younger generation and said, "Yuan Gu, Xiao Jian, Xiao Ming, the same goes for you all. Marry early, so that our Ye family may flourish and prosper. When your children come of age, this rule will still apply." Curiously, despite the numerous siblings in the second generation of the Ye family, none had yet married. Ye Kun cast a teasing glance at Ye Yuan, saying, "Brother Yuan, how old are you now? How long do you plan to procrastinate?" Ye Yuan's face immediately flushed, stammering, "Xiao Kun. It's just that I haven't encountered anyone suitable yet." Ye Kun did not respond, but turned to address the others. "You shouldn't delay either. Let the third generation take up the mantle so that the family can endure." Hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads in agreement, a hint of bashfulness gracing their faces. Ye Suqing suddenly looked up and inquired, "Xiao Kun, what about you? When will you marry?" The younger generation perked up their ears, eager for the spectacle. Ye Kun cast a nonchalant glance at them, then turned back to Ye Suqing and said, "Auntie, I plan to choose an auspicious day to marry next year." He then looked at Ye Yuan and the others, intentionally raising his voice. "I intend to marry two at once." Yi Ming and Yi Qi immediately widened their eyes and scolded, "Scoundrel!" Ye Kun shrugged, confidently retorting, "If you all are unaccomplished, should I not take more wives? Who shall inherit these enterprises in the future? We cannot let our lineage die out." The two simultaneously spat. "Pa." Ye Kun chuckled and continued, "Lastly, I have one more announcement before we conclude today's meeting. At the last family meeting, I mentioned providing each company with 10 years of financial support. Upon further reflection, I realized that would ultimately sap your motivation and lead to complacency. Therefore, from now on, the family will only provide 2 years of funding for any entrepreneurial endeavors, with the specific amount determined by the foundation based on project assessments. What are your thoughts?" Ye Kun surveyed the room and inquired. Yi Hanwen was the first to respond. "Xiao Kun, I stand with you." Yi Jiaheng and Ye Suqing followed suit. "Xiao Kun, we have no objections either. If one truly has the capability, they should carve their own path. Continuous support from the family will inevitably breed laziness. If one cannot sustain themselves even for 2 years, then perhaps that business should not be pursued." Ye Kun nodded, agreeing with his aunt's perspective. He continued, "This does not mean we are cutting off support entirely. Starting from the 3rd year, should there be a need, you may apply for loans from the family foundation. This money must be repaid on time." Having said this, his gaze fell on Yi Jian, Yi Ji, and the others. No one voiced any dissent. After all, 2 years of support was already the limit. If one still achieved nothing, it was indeed unnecessary to waste resources. Yi Jian stood up. "Brother, I have no issues. I completely support this." Yi Ji, Yi Meng, and Yi Chen followed suit, rising. "We support this as well. 2 years is ample time to test a person's abilities. If one cannot stand on their own, then even extensive education is futile." Ye Kun smiled. "Excellent, then it is settled." He straightened his posture, addressing everyone. "The year-end meeting for 1978 is hereby concluded. Upon your return, arrange for employees to take leave as appropriate, and those unable to stop work should implement a rotation. Here's to wishing everyone a prosperous new year. And may our Yi family ascend to greater heights in the coming years." As his words fell, he was the first to applaud. The conference room erupted in a chorus of applause. As the year-end approached, Ye Kun began preparing gifts to be delivered to several tycoons in Xiangjiang. This was a local custom. During festive seasons, gifts were exchanged in kind. He also received reciprocations from various parties. On New Year's Eve, Ye Kun and Yi Xiu were summoned to Yi Hanwen's home, where the three sat around a table, enjoying a warm meal of dumplings. The next day, January 1st, 1979, they rose early, first visiting the homes of their second uncle and aunt to pay their New Year's greetings. Afterward, he took out the prepared red envelopes and distributed them to his younger relatives, Yi Jian, Yi Hao, Yi Qi, and Yi Yan. The recipients accepted them with smiles, although, by age, they were not supposed to receive such gifts. The fact that Ye Kun was now the head of the family necessitated adherence to customary propriety. After leaving the Yi Hanwen residence, the two proceeded to the home of Yi Jiaheng, as per tradition, to pay their respects to their uncle and aunt, and to distribute more red envelopes to their younger siblings, including Yi Yuan. Chapter 83. Turning to seek help in retrieving a vendetta. They lingered for lunch, resting until the afternoon before taking their leave. Their final stop was their Aunt Yi Suqing's home. After completing the customary New Year greetings, they directly partook in dinner. In the evening, Yi Suqing and Chu Xian urged them to stay overnight, but Ye Kun and Yi Xiu politely declined, opting to return to their own residence. Upon arriving home, Ye Kun promptly presented Yi Xiu with a generously stuffed red envelope. The household servants, including Fu Bo and others, also received their share. After distributing the envelopes, he instructed them to return to their own families for the reunion. Fu Bo, having lost his wife in his early years and with no children of his own, had been living in the Yi family after selling his ancestral home. On the second day of the new year, Ye Kun set off to visit Li Xiner's family for New Year greetings. This was the residence of his future father-in-law, and such visits were obligatory. Ye Kun did not inform Li Xiner of his arrival in advance. When he knocked on the door, she immediately recognized him upon opening it and rushed into his arms, holding him tightly. Inside, Li Yujia, witnessing this affectionate display, cleared his throat twice, humorously interrupting their intimacy. Only then did Li Xiner, with a flushed face, release him and lower her head to welcome Ye Kun inside. After entering, Ye Kun respectfully greeted Li Yujia and exchanged a few pleasantries for the new year. Chen Hua, hearing the commotion, emerged from the inner room and was delighted to see Ye Kun, quickly bringing over a stool for him to sit. After the customary exchanges, Ye Kun took the initiative to inquire, "Uncle, has everything been running smoothly at the factory lately?" Upon mentioning the clothing factory, a frown immediately crossed Li Yujia's face. "Alas, we are barely managing to sustain operations without incurring losses. Turning a profit seems a daunting task." Noticing his distress, Ye Kun pressed for details. Li Yujia sighed. "There's really no secret to it. Recently, for some inexplicable reason, all our partner distributors have been withdrawing their orders, leaving us with unsold stock piled in the warehouse." "Have you inquired about the reasons?" Ye Kun furrowed his brow. "Of course, but none would speak the truth. They merely claim I have offended someone I shouldn't have and fear being implicated." Ye Kun pondered for a moment before reassuring him, "Leave this matter to me. You need not worry excessively." With that, he took out his phone and dialed Yi Chi's number, as Yi Lu was currently on Green Island. All security matters fell under Yi Chi's purview. Once the call connected, Ye Kun spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Investigate the situation at Li Xiner's clothing factory and find out who is orchestrating this behind the scenes." "Understood, boss. I will handle it immediately," Yi Chi replied succinctly. After hanging up, Ye Kun turned to Li Yujia. "It won't be long before the truth comes to light." Just as lunch was being served, a response from Yi Chi arrived. "Boss, we've identified the source. It's a man named Jia Bin, the owner of an entertainment company, who has been exerting pressure and threatening all distributors to refrain from taking stock from Yujia's factory." Ye Kun, upon hearing this, turned to Li Yujia and asked, "Do you know this person?" Li Yujia shook his head in ignorance. At that moment, Li Xiner interjected, "I know him. I once assisted him while he was conducting business at HSBC. He has a frivolous demeanor and, upon sensing my reluctance, insisted I accompany him in a film project, even threatening me to prepare for regret." Her tone was filled with indignation, revealing that he harbored a grudge and was deliberately retaliating against their family. Ye Kun's gaze hardened, and he coldly instructed over the phone, "Yi Chi, ensure he is utterly ruined. It would be no loss for him to end up on the streets. You may decide on the means." With that, he hung up. Li Yujia stood in a daze, still processing what had transpired, feeling as though the crisis that had once loomed over the factory had suddenly dissipated. Ye Kun smiled at the two. "The matter is resolved. Let us eat." Li Xiner looked at him with bright eyes, unable to conceal her smile. "Ah Kun, you are truly remarkable." As the afternoon sun shone brightly, at the moment of parting, Li Xiner stood at the door, watching them leave with a sense of reluctance in her eyes. Ye Kun waved his hand and turned to depart. Exiting the shopping mall, he carried several exquisitely packaged gifts. He planned to visit Zhang Qianwen's home while the New Year festivities were still ongoing. After this, the real drama would unfold as he prepared to confront the impending economic turmoil and the astonishing rise in oil futures. If this deal materialized, he could make a substantial profit by early 1979. The following morning, he arrived unannounced as usual. After a few seconds, a young man opened the door, eyeing him warily. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked coldly. Recognizing the voice, Ye Kun realized that this was Zhang Liang, the brother-in-law he had personally brought back after he had run off to the United States to work as a mercenary. "Hello, I am Qianwen's boyfriend. You must be Zhang Liang." Ye Kun greeted with a smile. "You are the boss of Ye Security, aren't you?" Zhang Liang's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with anger. Ye Kun felt a bit awkward, as it had only been a few days since he had brought him back, and facing him now was indeed somewhat delicate. Just as he was about to explain, Zhao Xian and Zhang Qianwen approached from within. "Ah Kun, what brings you here?" Zhang Qianwen hurried over, casting a glare at Zhang Liang. "Why are you blocking the doorway? Hurry up and let him in." Zhang Liang remained silent, merely shooting Ye Kun a fierce glare. In the living room, Zhang Wei and Zhao Xian also came out to greet him. Zhao Xian smiled. "Ah Kun, you're really early." "Of course, one must greet their elders early in the new year," Ye Kun replied respectfully. Zhang Wei gestured for him to sit down and then bellowed at Zhang Liang. "Why are you just standing there? Go make some tea." Zhang Liang gritted his teeth and slowly poured a cup of tea, handing it over. The atmosphere in the room felt as heavy as a stone, making it hard to breathe. Ye Kun had no choice but to initiate a conversation. Discussing recent events with Zhang Wei, Zhang Qianwen, and Zhao Xian then retreated to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Before the meal was served, Zhang Liang suddenly changed his expression, a smile spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Ye Kun. "Brother-in-law, I have a favor to ask of you." Before he could finish, Zhang Wei abruptly looked up. "Don't even think about it. If you dare to run off again, I'll break your legs." Zhang Liang seemed not to hear. Continuing to fixate on Ye Kun, his eyes glinting with determination. Ye Kun sighed inwardly, realizing that this visit was indeed self-inflicted trouble. Nevertheless, he replied, "Brother, heed my advice and don't return to the U.S. The branch office over there has recently taken on a war zone assignment. It's too dangerous. It would be better to stay at the Hong Kong headquarters where the pay is good and safety is assured." At that moment, Zhang Qianwen emerged from the kitchen and overheard their conversation. She set down the dishes and looked at her brother. "Brother, please listen to us just this once. Do you have any idea how much Mom and Dad have suffered since you left?" Zhang Liang gazed at his sister's reddened eyes, then at their father's furrowed brow, and finally bowed his head. He sighed heavily. "Dad, I promise you, I will never go back to the battlefield again." Zhang Wei smiled broadly, patting his son's shoulder. Soon, the table was laden with food. After a few rounds of toasting, Zhang Liang suddenly spoke again. "Brother-in-law, since you have extensive connections in the U.S., could you help me find someone?" Ye Kun paused in his eating. "Who?" "Let me hear it." As long as he no longer entertained thoughts of returning to combat, other matters could be discussed. Zhang Liang lowered his voice, enunciating each word carefully. "A mercenary named Scorpion killed my girlfriend." As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with hatred. Chapter 84. Ye Kun bets on the oil prices amidst the Iran-Iraq war. Zhang Liang finally revealed the secret weighing on his heart, and everyone understood why he had been so hesitant to return home. He was burdened with a deep-seated grudge. Upon hearing this, Ye Kun unhesitatingly replied, "You go and speak to Yi Long. Just say it was my instruction, and have him assist you fully. Once you've tracked the person down, how to handle it will be entirely up to you. The sole condition is that you must remain here. I promise I will never step outside. Thank you, brother-in-law," Zhang Liang said, his eyes reddening as he deeply bowed to Ye Kun. Zhang Wei silently observed this scene. A weight lifted from his heart. His son would finally be spared from the battlefield. In the afternoon, Ye Kun set off to return, burdened with many matters to prepare. The situation between Iran and Iraq had reached a critical point, with the flames of war poised to ignite. At that time, these two oil-producing nations would completely halt their oil exports, expected to last for 2 months. As February drew to a close, Ye Kun instructed Ye Suqing to transfer $1 billion to his account. The previous funds had been insufficient. After purchasing arms on Green Island and forming a security team of 300, his account was nearly depleted. He dialed Shunbai's number, requesting the establishment of an untraceable financial channel to first transfer the leveraged portion. Simultaneously, he arranged for 20 reliable operators to sign confidentiality agreements. Next, he contacted several financial tycoons in Xiangjiang, agreeing to have the funds wired to the designated HSBC account within 7 days. Only 20 days remained until the war erupted in his memory. Due to the unprecedented scale of this investment, early arrangements were imperative. With everything in place, Ye Kun spent his last few days with Li Xiner and Zhang Qianwen, knowing that after this move, it would likely be over a month before they could meet again. Time, gentle yet fleeting, passed swiftly, and 7 days vanished in the blink of an eye. On that day, Ye Kun, accompanied by Yi and 5 personal bodyguards, stepped into the HSBC bank lobby. After notifying the front desk, Shunbai promptly set aside her tasks and rushed to the VIP room. Ye Kun had arrived slightly early, and the others had yet to arrive. The two engaged in tea and casual conversation while awaiting the guests. Approximately half an hour later, the shipping magnate Zhang Diyan, Li Jiaqing, and others arrived in succession. With everyone present, Ye Kun stood and spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, has all the capital been received?" The shipping magnate smiled broadly. "Who would dare to be vague when it comes to making money with you, President Yi?" "The money has been fully transferred to the designated account, not a cent less." The others nodded in agreement. Ye Kun nodded in satisfaction. "Tonight we officially enter the market. Given the large volume of funds, to avoid market fluctuations, we must proceed in batches, which will take approximately 10 days. During this period, you may come at any time to check the account transactions." Li Jiaqing chuckled lightly. "I trust President Ye's methods. I hand over full authority to you without concern for us." The shipping magnate interjected. "What are you looking at? If we didn't trust you, who would dare to hand over billions? The funds have already been wired, signifying our sincerity towards President Ye. From here on, it is entirely at President Ye's discretion." The crowd voiced their agreement, their tones resolute. Hearing these words, Ye Kun felt deeply touched. To conduct business at this scale was indeed no mere coincidence. Behind this trust lay decisiveness and courage, qualities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. "I will handle the future's operations. I entrust the stockpiling of materials to all of you. Rest assured, President Yi, this matter will be handled flawlessly by us." As the sun climbed higher, the group gradually departed the trading building, leaving the lobby tranquil, with only Shunbai and Ye Kun remaining. Ye Kun turned to her. "Shun, let the operators rest well this afternoon. Tonight we will engage in a fierce battle." Shunbai nodded gently. "You should also take a break, President Yi." I will take care of the others. In the VIP room, a spacious bed had been prepared specifically for Ye Kun by Shinbai. He lay down and soon closed his eyes to rest. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, Ye Kun entered the trading room on time. The lights were bright, and Shinbai along with all the operators were already in position. Scanning the crowd, he quickly recognized Wang Dong, an old acquaintance from the last operation. I am not familiar with the others, Wang Dong. You will temporarily lead the team this time. Wang Dong was taken aback, his face lighting up with excitement. Thank you, President Ye. Thank you. Ye Kun continued. Select a deputy. You two will take turns, one for the day and one for the night. This time the volume of funds is substantial. We need to quietly enter the market over the next 10 days without triggering any market disturbances, which is no small feat. However, you are the top talents in Xiangjiang, and I believe you can accomplish this. He paused, throwing out a promise. If you successfully complete this task, each of you will receive a bonus of no less than 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing this, the room erupted with fervor. The promise of monetary reward was more compelling than any motivational speech, with applause and murmurs of excitement echoing throughout. The morale was palpable, and Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smile. 20 individuals, with a 20 million expenditure, could yield returns measured in hundreds of millions. He calculated this carefully. Finally, he turned to Wang Dong. $760 billion. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We must inject at least 50 billion into the market daily. It can only be more, never less. Wang Dong's pupils dilated, his heart racing. The figure of 760 billion was nearly beyond his comprehension. He had once thought that a few hundred billion would be the pinnacle of his career, yet now, Ye Kun was entrusting him with an even larger stake. The pressure was immense, yet it ignited a fire within him. Completing the layout without disturbing the market would be a test of skill and patience. However, he had no desire to retreat. Wang Dong stood tall, his voice steady. President Ye, I guarantee the task will be completed. Ye Kun gently patted Wang Dong's shoulder, merely offering a word of affirmation before silently stepping aside, refraining from further comments. At 9 o'clock, the international futures market opened for trading with clockwork precision. On that day, crude oil prices were fixed at $13 per barrel. Following prior fluctuations, the market had returned to calm, settling back within its original range. Wang Dong remained composed as he directed the operators to begin their trades. The trends were steady, with oil prices fluctuating only slightly within a dollar range, without any anomalies. 1 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. By 11 o'clock that evening, the team had quietly invested $13 billion. Ye Kun nodded slightly, approving of the pace. The second round commenced at midnight, concluding at 5 in the morning. An additional 15 billion was successfully injected into the market. Ye Kun surveyed the team. Thank you all for your hard work. We will now operate in 2 shifts, day and night. He then instructed his bodyguards to go out and procure breakfast. After a simple meal, everyone took a brief respite. At 9 in the morning, Wang Dong's day shift team took over promptly. Massive amounts of dollars continued to flow into the market, yet under the top-tier trading skills, the price curve remained as stable as before, undisturbed. The first day of action concluded with a total investment of $60 billion. This was still less than 1/10 of the planned total. However, achieving such a scale in a single day was enough to satisfy Ye Kun. Most crucially, the entire market remained oblivious to the lurking giant that had stealthily bared its fangs. Chapter 85. The fires of war between Iran and Iraq ignited as scheduled. Meanwhile, in a sealed command room in the United States, a venerable elder with white hair gazed intently at the screen, leading his team to continuously purchase oil futures contracts. This man was none other than George Soros, the helm of the Quantum Fund. He muttered to himself, I wonder if I will run into that scoundrel again this time. In fact, Ye Kun had already disrupted his plans multiple times, seizing profits that should have fallen into Soros's lap. Initially, Soros suspected that there was a mole within his ranks, repeatedly changing trading teams, yet he could never shake off the shadow of his adversary. Ultimately, he realized that the issue did not lie with internal betrayal, but rather with the other party's keen insight that consistently allowed them to anticipate his moves. Eventually, he grew weary of investigating. The market was vast enough. Was there not room for a formidable player? Meanwhile, on the other side of Europe, another force had caught the scent of blood. A group of investors led by the arms magnate, Abud, was making a large-scale incursion into the oil futures market. A subordinate gazed at ABT and inquired, Are you truly convinced that those two nations will go to war? A smile played at the corners of ABT's mouth as he replied, All their weaponry has been procured from me. The conflict has long since reached a critical juncture. In no more than 10 days, hostilities will undoubtedly erupt. Once war breaks out, maritime transport will come to a halt, and oil prices will inevitably soar. He added, Even if hostilities do not materialize, as long as prices remain stable, we can still manipulate the situation to our advantage, ensuring a profit without risk. What is there to hesitate about? The The crowd nodded in agreement. As long as the trend did not reverse, they had countless ways to maintain control over the situation. The following day, Wang Dong and his team continued to enter the market gradually, adhering to the previous day's pace. However, this time, with an infusion of only 30 billion in capital, oil prices surged by $1. A sense of urgency gripped him as he promptly reported the situation to Ye Kun. Ye Kun merely smiled faintly, advising a slower approach today, allowing the market to stabilize. Understood, Wang Dong responded, turning back to his post. He was acutely aware that fluctuations in oil prices indicated external interference. Slowing down was not only a form of testing the waters, but also a subtle hint. As long as the other party was perceptive, they would refrain from disrupting this delicate balance. With interests at stake, no one desired to be the one to upend the table. Far across the ocean, in America, Soros fixated on the screen, observing the prices spike and then recede. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. He murmured softly, "Is it you? Have you come to the same conclusion as I? Who exactly are you?" He then instructed his trading team to synchronize their pace, refraining from rushing forward. Meanwhile, in Europe, ABT slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it. I intended to claim this lucrative opportunity for myself, but now a rival has emerged, completely sabotaging my plans." In the following days, oil futures oscillated around $13. At times, they spiked to 14 or even touched 15, but always seemed to be pulled back by an invisible hand. $13 became an unspoken bottom line. Due to the overall slowdown, daily capital inflows hovered around $50 billion. Nevertheless, this did not alter the grand scheme. Ye Kun had calculated the timing and was fully capable of completing his arrangements before the flames of war ignited. Several days later, Wang Dong still had 40 billion left unutilized. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he anticipated wrapping things up today. At 5 in the morning, just 10 minutes before the market closed, Wang Dong hurried toward Ye Kun, unable to conceal his excitement. "Mr. Ye, we have completed all investments." Ye Kun nodded and addressed the group. "Well done, everyone. You can now breathe easy. I have arranged a lavish feast for you, and though the drinks will have to wait, I will treat you to a grand celebration when this is all over." "Thank you, Mr. Ye. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Your foresight is remarkable." Numerous praises flowed forth. He chuckled softly, turning to Wang Dong. "Keep a close watch on the market. Fluctuations between $1 to $2 are inconsequential. Should it exceed $3, contact me immediately." "Understood, Mr. Ye." With that, Ye Kun stretched and exited the trading room where he had spent the last 10 days, accompanied only by Yi. The remaining bodyguards stayed behind to oversee Wang Dong and his team, ensuring they were well fed. Once outside the building, he dialed the numbers of Shun Bai and the Charter King. "The funds are in place. Now, we simply await the commencement of war." In his past life, the conflict had erupted 2 days later. Whether this time would deviate from that course remained uncertain. He then reached out to Li Xiner and Zhang Qianwen, inviting them to gather. For the next 2 days, there was no need for tension. The two women took leave from their company, and the trio embarked on a brief period of leisure. During the day, they wandered through the bustling shopping malls of Hong Kong, and in the evening, they ventured into amusement parks, screaming and laughing on roller coasters and haunted houses. Beneath the calm facade, however, a storm was quietly brewing. As night fell, Ye Kun checked into a hotel for a brief respite. On the third day, just as dawn began to break, he rose, his phone glued to his hand as he maintained contact with informants scattered across the two nations. Time slowly marched toward noon, yet the border remained eerily tranquil. Ye Kun furrowed his brow, a sense of unease settling within him. Even with the advantage of memories from his past life, the sum at stake reached hundreds of billions of dollars. Any minor deviation could trigger an unpredictable chain reaction. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room somewhere in Europe, arms dealer ABT had long since lost his patience. He slammed his fist onto the table, roaring, "Damn it. I've waited over 10 days. What are they stalling for? The weapons are in place. The ammunition is stocked. If this is where it ends, it would be a waste of all this preparation." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Since they were unwilling to ignite the spark, he would take it upon himself to do so. As Europe entered the afternoon, ABT's demeanor grew steely. After muttering to himself, he made a call, uttering just 2 words, "Initiate action." Unbeknownst to Ye Kun, who had once casually proclaimed grandiose statements during a financial tycoon gathering, a madman had taken him seriously. He could never have anticipated that someone would carry out the prophecy he had unwittingly made. In a military base in Iraq, a missile operator stood pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Trembling, he approached the control panel, muttering curses against ABT. "If my family doesn't receive their money, I swear I'll haunt you." With those words, he locked onto his target in a country and resolutely pressed the launch button. A piercing alarm shattered the silence of the base, and the missile soared into the sky, heading toward the distance. The man slowly raised his handgun to his mouth, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, ending his life. When other soldiers rushed into the control room, all they found was a lifeless body on the floor. An officer's face paled, and he shouted urgently, "Enter battle mode. Quickly, everyone prepare for combat." In retaliation for the assault, a country, enraged, immediately ordered a counterattack, mobilizing its forces and directing artillery fire toward Iraq's borders. Thus, a war that would claim the lives of tens of thousands, if not more, quietly ignited beneath the currents of capital. The catalyst was not hatred or territory, but rather the mere desire to add a few extra zeros to certain individuals' bank accounts. In Hong Kong, at 9 in the evening, Ye Kun finally received the call. The two nations were at war. Leaning back in his chair, he exhaled softly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Everything is just as it was in my memories. Chapter 86. Oil fields ignite oil prices. Hours after the war erupted, the financial markets began to fluctuate. Crude oil futures slowly climbed, initially rising by a mere $1, insufficient to garner widespread attention. Wang Dong did not report this immediately. By the next day, the market was in an uproar. In just a morning, oil prices skyrocketed from $143 to $162. At noon, Wang Dong called Ye Kun to provide a brief update. Ye Kun then reached out to other tycoons in Hong Kong, several of whom were already aware of the situation. Among them was Zhang Diyan, whose funds originated from the mainland, thus he had been closely monitoring the developments. Zhang Diyan has already moved, Ye Kun said softly, a glimmer of meaning flashing in his eyes. Those still unaware of the situation felt their spirits lift upon receiving Ye Kun's call, as the long-anticipated returns finally began to reveal themselves. After the call, Ye Kun headed directly to the trading room at HSBC, his gaze fixed on the rapidly fluctuating market data on the screen. By nightfall, oil prices had risen to $178, with the upward momentum beginning to wane. The true explosion had yet to arrive. They would need to wait another 2 days. In the subsequent days, crude oil futures steadily ascended, maintaining an increase of approximately $2 per barrel. On the third day, Iraq publicly announced a halt to oil supplies to prioritize domestic conflicts. Following suit, the country also declared a cessation of oil exports. The announcement sent the market into a frenzy. That day, oil futures surged by $5, continuing to rise for 3 consecutive days, ultimately stabilizing at $385. Thereafter, daily increases tapered to about $2. Even so, Ye Kun's account has seen a remarkable appreciation. He is acutely aware that the oil prices will gradually stabilize, prompting most investors to choose to cash out and exit. Yet, he harbors no intention of retreating. He knows that in a little over a month, a new surge will commence. Meanwhile, even if funds remain stagnant, the dollar will not depreciate, as the war continues to bolster the fervor of the energy market. As the oil price trends toward a plateau, shipping magnates and others have begun to call, inquiring whether it is time to pull back. Ye Kun responds, "Let us wait another month. There's still one more peak ahead, and once that wave subsides, I will gradually withdraw." The others cease their inquiries. They have long been convinced by Ye Kun's foresight. Although this round of operations has not yet been crystallized into actual gains, the paper profits have tripled, an undeniable fact. The initial investment of $100 billion has ballooned to $300 billion. The principal of $50 billion has swelled to $150 billion. Reflecting on a lifetime of hard-earned achievements, he finds that none compare to the returns from Ye Kun's singular venture. In the eyes of those around him, Ye Kun has nearly become a prophet. When he proclaims that prices will rise, they have unwavering faith that they will indeed ascend. They choose to follow him without reservation. In the ensuing days, although oil prices remain stagnant, they do not witness a decline. Concurrently, American financier Soros begins to quietly withdraw his funds. European arms investment tycoon Abbott also discreetly exits the market. This maneuver has proven highly lucrative for them, with overall returns soaring to 300%. Yet, Abbott harbors some dissatisfaction. He believes his contributions are significant. Although the conflict between the two nations was inevitable, his role in propelling events cannot be overlooked. He coldly remarks, "If I discover who leaked the information ahead of time, I won't let you off without a token of appreciation. Otherwise, my years of effort would be in vain." With most capital having gradually withdrawn, only Ye Kun remains steadfast in the market, awaiting the arrival of the next pivotal moment. This wait spans an entire month. During this period, oil prices stabilize around $40, with minor fluctuations of $1 or $2, inconsequential in his view. Just as the fierce battles between Iraq and Iraq rage on, the Iraqi military suddenly contacts Ye Si, requesting an urgent increase in arms orders. Upon receiving this intelligence from Ye Si, Ye Kun's spirits soar, as he did not anticipate that this transaction would yield unexpected fortune. He promptly instructs Ye Si to reach out to the Iraqi side and ascertain the exact quantity of arms required. Shortly thereafter, Ye Si calls back with exhilarating news. "Boss, Iraq has placed an order for $50 billion. His voice brims with barely contained excitement. They have stated that as long as we can deliver the goods within 15 days, they will procure all future military equipment from us. A smile breaks across Ye Kun's face. This deal is significant and marks a promising start to a long-term partnership. He immediately arranges for Ye Si to summon several cargo ships, opting not to personally oversee the delivery this time. Given the tense situation in the war zone, it is prudent to delegate this responsibility to Ye Si. By that afternoon, 8 colossal cargo ships have docked at the designated port. Ye Kun instructs Ye Su to transfer $25 billion into his account. The back-and-forth movement of funds feels cumbersome, prompting him to consider maintaining sufficient liquidity in the future. Following the list provided by Ye Si, he swiftly completes the arms procurement, encompassing a comprehensive range of supplies, ammunition, missiles, and armored vehicles, ample enough to sustain a protracted conflict. It is evident that Iraq has anticipated the impending counteroffensive and has prudently stockpiled resources. Given the substantial transaction amount, Ye Kun requests a 20% deposit up front. Without hesitation, $10 billion is transferred on the same day. Surprised by the promptness of the payment for what is merely a first-time collaboration, Ye Kun had initially expected a mere $5 billion would suffice as a show of goodwill. Since they have placed their trust in him, he cannot afford to be vague. That afternoon, he instructs Ye Si to commence the delivery. Simultaneously, he dispatches Ye Lu to lead 2 naval vessels for escort, ensuring utmost security. With arrangements in place, Ye Kun returns to the trading room, awaiting the opportune moment. Based on his calculations, the critical event is set to unfold in less than 8 days. As days pass, oil futures prices remain stagnant at $41.3, with nearly a month and a half elapsed since the onset of hostilities between the two nations. On this day, explosive news emerges from Iraq. Iraqi agents have detonated 2 major oil fields within their territory, synchronously igniting them. Iraq is incensed, mobilizing efforts to extinguish the fires and salvage resources while launching a fierce retaliation against Iraq. Upon hearing the news, Ye Kun exhales softly. Finally, it has arrived. From here on, oil prices will only ascend unabated. The news manifests in the futures market that very day, with prices surging by $4. The following day, they rise by another $5. By the 4th day, the rate of increase begins to decelerate, while there remains potential for further rises. It is anticipated that the fires will be contained in 3 days, and the upward momentum will stall. Thereafter, daily increases are limited to $2 to $3, yielding modest profits. Ye Kun no longer seeks to grasp at these meager tailwinds. The current scale of funds is too substantial. If he does not exit promptly, unforeseen changes may ensue. With a larger position, he might have held on for a few more days, but given the current enormity, a decisive exit is imperative. At this juncture, oil prices have ascended to $65, while his entry price was merely $13, a remarkable 5-fold increase in a short span. He immediately instructs Wang Dong, liquidate all positions. We need to withdraw now. The market still hosts a plethora of retail investors and institutions ready to take over, presenting the ideal opportunity for him to extricate himself. Chapter 87. Ye Kun encounters a breach of contract by Iraq and strikes back. Wang Dong understands the urgency of the situation and promptly mobilizes his team to facilitate the withdrawal, racing against the clock. On the first day, they successfully reclaim $80 billion, a significant achievement. The remaining $300 billion will require additional time, necessitating the operation to extend into the following day. Ye Kun contacts several tycoons from Hong Kong, arranging to meet 4 days later at HSBC for distribution. Initially, the group had been skeptical about the potential for further surges. But once Iraq publicly acknowledged responsibility for the incident, it dispelled the doubts harbored by shipping magnates and others who had suspected Ye Kun of orchestrating the explosion. The next day, Wang Dong continues to drive the withdrawal, extracting another $100 billion in a single day. At this rate, it is projected that the entire operation can be completed within 2 days. On the 3rd day, they secure an additional $100 billion. Yet on that day, crude oil prices plummet by $1. Ye Kun deduces that this may be related to his substantial consecutive withdrawals, which have incited market fluctuations. By the afternoon of the 4th day, Wang Dong arrives to report. All funds have been safely transferred, totaling over $380 billion. With overall returns slightly exceeding 5-fold, Ye Kun's heart swells with tumultuous emotions. Despite having conducted prior calculations, the reality of the figures before him is still profoundly shocking. He instructs Wang Dong, prepare a detailed report. We need to present it to the others tomorrow. Wang Dong, equally awash with emotions, never envisioned handling such a colossal amount of funds in his professional career. Many top traders spend their entire lives without ever touching this caliber. Yet he has accomplished it firsthand. Regrettably, this matter cannot be disclosed publicly, otherwise it would be a source of pride for a lifetime. The following morning, The conference room at HSBC is filled to capacity. Shipping magnate Bao Chuan Wang, along with Li Jiaqing and others, arrive early, their expressions tense. Bao Chuan Wang, advanced in years, trembles slightly as he holds his teacup. Ye Kun enters, observing their demeanor, and smiles, saying, "Gentlemen, is it merely a matter of earning some money? Must you be so anxious?" He refrains from mentioning how he nearly leapt with joy upon hearing the results the previous day. Bao Chuan Wang glares at him. "Enough with the suspense. Just tell us how much we've earned." In truth, everyone has their own estimates. But only hearing it directly counts. Ye Kun delays no longer, extracting the report from his folder and distributing it to each individual present. They quickly skim the documents, bypassing the operational details, and head straight to the final page with the total amount. Upon seeing the figure of 380 billion, nearly everyone straightens in their seats, their breaths quickening. Even if they wield immense power in Hong Kong, with illustrious family backgrounds and astonishing wealth, they must bow before such figures. No matter how lofty their status, they can only lament their own insignificance at this moment. Ye Kun cleared his throat lightly and spoke. "Let us distribute according to the proportion of our respective investments. Most of us have quintupled our returns." The shipping magnate immediately expressed, "Mr. Ye, please deduct your share first and transfer the remaining directly to our accounts." Ye Kun nodded in agreement. "All right. Let me briefly outline the situation." Everyone nodded in unison. The total capital for this operation amounted to a staggering $380 billion, excluding minor fractions. Thus, each investor achieved a five-fold return. To the shipping magnate and HSBC, who each invested 10 billion. The total profit of 50 billion translates to my share of 50 billion each, which should pose no issues, correct? The others nodded in consent. As this had been previously arranged and naturally, they would not retract. Ye Kun turned to Li Zhaoji, General Zheng, and General He. You three invested 5 billion each, with a total return of 25 billion. A proportional division of 25 billion to me should also pose no issues. The few exchanged light chuckles and shook their heads. The returns far exceeded expectations, leaving no room for dissent. He then looked towards Shunbai. "General Shun, you invested 1 billion and earned 5 billion. Please allocate 500 million to me." Shunbai maintained her smile. "I must thank you, Mr. Yi, for securing this retirement fund for me. Simply deduct my share." Ye Kun nodded slightly. He then announced, "After settling my share today, I will instruct HSBC to transfer the funds to your respective accounts." As he finished speaking, he gestured for the waiter outside to bring in the champagne that had been prepared in advance, filling each person's glass. He raised his cup. "Let us toast to our first collaborative success in harvesting the global market." The crowd echoed in unison. Cheers. Li Jiaqing stood and proposed, "This toast is for Mr. Yi, whose initiative has led us to this favorable outcome." Agreed, we must toast Mr. Yi. Everyone raised their glasses, clinking them with Ye Kun's from afar. It was not until the afternoon that HSBC's accountants completed the entire transfer of funds. After deducting the shares, Ye Kun controlled a total of $830 billion, including return portions from various parties. After repaying leveraged loans, he still retained $730 billion. This series of operations had undoubtedly yielded substantial profits. Your every ounce of support serves as a continuous source of motivation for my endeavors. The oil futures market has concluded, and the footsteps of economic crisis are approaching. Yet, everyone has set their plans in motion, awaiting the storm to unleash a new wave of harvesting across the globe. Ye Kun allocated $23 billion to the foundation, retaining $50 billion for himself. Planning to acquire quality assets at low prices when the United States and certain European countries fall into crisis. He specifically instructed, have Ye Suqing expedite the use of funds to transform them into actual family influence. Only then can the system accelerate its upgrade. After handling all these matters, Ye Kun intended to take a 2-day respite, but his plans were disrupted by a phone call. Ye Si called to inform him that after receiving the arms, the country of Y had refused to pay the remaining balance, claiming the quality was unsatisfactory. Bang! Ye Kun, infuriated, smashed his teacup onto the ground. $40 billion, and they dare to default? He immediately commanded, Ye Si, you must withdraw immediately. Do not remain there to take risks. He stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, and roared, a pack of shameless scoundrels. They were so quick to pay the deposit, yet now they wish to walk away empty-handed. Do they truly believe I am easy to bully? After confirming that Ye Si and the others were safe, Ye Kun promptly instructed Ye Long, under the name of Ye Securities U.S. branch, to fully expose Y's default of $40 billion to the global media. Any platform capable of disseminating news was to be utilized. Spending a little was trivial for Ye Kun at this moment. A mere $10 million could stir up a tremendous wave. In the past, he might have been cautious with a nation like Y, but now, with $500 billion in cash and hundreds of billions still lying dormant in the foundation's accounts, He could forge an elite force and procure countless advanced equipment. A country no longer instilled fear in him. That day, news channels, websites, and newspapers worldwide reported on this issue. Ye swiftly responded, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs holding an emergency press conference. The minister personally presided, publicly accusing Ye Security of fabricating facts and demanding an apology from the company's executives, or else they would face severe sanctions. Ye Kun sneered. He then instructed Ye Long to hold a responsive press conference in the U.S., directly issuing an ultimatum: repay the money, or we will declare war. With nearly $1 trillion in financial reserves, he spoke with confidence. Chapter 88. Ye Kun mobilizes the tycoons to apply pressure. That evening, Ye Security's U.S. branch officially held a press conference. Ye Long took to the podium, his expression stern. He addressed the reporters. Please inform the Ye government that their debts cannot be so easily disregarded. If we do not see the funds within 3 days, we will not rule out the use of military means to resolve this. The room erupted in uproar. A reporter could not help but raise his hand. President Ye Long, I am from BKD. On what grounds do you believe a company can threaten a sovereign nation? Ye Long did not respond directly, but stated, on the day they refuse to repay, you will naturally understand where our strength derives from. He then pointed to a female reporter. She asked, the Ye Ministry of Foreign Affairs claims you are maliciously defaming them. How does your company respond? Ye Long's gaze was sharp. They ordered $50 billion worth of equipment from our military industry, having only paid a $10 billion deposit, with the remaining balance unpaid to this day. The reporter pressed further. Are your military facilities legal? Do you have evidence to prove their breach of contract? Ye Long stared directly into her eyes. Our factory is built on a privately purchased island, possessing full legal ownership of that island. Would you say it is legal? As for evidence, we do not need to present any. If we do not see the money within 3 days, we will take action until they are willing to pay. He further warned all global enterprises, do not invest in Ye. Beware of losing everything. He also called upon all weapon manufacturing companies. In this matter, we stand on the same front. If Ye dares to evade this debt today, other nations will surely follow suit tomorrow. After leaving that statement, Ye Long turned and departed. The news spread quickly, and several major arms manufacturers swiftly grasped the situation, utilizing their respective channels and intelligence networks. They understood that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Soon, several major arms giants and underground arms trafficking networks almost simultaneously acted, publicly halting supplies while covertly issuing a ban. Henceforth, no ammunition would be sold to Ye. Not even a single bullet. At this moment, Ye Kun's phone in Hong Kong rang incessantly, with calls coming one after another. The first call was from President Wang, expressing reproach. You were too impulsive. After all, they are a sovereign nation. In the event of a dispute, we could have resorted to international legal procedures. How could you threaten them face to face? Ye Kun replied coolly, President Wang, my arms factory is located on a private island, unregistered, unlicensed, and unregulated. Can such a factory even go to court? Who would accept the case? Moreover, on what grounds does Ye believe they can default? Who gave them the audacity to touch my money? President Wang sighed. You have helped many over the years. We could mediate and resolve this through diplomatic means. Ye Kun's tone was resolute. No need for that. If I take a step back this time, all future partners will see the Ye family as easy prey. If business becomes untenable and credibility collapses, it will be challenging to rebuild. President Wang advised softly, but you are ultimately a business entity. How can you contend with a nation? Even if it is small, it is still a state apparatus. Ye Kun let out a light chuckle and remarked, President Wang, if I lacked a few trump cards, would I dare to establish myself in this industry? Just watch. Reluctantly, President Wang could only remind him, if it becomes unbearable, remember to reach out to me. Shortly after hanging up, calls began pouring in from Baochuan Wang, Li Jiaqing, Shun Bai, and others, all conveying a unified message. They were willing to provide financial support and vocal backing. Ye Kun expressed his gratitude, requesting Baochuan Wang to publicly issue a statement severing all shipping ties with the Ye country. It is worth noting that the Bao family controls the largest maritime network in the world, and this action would send tremors throughout the industry. The following day, Global Transport Company convened an emergency press conference, led by Baochuan Wang's son-in-law, Wu Guangjing. Standing before the cameras, he solemnly announced, effective immediately, all vessels under Global Transport will cease all navigation and cargo operations with ports in the Ye country. We also urge our global counterparts to exercise caution in their dealings with this nation. Engaging with a party lacking credibility inevitably leads to uncontrollable risks. As the question and answer session commenced, journalists eagerly raised their hands. Wu Guangjing called on the first reporter. May I ask if your company's decision to terminate cooperation with the Ye country is influenced by Ye Security? He replied with grave seriousness, it is entirely unrelated. This decision is based on our commercial judgment. Collaborating with a nation that has lost its credibility entails greater operational risks and potential asset losses. Another reporter stood up to inquire. Hello, Mr. Wu. I am from Infinity Television. Could you provide evidence of the Ye country's unpaid debts? After all, their foreign ministry has clarified that all payments have been settled and accused Ye's security of spreading false information. Wu Guangjing maintained a calm demeanor. We make no accusations. We merely make choices. Companies have the right to assess risks based on their evaluations. As for the details, they are considered trade secrets, and we cannot disclose them. As the press conference concluded, a momentary silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a flurry of flashing cameras. Wu Guangjing narrowed his eyes and coldly addressed a journalist. The matter is quite clear. The entire world understands. Do you believe that people engaged in commerce would unfoundedly frame a nation? Reputation is more precious to us than life itself. Without credibility, business is akin to walking into a dead end. With that, he turned and departed, not sparing another glance at anyone. Ye Kun had anticipated a stalemate, but unexpectedly, the gambling magnate He Hongxing personally held a press conference, publicly announcing, all casinos and gambling ships under our banner are permanently barred from admitting citizens of the Ye country. The sole reason being that casinos abhor dealing with individuals lacking integrity. Who would want to share a card table with a swindler? This action ignited a chain reaction. Although the other tycoons of Xiangjiang had previously been rebuffed by Ye Kun's offers of assistance, they quickly followed suit upon witnessing the declarations of these two giants. One after another, statements were released. Effective immediately, all business cooperation with the Ye country would be fully suspended across all their industries. While these declarations might not significantly harm the Ye country's foundation, they were certainly odious enough. This marked the first time the business community of Xiangjiang had united so decisively in making a stand. Far away in the presidential palace of the Ye country, the president sat in a high seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembly below, his voice strained yet filled with fury. Where is the money for the arms? $40 billion. Where is it now? A profound silence fell over the hall, and several pairs of eyes instinctively turned toward General Carter in the corner. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly. The president fixed his gaze upon him, his tone icy. Carter, tell me, where's my money? Mr. President. I did indeed transfer the funds, but the counterpart reneged after receiving the money and refuses to acknowledge it, Carter stammered in defense. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a teacup struck his forehead, blood trickling down his cheek. Take him away, the president bellowed in anger. Soldiers stepped forward to restrain him. Carter dared not resist, only bowing his head as he was escorted out. Chapter 89. The arms dealer's secret support. The president surveyed the remaining officials. What shall we do next? A general stepped forward. We must insist that the payment was made. Shift the blame onto the personnel of Ye's security, claiming they embezzled the funds. Otherwise, our nation's credibility will be utterly shattered. We cannot afford to bow our heads and admit fault. As a sovereign nation, how would the public view the government if we capitulated to a private company? The president fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. So be it. Let me see how a mere enterprise dares to threaten me. The next day, the Ye country held another press conference, reiterating that the payment had been made and that the issue lay with internal corruption within Ye's security. The journalists present remained unmoved. Chuckles erupting from the audience. Who would believe that a company would audaciously fabricate facts to tarnish a sovereign nation? Simultaneously, Ye Kun in Xiangjiang dialed Yi Long's number. Continue to amplify the publicity. Let the global media spread the word. He sighed softly. If only Ye's media had sufficient influence now, this expenditure of millions would be unnecessary. Family members called in succession, their words simple yet resolute. Ye Kun, no matter what happens, we stand by your side. In that moment, Ye Kun felt a warmth in his heart. When one stands alone against a nation, to have family and friends rallying behind him, what more could one desire in life? 2 days passed, and the news spread like wildfire across the globe. Almost every country's media was discussing the same topic, the Ye country, now branded as a nation of untrustworthiness. This label swiftly became affixed to the Ye country's forehead. The president paced back and forth in his office, his expression ashen. He had once dreamed of elevating his country to global prominence, yet now that name resonated. It was in a manner that brought him disgrace. He understood that international merchants would steer clear, halting investments, collaborations, and trade. Everything would come to a standstill. In a fit of rage, he resolved to retaliate. A lawsuit was filed in the international court, naming Ye Kun as the defendant. He demanded a public apology, compensation for substantial losses, and attached a thick stack of documents purporting to prove that the Ye country had indeed made payments to Ye's security. Ironically, the so-called evidence was built upon a misunderstanding. They genuinely believed that the arms factory belonged to Ye's, a mere excuse mentioned by Ye Long in passing, which the Ye country had mistakenly taken as truth. Given the significant ramifications of the case, The court accepted it the same day and notified Ye Kun to appear in court. Upon hearing the news, Ye Kun was incensed. To be sued for debts owed while failing to repay them was an utter inversion of justice. He sprang to his feet, rushing toward the door, his mind already conjuring images of mobilizing an army, 20,000 troops, $100 billion, coupled with $100 billion in arms, sufficient to erase the Ye country from the map. Yet just as he reached the door, he abruptly halted. 20,000 armed personnel, under the watchful eyes of the world. Such an action would be impossible to justify. A few hundred could still be claimed as an expansion of security, but 20,000 would be unequivocally viewed as an act of war. He slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, why recruit soldiers himself? He already had a ready-made resource in the form of a mercenary company. He immediately dialed Yilong issue a notice to recruit globally. Those who pass the assessment will earn a daily wage of $5,000. His tone was stern. Compensation for injuries will start at 100,000, and families of the deceased will receive $1 million. We are limiting recruitment to 20,000. By midday, this news reverberated like thunder. Mercenaries from all corners of the world began their journey, targeting the branches of Ye's security within the United States. Ye's rapidly secured multiple large venues, dispatching a carefully selected elite to serve as examiners, initiating a rigorous selection process. While Ye was bustling with activity, the U.S. government faced a headache. The number of mercenaries flooding in far exceeded expectations. Each individual was battle-hardened and armed, and their mere assembly posed a significant risk. The government mobilized police forces overnight to maintain order, yet they dared not act rashly. Ye was a legally registered enterprise, its recruitment practices compliant, and it clearly stated that personnel would be dispatched to the Middle East for missions unrelated to domestic security. What further complicated matters was that several major domestic military-industrial groups were secretly supporting Ye Kun. This time, global arms dealers had remarkably reached a consensus. The precedent of failing to repay debts must never be set. If today the Kingdom of Iraq dares to default, tomorrow it may be their turn. Meanwhile, Ye Kun has dispatched 200 elite troops from Green Island, integrating them into the newly recruited mercenary battalion as captains. The remaining 100, along with Ye Lu, are dedicated to guarding the military factory. In the United States, Yilong stands watch. He has ordered 100 warships, each capable of carrying over 200 personnel, easily accommodating the transportation of 20,000 troops. The steel tide has yet to set sail, yet the deterrence has already taken shape. At Green Island, Ye Kun has made a bulk purchase of military arms valued at $100 billion. When converted to universally accepted international currency, this sum reaches an astounding $200 billion. Why are the weapons and equipment required for merely 20,000 troops so exorbitantly priced? The reason lies in the fact that he has procured almost exclusively heavy firepower systems. Just for conventional weapons, he has already invested $50 billion. Additionally, protective gear such as bulletproof vests and tactical helmets is all included. Within the entire force, the most basic equipment is likely a standard automatic rifle for each soldier. Ammunition is in limitless supply, and grenades are distributed by the box. This operation has long exceeded the initial estimate of $40 billion. To conclude this endeavor, a minimum of $400 billion is essential. Simultaneously, Ye Kun is showcasing the true strength of the Ye family to the world. Following this battle, his system is bound to undergo an upgrade. Ding. System mission has been released. Please check. Host. The system certainly knows how to choose its timing. Could it be that it remains silent unless prompted? Opening the mission interface, Ye Kun quickly scans the content. Ding. Mission objective. Defeat the arrogance of the Kingdom of Iraq. Compel the execution of Carter's death sentence, and demand $400 billion in compensation from the host. Resources such as minerals and oil fields may be used for compensation. Ding. Mission completion reward. 200 attribute points. Is that all the reward? Ye Kun frowns. Ding. Host. This battle is for your own sake. For the dignity of the Ye family. Even without a reward, it is worth fighting for. Ye Kun falls silent for a moment, then nods in acceptance. Just as he is busy making preparations, global public opinion suddenly erupts. This time, there is no need for Ye Kun to fund publicity. Major media outlets rush to report on the confrontation between Ye security and the Kingdom of Iraq. A private enterprise openly challenging a sovereign nation astonishes the world. Media from Hong Kong swarm in, with reporters surrounding the headquarters of the Ye family, seeking interviews with senior executives. Ye Hanwen and Ye Jiahong, among others, choose to remain behind closed doors, fearing being captured by cameras. Public sentiment runs high. This is a local enterprise in Hong Kong, fighting for their dignity. Under the call of civic organizations, numerous banners quickly appear on the streets. Debts must be repaid. At this moment, President Wang calls, his tone complex. Mr. Ye, what exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 90. The debt collection war becomes the focus of global attention. Ye Kun replies calmly, just collecting debts. It is a universal principle that debts must be repaid. President Wang smiles wryly. Is it really just for that 40 billion? 40 billion? Ye Kun snorts coldly. It's far more than that. 400 billion is the minimum. Merely recruiting soldiers and purchasing equipment has already consumed nearly $300 billion. Anyone who dares to mention 40 billion to me will receive a faceful of my disdain. President Wang is utterly stunned. In just 2 days, 40 billion has transformed into 400 billion? The money printing machine couldn't keep pace. Yet, upon reflection, with 20,000 personnel hired and mountains of arms amassed, 400 billion doesn't seem so far-fetched. He no longer dwells on the amount and instead asks the crucial question. Someone asked me to inquire. Do you really intend to take action? Ye Kun's voice is resolute. It is imperative to act. They have not only taken me to court, but also turned around to demand an apology and compensation. Old Wang, tell me, what kind of logic is that? If today we do not make them suffer, where will the face of the Ye family be? If anyone can just step forward and demand we bow our heads and pay, then what kind of world would that be? After hearing this, President Wang can't help but shake his head and smile, finally stating, I support you. Go ahead and do it. He hesitates for a moment before asking, do you have confidence? Ye Kun replies nonchalantly, there's more than enough money. The call is promptly ended. In truth, President Wang understands that the authorities are merely going through the motions, genuinely concerned that Ye Kun does not stumble. After all, he has brought hundreds of billions in foreign exchange to the mainland, while last year's total foreign exchange reserves were merely $15 billion. Since he is willing to take the risk, let him proceed. As long as it does not implicate Hong Kong and the mainland, no one will truly intervene. In the Kingdom of Iraq, within the presidential office, the president stares at several high-ranking officials, his voice tense. What should we do now? He is in turmoil. Just after concluding the conflict with Saudi Arabia, less than a month later, he is embroiled in war with the Kingdom of Ye Kun. The flames of war are not yet extinguished, and now he has offended a wealthy arms dealer who does not hesitate to act. He despises Carter for provoking anyone, especially someone capable of purchasing an entire fleet with ease. But now, killing Carter would be futile. The conference room falls silent, everyone exchanging glances. Finally, a general speaks. Your Excellency, why don't we hand Carter over and return the remaining 40 billion? Absolutely not. Another official stands abruptly, speaking sharply. A country bowing to a corporation? What kind of dignity is that? We are a sovereign nation, not a pawn to be manipulated. If matters had not yet been made public, private compensation might be feasible, but now that the other party has murderous intent, we cannot evade it. We have 100,000 troops and the weaponry he previously provided. They are perfect to use against him. The president ponders for a moment, then slowly nods. First, cease hostilities with the Kingdom of Ye Kun, provide partial compensation, and concentrate our efforts on dealing with this individual. We must make him understand that he is facing not just a company, but a nation. The others all respond in agreement. Losing to Saudi Arabia or the Kingdom of Ye Kun is not shameful. Victories and defeats are commonplace on the battlefield. However, conceding to a private enterprise would be a historical embarrassment. The president rises, his tone resolute. Immediately initiate peace talks with the Kingdom of Ye Kun, while simultaneously preparing for war. With that, he turns and departs. Meanwhile, Ye Kun is also mobilizing troops. He instructs Ye Jian to suspend all business operations and to dispatch ships to the United States for personnel transport. He also borrows 100 cargo ships from the shipping magnate to assist with logistics. Warships can only anchor in international waters and cannot enter American territorial seas. All actions must rely on civilian vessels. He further procures a substantial amount of logistical supplies from various tycoons in Hong Kong. As the war deepens, the ability to sustain supplies becomes paramount. This time, the financial conglomerates of Hong Kong are unprecedentedly united. Some are directly reallocating goods, while others are scurrying to procure supplies. No one is discussing terms at this moment. They all understand that this battle is not solely Ye Kun's affair. Those with wealth contribute funds, while those with strength lend their support. This sentiment is vividly manifested in reality. Recently, major media outlets have been reporting that this has become the most watched event in nearly 20 years. The world has come to understand that when capital accumulates to a certain extent, its influence can rival that of sovereign nations. Governments and business magnates globally are observing the situation unfold, as this confrontation between national machinery and private capital raises the question of who will ultimately prevail. No one is stepping in to mediate. Rather, they are eager to see the conflict escalate, using it to gauge the true strength of capital. No country wishes to stand by a defaulting regime, especially since they bear no debt themselves. If you step forward to advise against it, the other party retorts, will you pay for him? That question is enough to leave one speechless. Just as tensions escalate, the Kingdom of Iraq suddenly announces a temporary ceasefire with the Kingdom of Ye Kun. Ye Kun learns of this and remains unfazed. Although he has only assembled an army of 20,000, He has meticulously devised a strategy for a semi-modern warfare contest where victory hinges not on numbers, but on weaponry and equipment. His armament capabilities far surpass those of the Islamic State, and should the situation become dire, he might even contemplate negotiating with them. Of course, this is merely a jest. It is imperative that no one discovers he possesses a walnut. Such items are not considered rare within the system. A small model costs merely 500 million, with destructive power comparable to that of a certain island nation-s doll. The specifications for the medium-sized models remain unclear, but they are purportedly 10 times more destructive than the doll. As for the large and extra-large models, there is no need to elaborate. After all, he intends to continue living on this planet. Ultimately, the crux of the matter is this. You may have the numbers, but what does it matter? I refuse to engage you in a battle of manpower. Instead, I will contend with you in terms of equipment and firepower. Once all preparations are complete, Ye Kun ordered the loading of all weaponry onto the warships. Subsequently, he set sail with 100 warships and over 200 auxiliary vessels to retrieve personnel. The purpose of these auxiliary vessels was to evacuate individuals from the United States and transport them to the main fleet, after which they would transition to logistical support. Just as they were about to embark, Ye Kun suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked the most critical aspect. The adversary possesses aerial capabilities, and he could procure fighter jets as well. However, the dilemma lies in where the planes would land. The airport on Green Island is still under construction and, according to Ye Lu, will not be operational for another fortnight. Even if he could borrow runways from other nations, he would be unable to adequately explain the origin of his aircraft, not to mention the possibility of engaging in combat. This confrontation would not involve any third-party intervention from start to finish. Left with no choice, Ye Kun had to procure a substantial number of anti-aircraft guns. Specifically, he acquired tens of millions of units. This perfectly illustrates a lack of firepower and financial resources. A few days later, as the transport fleet approached American waters, two massive vessels loomed on the horizon, flanked by more than a dozen escort ships. Ye Kun could not suppress a laugh. Am I to believe you would block me with these two aircraft carriers when I have brought 100 warships? Are you certain you can prevail? This is a classic case of inadequate quality, relying instead on sheer numbers. Chapter 91. Borrowing the assistance of businessmen to fortify his troops. Meanwhile, on the decks of the two American aircraft carriers, two brigadier generals were drenched in cold sweat. The sight before them was utterly terrifying. Their two carriers amounted to only 20 vessels, while the opposing side appeared densely packed. Even if most were cargo ships, the display was formidable. Halt! This is American waters. Cease all forward movement immediately. The two brigadier generals simultaneously shouted this command, their voices echoing through loudspeakers across the sea, repeating it twice with resolute tones. Ye Kun stood on the bridge, raised his hand signaling the fleet to stop. He then picked up the communicator to respond. Please allow our cargo ships to enter the port to retrieve personnel. Shortly thereafter, a reply came. The cargo ships may enter the port, but they must undergo a comprehensive inspection. No one could fathom the immense pressure that the American brigadier general felt when issuing this order. The individual before him had once spent hundreds of billions to secure $40 billion, acting decisively and employing stringent measures. He merely hoped that his words would not incite any unnecessary trouble. Even if America was unafraid of confrontation or retaliation, if something were to go awry, the responsibility would not rest on his shoulders. Fortunately, Ye Kun did not make things difficult and nodded in agreement to the inspection. The 200 cargo ships underwent inspection one by one, a process that lasted a full 3 hours. Once verified, Ye Kun waved his hand signaling the cargo ships to set sail in succession to retrieve personnel, while he himself remained on the warship on standby. After the cargo ships departed, the two American aircraft carriers maintained a watchful eye on Ye Kun's warship, with radar fully operational, creating a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, at a certain port in America, Ye Long was quietly awaiting with over 20,000 individuals. Local law enforcement surrounded the area, their expressions vigilant, scanning the crowd incessantly for any signs of unrest. Yet surprisingly, this group remained remarkably quiet. Initially, some were dissatisfied with the arrangement of the security detail, but upon witnessing a guard subdue several individuals with bare hands, they fell silent. At the command of their leader, the crowd became utterly still, and no one dared to act rashly. Later that night, shortly after 9, over 200 cargo ships slowly docked. Ye Long swiftly organized boarding, maintaining impeccable order. Once all personnel had evacuated, the police finally relaxed. By the early hours of the next day, all vessels had departed American territorial waters. In international waters, under Ye Long's direction, personnel began transferring to the warships. The mercenaries, upon witnessing such advanced warships for the first time, were left in awe. Their astonishment only deepened when the security team began unloading weaponry. All present were rendered speechless. The performance of these weapons far exceeded that of the current standard equipment used by America, their quality astonishing. Many gazes sparkled not with emotion, but purely with envy and desire. Once everything was in place, Ye Kun decisively ordered, the entire army is to embark, destination, the Islamic State. However, he did not personally oversee the combat. Instead, he entrusted overall battlefield command to Ye Long, choosing to return. After all, as a leader, one should not expose oneself to the perils of the front lines. On the way back, he suddenly began to ponder. Once he departed, could Ye Long truly command these 20,000 troops in battle? These individuals were formidable fighters with precise marksmanship, yet orchestrating a campaign involving tens of thousands, potentially even expanding to 100,000, would be no simple task. Upon returning to the warship, Ye Kun summoned Ye Long before him and inquired, "What is your capability regarding command structure?" Ye Long stood erect and replied, "Boss, our forte lies in close protection and tactical assaults. Daily coordination and operational arrangements for these 20,000 are manageable. However, we lack substantial experience in large-scale combat command. But we will exert every effort and vow to fight for you to the death." Ye Kun felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He did not require them to fight to the death. If they were incapable, then they simply were. There was no need for elaborate explanations. "You may go." He waved his hand, indicating for Ye Long to depart. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the room, and Ye Kun leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed. The issue of a commander had become the most pressing dilemma. With a contingent of over 20,000, there was not a single commanding officer capable of maintaining order, and chaos was inevitable. The minimum qualification needed was that of a general to stabilize the troops. After much deliberation, he resolved to contact President Wang. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to hire someone from abroad. Yet, there were certainly no shortages of such talents domestically. The key lay in whether anyone would be willing to step forward and assist. The call connected, and President Wang's voice came through. "Weren't you already on your way? Why are you calling again?" Ye Kun chuckled wryly. "President Wang, everything is prepared. We just lack a leader. Without a commander, no matter how many people there are, it's like loose sand." No sooner had he spoken than the other party immediately grasped the implication. After a brief silence, he replied, "Let me inquire about this for you." Ye Kun's eyes brightened. He was immensely grateful. "Once this matter is resolved, I will treat you to drinks personally." President Wang snorted lightly. "Just ensure you stay safe first." With that, he hung up the phone. An hour later, in a conference room somewhere in the mainland, several elders were gathered. One spoke up. "That young man has reached out for help. How should we respond?" Old Zhang hesitated slightly. "Will this raise eyebrows internationally?" Someone nearby shot him a glance. "Old Zhang, you haven't changed a bit. A few businessmen traveling to the Islamic State for trade can simply catch a ride on a ship. What could possibly be the problem?" The other shared a knowing smile. The elder seated at the head of the table spoke slowly. "Send a few young ones. It's both support and a valuable opportunity for experience. Such chances are rare." The others nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, President Wang received word and immediately called Ye Kun. "How is it?" As soon as the call connected, Ye Kun eagerly inquired. President Wang replied in a calm tone, "As for a commander for the battle, we indeed do not have anyone available." Ye Kun felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was evident that he would need to devise an alternative solution. However, in the next moment, the other party shifted the conversation. "Nevertheless, several merchants intend to conduct business in the Ye country. Could you possibly escort them along your route?" Ye Kun instantly understood, his heart swelling with joy. And he responded fervently, "Absolutely. Please rest assured, President Wang, I will ensure the utmost safety for these businessmen." "That is good to hear," President Wang replied. "Have someone meet them in Xiangjiang. By the time you arrive, they should be nearing as well." "Understood. I will make arrangements immediately." After hanging up the phone, Ye Kun promptly ordered the warship to turn around and head towards Xiangjiang, instructing Ye Long to maintain a slow advance and await further orders. The round trip would take approximately 10 days. Initially, he had planned to return directly and wait, but now that he had dispatched personnel, he felt compelled to accompany them personally, leaving no room for error. 5 days later, Ye Kun arrived at Xiangjiang. He anchored the warship in international waters and transferred to a small boat arranged by Yi Jian to reach the shore. Upon landing, he made his way directly to the Xinhua news agency's premises. As soon as he entered, he was guided to the rear hall, where President Wang had been waiting with several middle-aged men. Upon entering, Ye Kun first nodded in greeting to President Wang before scanning the other attendees with focused attention. Noticing this, President Wang spoke up. "This is Boss Zhang. The others are collaborators who have accompanied him." Ye Kun immediately approached Boss Zhang, shaking his hand with sincerity. "I am deeply indebted to you, Boss Zhang. Your kindness will not be forgotten." Boss Zhang was a prominent figure frequently featured in historical records. Seeing him in person stirred profound emotions within Ye Kun. Boss Zhang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, There is no need for such gratitude. It was merely a small effort. Ye Kun then proceeded to shake hands with the other attendees, expressing his gratitude to each in turn. At this moment, President Wang leaned in to remind him. There are many eyes and ears around. Various factions are observing. You must ensure the area is clear. Ye Kun's expression turned serious as he immediately dialed a number, instructing Yi Qi to eliminate all suspicious individuals surrounding the Xinhua news agency. Once this was done, the group settled down to converse. Boss Zhang remarked, Mr. Yi acts decisively. If it were an ordinary businessman encountering the state machinery, they would have to endure their losses in silence. Ye Kun laughed heartily, replying, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Our ancestors taught us that. And it holds true even today. The others exchanged glances, their respect for Ye Kun growing. Having military backgrounds, they admired those with courage who do not waver. Boss Zhang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, well said. The rationale is on our side, and we fear no one. Ye Kun's gaze turned icy as he slowly declared, this time, I intend to impart a lesson to those who are unaware of their limits. Using the wisdom of our ancestors, anyone who dares to owe me will have to return the money on their knees. The group felt a surge of adrenaline, collectively giving him a thumbs up. The audacity to confront a nation single-handedly was indeed a rare quality. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qi called to confirm that there were no lingering threats in the vicinity. Ye Kun stood up, stating, it is safe now, we can depart. Boss Zhang also rose and said, then let us set off. Once business is concluded, we should return promptly. The group first took a small boat back to international waters. As the imposing warship came into view, everyone was momentarily taken aback, especially a maritime trader beside Boss Zhang, whose eyes glistened with tears. Though they were aware of Ye Kun's dealings in arms and warships, they had never seen the actual vessels, assuming they were merely outdated equipment. Had they known the equipment was so advanced, they would have been willing to exhaust their fortunes to procure a couple of ships. Ye Kun, observing the fervent gazes of the group, smiled nonchalantly. Once this deal is finalized, I will gift each of you a ship. Really? Boss Zhang's voice tightened, his eyes flickering with excitement. Ye Kun smirked slightly. I have an abundance of such vessels. It is hardly a concern. You may request as many as you wish, destroyers, frigates, landing ships, even battleships and cruisers. I have them all. In his system, each warship was priced at $20 million, which indeed could not be considered exorbitant. Where did you acquire so many? Boss Zhang furrowed his brow, his tone laced with confusion. It takes months for an ordinary shipyard to build a small warship. Ye Kun replied calmly, we are different. Our speed is 20 times that of others. With such advanced equipment, efficiency naturally follows. While this claim sounded absurd, he needed a justification. The true reasons were not something he could divulge. He could only fabricate a plausible excuse. Once he delivered a dozen or more ships, these questions would inevitably be addressed at the national level. As long as a major power stood behind him, even the most ludicrous assertions would be accepted. For who truly knows what lies behind those elite forces? Boss Zhang scrutinized Ye Kun for a long while before ultimately falling silent. Meanwhile, Ye Kun and his party were still racing across the sea in pursuit of the main force. Some media reporters, with nothing to occupy them, noticed that his fleet was moving at a slow pace and began to sensationalize the situation. Ye Kun has backed down. The businessman ultimately fears warfare and dares not approach the front lines. The public outcry was overwhelming, and even the president of Ye Country laughed, exclaiming, a mere merchant dares to challenge a sovereign nation? What a joke. What they did not realize was that Ye Kun was utterly indifferent to these voices. He was not fighting for external validation or fame. He was fighting for the dignity of the Ye family, for that intrinsic spirit of defiance that resided within him. On the morning of the 8th day, Ye Kun finally caught up with the troops led by Yi Long. Upon meeting, he introduced Yi Long to Boss Zhang. This is our current commander, who commands 200 elite troops, firmly maintaining control over those 20,000 men. From now on, you can issue orders through him without needing to present yourself. Boss Zhang nodded in agreement. First, take me to see your weapon reserves. I need to assess your combat capabilities. When Ye Kun opened the doors to the armory, Boss Zhang exclaimed, what the hell? You're not just preparing to fight Ye Country. You're gearing up to upend the entire world. Initially, he had expected to see only a few AK-47s, rocket launchers, and perhaps a couple of heavy machine guns. Instead, he was met with a sea of automatic rifles, heavy firepower densely packed, and missiles stacked like everyday supplies. Boss Zhang looked again at Ye Kun, his gaze deepening. He no longer believed the claims of a 6-month rise to power. The Ye family must have been covertly engaged in the arms trade for nearly a decade. Otherwise, how could they possess such an arsenal? How could they command such a vast fleet? Ye Kun, observing the astonishment on their faces, chuckled and asked, Boss Zhang, do you still think victory is unattainable? Boss Zhang shot him a fierce glare, saying, don't ask me if we can win. Just tell me how you want them to perish. With these weapons, not only could I defeat 20,000 enemy troops, but even with just 2,000 men, I could transform Ye country into a territory under the Ye flag. Boss Zhang, whether we can recoup our initial investment depends entirely on your performance, Ye Kun replied. A smile gracing his lips, his tone lighthearted. How much have you invested exactly? Boss Zhang could not contain his curiosity. Approximately 30 billion, Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. After a pause, he added, in dollars. That much. Boss Zhang's pupils constricted, his voice rising several octaves. Most of it went towards weaponry. The warships you see now are merely a fraction of the total. Each is fully loaded with high-end equipment, and there are even more impressive hidden treasures. Ye Kun explained. What if they can't come up with that much money? Boss Zhang asked in a lowered voice. Then we will barter with resources. Ye Kun's gaze turned steely. Oil fields, mineral veins, anything at all. If they cannot muster $400 million, I will erase their nation from the map. Ruthless, decisive, and greedy. This was Boss Zhang's new definition of Ye Kun. Can you trust the soldiers under you? Boss Zhang shifted the topic. No matter how good the weapons are, they are useless if no one dares to fight. Each individual is entitled to a daily compensation of $5,000, with a minimum payout of $100,000 for injuries and a direct sum of $1 million in the event of death. Ye Kun smiled faintly, for they were eagerly anticipating a shot. Very well, nodded Boss Zhang, preparing for departure. Ye Kun gestured to Yi Long, commanding full speed ahead. The fleet roared to life, cutting through the waves. 2 days later, at the edge of international waters, a dozen warships from the nation of Yi patrolled within their claimed territory. Suddenly, a multitude of warships appeared ahead, causing General Iso to feel a tightening in his chest and a prickling at the back of his neck. He forced himself to remain calm, ordering the communications officer to broadcast. This is the territorial waters of Yi. Please alter your course immediately. After 2 attempts, there was no response from the opposing fleet. On a flagship, Boss Zhang turned to Ye Kun and asked, shall we strike first or negotiate? Strike first. Ye Kun replied decisively. Let them kneel before we negotiate. Understood. Boss Zhang straightened up. From this moment on, I am the commander. All must follow my orders, you included. I entrust everything to you. Ye Kun stepped aside, refraining from further comment. Boss Zhang issued immediate orders. All ships, disperse formation. First round of fire. Aim to destroy half of the enemy's combat capability. Yi Long swiftly relayed the commands. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of shells sliced through the sky, raining down upon the navy of Yi. Before Iso could react, half of his fleet had been decimated, debris floating upon the surface of the sea, while the remaining vessels bore numerous scars. In a state of panic, the Yi warships managed a feeble retaliation, with sporadic gunfire landing around Ye Kun's fleet. However, the opposing vessels were robust, with only one sustaining superficial damage to its paint. Boss Zhang showed no signs of slowing down. Second round, third round of fire. Leave no survivors. After 2 rounds of relentless bombardment, the navy of Yi was nearly annihilated. In truth, he had never anticipated a direct confrontation with Ye Kun. Intelligence had long since revealed that the opposing force possessed 100 elite warships, equipped beyond their expectations. Even deploying an aircraft carrier battle group would require careful consideration. Those so-called naval vessels were merely pawns to be sacrificed. After the 2 rounds of fire, only a solitary warship remained afloat, surrounded by utter silence. That vessel raised a white flag. Boss Zhang ordered a team to board and capture the remaining personnel. When Yi Long escorted the captives to the flagship, one of them was indeed General Iso. He trembled uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Boss Zhang inquired, what is your plan? Iso, clearly shaken, dared not conceal the truth and confessed. We had stationed 30,000 soldiers on the shore, waiting for your landing to launch a flanking attack. Boss Zhang scoffed, preparing to have him taken away. Ye Kun interjected, wait. He fixed his gaze on Iso, asking, what happened to my money? Who took it? Or was it never intended to be paid? Iso stammered in response. It was General Carter who embezzled it. He has since been detained. Ye Kun further pressed. Who decided to label me a liar at the press conference? The president? It was not the president. It was General Beulah who proposed it. He said we cannot bow to a private company nor allow for compensation. Upon hearing this, Ye Kun gestured for Iso to be taken away. In his heart, he had already marked General Beulah for retribution. He turned to Boss Zhang and said, continue. Boss Zhang nodded and promptly issued orders. The fleet shall proceed forward. Refrain from landing for now and await further instructions. A day later, 100 warships silently anchored off the coast of Yi's port. On land, General Beulah commanded tens of thousands of troops, lying in wait on the high ground surrounding the port. He gazed at the distant fleet, a cold smile spreading across his face. The ground had long been laced with explosives, ready to detonate the moment the enemy landed. Then, his forces would surge forth, annihilating the intruding foe. He sought to demonstrate to the world the insurmountable chasm between regular forces and private militias. Meanwhile, on the sea, Boss Zhang also wore a cold smile. The port was eerily quiet. Such ambush tactics, if employed domestically, would not even fool rural militias. As the ancient military adage states, when the situation is false, make it real. When it is real, make it false. He ordered preparations for short-range missiles, deciding to implement a carpet bombing of the port area. With ample ammunition at hand, there was no need for restraint. As the saying goes, in times of poverty, one relies on strategy. In times of wealth, one relies on firepower. Having fought for half his life, Boss Zhang had never experienced such extravagance. This battle, courtesy of Ye Kun, would afford him the chance to savor the thrill of warfare as a man of means. Soon, all missiles were in position. Boss Zhang commanded all warships to spread out, encircling the entire port city. Half an hour later, confirming that the ships had established a safe distance, Boss Zhang issued the command, launch the missiles. Half of the firepower would cover a 5-kilometer radius around the port, while the other half would strike directly at the city center. On land, General Beulah gripped the detonator tightly, his eyes fixed on the coastline, awaiting the moment the enemy set foot on land. Suddenly, trails of fire streaked across the sky. He looked up sharply, his pupils constricting as he let out a furious roar. No! The soldiers under General Beulah scattered in panic, their faces twisted with despair. Aware of their bleak prospects, their legs instinctively propelled them forward. In the sky, countless missiles poured down like a torrential rain. The port city was fated for obliteration. Boom, 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 boom. In the distance, mushroom clouds rose into the air, engulfing the entire coastline. Boss Zhang stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the fiery ruins with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. By God, this scene is something I've dreamed of for half my life. Now it is realized without costing me a single penny. With this thought, he suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth echoing amidst the smoke. The mercenaries aboard the warships stood frozen on deck, having faced death in battle before, yet never witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle. Each one harbored the same thought: never provoke Ye Kun, this madman, let alone owe him a dime. Otherwise, one would not even know how they met their demise. As the flames on land subsided slightly, Boss Zhang ordered all personnel to disembark and commence ground operations. The warships remained anchored offshore, ready for immediate support. 20,000 fully armed mercenaries, led by Ye Long and others, stepped onto the scorched earth. The surrounding ruins had been reduced to dust by the missile strikes, leaving no trace behind. Ye Kun and Boss Zhang were the last to disembark. Boss Zhang dispatched over 200 scouts to infiltrate the nearby urban areas for intelligence gathering. He and Ye Kun found a relatively intact apartment building nearby to serve as a temporary command center. The remaining personnel quickly erected tents, deciding to camp on site. The real battle would begin after assessing the situation the following day. After all, the daily compensation of $5,000 was not something one could earn by merely standing still. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, that amounted to a staggering 36,000. In the capital of Yi, the president was enraged upon hearing the news, denouncing Beulah's incompetence, as 30,000 regular troops had been annihilated overnight. His apprehension towards Ye's security firm deepened. This was no mere businessman. It was a war machine cloaked in the guise of commerce. Yet, at this juncture, even if they had to endure, they had to continue the fight. Otherwise, the military within the country would surely revolt. The president immediately ordered an additional 50,000 troops to be dispatched to the port area. The next morning, all scouts returned to report to Boss Zhang. We have discovered a 10,000-strong force in the neighboring city, likely preparing to ambush us. Chapter 94. With sufficient firepower, we will advance all the way to the capital. No enemy presence has yet been detected in other directions. Boss Zhang, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Showing no concern, he commanded Ye Long, mobilize half of the armed helicopters and deploy all infantry fighting vehicles, with 20,000 troops advancing. Devour this force completely, then march straight to the capital. Ye Long accepted the order and swiftly organized the deployment. Boss Zhang stood atop the building, gazing into the distance, his heart racing. Perhaps he would truly partake in a war of annihilation. In ancient times, generals considered the conquest of the enemy's capital as the highest honor, a battle known as the War of Extermination. As he beheld the scene unfolding before him, gradually becoming reality, he could not help but silently pray. The nation of Iraq must hold firm. It is imperative that the young man does not secure compensation. Should they lose, all my hopes would dissolve into nothingness. A man past 50 wore a smile as pure as that of a youth. This expression caused Ye Kun to shake his head in disbelief, unable to resist turning to Boss Zhang. What brings you such joy? Do share, that I might bask in some of your good fortune. Boss Zhang remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at Ye Kun, his eyes laden with unspoken words. As if to say, do not stop, continue the fight. In the distance, a rumble erupted as dozens of armed helicopters ascended into the sky. With infantry fighting vehicles advancing in formation, followed closely by 20,000 mercenaries. This battalion surged forth like a torrent of steel towards the neighboring city. Meanwhile, in the military camp of that city, a colonel received urgent reports from the front lines that an enemy force of 20,000 was approaching. His expression remained composed, devoid of panic. If they could hold for a day, the capital would dispatch 50,000 reinforcements. Though the opposing force was formidable, he was not to be underestimated either. The $50 billion worth of arms provided by Ye Kun had equipped 500 million into his troops. Those weapons had received unanimous praise from all who had wielded them. Now, they would be aptly utilized against their former master. With this thought, a cold smirk crept upon the colonel's lips. 2 hours later, a cacophony of gunfire echoed from the horizon. The fleet of armed helicopters came into view, while the infantry fighting vehicles and mercenaries halted a kilometer from the military camp. Boss Zhang, already entranced by the thrill of firepower suppression, issued a command, and the helicopters unleashed a barrage of flames from their bellies. In an instant, dozens of missiles tore through the sky, crashing violently into the military camp. The colonel's pupils constricted as he bellowed, immediately enter defensive positions. The soldiers hurriedly dove into shelters, but were caught off guard by the explosions. After 3 rounds of missile bombardment, Boss Zhang, unhesitant, commanded the infantry fighting vehicles to advance slowly, with the mercenaries following closely behind. This was a classic infantry tank coordination tactic, albeit with the infantry fighting vehicles taking center stage. As the distance between the two sides shrank to 150 meters, the flames of battle erupted in full force. The sounds of gunfire and artillery merged into a symphony of death. The colonel had believed that the weapons provided by Ye Kun would suffice to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Yet the reality was that the equipment used by Ye Kun was of a far superior caliber than that supplied to others. They were completely suppressed, with even the act of raising their heads becoming a luxury. Above, the Gatling guns of dozens of helicopters whirled furiously, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. The firepower density of 6,000 rounds per minute was suffocating. Although their side possessed machine guns, most were lightweight, while the heavier firepower was entirely in the hands of their superiors. More alarmingly, the enemy appeared to have an excess of firepower, launching rocket after rocket without restraint. As one wave of bombardment followed another, the soldiers' psychological defenses began to crumble. Some trembled, lying flat on the ground, too terrified to show their faces. Seeing the opportune moment, Boss Zhang suddenly waved his hand, commanding, "Charge!" A large contingent of soldiers armed with automatic rifles, interspersed with light machine gunners, surged toward the enemy lines like a tidal wave. In that moment, all that filled their eyes were the insignias of friend and foe, and the thirst for blood surged. The soldiers of Iraq could no longer withstand the pressure, casting down their weapons and kneeling in surrender. As the battle ceased, Boss Zhang commanded silence, and the cacophony of gunfire faded away, with the captives being gathered for oversight. The 3-hour fierce engagement came to a close, initially expected to drag on longer. The colonel had boasted that they could hold for a day, yet reality had only allowed for less than half that time. The casualty count ultimately settled at 158, with less than 20% being fatalities. Under the cover of artillery, the enemy's morale had long since shattered. While helicopters continued to provide relentless suppression, the Gatling guns on board spewing flames without pause, to prevent the barrels from overheating and becoming damaged. Several soldiers took turns pouring water over them, the metal trembling in the alternating heat and cold. Once the count was completed, the number of captives exceeded 3,000. Ye Kun and Boss Zhang stood side by side, gazing at the remnants of battle smoke, unable to conceal their smiles. As the mercenaries began to clear the bodies, Ye Kun's phone suddenly rang. The caller was unexpectedly the president of Saudi Arabia. The urgency in his voice was apparent. "Boss Ye, out of respect for our past cooperation, I want to give you a heads up. Iraq's Air Force will arrive in your vicinity within half an hour." Before he could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. The president was not genuinely offering assistance, but rather wished to prolong the war, seeking to weaken Iraq's strength through external forces. Ye Kun immediately relayed the message to Boss Zhang. The latter furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. "The true test has arrived." He turned to Ye Long, commanding, "All personnel, conceal yourselves. The anti-aircraft artillery positions must be established with the camp at the center, fortified within a radius of 1.5 kilometers. All firepower must employ oblique angles to ensure enemy aircraft are intercepted beyond 1 kilometer, allowing no approach." Ye Long accepted the order and swiftly began the deployment. Ye Kun hesitated for a moment, softly suggesting, "Boss Zhang, I recommend we evacuate you. It is too dangerous here." Boss Zhang shot him a fierce glare. "I climbed out from a pile of corpses. Is this little scene something to fear? Do you think I am a coward?" Ye Kun forced a smile. "I am merely concerned about any mishaps. Spare me the chatter. Boss Zhang retorted angrily. This is just the beginning. My goal is to breach Iraq's capital. Upon hearing this, Ye Kun's heart jolted. He had not anticipated such grand ambitions. A rush of blood surged to his head as he clenched his fists in agreement. All right, then let us push all the way to their capital. Yet they remained oblivious that this dream was destined to remain unfulfilled. The anti-aircraft system had just been set up when, approximately 20 minutes later, a roar erupted from the sky. As enemy aircraft approached the edge of their positions, Boss Zhang commanded, "Open fire." The dense barrage wove a deadly net, firmly safeguarding the entire camp. Iraq dispatched 15 aircraft, including bombers and fighters, but upon entering the fire zone, 5 were immediately shot down. The next 2, unable to evade in time, were also engulfed by explosions. 7 wrecks plummeted to the ground, engulfed in flames and smoke. Witnessing this scene, Ye Kun and Boss Zhang exchanged knowing smiles. The remaining 8 aircraft dared not advance further, resorting instead to firing from a distance, but at such range. Most bullets fell harmlessly to the ground, posing minimal threat. Realizing their attacks were futile, the enemy aircraft quickly altered course, unleashing a barrage upon the anti-aircraft positions. However, the artillery placements were densely distributed, with overlapping firepower nets. Several enemy aircraft were shot down in the exchange, billowing black smoke into the sky. The remaining pilots, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly ascended to withdraw, fearing that any delay might prevent any from returning home. Chapter 95, Mediation, Want a Bargain? Sensing the enemy's retreat, the mercenaries rose from their shelters, cheering loudly. Only Ye Kun's side had such comprehensive defenses, with anti-aircraft artillery forming a veritable fortress. Had they encountered such an air raid elsewhere, they likely would have perished in flames. Boss Zhang, his expression grim, directed his men to deal with the bodies, while he paid no heed to the captured weapons and equipment. The war was far from over. Taking these burdens along would only hinder their progress. As dusk settled, the battlefield was cleared. Boss Zhang ordered the captives to be brought forth. Among them was a lieutenant colonel, the highest-ranking living officer. What orders have you received? Boss Zhang inquired softly. The man clenched his teeth, uttering not a single word, instead surveying the crowd with a malevolent gaze. Boss Zhang furrowed his brow. Yet before he could speak, Ye Kun had already stepped forward, lifting his foot to deliver a vicious kick to the opponent's calf. With a resounding crack, the lieutenant colonel let out a harrowing scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his contorted right leg, rolling in agony, yet remained silent. Zhang Boss cast a glance at Ye Kun's right foot, which had just struck the man, his eyes flickering with surprise at such force, which seemed beyond that of an ordinary individual. Ye Kun let out a cold chuckle and turned to summon Ye Long, drag him away. Before departing, he left behind a terse command. In 1 hour, I want all the intelligence. Ye Long nodded in acknowledgement, seizing the wailing lieutenant colonel and disappearing behind the tent. Zhang Boss remained silent, not intervening. In times of chaos, methods need not adhere to convention. Having fought his entire life, he understood that mercy could sometimes lead to one's own demise. Before long, heart-wrenching cries erupted from the adjacent tent, intermittent and chilling. Within 10 minutes, Ye Long re-entered, his tone calm. The Kingdom of Iraq has dispatched 50,000 troops, expected to arrive by noon tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Boss murmured, 50,000? That necessitates a full-scale counterattack, or else casualties are unavoidable. He promptly began to arrange defensive lines and firepower points, while Ye Kun stood quietly by, observing without interjecting. Once all arrangements were complete, the two finally took a moment to rest. The following morning, all were on high alert, weapons loaded. Just then, Ye Kun received a message. The Alliance Court was coming to mediate. He couldn't help but sneer. Where were you when I was falsely accused? Where were you when debts were evaded? Now that I hold the upper hand and the enemy's forces are at the gates, you come to broker peace? With the Iraqi troops nearing, was this the time to discuss tranquility? Nonetheless, he agreed to allow them entry. After all, they were an international institution, bearing the title of a court. Such face could not be denied. They claimed to arrive the next day and would notify Iraq, requesting both sides to temporarily cease hostilities. Ye Kun did not oppose. His goal was never to annihilate a nation or slaughter its cities, but to make Iraq pay a price, compensate for losses, and simultaneously establish the Ye family's authority, pushing for system upgrades. Whether through mediation or war, as long as the objective was achieved, the formality was inconsequential. With the objective nearing completion, the system update was approaching its conclusion. Once the current turmoil settled, everything would be deemed resolved. The only pressing issue remained the matter of compensation, which was the most intricate part. Soon after, Ye Kun and Zhang Boss received intelligence. The Iraqi forces had halted their advance, encamping in place for rest. Zhang Boss felt a slight unease. Just as victory was on the horizon, someone suddenly proposed mediation, abruptly halting his plans to annex another nation. He had no fear of that 50,000-strong army. As long as they unleashed their full firepower, if even 5,000 of them reached the front lines, he would concede defeat. Noticing Zhang Boss's downcast expression, Ye Kun softly reassured him, "Old Zhang, do not be troubled. Once this matter concludes, the warships at the port will be yours to choose. Should we manage to seize Iraq's oil fields and minerals, the profits will be shared between our two families." Upon hearing this, Zhang Boss's frown transformed into a wide grin, his previous discontent dissipating. The next day at noon, an announcement came from outside that the representatives of the Alliance court had arrived. Ye Kun instructed his men to usher them in. The visitors included an elderly man wearing glasses, followed by several young individuals and two burly men resembling bodyguards. Ye Kun stepped forward to greet them, shaking hands with the elder. The old man spoke first. "I am Judge Davis from the Alliance Court. You are Ye Kun, the actual controller of Ye Security?" "Indeed," Ye Kun replied respectfully, "I am Ye Kun." Judge Davis nodded with a smile. "It is quite remarkable for someone so young to command such a situation. Thank you for your kind words, Your Honor." After exchanging pleasantries, Davis shifted to the crux of the matter. "Mr. Ye, your conflict with Iraq has persisted for some time, resulting in casualties in the tens of thousands. Might you consider pulling back?" Ye Kun countered, "Judge Davis, I respect your position and experience, but your statement seems rather unjust, does it not?" Davis frowned slightly. "How is it unjust? You have merely lost $40 billion, while they have suffered the deaths of several tens of thousands. Isn't that sufficient?" Hearing the 40 billion mentioned so nonchalantly, Ye Kun abruptly slammed the table and stood. Zhang Boss quickly restrained him, whispering a reminder, "Mind your manners." Gradually, Ye Kun sat back down, his tone growing increasingly icy. "Mr. Davis, do you know how much I have invested to recover that 40 billion? The number of their dead is a result of their own choice to wage war. Is my money simply meant to fall from the sky? Moreover, this is no longer just about 40 billion. I have poured at least $300 billion into this pursuit. How shall we account for that? Should I bear the cost for the war they instigated? More absurdly, they have the audacity to sue me in court. Now that you are here, you ought to ascertain the truth. Is the sequence of events still unclear?" Davis's brow furrowed. He had anticipated Ye Kun would easily relent, but was taken aback by his unyielding stance. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Mr. Ye, what exactly do you wish for?" Ye Kun's voice remained calm, yet unyielding. "For $100 billion in cash, or equivalent mineral resources as compensation. They must publicly apologize to me and acknowledge that their actions were erroneous. Lastly, Generals Carter and Bra, their executions must be carried out by their own hands." At this, Davis abruptly rose, his expression shifting. "Mr. Ye, the reason we have intervened is to prevent a massive bloodbath over 40 billion. Your demands are excessive. The entire kingdom of Iraq could not possibly muster 400 billion. Ye Kun sneered. "So, according to you, should I bear the losses? Are you suggesting that the international court should compensate me?" At that moment, a bespectacled young woman behind Davis could no longer contain herself. "Mr. Ye, do the lives of tens of thousands not weigh more than a few hundred billion in your eyes?" Ye Kun's gaze turned frosty as he replied, "Madam, I regret to inform you that, in my view, my money is indeed far more precious than the lives of those treacherous individuals." Davis frowned and turned back, subtly shaking his head to signal her to cease speaking. He then addressed Ye Kun again. "You are well aware that Iraq cannot possibly produce such a sum. Why not propose a minimum condition, and I shall mediate as best as I can. If we truly cannot reach an agreement, you will have to negotiate among yourselves. Should talks collapse, we shall not intervene." Chapter 96. Missiles explode around the military camp. Ye Kun crossed his hands on the table, calmly stating, "400 billion is non-negotiable. However, they may settle through the devaluation of oil fields and mineral rights. Convey to them that they have just one day to consider. Should they refuse, their 50,000 troops will not survive until the dawn of the day after tomorrow. Tonight, I will ensure they understand what a reminder entails." Davis remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I will convey your message accurately." Pausing, he raised another matter. "As for the second point, the International Alliance has commissioned me to inform you. Once this incident concludes, you must disband your current mercenary forces. The Alliance has reached a resolution. In the future, private security and mercenary organizations shall not exceed 2,000 personnel, and the possession of missile-grade weaponry or above is prohibited. All legally registered arms enterprises are forbidden from selling missile-grade weaponry to private or non-state entities." Ye Kun had anticipated these stipulations. He understood that his growing power would inevitably attract restrictions, yet he remained unfazed. What harm was there in disbanding the mercenaries? He could simply recruit new guards. The issue of identity could be resolved gradually, assigning each individual a legitimate status in due course. As for the weapon restrictions, he had never intended to supply advanced equipment to private forces, aside from state clients, who would dare allow missiles to fall into uncontrollable hands. The consequences of their use in warfare would be unthinkable. The true trouble lies in the cap on the number of participants. 2,000 individuals indeed represent a bottleneck. Yet such a regulation is virtually meaningless. Simply rebranding and establishing a new company to recruit another 2,000, who could possibly prevent it? Ultimately, it is merely a show of posturing by the alliance. Ye Kun readily acquiesced to Davis's request and stated, "As soon as the reparations from the Islamic nation are received, I shall promptly disband the team." Davis nodded slightly. "I will engage them in discussions, and I hope this conflict can be resolved swiftly." Ye Kun suddenly smiled. "Mr. Davis, I am well aware that the Islamic nation will not concede easily, but that is of no consequence. Today, you need only to convey our message. Let everyone rest tonight. We shall negotiate again tomorrow, and they will naturally relent." Davis's expression shifted dramatically. "Did we not agree to a ceasefire? Are you still considering military action? There has already been too much bloodshed." Ye Kun replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, when I say stop, it shall be so. However, tonight they must be made aware that I possess the capability to eliminate 50,000 of their troops in one fell swoop." Davis, feeling helpless, could only choose to trust him. What alternative did he have? The group subsequently departed the camp. In the afternoon, Davis arrived at the presidential residence of the Islamic nation. As expected, the president erupted in fury upon hearing the news, declaring an end to negotiations and vowing to fight to the bitter end. Davis inwardly sighed, pondering the thousands of lives lost on their side while the enemy remained largely unscathed, shouting for a fight to the death. When truly cornered, who would endure? He still suggested, "Perhaps we should discuss this again tomorrow." His curiosity piqued regarding Ye Kun's strategy to compel the Islamic nation to concede without engaging in battle. After bidding farewell to Davis, Ye Kun turned to Boss Zhang and said, "Tonight, we will launch a barrage of medium-range missiles as a dazzling display along the border of the Islamic nation." Boss Zhang frowned. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Ye Kun shrugged. "There are plenty of missiles available. After all, the bill will be theirs. Why worry? How many do you intend to launch?" Zhang inquired further. "Let us start with 500. Ye Kun mused for a moment. "We should place them around their camp, 4 to 5 kilometers out, on all sides, ensuring they are kept awake all night." Zhang gasped. 500? That's quite a considerable amount. Ye Kun chuckled lightly. "I initially thought of 1,000. How could we scare them into submission otherwise? You shall proceed as instructed." Zhang had no choice but to acquiesce. "Fine. I will arrange for them to launch in batches every few minutes, continuously throughout the night." "Excellent." Ye Kun grinned. "If that is insufficient, we shall increase the count, keeping it going until dawn." The two exchanged smiles, as if they could see the most naked essence of war. The firepower born of wealth is the most potent form of discourse. That night, shortly after 9, the missile launchers were all in position, awaiting orders. At 9:15, Boss Zhang commanded, "Fire!" Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering sounds erupted in succession. And after the barrage, silence reclaimed the land. Within the military camp of the Islamic nation, a sudden shrill whistling filled the air. The soldiers looked up to witness the night sky torn asunder by countless bursts of light, cascading down like a meteor shower. Fear gripped their faces, leaving them ashen. The president and his generals turned pale, their hands and feet icy. That night, no one could find sleep. The president collapsed to the ground, muttering softly, "It's all over. That damned Carter. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I shall not spare you." They were on the brink of death. While the instigator Carter remained unscathed in the capital, Davis and the accompanying youths were pale, cursing Ye Kun as a madman. An ordinary deployment mission had morphed into a life-threatening endeavor. The two girls were already in tears. The bodyguards hurried to restrain Davis, attempting to retreat. He forcefully shook off their hands, his voice trembling. "There is no point in fleeing. It is futile. We might as well await our fate." Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, plunging everyone into despair. Yet, after a long pause, the explosions ceased, and they realized they were still alive. They exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. Could it be that Ye Kun had missed? Only Davis seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of the intention to postpone discussions until tomorrow. Realizing this, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Ye Kun for his lack of boundaries. He then explained the entire situation to his companions. In unison, they erupted in anger, their emotions aflame. Meanwhile, the president, noticing that his men had not perished, assumed Ye Kun had miscalculated his aim. He promptly ordered the military to prepare for a retreat. As they were about to assemble and depart, the sky once again echoed with the sound of whistling as missiles descended anew. The freshly gathered troops scattered in panic, each seeking shelter. Although Davis and his group were still frightened, their terror had waned compared to before. At this moment, their greatest fear was not death, but rather that Ye Kun might misfire and hit the camp, which would spell disaster for them. After this round of attacks, everyone felt as if they had emerged from water, their cold sweat still clinging to their skin. The president of the Islamic nation finally realized that this harbinger of doom did not intend to kill, but sought to compel him to yield. How many years could he remain in power? Why risk his life? He immediately resolved, no more. At dawn, he would agree to reparations and hastily send this disaster away. No amount of national wealth could compare to the value of his own life. He would not sacrifice his life for the sake of power. 5 minutes later, new missiles rained down, and the crowd instinctively dropped to the ground, desperate to avoid becoming the next target. Yet this time, the fear was not as intense. The night wore on in this fashion, with them enduring each minute in unease, neither daring to move nor flee. All around were the impact zones. Staying still might afford them survival, but any rash movement could lead them to the very heart of the explosions, a certain path to demise. Finally, just after 5 in the morning, the gunfire ceased. Everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 97. The Alliance to Disband? However, the president of the Islamic nation dared not delay, hastily making his way to where Davis was located. With a hoarse voice, he implored, "Esteemed Judge Davis, please convey to Ye security that I accept the reparations." Davis's eyes were bloodshot, heavy dark circles underscoring his fatigue. Upon hearing this, he let out a cold laugh, his anger boiling over. "For 40 billion, how many lives have you sacrificed? Only now do you think of reparations? Why must you target Ye Kun? Could you not find someone else? I am nearly 60. I should be enjoying my twilight years, yet your trifling matters have me on edge, nearly costing me my life. I am telling you now, I will not be involved any further. Do as you wish. I must return home immediately." As soon as Davis finished speaking, he waved his hand and, accompanied by his entourage, turned to leave, saying as he walked, "Let them fight it out. It would be best if none were left standing." The rest glared at the president of the Islamic nation with eyes like daggers, itching to tear him apart. No one lingered for even a moment longer, hastily following Davis's lead. As members of the Alliance Court, they were accustomed to being treated as esteemed guests wherever they went. Who would have thought they would nearly lose their lives in the Islamic nation? The president stood frozen, his mind blank. He wanted to reach out and stop Davis, pleading for his intervention to mediate the situation. But before he could approach, he was blocked by 2 of Davis's bodyguards, their gazes icy as if they were staring at a corpse. Once outside, Davis immediately dialed Ye Kun's number. Ye Kun was seated in his office, believing that matters had been resolved smoothly. However, as soon as the call connected, he was met with a torrent of insults that lasted a full 30 minutes. He could only silently place the phone on the table, listening to the incessant buzzing and the furious shouts emanating from the other end. Ye Kun forced a wry smile, fully aware that he had indeed overlooked the formidable presence of Davis. He deserved the scolding. He dared not hang up the phone, nor could he muster the courage to resist. If Davis truly came knocking, he would be powerless to stop him and unable to fight back, left to endure the outpouring of rage. After what felt like an eternity, the incessant vibrations of his phone finally ceased. Ye Kun picked it up to find the call had ended. He sighed, his brow furrowed, uncertainty gnawing at him. Had Igwa indeed capitulated? Just as he was about to scour his contacts for the president of Igwa's number to seek clarification, the phone rang again. Upon answering, a hoarse voice came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Ye Kun? I am the president of Igwa." Ye Kun's heart stirred. Finally, the long-awaited call. Yet his tone was as frigid as ice. "Do you agree to the compensation? If not, I will promptly adjust the missile launch coordinates." There was a palpable tremor on the other end, and the president hurriedly replied, "Mr. Ye, we accept all conditions." Ye Kun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Though his expression remained impassive, "Very well. I will send someone to sign the agreements for the oil fields and mineral extraction. Tomorrow, you will publicly execute Carter and Beulah in the capital. Have the foreign ministry issue a formal apology to Ye security through the media. Can you accomplish this?" The president's voice quaked. "Yes, we can do it. We will make it happen. Please send someone immediately. We will sign right away." Ye Kun's lips curled into a slight smile, thoroughly satisfied with this response. After ending the call, he summoned Ye Long, preparing to dispatch him to Igwa to personally select premium mining areas and oil wells. As for himself, he would never set foot in Igwa. He had no desire to be turned into minced meat one day. Simultaneously, he instructed Boss Zhang to liaise with the family to ascertain any resources they lacked, seizing the opportunity to acquire them for future joint development. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhang beamed with delight, clapping Ye Kun's shoulder heartily. "Ha, you truly are a loyal one. If such opportunities arise again, remember to call me. I'll fight for free." Ye Kun shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Boss Zhang, from now on, please investigate who dares to owe me even a single penny." Boss Zhang merely grinned and fell silent. This matter hardly required deep contemplation. Globally, who would dare touch that young man's finances? Even if it were the United States, they would tread carefully. After a brief departure, he contacted his family. Upon his return, he presented several types of mineral resources, which, though rare, were not uncommon in Igwa. As for oil, while it was scarce worldwide, it was abundant in Igwa, Ikwo, and Shabwa. Ye Kun promptly arranged for Ye Long to head to Igwa, with boss Zhang also sending an aide along. With matters here concluded, Ye Kun began planning his return journey. He simultaneously ordered Ye Jian and the fleet of the Shipping King to be on standby in the waters surrounding the United States. His plan was to disband the mercenaries after delivering them to their destination. Each would receive a compensation of $5,000 per day, and during this period, they had earned a considerable fortune. Yet even so, the total amount they took home paled in comparison to Ye Kun's own earnings. After their departure, the president of Igwa, accompanied by Ye Long and the envoy sent by boss Zhang, returned to the capital. Upon returning, the first order of business for the president was to extract Carter from prison and bring him to the capital square, where he publicly commanded the guards to execute him. Ye Long observed intently throughout, knowing this was the preordained outcome. Seeing only one execution, he inquired, "What about General Beulah, who devised the plan?" The president's expression darkened. "He perished at the port, alongside 30,000 soldiers." Ye Long silently nodded, refraining from further questioning. In truth, he understood well that Beulah had been the president's confidant. Dying heroically on the battlefield was far more dignified than being executed by one's own. After 8 days of sailing, Ye Kun's fleet reached the intersection of the United States territorial waters and international waters. Opposite them loomed those two main warships accompanied by a string of smaller boats, the atmosphere more tense than ever, particularly as this fleet had just quelled a nation. Ye Kun paid them no mind, merely notifying Ye Jian and the Shipping King's fleet to come for the pickup. The mercenaries boarded the rescue ships in succession, and he stood aboard the warship, using a megaphone to address them. "Brothers, you have worked hard this time. Once you arrive at Ye Security, those injured should register with the staff for injury verification. None of you will be shortchanged on compensation. Those uninjured can collect their wages and head home. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Should there be a next time, we shall reconvene." These words were merely for show. The Alliance was monitoring the situation, and in the future, he would solely rely on his own security forces. Upon hearing this, cheers erupted from the mercenaries. The money they earned over these few days equated to what they had made over several months, if not an entire year. As he watched the last mercenary depart, Ye Kun commanded the warship to change course towards Green Island. The ships and weapons needed a place to be stored. Along the way, he permitted boss Zhang to select a few warships to take with them, boasting casually, "Take whichever ones you fancy." Boss Zhang's eyes lit up. "What about the helicopters and missiles?" Ye Kun's expression immediately darkened. Were those items simply up for grabs? Ye Kun understood fully that the other party had rendered him immense assistance, and it would be unreasonable not to offer anything in return. He decided to part with some supplies, knowing that these resources had already been accounted for. Pretending to ponder for a moment, he noticed boss Zhang anxiously watching him. Too apprehensive to speak,